The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 701. Such a bully. Zan Fengting looked at Yuquan and slightly raised the corners of his lips. How much does Elder Yuquan know about the secrets of my Longyao clan? If I remember correctly, Elder Yuquan came to the Longyao clan as a guest elder hundreds of years after I was born. Orphans do exist, but that person is not me. It is just an identity and a smoke screen. Yuquan's thoughts were chaotic. Then who is Hai Shishang? Yan Tianan raised his eyes and asked. He had long felt that something was wrong with Zan Fengting. Among the 4 elder martial brothers in Fuyao sect, only Zan Fengting was someone he couldn't see through or understand at all, because Zan Fengting seemed to be a person who had no desires and no goals, and could be called unconditionally good to Hai Kuanglang. Although his cultivation seemed to be the lowest among the 5 core disciples of Fuyao sect, in fact, whenever he accepted a mission, Zan Fengting could easily retreat without any injuries, which showed that his cultivation was by no means as ordinary as it seemed. If such a person had no purpose, how could he serve others? Facing Yan Tianan, Zan Fengting replied, his parent was an attendant who served under Princess Jing at that time, and he was the child born from her coupling with a mortal man. He only has half of the blood of the Longyao family, so until now, his true form is only a small snake. Yan Tianan suddenly didn't know what to say. But Lord Yushu smiled. You people are really stupid. He has already inherited the dragon god's powers and is recognized by the dragon tomb, but you all just had to form your own camps, hoping to become a new generation of ministers. Unexpectedly, your efforts were all wasted. I really don't understand. Why did Longyao Zan and Zan Fengting direct and perform such a good play? Did they just want to play with everyone? Lord Yushu's words woke up the people who were still in a dream. He was right. They came here to risk their lives because the Longyao family was going to choose an heir apparent, but the actual heir apparent had already been decided as early as many years ago. Why would they hold the crown prince selection again? Was the Longyao family playing with them? Immediately, someone got angry, pointing at Zan Fengting's nose and scolding, "What are you guys doing? If you don't give me an explanation today, when I leave the dragon tomb tomorrow, I will pursue this matter with the Longyao family." Zan Fengting seemed to have a premonition that he would be asked this, so he said calmly, "At first, I hid my identity in order to avoid being hunted down by malicious people inside the Longyao family. Later, when I obtained the inheritance, I heard the dragon god's instructions. The souls will left by the dragon god predicted that hundreds of years later, there would be a recurrence of heaven's wail and earthquakes, where evil chi cultivators will break through their seals and reappear. I was asked to hide my identity and help the descendants of the prophet family's divination emperor to divine the secrets of heaven. This was a serious matter. I did not want to be disturbed by people's attention, so I hid my position as the crown prince. I did not mean to fool everyone. This was quite reasonable, and it sounded pleasant to hear, but it was still impossible to extinguish the anger of the people who felt played." Yan Tianan looked at Zan Fengting's increasingly cheerful expression and couldn't help shuddering. He hid behind Lin Xuanji and whispered, "The happier Zan Shishang smiles, the more he wants to launch a major attack. It's really too much to think you wanted us to throw our lives away like this. They really aren't afraid of death." Lin Xuanji said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. There's something wrong with these people's brains, and they're extremely shameless. Shit, when Laozi leaves, I'll report you to the Taoist sects. Longyao clan don't think you can cheat people at will just because you're one of the divine clans." When they finished swearing, Zan Fengting swept a lukewarm gaze through the crowd and asked lightly, "So everyone wants to pay back a score and get revenge? If anyone has any opinion, you might as well take action. Zan Fengting is right here, everyone can take revenge together." A deathly stillness descended, a long, ominous silence. The cold wind rustled and the snowflakes danced. Yan Tianan whispered, "Such a bully." Lin Xuanji sighed, he obtained all of the dragon god's inheritance and transformed into a real dragon. "I'm afraid his cultivation at this time is at least equal to mine." The dragon god was a great power at Sky Realm. He was born to be revered as a god. Anyone who could incarnate as a true dragon would be at least Grandmaster stage. Among all the people present, it was likely only Lin Xuanji could compete with Zan Fengting. "Fight, fight what?" A cultivator broke the silence and stuck his neck out. At this time, were not working together to eliminate those monsters, but are actually fighting each other. Are you asking to die together? In any case, you guys can fight if you want, but I won't participate. All families have a secret or two. Forget it, Lousy has seen a true dragon with my own eyes today. Anyway, I'm not dead yet. Let's wait until I die to ask for a fight. But, fellow Zan Fengting, you must at least give us a statement. Well, it went from fighting and demanding an explanation to simply giving a statement in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that Zan Fengting turning into a dragon just now had brought a great impact to everyone present. Zan Fengting had always been a smooth man. He used both the carrot and the stick, and was both gracious and dignified. He immediately said amiably, "Everyone can rest assured that this humble one has always had a good memory. All of you present today and those who escorted the disciples of the Longyao clan to escape will definitely receive a gift immediately after leaving the dragon tomb in the future. The Longyao clan has always had many sparrow spirits and rare underwater treasures. We will never let fellow Taoists suffer any loss." Having said this, it could at least be regarded as giving everyone present a way to gracefully step down. Therefore, all the parties who had estimated the strength gap between the enemy and themselves could immediately climb down the pole and say with great courage, "Since Taoist Zan has already said all this, if we still insist on pursuing this matter, it will be unreasonable." Yes, as the eldest disciple of Fuyao sect's esteemed Lan Yu, fellow Zan is a man of noble character. Since he has concealed it, I think there must have been a compelling reason. Why should we keep chasing it? In the face of a serious enemy, let's first discuss the matter of jointly resisting it. Zan Fengting had a warm smile on his face, which made people feel like a spring breeze had swept by. Lin Xuanji said, "Everything in this world is decided by the strong." Yan Tianan replied, "I just don't know how Hai Shishang will react after he has been deceived for so long." This was also what Zan Fengting was most worried about. What did others matter? He, Zan Fengting, had never feared anyone. All the problems that could be solved by force were not really actual problems. The only person who could make things difficult was Hai Kuanglang. He could not beat or scold this person. He felt both guilty and affectionate towards this person, so he was nervous. He always thought about how to explain and comfort him. Zan Fengting looked toward Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, revealing a rather helpless expression. This place had been resealed by Zan Fengting. Those spells that used the wind and snow as the symbol of an ice array had already returned those evil spirits to the bottom of the sea, continuing to keep them company with the cold sea water. The people behind the ice wall did not stay there any longer, but quickly went to find others who had been led by Hai Kuanglang, who had fled to the northeast. Although the disciples of the Longyao clan were quick-footed, they were not ungrateful people. They waited together in a place less than 100 miles away from where the evil spirits appeared. The two sides soon joined together. When Hai Kuanglang saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, he was relieved, and the tenseness on his face relaxed. He took the lead in stepping out of the group and went to his fellow junior disciple. He said wearily, "I really felt as if I lived through a year just now. It's good that you came back safely. How did you finally handle those things in the end?" Before Lin Xuanji opened his mouth, Zan Fengting stood next to him and looked at Hai Kuanglang. "They have been resealed to the bottom of the ice and will not come out in the short term." Hai Kuanglang turned his gaze on Zan Fengting and the corners of the mouth jumped a few times, but finally he put it away. "I always thought that Shishang's cultivation was not as good as mine, so I thought about protecting my senior brother everywhere, but I didn't expect that I was the blind one in the end. I didn't know anything. Shishang must have looked at me and thought me laughable in his heart. Little Lang, I know that I hid a lot from you and made you unhappy. I'll tell you these things in detail on the way, but don't be angry first." Zan Fengting sincerely looked into Hai Kuanglang's eyes with a kind of appeal. Hai Kuanglang lowered his gaze, turned away his face, and set his eyes on the empty frozen sea. His voice was also a little empty, as if it was floating and unfounded. "Indeed, you have a lot of things to tell me in detail. I was like a fool from beginning to end." Hai Kuanglang continued, "You can turn into a real dragon, and you have already obtained the dragon god's inheritance. You are the real dragon descendant. I thought Princess Jing was my mother, but now, I found that my identity is false and my mother is false. Everything I've ever pursued was fake and my life is really like a big joke for people to laugh at." When Zan Fengting saw him like this, he couldn't help but feel a deep grief. To think that a person who was so unruly, unrestrained, and had a firm and free mind like Hai Kuanglang could actually say such things and make such expressions. It really seemed to dig into Zan Fengting's heart. Little Lang, don't do this. Shishong feels sad. Zan Fengting went to hold Hai Kuanglang's hand, but was dodged by Hai Kuanglang. The people around looked at each other and dared not to stammer a word. Forget it. Hai Kuanglang took a deep breath, and the red blood in his eyes had disappeared a lot. In the end, he didn't want outsiders to see them make a joke of themselves. There are evil spirits in the dragon tomb, and I don't know what strange things will happen along the way. Shishong, would you like to tell us everything you know? Zan Fengting sighed slightly and said, of course. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. The disciples of the Longyao clan, who were originally scattered in 2s and 3s, had experienced the hair-raising test just now. At this time, they put aside their prejudices and walked together towards the heavy snow. Along the way, Longyao Lingguang looked at Zan Fengting several times, and his expression was very sullen and puzzled. Finally, he couldn't resist stamping his foot, and he carried his sword over to Zan Fengting. Longyao Lingguang angrily asked Zan Fengting, so you are the illegitimate son of Princess Jing? Chapter 702, Killing Your Own Kind. Zan Fengting glanced at him. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Longyao Lingguang took a deep breath. Why did you lie to us? Why let everyone think that Hai Kuanglang's mother was Princess Jing? Zan Fengting replied, wait until you leave the dragon tomb to ask your father emperor about the matter. Longyao Lingguang seemed to be provoked by something and shouted, I don't believe it. Father emperor can't possibly know you are lying to me. You lied to everyone. Look. Yan Tianan leaned in. Don't be so naive. If the dragon emperor didn't know about it, then no one would have been able to hide it from the world. Not only does he know about it, but 9 times out of 10, he's even the chief culprit who put forth this scheme. You shut up. Longyao Lingguang's eyes were red. It looked as if he'd been wronged and was about to cry. Lingguang, come here. Don't say any more. Longyao Lingdong came over and grabbed Longyao Lingguang. The crown prince is mysteriously selected by heaven's will. The person chosen by the dragon god will never be wrong. No, none of this is right. You are father emperor's eldest son. You should be the legitimate crown prince. Longyao Lingguang shouted loudly, and tears almost fell from his eyes. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. Why did Zan Fengting become part of the dragon family's main branch all of a sudden and obtain the inheritance? How was he supposed to accept this? The disciples of the Longyao family all looked intently towards this side. This reversal surprised every single one of them, but their acceptance was always going to be higher than that of Longyao Lingguang. After all, from the beginning, they just came to try their luck. Longyao Lingdong, on the other hand, should have suffered the biggest blow. For many years, he had been appointed as the legitimate heir, and his position as crown prince was practically guaranteed. However, at this time, it seemed that the response of Longyao Lingdong, the party concerned, was unexpectedly cold and calm, while Longyao Lingguang's reaction was still normal. Hai Kuanglang frowned. Even though he was very unhappy with Zan Fengting's actions, he still found Longyao Lingguang even more displeasing to the eyes. What are you yelling about? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? We haven't even walked out of the ice sea yet. If you keep whining, then don't come with us. Don't drag us down. Longyao Lingguang wiped his face hard and wanted to swear at him, but he was hit on the face by a warm plush ball. When he focused on it, it was a young tiger lying on his shoulder, nuzzling towards his face. Longyao Lingguang was stunned. In the end, he didn't say anything, so he ran away after Longyao Lingdong. Hupo jumped back into Fu Li's arms and nuzzled his neck like a cat. Yan Tianan was filled with vinegar. Taoist Fu really has good methods. My family's 2 white tigers usually don't like to be close to strangers, but they're so obedient today. I don't know what benefits you have given them. Can you teach me? When Fu Li heard this, he smiled, scratched Hupo's chin, and said, what methods can I use? It's just racial nature. They probably like my smell. Yan Tianan's eyelids twitched repeatedly. He always felt that the baby he painstakingly raised was going to be abducted by a powerful person. However, whether or not Fu Li wanted to abduct them, Yan Tianan would still have the final say anyway. In the face of a powerful enemy, Yan Tianan decided to be tolerant and generous for the time being and not pursue matters with Fu Li. This person who liked to casually take other people's tiger cubs as his own and didn't care about his own face at all. On the frozen sea, a line of hundreds of people braved the heavy wind and snow in a hurry. However, no one spoke along the way. They were probably thinking that life was already so difficult, so why make more trouble for themselves? It was better to save energy by keeping their mouths shut so that their chances of survival would increase. Because someone lit a fire earlier, inadvertently melting the ice and causing those evil spirits to run out, no one dared to light even a spark now, even if they were cold. Yan Tianan was carrying the warming bead that Lin Xuanji snatched from others, so he couldn't feel the chill at all. Fortunately, only his own people knew about it. Otherwise, if other people who were frozen into dogs knew about this item, he didn't know how much trouble they would make. Sometimes, it was necessary to keep a low profile. When the sky was hazy and bright, the people finally left the icy sea. When they saw land, all the disciples who were about to go crazy from the heavy snow and strong wind shouted and ran towards the mainland one by one, as if they had seen their mother after a long separation. Although these powerful cultivators who helped the disciples of the Longyao family enter the dragon tomb were still reserved and steady, their expressions were obviously relaxed. On land, the wind and snow stopped. But there was only a desert in this land with no greenery within thousands of miles. The yellow of pythons and the gray-black of stones appeared alternately, which made people feel desolate. As part of the Longyao clan, who loved water by nature, what they didn't like the most was such an environment. Therefore, the Longyao clan had always given up the northern border of the North Land to the Ling family, a vassal to the Purple Emperor's Yan family, for direct management. Every few years, the Longyao clan would send their disciples to supervise the northern border, and then find people to replace them in a few years. This was the greatest extent of their management of the northern border, so the Ling family was called the 10th divine clan and the most powerful quasi-divine clan. A ghost wailed and howled. Seeing the yellow sand desert, the disciples of the Longyao clan were ecstatic at first, but soon they faded down and complained about why their ancestors insisted on creating this dry desert environment to bury their bones in. The desert almost made the disciples dehydrated. After running around all day and all night, they had a fight with those evil spirits, and grew exhausted. After discussion, Zan Fengting, who was now the leader of the dragon clan, finally found his conscience. Everyone looks tired. I don't know how long it will take for us to cross this desert. Let's rest in place first. As expected, cheers broke out. Yan Tianan found a position with his back against a big stone and sat down. He didn't feel too tired. Even if he felt exhausted, that was mentally, not physically. One hand touched Yan Tianan's cheek. You've been distracted all night. What are you thinking? You might as well talk to me. Lin Xuanji sat down beside Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan looked up toward Lin Xuanji, his brow wrinkling slightly. I don't think that the evil spirits broke out due to something as simple as the seal being accidentally opened by fire. There must be another reason, Lin Xuanji said. What's so difficult about discovering the result? If another evil spirit appears along the way, it will properly indicate that someone is doing something. If no more evil spirits appear, then the first time may have been an accident. Yan Tianan's eyes lowered, but evil spirits did appear. Zan Shishong also indicated that Master has divined into the heavens and calculated that the heavens whale will reappear in the world, and evil spirit cultivators will return as well. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. Evil spirits are monsters that came from nearby upper realms, and ordinary cultivators can't stop them at all, unless they smear their weapons with blood containing spiritual qi. If one's cultivation is much higher than the evil spirits, they can also suppress them, but I have calculated that one's cultivation must be higher than Grandmaster stage to achieve that. However, you have not shed a drop of blood from beginning to end. Why? Yan Tianan couldn't help muttering in his heart. At this time, Lin Xuanji can still notice these details. If you want to destroy evil spirits, but you don't want to bleed and don't have a high cultivation, you can also destroy the evil spirit's cores in one stroke. This is also a method. Yan Tianan first added the omissions in Lin Xuanji's words, then said, or a person like me, only evil qi cultivators understand evil spirits the best, and only evil qi cultivators can control them. This control includes making them surrender, obey your commands, or die. Yan Tianan hooked his lips. I have cultivated evil qi, so naturally I can easily kill the same kind. What evil spirits fear most is their own kind. Only an evil qi cultivator can easily kill evil spirits. This information was discovered by Dao Zhu early on. However, besides the actual evil qi cultivators, no one else knew this. Even when all the evil spirits in the world were buried in a big seal together or destroyed, still, no one else knew this. Is this the reason Ling Yu cultivated evil qi and became the demon emperor despised by all? Lin Xuanji suddenly asked. Yan Tianan was stunned. Then he shook his head. Not so, Yan Tianan replied. Although he was forced to cultivate evil qi because he had no other alternative, how could Ling Yu be so generous? He is by no means the kind of person who can sacrifice himself for the world, so Sage shouldn't try to guess anymore. It's not so much that he cultivated evil qi in order to destroy evil spirits, but rather that after he was forced to cultivate evil qi, he was chosen to be the one to destroy the evil spirits. The desert was lonely and the sun was heavy. Nobody knew what Dragon Prince Zan Fengting said to Hai Kuanglang, but Hai Kuanglang's attitude towards him relaxed slightly. Let's find a place to discuss something. Zan Fengting came over. One hand was gently pressing on the temple. Nobody knew whether it was because of fatigue or headache. Yan Tianan patted the sand on his butt and immediately stood up. He lifted his chin toward the east. I've been waiting for you to confess everything. Let's go. There's no one over there. Lin Xuanji also went with them. The over there that Yan Tianan mentioned had a strange rock taller than the two of them. Although the shape was strange, it was a natural barrier. Zan Fengting said, there is not enough time. I will make a long story short. Yan Tianan immediately said, don't It will take another 10 to 15 days to finish the journey. Elder Martial Brother must explain it well. Otherwise, how can I persuade Hai Shishang to forgive you? Zan Fengting. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's neck. Don't listen to Hen's nonsense, but first tell me what warning the Dragon Tomb gave the Dragon Emperor. Zan Fengting had to sigh, with emotion that Lin Xuanji was truly a rare genius. Chapter 703. Heaven's Wail is imminent. Earlier, when you were still in the tomb of Yushin, there was a sudden change in the Dragon Tomb. The door of the Dragon Tomb, which required singing to open, inexplicably opened on its own initiative. However, nobody except the Dragon Emperor could enter. Zan Fengting recalled the situation of that day. When the Dragon Emperor heard about this matter, he immediately rushed over. Even in the war to seal the demon thousands of years ago, the Dragon Tomb never gave any warnings, but now it opened on its own. He intuitively knew that there must be something big happening. The Dragon Emperor is also a courageous man. He entered the Dragon Tomb despite seeing the gate close behind him. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land was a magical place. Some people wouldn't be able to find the Dragon God's true burial ground all their lives. However, if someone got the approval of the Dragon God, they would land right on the Dragon God's burial site. Obviously, at this time, the Dragon God was not interested in playing hide and seek with the younger generation. As soon as the Dragon Emperor entered, he landed in the location where the Dragon God's bones slumbered. This venerable, the heavy dragon roar rang out, and the earth seemed to shake. He prolonged his tone for a moment before continuing, after you leave, tell everyone that this venerable has a hunch that the tomb of Yushin will see the light of day again, and heaven's wail is imminent. The old battle between gods, demons, and evil spirits will return after many years. With my own strength, this venerable has already carried out the promise made with an old friend and guarded the location of this heaven's wail for tens of thousands of years. Now, my soul will be scattered, and I'm afraid I can no longer guard heaven's wail. But before I depart, this venerable still wants to see my old friend again, so that he can feel at ease. The voice said leisurely, this Dragon Tomb Holy Land is the last refuge of the Longyao family. This venerable can maintain my residual soul for up to 3 years. This Dragon Tomb sealed tens of thousands of evil spirits. When this venerable's soul dies, the entire Dragon Tomb will cease to exist, and the Grand Seal in the Dragon Tomb will be broken. Millions of evil spirits will poison the world. Whether the Longyao clan can survive and make a comeback in the war depends what you guys choose. The Dragon Emperor possessed the Dragon God's inheritance and had also received many of the Dragon God's memories. Instead of asking naive questions, the Dragon Emperor asked calmly, Ancestor, can you show this junior a clear path? How can I help my people survive the difficulties? Zan Fengting paused in his recounting. Yan Tianan urged, what did that dragon say at the end? Zan Fengting's expression was somewhat unpredictable, saying, he said, believe in the Divination Emperor, and you will have eternal life. Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji. Zan Fengting coughed lightly. Intuitively, this sentence sounded like something a cult would say. Then he continued, after listening to that sentence, the Dragon Emperor was directly sent out of the Dragon Tomb. He immediately announced he was going into closed-door cultivation, but in reality, he rushed to Fuyao sect to look for Master and ask him for a divination. On that day, When Zan Fengting arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw an old friend he had not seen for years. His voice was still gentle and soft. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, Master has already foreseen your visit. He wants me to tell you that evil Qi cultivators will arrive in the North Land soon, and Heaven's Whale will appear. He can't save you, nor can he save the North Land." The Dragon Emperor's expression grew unsightly. Zan Fengting changed the subject and then said, "But if you can gather the powerhouses from all over the world into the North Land, you may still leave a path of survival for the North Land." As soon as the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, Zan Fengting said again, "Master doesn't want his disciples to throw away their lives. Naturally, it's impossible to send someone from Fuyao sect to the North Land to help you. However, I have received the Dragon God's inheritance. Since the Dragon clan is in a life and death situation, I must go to the Dragon Tomb in person. After all, I still have some important matters to finish." "One last question," the Dragon Emperor asked, "when will Heaven's Whale appear?" Zan Fengting responded, "The next time the Dragon Tomb Holy Land opens." After saying everything esteemed Lan Yu instructed, Zan Fengting walked back up the mountain. Besides esteemed Lan Yu, no third party witnessed his meeting with the Dragon Emperor this time. After listening to the story, Yan Tianan scolded, "By borrowing the name of the Crown Prince selection, he naturally gains a legitimate way to bring together all of the Nine Lands powerhouses. The Dragon Emperor is really black-hearted. He really screwed over many people this time. Since those powerhouses already came, and since many had already entered the Dragon Tomb due to their relations with the Longyao clan's disciples, they wouldn't be able to flee in time if Heaven's Whale appeared outside the Dragon Tomb. Thus, they naturally had to help the Longyao family defeat the enemy. Once Heaven's Whale appears, no one can escape." Lin Xuanji turned to Zan Fengting. "What does esteemed Lan Yu mean by this? Since he didn't let the disciples of Fuyao sect get involved in this matter and even detained Bei Shishan and Wan Yidong, then why did he let me and Ah Hen come here?" Zan Fengting shook his head. "I also can't guess Master's intention in this matter. I once asked him directly about his reasons. He only said that some things are meant to be, and there is no escaping it. In that case, it's better to meet those matters head-on and make preparations in advance." Yan Tianan turned his eyes to Lin Xuanji, looking surprised. Lin Xuanji could also understand. "Master already knew my identity long ago, but he didn't know yours. However, since his cultivation was already high enough to divine the date that Heaven's Whale will appear, it's not surprising that he was able to divine your true identity." Yan Tianan was suddenly enlightened. Now, it became Zan Fengting who didn't understand the meaning in those words. "What other special identities do you two have that I never knew about?" Zan Fengting looked at the two of them and asked. Yan Tianan responded with profound meaning, "It's a long story." Zan Fengting paused, then smiled at once. "You are a child who bears grudges." Yan Tianan said, "Senior martial brother, the reason that you and the Dragon Emperor arranged Hai Shishang's identity as the illegitimate child of Princess Jing is it really just so he can be a shield for you?" "Not entirely." Zan Fengting sighed. "In those days, the maid who served Princess Jing was also a disciple of my Longyao clan, and was thrown into the Dragon Tomb to serve my mother only because of her fornication with a human. But they didn't expect that she was already pregnant at that time. My mother actually gave birth to me as early as hundreds of years ago, but at that time, except for the Dragon Emperor, the whole dragon family knew nothing about my birth, and my existence was naturally tightly hidden. I think you know what happened after that." He continued, "The position of the Longyao clan in the North Land was being threatened. Some people in the clan proposed to give Princess Jing to the Fu family as bride. However, on the eve of Princess Jing's marriage, little Lang's mother suddenly gave birth to him and died. Firstly, my mother wanted to protect little Lang, and secondly, she also had other intentions, so she announced that little Lang was her child. It was a foregone conclusion. Little Lang was taken away by the Dragon Emperor. Since then, he lived on as the only child of Princess Jing. The twists and turns were truly complex. It was easy to straighten out what happened next. Hai Kuanglang became the son of Princess Jing. Although he was bullied, it was also due to the identity of Princess Jing that no one dared to actually make an attempt on his life. In addition, Princess Jing genuinely loved Hai Kuanglang, so although he grew up with some worries, he didn't suffer too much. Someone took the place of Zan Fengting, so if Zan Fengting wanted to appear openly, it was only natural that he would have to take another identity. That opportunity soon came. The Dragon Emperor went to the border and passed through a destroyed town. After picking up a child, his mind bore an idea as he sealed the dragon aura in Zan Fengting with spells, so that he could take that child's identity. The picked-up baby was sent to a large family in the city. They were a couple who had no children and would treasure him. But there is another question, which I still can't figure out. Yan Tianan said, no matter how you look at it, you are still the child of Princess Jing, and the Dragon Emperor has his own children, and there is even more than one. How could he be willing to let you receive the Dragon God's inheritance and become the next Dragon Emperor? After all, people were selfish. Zan Fengting, however, smiled faintly and said in a very light voice, all my clansmen thought that Princess Jing was sentenced to death, but in fact, she had the Dragon Emperor protecting her, so who could truly touch her? In reality, Princess Jing committed suicide, and the reason why she did this was to protect my father. After all, it would be an enormous scandal if people found out that the man who committed adultery with her and had an illegitimate child with her was her older brother, Long Yaozan, the ruler of the North Land. Yan Tianan couldn't resist his surprise. He let out a cry of wah and was so surprised that his chin almost fell off. Your father is actually the Dragon Emperor. Unbelievable, huh, me too. Zan Fengting smiled with self-mockery. When I first found out who my father was, I almost went crazy, but Princess Jing said that she knew in her early years that the Longyao clan would face a great disaster 500 years later, and only the descendant of the Dragon clan who had obtained the Dragon God's full inheritance could save the family. And if you want to create a descendant whose bloodline is closer to that of the Dragon Gods, you can only combine two people with the closest blood relations to make this happen. What's more, Princess Jing was still a holy maiden, while Long Yaozan was the next Dragon Emperor who received the inheritance. The birth of Zan Fengting was actually premeditated. He couldn't choose, nor could he refuse. However, Hai Kuanglang was an innocent person from beginning to end. He thought he was the real son of a holy maiden by blood. He had hated the Longyao family who didn't treat him as a person for many years. He even mourned deeply because of the death of Princess Jing and couldn't recover for a long time. Since then, he broke up with the Longyao family and left his hometown. He nursed a grudge in his heart that, even until now, probably still wasn't sated. He vowed to move his mother's grave to the Dragon Tomb, which represented the glory and dignity of the Longyao family. He wanted to become the next Dragon Emperor, he wanted to get the right to speak, and he wanted to avenge his mother. However, the truth was truly laughable. Yan Tianan couldn't help clicking his tongue. Princess Jing's mother was truly a terrifying woman. She was willing to have her child suffer such hardships. It can't be because she predicted that after so many years, evil spirits will return to the world. Zan Fengting replied, of course not. Hundreds of years ago, the status of the Longyao clan was gradually declining. Princess Jing's mother, who was the previous holy maiden, simply wanted the Dragon God to return and wanted to consolidate the status of the Longyao clan. If you let people know about this, it would really be a big scandal. Yan Tianan suddenly realized something and said, no wait, how could the Dragon Emperor's mother know that the second child she gives birth to will be the next holy maiden of the Dragon clan? Chapter 704. Gathered in the North Land. Zan Fengting paused, then responded, the Dragon clan's holy maiden is actually appointed by the previous holy maiden. The holy maiden gives up half of her power to her successor and informs the Dragon God of this matter through prayer. If the Dragon God permits it, then the next holy maiden will be created. Yan Tianan made an enlightened expression. However, he was ridiculing in his heart, what Dragon God's permission? That dragon doesn't care about this sort of thing at all. Looks like becoming a holy maiden is entirely dependent upon half of the previous holy maiden's power. Are you guys done talking? Hai Kuanglang walked over. We should go now. If we don't leave now, the sun will set soon. Who knows what will happen when night comes? Yan Tianan immediately coughed a few times. Shishong, don't jinx it. I heard that other remarks won't have any effect in this dragon tomb, but inauspicious remarks will always come true here. Hai Kuanglang looked at Yan Tianan expressionlessly. A moment later, he carelessly said to Zan Fengting, Longyao Yiju was looking for you earlier. She probably has an important matter to discuss with you. Zan Fengting looked at Hai Kuanglang and said softly, I have nothing to say to her. Up till now, we've exchanged less than 10 words in total. Hai Kuanglang curled his lips in a smile. Don't say that, you're the next Dragon Emperor, and she is the Holy Maiden. It's heaven's law and earth's will for you to marry her. Zan Fengting showed a helpless expression. Don't tell me you don't know who's in my heart. Little Lang, Didn't you also say before that even if you did become the Dragon Emperor, you would never pay attention to some holy maiden? I'm the same, don't. Hai Kuanglang said, at that time, I was young and naive. To think that I actually tried to climb the social ladder by chasing Xishang. But now I know my place. How can I dare to continue saying such things? Right, she's been looking for you for a long time. You'd better meet her. With that, Hai Kuanglang left leisurely. His figure didn't seem too sad. He was probably more angry than sad. Zhan Fengting hurriedly chased after him. Looking at Zhan Fengting constantly trying to move closer to Hai Kuanglang's side, Yan Tianan couldn't help remarking in surprise, in the past, I only saw Hai Shishang pestering Zhan Shishang like sticky candy, but it's the opposite today. Truly, times change. Lin Xuanji also nodded. Before, I always thought that your other two senior martial brothers were the most worrisome, but now, it seems that the most troublesome pair is actually the one that looked most reassuring in the past. Yan Tianan expressed his extreme agreement. The 100 or so people sat together in groups of 3 or 5 to rest, but the current situation didn't give them too much time to rest. After Zhang Fengting finished talking with Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, he went to reorganize the teams and prepared to set off again. Their final destination was the Dragon God's burial ground. Leaving aside other matters for now, at the very least, that location was the safest place in the entire dragon tomb. The dragon clan's ancestor would never screw over his own descendants. Longyao Yiju kept on following Zhan Fengting throughout the journey. She didn't even care about the repeated glances that other people cast her way. Speaking of which, she was also pretty unlucky. Originally, she had already placed her bet on Longyao Lingang. After all, she was the dragon clan's holy maiden, so the man she chose would never be wrong. But she didn't expect that nature would toy with her like this. You've been following me for a while. Do you have something to say? Zhan Fengting stopped and asked Longyao Yiju, who had opened her mouth to speak many times but hesitated each time. Longyao Yiju's eyes moved slightly, luminous and wavering. Since you've already won the position of Crown Prince, our engagement must be reported to His Majesty after we leave the Dragon Tomb. Hai Kuanglang looked towards their side, and a mocking smile came over his face. Nobody knew which person he was mocking. Zhan Fengting looked indifferent. I won't marry you. The possibility of engagement has never existed. Longyao Yiju frowned. I don't want to marry you either, but this rule was set by the ancestor. There has never been a deviation from this for tens of thousands of years. This is also for the family. Zhan Fengting thought about it, then leaned over and whispered something into Longyao Yiju's ear. After he finished, Longyao Yiju looked like she had seen a ghost. She fearfully stared at Zhan Fengting for a moment, then involuntarily took a few steps back. She turned and quickly ran towards Longyao Lingang and the others, as if she was running for her life. Zhan Fengting smiled slightly and watched her leave. He then turned to look at Hai Kuanglang. Although Hai Kuanglang was still mad, he couldn't help feeling curious. He asked, "What did you say to scare her like that?" Zhan Fengting's gaze was like water. I merely told her that if the current holy maiden dies, the next holy maiden will naturally appear. If she still harbors ideas that she shouldn't be having, I don't mind having the dragon clan change holy maidens. Hai Kuanglang silently wiped his face. Shishang, you actually said such words to a girl. You're truly disrespectful. Zhan Fengting replied, if you say anything else unpleasant to my ears or deliberately provoke me into eating vinegar, I can do even more disrespectful things. Hai Kuanglang, the road ahead is blocked, and it's a long road. They walked until midnight, when suddenly, a violent sandstorm raged in the sky. The strong wind swept through the sky, carrying coarse sand that hit everyone's defenseless faces. Truly disgusting. I got a mouthful of sand. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? I can hide once, but I can't hide forever. After much difficulty, I didn't fall into the sea and drink any seawater, but I got a mouthful of sand here. Yan Tianan made a hand seal and blocked all the wind and sand. In the darkness within the sandstorm, he suddenly saw shadows jumping around in the distance. It's evil spirits again. Northland, Seta City. The sun hadn't been seen for half a month, and the entire Seta City was shrouded in half twilight and half darkness. The black dragon in the sky that blocked the sun always hovered there. It used its enormous body to coil up and block that bright, scorching sun. Only at noon, when the sunlight was the strongest, would rays of light shine through the clouds and brighten Seta City slightly. However, there wasn't even a trace of dark clouds in the nearby areas outside of Seta City. Even day and night were the same as before. With the help of the East Sovereign and the Dragon Emperor's early preparation, a grand array was activated at the location of Heaven's Whale after they eliminated all the evil spirits there. It was actually able to patch up that crack in the sky with spiritual chi, which made people ease up slightly. News of what happened in Seda City had already spread all over the 9 lands on the same day. During this period, all the major Taoist sects and other divine clans immediately sent people here to investigate. Even the royal heavenly capital became alarmed. However, not even the Dragon Emperor himself had figured out where these evil spirits came from and why they clung to his north land with such a tight grip and refused to let go. The most he could do was to pick some sentences the dragon god said to him and make them public. The disaster of Heaven's Whale will start from the North Land. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were heavy, and his tone was also heavy. He looked around at the representatives of all parties sitting in the discussion hall and continued, "The great immortal demon war tens of thousands of years ago may be about to repeat itself right now. However, in ancient times, it was the heyday of the glorious myriad Tao era. The Taoist sects had Chong Sheng, Kang Rong, Lian Hua, and other powerhouses who had already reached Sky Realm a long time ago. They were able to eliminate demons and kill evil spirits, allowing the 9 lands to avert a disaster. But Sky Realm powerhouses had long ceased to exist in the current 9 lands. If evil chi cultivators make a comeback, who can bear the burden? How could it be so sudden? The Beast Empress came as the Tiger clan's representative. She frowned with a pair of fine eyebrows and asked, "There was no movement in the 9 lands before, and everything was calm. How could evil spirits and evil chi cultivators pop up all of a sudden? And now there's even rumors about the end of the world." The Dragon Emperor answered, "It's not too sudden. Evil spirits already appeared in the Dragon Tomb 100 years ago, but my clansmen all regarded it as a test from the ancestor and didn't pay attention to it. Why didn't you tell us when you first found out?" Another sect elder complained a little. The Dragon Emperor glanced at that elder. "Did I not say it? I sent news of this matter to all the major families and sects, but in the end, only the East Sovereign believed me and even came to help me in person. Furthermore, Fuyao sect's esteemed Lan Yu had already informed the world that evil chi cultivators will appear soon, but who truly heeded his warning? Originally, everything was peaceful in the world, but now, you're suddenly telling everyone that the world is about to become chaotic without any warning. Nobody would believe this easily, right? But do you believe it now?" The Dragon Emperor asked nonchalantly. Of course they had to believe it now. After all, rumors could lie, but seeing was believing. The dark cloud in the shape of a giant dragon blocking the sun in Seda City was standing right there. Who could still refute these claims? Thinking of this, some people couldn't help secretly guessing, the Dragon Emperor worked so hard to trick all these people into entering Seda City. Could it be that he wanted them to believe the fact that Heaven's Whale is imminent, something which was originally regarded as alarmist rumors? In the fief of King Zhen, northern Liang City, a group of soldiers were patrolling among the strange desert rocks in the northernmost part of the border. Today's sky seemed very dark. Although the sun still looked big and round, when they raised their eyes, they could always feel that it was covered by something hazy. "Capitaine, how come the sun turned red? What's going on?" a soldier asked in confusion. "I grew up here. I've seen the sun many times, but this is the first time I've seen this." The cavalry captain also raised his eyes and looked at the sky. He frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the horse's reins. "This matter seems unusual. Go back and inform the general and His Highness King Zhen of this matter." Another cavalry soldier said, "A few days ago, I heard that a black dragon that can turn into mist rushed out of the Dragon Tomb's entrance and entered Seda City. It went straight up into the sky and blocked most of the sun. Right now, great powers from all over the world have gathered in Seda City to discuss solutions. Does the sun here have anything to do with what happened in Seda City? It's hard to say." The cavalry captain shook his head as he continued to patrol the area. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Recently, the demons are getting restless, repeatedly trying to feel out our defenses. The demons are our biggest enemies right now." Chapter 705. Enemy attack in the desert. A soldier rode his horse as he rushed to report to northern Liang City. The others continued to patrol the northernmost border in the extremely harsh environment where spiritual chi was thin. The sun turned redder, and the color of the sky dimmed even more. They patrolled for a while when the cavalry captain suddenly heard a strange rustle. He immediately brandished his long spear and pointed it at his surroundings. "Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare yourselves." As soon as his voice fell, his winged horse mount, which could survive tenaciously even in the desert, neighed miserably and loudly. Then its two front hooves kicked violently, as if it was going crazy. The captain immediately pulled the reins, trying to stabilize his body. He looked at the other cavalry around him, who were also facing the same situation. "Everyone, steady, steady," the captain shouted loudly. However, steadying the horses didn't make much difference, because these horses actually bent their front legs and knelt down. The people on the horses immediately jumped down, still in shock, but they saw shadowy monsters with human faces and tall limbs scuttling out from the sandy soil under the horses. They opened their mouths and revealed fangs. They held the horses' necks with both hands and first tore a bite with their mouth, then put strength into their four limbs to twist off these horses' necks. Horse blood flowed all over the ground. The monsters made excited sounds and immediately used their mouths to suck the blood that was flowing from the wounds. The cavalry captain watched this scene with stunned eyes and even felt disgusted. They had never seen this kind of thing before, but they'd been traveling at the junction of the human and demon realms all year round, so they had encountered countless things that they had never seen before. The cavalry captain took the lead in brandishing his spear and shouted, "Kill them soon." Gales started blowing in the northern border. Hundreds of evil spirits climbed out from the ground. They quickly ate several lifeless corpses that had been lying on the ground. They looted the corpses, scratched with their claws, and tore the corpses directly with their mouths, as if they had been starving for hundreds of years. The final scene reflected in the cavalry captain's eyes was the ugly monster reaching its claws out to him. Another hour later, a young man in heavy armor with a red tasseled spear rushed towards the same location with a group of people behind him. "The help signal came from here just now." The little general in a snow-white armor circled around the area twice. "How come I don't see anyone?" "Deputy General." A young man in a white robe pointed to a thick yellow sand dune. "Over there you can vaguely see a glint of light. Is it from the tip of a spear?" Deputy General Yan's expression changed slightly. He immediately jumped off his horse and sent a palm strike towards the sand dune. The thick layers of yellow sand were lifted one after another. In this instant, practically the entire team gasped. "Deputy General Yan, it's inadvisable to stay here for a long time. You'd better go back first." The white-robed person frowned and took in the ghastly scene all at once. "King Gen is still waiting for your return." Yan Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He turned back to glare at the white-robed military advisor. "The border guards have died so inexplicably. We haven't even found the culprits yet, neither have we avenged these troops, but we're going back after just taking a look here. Han Su, I am the general guarding the city. I'm not Yan Weijun's bed warmer." Han Su, however, replied lightly, "Deputy General Yan, right now the West Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu has come to northern Liang City with the young master of the northern border's original guard family, Ling Chigu. But do you really believe that they're here to pledge their loyalty? Ling Chigu's loyalty is a given, but the West Phoenix monarch seems to be here for revenge. You should know how King Gen treated you. Right now, he finally managed to take over the general's power after much difficulty. Don't tell me that you want to see him ultimately surrender the power of the general that he went through such great pains to obtain." Yan Shuang clenched his fists tightly. The corpses of the soldiers who died mysterious deaths were reflected in his eyes. "Deputy General, King Gen needs you. No matter how much you admired or served Ling Chigu in the past, right now, you only have one lord, and that is King Gen Yan Weijun." Han Su's voice was neither slow nor fast, but it made people unable to refute him. "Then did these soldiers die in vain?" Yan Shuang asked with difficulty as he trembled with anger. "How could they have died in vain?" Hai Su said, "Even if Deputy General doesn't investigate this matter, this subordinate will certainly investigate. After all, their deaths are too terrifying. If I don't get to the bottom of this soon, I'm afraid that this will cause endless disasters. General Yan can rest assured that although this humble one isn't talented, this one still understands the severity of the situation." Yan Shuang gritted his teeth. "You must not let them die in vain." Han Su nodded. Yan Shuang turned and told the others, "Stay and bury the bones of these soldiers on the spot. If they have a life tablet on them, take it with you. After erecting a gravestone for them, take the life tablet back to their families." Yes, after instructing them, Yan Shuang urged the horse to gallop towards northern Liang City. After he left, the soldiers were about to bury the bodies, but Han Su stopped them. Han Su said, "This place is battered by an endless onslaught of sand and wind. There is no need to trouble you all to take action. Just wait for the wind to blow the sand away. In less than an hour, these bones will never be seen again. The soldiers were very troubled. One of them said, but it's the deputy general's order. We can't really disobey. Han Su had a somewhat cold nature. His eyes looked a little indifferent. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to look for clues in the surroundings before the heavy sandstorm comes, or else all the traces will be buried in a while. Although many of these soldiers used to be part of Ling Chigu's troops, even more of them were recruited by King Zhen after Ling Chigu's death. Yan Weijun wanted to make a comeback and started amassing troops again. Therefore, although these soldiers respected Ling Chigu, they had more faith in King Zhen. As the most important advisor under King Zhen, Han Su naturally had a higher status in the eyes of these soldiers. Thus, everyone who originally planned to bury the bones of the dead cavalry immediately stopped and decided to search for clues in the surroundings. Han Su urged his horse towards the skeleton still dripping with blood. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the marks that had been torn with sharp teeth, as well as the bones that had been broken with tremendous force. He closed his eyes and tried to recreate the scene in his mind. The overwhelming yellow sand swept across the people in the desert. Perhaps those things were evil spirits that crawled up from beneath the ground. Their bodies seemed to be made of sand. When bathed in yellow sand, their bodies resembled mollusks that didn't have any bones. They craned their necks, stretched out their four limbs, and finally flashed a row of sharp canine teeth towards the people struggling to move forward in the desert. Now that they had the experience of the previous battle on the ice layers, everyone didn't seem as panicked as before. As per Yan Tianan's suggestion, they had already integrated their blood into their own weapons. Those who couldn't do that would focus only on defense and not on offense, trying to reduce casualties as much as possible. Although these evil spirits that climbed out of the yellow sand didn't have powerful attacks, after careful calculation, they were still slightly stronger than the evil spirits everyone encountered on the ice layers. Originally, Lin Xuanji even wanted to send ahead the disciples who looked useless in battle. However, after looking at the situation, he found that evil spirits were showering down on them from all sides. They fused together with the vast yellow sand. If it weren't for their extreme speed, the group wouldn't be able to tell them apart from the sand. Run. Where can they run to? If they leave here and move to another location, who can guarantee that location would be free of monsters? They gazed at the boundless wave of monsters and could only face cruel reality. It was still possible to turn into a dragon in the desert, but the power boost they would gain from transforming into a dragon here wouldn't be as great as transforming on the ice lake earlier. Zan Fengting transformed into a white dragon and tried his best to grind a portion of the evil spirits into pulp. Then he exhausted his strength, he turned back into human form and fell out of the air. Hai Kuanglang's heart almost reached his throat. He flew up and held Zan Fengting's body. After they landed, he scolded, "Why are you trying so hard? You just sealed such a large area of the ice lake before. Do you still want your life?" When he spoke, he got a mouthful of sand in response. Hai Kuanglang suddenly started coughing non-stop, his face pale. Zan Fengting, on the other hand, smiled. "Whatever little Lang says is right, but don't speak anymore. After all, there is too much sand here." Hai Kuanglang became embarrassed. He turned his head away and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Yan Tianan sent a few evil spirits flying with his whip and scooted over. "You two are still flirting and bantering even now, that's too unkind. There are actually so many evil creatures. We can't kill them all, so we can only seal them again," Zan Fengting replied. "Sealing will work, but my cultivation isn't high enough to seal all the evil spirits in the entire desert, bitch it, that stupid dragon is so unreliable. How come he's suddenly useless now?" Yan Tianan cursed and grabbed Zan Fengting's arm. "Zan Shishang, do you know where your ancestors' burial ground is?" Zan Fengting answered, "I know. Take me there." Zan Fengting hesitated. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and explained, "That fellow and I can be considered old acquaintances. I'd like to ask him exactly what kind of temper tantrum he's having, to actually quit his job abruptly before his successor is ready." Zan Fengting. "Moreover, this dragon tomb is a huge evil spirit sealing ground to begin with. I'm afraid there are millions of evil spirits buried inside the dragon tomb. The ones we encountered just now are merely the tip of the iceberg. If we don't take further action, I'm afraid the entire dragon tomb will collapse once all the seals are broken." Zan Fengting. "The place where the dragon god's bones are buried is the eye of the array that controls the entire dragon tomb. The effect of applying a sealing spell in that place is much better than trying to seal these evil spirits here, one by one. Zan Fengting. Yan Tianan blinked a few times at Zan Fengting. Shishong, why aren't you moving? Zan Fengting looked at him. I don't quite understand. How can you be considered old acquaintances with the dragon god? How did the Longyao family's most sacred place for tens of thousands of years suddenly become the sealing ground for evil spirits? How come? I feel like I'm actually the one who doesn't know anything. Yan Tianan swept a glance at the people who were fighting in full swing. He coughed and said, this matter can't be explained clearly in a few words, but I've always handled matters reliably. Don't tell me that Shishong doesn't trust me. Chapter 706. Dragon God appears. Zan Fengting's expression was inscrutable. He stared at Yan Tianan for a moment and said, wait a moment. Then Yan Tianan saw Zan Fengting waving his sleeve and slaughtering his way through to Lin Xuanji's side. Yan Tianan, fuck, am I really so unreliable? Yan Tianan felt insulted. Lin Xuanji exchanged gazes with Yan Tianan in midair, then turned his gaze away. A moment later, Zan Fengting came back, then narrowed his eyes and told Yan Tianan, Warong agreed. Let's go now. Yan Tianan pouted and muttered, why on earth did you have to ask my Dage's opinion? Zan Fengting transformed into a dragon and wrapped his tail around Yan Tianan, lifting him up and throwing Yan Tianan onto his back. A dragon roar sounded. Yan Tianan heard him laugh in a low voice, we're about to break into the dragon's pool in the tiger's den after all, so I always have to notify your family. Lord Yushu raised his eyes, and suddenly a cold light shone from his pupils. He cut his palm and allowed the blood to drip onto the yellow sand. Hundreds of evil spirits suddenly roared. They quickly gathered together at a speed visible to the naked eye and fused into a humanoid monster at least 100 meters tall. That monster ran with its huge feet, and even the earth seemed to tremble with every step. It accelerated for a moment and suddenly jumped. Just when it was about to grab the white dragon's tail, Wuxia sharp silver-blue sword light broke through the air and cut off that giant hand at the shoulder. Everyone then saw Fu Li amidst the raging sandstorm, holding a tiger cub in his arm while his finger pressed on the other tiger cub's forehead. Go on, bite him. Fu Li pointed towards that monster, looking like he was talking idly about important matters. Hu Po received the order and also received a drop of blood from Fu Li. He seemed like he had just eaten a demonic delight fruit. He immediately roared and shot off like an arrow towards that giant monster. Hu Po's body became bigger with every step. When he finally ran to that evil spirit, Hu Po was already half of its size. Hu Po and the monster started fighting, while the white dragon and Yan Tianan took the opportunity to fly quickly towards the dragon god's resting ground. Yan Tianan sat on the dragon's head, both his hands gripping the dragon horn tightly. Although he didn't attack, he still saw Hu Po's explosive power from the sky. He couldn't help feeling astonished. That Tiger Clan's Fu Li actually has such an ability. Zan Fengting broke through the clouds and quickly pulled his body off the ground. He tried to find a way out in this sandstorm. Zan Fengting explained, the Beast Clan's inheritance may be a different approach, but it will still yield the same result as our Dragon Clan's inheritance. They're all very powerful. Sometimes merely a drop of blood or some urine would be enough to strengthen descendants. Yan Tianan, I understand a drop of blood, but what's this about some urine? At this moment, Yan Tianan made up for all the regrets he had back then. However, he vowed that he never wanted to experience this again. About an hour later, Zan Fengting's speed finally slowed down. Zan Fengting said, Ancestor's place of slumber is ahead. Yan Tianan opened his eyes and saw red and brown in front of him. It looked like a sea of clouds at sunset, but when he looked carefully, he found that the sky was actually covered with purple cracks, and many wisps of black chi were coming out from it. Just below the sky and above the ground, it seemed like something was preventing the black chi from sinking. When the black chi sank to a certain height, it would disappear. Although it was called a dragon tomb, it was actually a little desolate. Looking around, there was red land below them, surrounded by low hills. There were also small streams that circled around the place like jade belts. The Dragon Clan likes water, but the Dragon Emperor didn't even make his burial ground inside the ice lake. In sum, the Dragon Emperor also made a pretty big sacrifice. Every once in a while, there would be a dragon skeleton on the ground. Some of the dragon bones were dark blue, some were ice blue, and others were even reddish. Their shapes were also different. Some were longer, some were shorter, some were wider, and others were narrower. However, They all had one thing in common: none of these skeletons had dragon horns. Zan Fengting turned into a human and landed on the edge of the dragon tomb together with Yan Tianan. Looking down from the air, one would be able to see the tremendous might of these dragon skeletons. After taking a closer look, it would make people feel submission and worship from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike the human race, which needed to erect a monument to remember someone after death, the dragon clan and even the vast majority of the beast clans believed in a sky burial. They considered themselves as originating from between heaven and earth, and they gained sentience from being enlightened by heaven and earth. In the end, their corpses will return to the mother's body, heaven and earth. Yan Tianan said, "When I first came to the dragon tomb, there weren't so many skeletons here. It really has been 10,000 years, it's been so long that the blue seas have turned into mulberry fields." Zan Fengting looked at Yan Tianan. So Shidi actually came here 10,000 years ago. Smart people will always be smart. Yan Tianan smiled. 10,000 years ago, I could be considered old acquaintances with this Longyao family's old ancestor. Although Zan Fengting's heart was extremely flabbergasted, he also felt that this was how it should be. "The old acquaintance that you mentioned, just what kind of old acquaintance were the two of you?" "He lost to me, but he never accepted that. Finally, I skinned him, and only then was he subdued." Yan Tianan finished, then realized that he seemed to have said something disastrous inside. The dragon tomb. In order to prevent being ganged up on by these dragon skeletons who could be faking their deaths, he immediately changed the topic. "Speaking of which, where exactly was Longyao buried?" "This burial ground is a little too extravagant. It covers such a large area that I might not even find him until next year." Zan Fengting pointed to an undulating mountain range up ahead. "That is what our ancestors' bones transformed into." Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes and glanced at it, then immediately said, "Impossible." "And why is that?" "Only great powers who reach the sky realm can transform into mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars upon death." But although Longyao was sky realm as soon as he was born, when he was dying, his cultivation was already almost gone, used to seal up these millions of evil spirits, so it's impossible for him to transform into a mountain. Zan Fengting stared in stunned silence. When he came to the dragon tomb holy land before and met the dragon god, the voice he heard always seemed to come from this winding and undulating mountain range that looked like a coiled dragon. But Yan Tianan's words, "Longyao, your old acquaintance has arrived. Why don't you come out and meet him?" After searching for the soul consciousness and still not finding it, Yan Tianan simply stood aside and spoke to the front. A breeze swept past them. Nobody answered. Zan Fengting rubbed his nose and felt a trace of embarrassment. Yan Tianan gave a HMPH, then raised his voice, "If you still refuse to come out, then I'll leave. After I leave, see if those descendants of yours will survive being trampled into pulp by these evil spirits inside the evil spirit array. They are not my descendants." A voice came from a distant direction. "I didn't even have a wife when I died. How can I have descendants?" When Zan Fengting heard this voice, he immediately knelt on one knee. Ancestor. Although he didn't have good feelings for many people in the Longyao clan, he held great respect for his ancestor. "Why are you seizing my heir? If you want anything, just come at me." That dragon god said. "This venerable isn't afraid of you." Yan Tianan became amused when he heard that. "Since you're not afraid of me, why don't you show yourself and meet me in person?" The dragon god's voice was drawn out. "If this venerable comes out to meet you at your order, then wouldn't this venerable lose too much face?" Yan Tianan. The dragon god continued, "What's more, I'm not familiar with the aura on your body. Looking at you, you're nothing more than a brat who isn't even 100 years old. The person this venerable wants to meet is an old acquaintance. Where did a fake like you come from?" Yan Tianan asked. "Longyao, do you still remember that you once peeped at a bird clan woman when she was bathing, but was discovered by the big white goose the girl kept and chased all over the mountain? Do you still remember that because a passerby stepped on your tail while you were sleeping soundly during winter hibernation, you suddenly woke up and flew into a rage, wanting to swallow that person in revenge, but the other party beat you till you almost became a one-eyed dragon?" Zan Fengting wiped some cold sweat silently. There was still no response over there. So Yan Tianan brought out the big moves. "Do you still remember that you originally wanted to marry the South Sovereign Shui in Tianying's younger sister, Shui in Luo, but when you lifted up the wedding veil, you found that the other party had turned into Shui in Tianying? You can shut up now." A furious roar shook the earth. "You can't hit someone's face when beating them, and you can't expose someone's shortcomings when you expose them. How come even after so many years, a bastard like you still hasn't made any progress? You're so annoying whether you open your mouth or not. You don't leave people with any face at all." A man in dazzling golden clothes descended from the sky, and a pair of similarly golden eyes looked so angry that they were about to emit sparks. Although he seemed to have a hot temper, his appearance was top-notch. His silver hair fell down smoothly like moonlight. He also wore a simple golden gem in front of his forehead, which was even in the shape of a conch. The only difference between him and human beings was that there were 2 dragon horns as cute as deer antlers on his forehead. Zan Fengting stared at the man blankly. He had been to the dragon tomb many times and also had direct contact with the dragon god several times, but he never knew that the dragon god could actually turn into a human, and a good-looking one at that. Yan Tianan grinned. "I naturally dare not expose other people's shortcomings, but who let us have a good relationship?" The dragon god smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I've never had anything to say to a bastard like you who killed his master, wrecked the mortal realm, harmed the common people, and didn't even let off your own xianxia. How can we possibly have a good relationship?" Yan Tianan tutted. "You're already a dead dragon, but your words still lack any virtues. Aren't you afraid of being struck by heaven's lightning and having your soul scattered?" Zan Fengting. I can only smile bitterly. "In any case, I won't help either side. It's enough to let them resolve their personal grievances by themselves." The dragon god narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint shone from his eyes. He stared at Yan Tianan for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Didn't you die without even leaving ashes behind? How come you've reincarnated again? Could it be that even demons can reincarnate?" Yan Tianan said calmly, "Dao Zhu gave me the reincarnation pill. When I took the pill, I gained half of a soul." Chapter 707. End of promise. The dragon god laughed, saying, "This is what you and Dao Zhu agreed on from the beginning." Yan Tianan said, "That's right. If he didn't give me some sweets to taste, how can I, such a despicable and selfish person, do such things as sacrificing myself for others?" The dragon god still chuckled and replied in a low voice, "You know yourself very well, so you don't need me to say anything more." Yan Tianan said, "It's a pity that you don't know much about yourself. I still remember that someone often prides himself on being a gentleman, but always secretly peeps at people taking a bath. He also had a very bad temper, and he would eat people if they didn't agree with them." Dragon god. Zan Fengting. The dragon god became angry from embarrassment. He glanced at his descendant, then glared at Yan Tianan. "Did you come here today to fight?" "No," Yan Tianan said. Before the dragon god spoke again, Yan Tianan added, "You are just a soul. I can beat you to dust with a single punch. What's the point of a one-sided battle?" Dragon god. "So you really came to fight?" Yan Tianan smiled. The name of the dragon god was Longyao. Later, the surname of the Longyao clan was changed in memory of him. Longyao was a real dragon that fell into the 9 lands from somewhere. Although he always kept saying that he would leave this barren and backwards 9 lands one day, he still stayed in this place which he despised verbally for the rest of his life. As the only real dragon, he was entrenched in the north of the 9 lands. From birth to death, he lived a life of calling the wind and rain. The clans that were similar to dragons, the Sea clans, and the Snake clan all bowed to him. He was the real dragon emperor. Yan Tianan replied, "Don't look down on guardian animals. They are very cheap to sell, but they can guard against ghosts every day and night, and they also have the effect of calming the nerves and soul. They are essential for traveling cultivators." Longyao. What to do? He couldn't resist his itching impulse to beat someone. If Longyao had any doubts about Yan Tianan's identity before, then after these few words, he had thoroughly recognized the nature of this person. Apart from this fellow, Yushinling Yu, there was no one else he wanted to punch so badly. Yan Tianan seemed to see Longyao's plan and immediately said, "What did you see when you guarded this place for 10,000 years? Why did you ask the Dragon Emperor to come here to find you and say those prophetic words?" Dragons were natural spirits. Although they were not the prophet family, they could sometimes experience premonitions of the bad things that will happen in the future. Longyao rubbed his neck. "I saw a lot of things. For example, heaven and earth will die, an old friend will return, evil chi cultivators will reappear in the world, and the seal of the dragon tomb will be broken. Moreover, the demons and evil spirits will collude together and make a comeback, and the great immortal demon war from 10,000 years ago will be reenacted. I saw the fall of the North Land first. The evil spirits then spread to the east, west, and then went south at the same time. Finally, the South Land became occupied by the army of evil spirits, and the 9 lands completely turned into a graveyard. Yan Tianan couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't this too terrifying? Even 10,000 years ago, when Dao Zhu divined the future of the 9 lands, it was never so scary. Did you read it wrong? Long Yao smiled lightly and looked at Yan Tianan. 10,000 years ago, someone took the lead and was willing to shoulder the world's blame, turning himself into an evil spirit, killing his own kind, and finally gathering all the evil qi in his body to die. In exchange, all the evil spirits of heaven and earth would be sealed up, but after so many years, will you become Yuxinling Yu again? Yan Tianan shook his head. No, of course he wouldn't. Back then, Yuxinling Yu was forced to help because he'd been backed into a corner. He had already said that he was a selfish person, and he just wanted to love his loved ones and do what he wanted. In the beginning, he agreed to Dao Zhu's request because it was indeed profitable. Dao Zhu gave him 3 kinds of treasures, one of which was the reincarnation pill, which made him fascinated and tempted. Second, he owed a lot to Dao Zhu and also to his Shishang. Therefore, he had to repay all his debts in the end. If he wanted to reincarnate into this life with peace of mind, he must not owe any debts from a previous life. Third, he was backstabbed while guarding Yushin. His body was once on the verge of death, but in the end, he cultivated evil qi. In this world, no one was more suitable than him to blend in among evil qi cultivators and become a true spy. However, in this life, why should he sacrifice himself? Long Yao smiled. Neither will I. I'm leaving the 9 lands, and I'm going to find my lover. Yan Tianan glanced at him. The South Sovereign, Long Yao replied. Who else is there besides him? Yan Tianan asked. Do you know where he went? Long Yao sighed lightly. I made an agreement with him. If we couldn't find each other, we would try every means to go to the world where I was born. I gave him the dragon scale in front of my heart. If he takes the scale and activates spells, he will be able to leave the 9 lands and go to the boundless continent in the upper world. Thinking about it, he will probably wait for me there. Yan Tianan naturally had heard of this boundless continent. It was said that in that continent, Sky Realm, cultivators were everywhere and Earth Realm cultivation was as good as dog shit. There were numerous sects and great powers, and all kinds of strange animals in the early days of primordial chaos before the Great Seal could be easily found in the boundless continent. There were people in the 9 lands who advanced to Sky Realm before and found a way to ascend to the boundless continent. However, after the Great War, the sacred Janmu tree collapsed, and the road to the 9 lands was closed. Similarly, the people inside could no longer break through their shackles and go to another world. Yan Tianan said, no one has ascended in tens of thousands years. Are you sure that your dragon scale can really get him out of here? Long Yao said confidently, naturally. When have I ever made a mistake? Yan Tianan responded, it's not impossible for you to leave. After all, when I made an agreement with you back then, it was for you to guard this place on my behalf for 10,000 years. Now that 10,000 years have passed, the promise between you and I has ended. Long Yao uttered a happy dragon cry, and the entire dragon tomb seemed to tremble. Yan Tianan went on to say, however, before you leave, you must at least settle your affairs. Now the whole dragon tomb is bubbling with evil spirits. Is your seal broken, or is there something wrong with the dragon tomb? What other good solutions do you have? This was his biggest concern. As for Long Yao's intentions, where he wanted to run, or who he wanted to find, all of these were not of Yan Tianan's concern. Long Yao's eyes fell on Zan Fengting. Zan Fengting had a feeling of being stared at, but he didn't step back. Instead, he asked, what can I do for Ancestor? Long Yao was very pleased. This is the successor I found. His blood was the closest to us true dragons, and I have already handed over the inheritance to him. After I leave, if he guards this dragon tomb, it isn't impossible to maintain the seal. Yan Tianan's eyes widened. Are you going to let Zan Shishang support the array with his body and never set foot outside the dragon tomb? Smart. You and I think the same. Long Yao was very relieved. Yan Tianan said angrily, who thinks the same as you? Because you can't do it yourself, you have to find someone else to suffer for you. Can you even call yourself a dragon? Long Yao smiled leisurely. Don't be angry. Back in those days, you were the one who said that if humans aren't selfish, then heaven and earth will die. Besides, my cause and effect with you have been settled clearly. I owe you a resurrection pill, so I stayed within the 9 lands as promised and guarded this place for 10,000 years. Now, 10,000 years of this venerable's life should equal that resurrection pill, right? Yan Tianan clenched his fist. I don't care. I can't let my Shishang's good years be wasted in this place. Long Yao stared at Yan Tianan, his pale golden eyes bright and threatening. Yushin, you have changed a lot. Long Yao said, if this were in the past, you couldn't wait for other people to rush forward and throw away their lives while you hid behind them with much schadenfreude. Yan Tianan was embarrassed. You are talking nonsense, I mean it. Long Yao replied, Dao Zhu always said in those days that among all his disciples, only you were a demon who could not learn to sympathize with human misery. In your philosophy, there were never two words, soft-hearted and sympathetic, but now, I think you understand. At that time, because Ling Yu was too indifferent, Dao Zhu took him down the mountain to taste the sufferings of the mortal world. First, they went to a lonely town after being burned and plundered by the demon clan, where corpses strewed the fields, and many of them were innocent people. The soldiers, who arrived late, were treating the corpses for these villagers, and the scene was both gloomy and sorrowful. Dao Zhu pointed to the corpses and said, look, these people were still fresh lives yesterday, but today they have become corpses that can't move or talk. Yesterday they were a neat family, but now they are dust in the air. Do you feel sad? Ling Yu, who was standing high, looked at the city that was full of smoke and said, yesterday they were neat and tidy, and today they are also neat and tidy. It's a complete success for the entire family to reincarnate together. Through natural selection, the strong survive. The demon clan has lived in the 7 regions for years, but most of the 7 regions lack spiritual qi. If they want to become stronger and live longer, they naturally have to plunder. It's just like how tigers eat people and how demonic beasts eat ordinary beasts. He never felt that there was anything sad about death. Moreover, human beings still had the chance to be reincarnated, but demons like them died for real. Their souls would fade away, turn into a wisp of demonic qi, and disperse between heaven and earth so that there was no longer any trace of them in the world. By comparison, it was clear at a glance who was more tragic. Dao Zhu went to the mortal world with Ling Yu again. That year, the mortal world had suffered a drought that only occurred once in 100 years. The burning sun scorched the earth, the ground was cracked, the rivers dried up, everything withered, and nothing grew. Famine caused the whole city to be hungry, and everywhere, people were as thin as sticks, with lifeless eyes. It seemed that they would die soon. Children would cry because they were hungry. Some people cut their own flesh to feed it to their mothers. Some people ate their children for food. How could the word wretched even begin to describe these conditions? Dao Zhu asked, do you want to save them? Chapter 708. Taking over the position, but Ling Yu merely looked with some curiosity at these mortals who were trying their hardest to survive. So why don't they kill those officials who embezzled the food? If they kill the officials guarding the grains and rob the granary, then they can survive this drought. Dao Zhu asked, don't you want to help them? Ling Yu shook his head. Old age, death, illness, and the 7 emotions and 6 hardships are all tests from heaven. What if heaven had ordained that, due to their actions in the past life, someone among these people must experience starvation and suffering in this life in order to regain their Dao body after death? Besides, I don't know these people. Why would I save them? Dao Zhu asked, don't you think they're pitiful? Ling Yu smiled. There are countless pitiful people in this world. The demon realm is far more terrifying than this place. These people are only hungry, but for many demons in the demon realm, dying is better than living. Master, you know that sparrow spirits are scarce in the demon realm. Then, do you know where those few sparrow spirits come from, and who mines them? Dao Zhu naturally didn't know. Ling Yu continued, the largest sparrow spirit mines in the demon realm are all near the ghost realm in hell. Above them are sheer cliffs and precipitous rock faces, while below them are flaming lava. If they fall down, then not even bones will remain. The sparrow mines are all on these cliffsides. Before I was thrown into the 7th region, I served as a mining slave many times in order to survive. I nearly fell down several times and almost never climbed up again. Compared with that, who's more wretched? In the end, Dao Zhu failed to convince Ling Yu and couldn't make him experience the feeling of sympathy. Dao Zhu watched and grieved throughout their entire journey. Finally, he couldn't help but use a Taoist technique to call down the rain, revitalizing the land that had been dried up for 3 years. Even until the end, Dao Zhu could never make Ling Yu understand the meaning of kindness and compassion. After all, demons lack these things from the moment they were born. These qualities only belong to humans, a race loved by the Tao of heaven. Even until I died, I never understood those emotions that Dao Zhu mentioned. When Yan Tianan recalled the past, he smiled wistfully and spread his hands somewhat helplessly. After all, no matter who ruled this world, it had little to do with me. So what if all of humanity dies out? So what if demons die out? I didn't have such a strong sense of responsibility. I wouldn't shoulder the burden of morality. But you've indeed changed a great deal, Long Yao replied. Perhaps, Yan Tianan said, after all, I'm half human now. Moreover, I've already obtained my love. The more I have, the more I'll cherish this hard-won happiness, the less I'll be willing to see this world go wrong, and the more I hope that everyone will be well. This is probably the compassion that Dao Zhu talked about back then. Long Yao looked surprised. You obtained your love. Who did something so wicked and evil in their last life worthy of being struck by heavenly lightning that they would actually be punished by being your partner in this life? Long Yao said carelessly, how can there be good things in this world where you can kill two birds with one stone? Back then, didn't even Dao Zhu have to sacrifice a disciple in exchange for the peace of the Nine Lands? To put it bluntly, this dragon tomb was first built by you and me in order to suck all those evil spirits inside so that we can then suppress and seal them. If we don't count those evil chi cultivators that we can't beat, even if we work together, then this dragon tomb is actually the most dangerous place in the Nine Lands. If anything happens to this place, countless evil spirits will see the light of day again and spread all over the Nine Lands. I can afford to gamble on this, but the question is, can you? Can Yan Tianan afford to gamble on this? Of course he can't. Otherwise, 10,000 years ago, he wouldn't have racked his brains and forced Long Yao to make an oath with him to suppress these evil spirits using his true form as a real dragon. These were millions of evil spirits. Even if their cultivations weren't that high, ants could still bite an elephant to death. If the dragon tomb seal breaks, then the entire Nine Lands will fall into a terrible situation. Yan Tianan felt waves of coldness strike his heart. Long Yao looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then looked at Zan Fengting, who was standing next to him. The former Ling Yu lacked any compassion. Besides his concern towards Chong Sheng, he didn't have any other feelings. That was the reason Ling Yu could bluntly put forward the request that Long Yao lay down his life and guard the dragon tomb for 10,000 years. But now, Zan Fengting was his martial brother, and he had also gained a human's emotions. Can the current Yan Tianan still do something like sacrifice a single person for the stability of the entire world? However, although Yan Tianan couldn't do it, someone else could. Zan Fengting, who had remained silent for a long time, asked, if I take over Ancestor's position, can this dragon tomb remain sealed for at least 100 or 1,000 more years? Long Yao raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Your true form is already that of a real dragon, and ever since a long time ago, you already had all the cultivation that this fragment of my soul contains. Guarding a mere dragon tomb holy land is naturally nothing. Besides, this time and space don't completely belong to the Nine Lands. I'll tell you a way to finish this once and for all. Just perish together with this small world. When that happens, the millions of sealed evil spirits will disappear into time and space together with you, never to appear again. Fuck your bullshit. Yan Tianan pointed to Long Yao's nose and cursed, are you still speaking the human language? Why don't you choose the method that will finish this once and for all? You're simply disrespectful as an elder. What are you angry at? Even though a torrent of abuse rained down on Long Yao, he didn't get angry and instead smiled. I just mentioned it casually. It's not like he has to do this. Zan Fengting hesitated. Can I think about it? Yan Tianan immediately responded, what's there to think about? What's worth thinking about? You must know that guarding this place means you can't go out all your life. That's a great sacrifice. I won't allow you to do that. Long Yao asked, what, only you're allowed to be a nameless hero, but others aren't allowed to leave their names in history? Yan Tianan sneered, this chance to be a hero, whoever wants it can take it. Anyhow, I won't let the people around me make such sacrifices. What's more, back then, I was alone from beginning to end. But now, doesn't Zan Shishong have to think about Hai Shishong before you make a decision? You've already lied to him once. If you leave him again, he will never forgive you in this life. Zan Fengting hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brows into a knot as he fell into a difficult dilemma. I naturally don't want to be the person who has to sacrifice so much, but don't tell me that I won't have to if I don't want to. Moreover, the evil spirit catastrophe was coming. If nobody took over the position of Dragon God, Then once the dragon tomb collapses and evil spirits escape, the entire Northland will be the first to fall into danger. If that happens, will the person I want to protect live a precarious and miserable life, doomed to always wander the land? It's truly difficult to decide certain matters in this world, Zan Fengting sighed. I once thought, Yan Tianan's voice rose slowly and echoed in the empty dragon tomb Holy Land, there are millions and billions of people in this world. Among them, there must be true cultivators and true powerhouses, but why must the people sacrificed be me or those around me? I didn't have the ability to choose back then and could only accept it. But now, things haven't reached that irreparable step yet. I will never watch someone I care about make that ridiculous sacrifice again. When Long Yao heard this, he spread his hands and shrugged. All right, if you don't want to guard it, then don't. In any case, these things wouldn't be able to escape so easily, not unless someone with high cultivation intentionally breaks the seal. I'll pass the sealing technique to you for the time being, so that you can crush the restless evil spirits here again. Zan Fengting sighed in relief. He stepped forward and stood beside Long Yao, then sat down across from him, cross-legged. Long Yao merely pressed the center of Zan Fengting's forehead with a finger. Without moving, spiritual power traveled to Zan Fengting's body through the fingertip and into his forehead. It took some time to learn the sealing technique. Yan Tianan watched from the side and also felt relieved. It looked like Long Yao's words just now were spoken to test Zan Fengting's mind. How can the dragon tomb seal be so easily broken? Long Yao managed to suppress millions of evil spirits for 10,000 years with nothing more than a sliver of his soul, as well as space magic and arrays. The reason that those evil spirits left the array was probably because this shard of Long Yao's soul had already exhausted all his power, so he couldn't even perform the spell again. That was why he needed to find an heir to perform the technique to seal the dragon tomb again. After watching for a moment, Yan Tianan felt a little bored. He didn't know much about sealing. This was the blind spot in his cultivation knowledge. He looked at Long Yao teaching each lesson and found it quite boring, so he simply toured the burial site and gazed at the scenery. He felt that the scenery here was quite beautiful. The jade belts overlapped and fluttered, just like a girl's skirt. The folds on the skirt were scattered in all directions of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. The river water was a clear azure, which made people feel happy. Just when Yan Tianan was gazing at a dragon skeleton in fascination, there was suddenly a movement behind him. He reacted very quickly and pulled out the yin flame whip. He turned, jumped up, and attacked at the same time, wrapping his whip around a similarly soft whip. Yan Tianan landed on the spine of that dragon skeleton. A strand of his hair had been cut from the back. He looked at that intruder who had just launched a sneak attack on him and narrowed his eyes. Lord Yushu, why aren't you helping others resist the enemy in the desert? Why did you come here instead? A black veil still covered Lord Yushu's face, but his pair of eyes glowed purple. There were indeed people in the world whose eyes were purple, but most of them were monsters who transformed into humans. For humans, purple eyes represented inauspicious things, to a certain extent. However, for Yan Tianan, the only thing purple eyes represented was an evil chi cultivator. Lord Yushu smiled softly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Yan Tianan. Prince Yi, I really have underestimated you, from beginning to end. I once thought that Lin Xuanji was the true reincarnation of a great powerhouse, but unexpectedly, you're also the same. Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? Why do you pretend to be Yushin Lingyu? Lord Yushu said, you even know who this face of mine represents. Looks like you're also a powerful character in the previous life. But just who would the past life's Chong Sheng like? Lian Hua, but you don't seem like him. Are you Shihi, the Janmu tree? That's more likely. After all, Shihi always liked to follow Shishang around. Chapter 709. Imposters. Yan Tianan thought something was wrong. He frowned and stared at Lord Yushu. You are not Yushin Lingyu at all, and you don't have to guess my identity either. What do you want to do here? Lord Yushu replied, of course, I want to do what I want to do most. I'll kill a fake like you first, then grab Shishang, and let him cultivate evil chi together with me, then completely destroy this boring and indifferent world, and then form the rules anew. Don't you think my idea is very great? Yan Tianan, what the hell are you talking about? Yan Tianan snorted coldly, he wouldn't want to do this with you. He likes me, not you. Even if you flirt in front of him, he won't look at you even once. He'll even think that you're not a good person and loathe you twice as much. Yan Tianan deliberately made such vicious remarks. Firstly, he wanted to vent his anger over being impersonated. Secondly, he also wanted to annoy Lord Yushu and find out exactly what he wanted to do. As expected, Lord Yushu's face sank. The whip in his hand crackled as he bit his lower lip. He stared at Yan Tianan with venomous and resentful eyes. He once promised me. He once told me that his feelings for me were different from those of others. He also said that in the future, Dao Zhu would successfully ascend and the 9 lands would be stable. Lian Hua would take over the position of Dao Zhu and become the new leader of Spirit Sect. After everything was settled, if I still loved him and was willing to be with him, he would take me away, regardless of secular comments and regardless of anyone's obstruction. We would be looking for a beautiful place, or travel to all parts of the 9 lands, walk all over the world and see this land. He must be with me. He can only be with me. What kind of thing are you? How dare you compete with me for Shishong? After hearing this, not only did Yan Tianan not find Lord Yushu's words frightening, but he even found it very funny. He couldn't help laughing uproariously. I already told you that you're a fake, but you still don't believe it and are even dreaming about such an unrealistic dream. Did Chong Sheng ever say such a thing in his life? He is so old-fashioned and cold. Do you think he will say such touching words to you? Don't joke around anymore. Come on, who sent you? Yan Tianan naturally didn't believe it. Back then, if Chong Sheng had shown his love to him like this and promised him so many years and beautiful days in the future, then even if he had to climb through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, even if he fought against Dao Zhu to the death, even if he abandoned his cultivation and started anew, even if he wouldn't be able to cultivate the Sky Realm again all his life, he would still never break his lifelong promise with Chong Sheng. He had fantasized before that after listening to his confession, Chong Sheng would suddenly wake up and find that he was actually the best person. Chong Sheng would take the initiative to express his love, but in the end, a dream was still a dream. It was nothing more than a fantasy formed from his extreme unwillingness to accept reality. It was too laughable, truly too laughable. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Unexpectedly, Lord Yushu suddenly became so angry that he pulled the whip back, then threw it at Yan Tianan again. Whether he said it or not, how can you know better than me? You are just a bitch who occupied my rightful place. Die, I just won't die. What can you do to me? Yan Tianan immediately became angry. He saw a guy pretending to be himself, but the other party even claimed that his sweetheart had said those gentle words to him, which made Yan Tianan feel like he'd swallowed thunderbolt bombs. Yan Tianan deliberately pulled Lord Yushu away from the two people. He always had a feeling that the impostor probably harbored bad intentions. If he was allowed to approach them, he might just ruin things. Lord Yushu's goal was to keep an eye on Yan Tianan. The two fought in full swing. The world faded, and the whole dragon tomb was crumbling. The harder they fought, the more alarmed Yan Tianan felt. Although Lord Yushu was a fake, his cultivation, his moves, and even some of his minor habits were almost the same as him. It seemed that this person was his shadow. And Lord Yushu also felt the same. He and Yan Tianan exchanged another 100 moves. After breaking a dragon bone, they suddenly stopped. The two faced each other and glared at each other. The black veil on Lord Yushu's face had fallen down, and a face that could be called flirtatious suddenly appeared in front of Yan Tianan. How is that possible? How can you use my skills? Lord Yushu was obviously more angry and confused than Yan Tianan. On the tip of his clenched finger, his fingernails had turned white with strength. His face was ugly as he asked in disbelief, "Who exactly are you?" Yan Tianan cursed in his heart and gritted his teeth. "How the hell do I know? Who exactly are you? You can't possibly be Yushin Ling Yu. Why can't I possibly be him? Don't tell me that you're Ling Yu." After Lord Yushu finished speaking, he was stunned, realizing something. His expression was like a ghost. You are an imposter. You actually want to pretend to be me and deceive Chong Sheng's feelings. I will kill you today. Yan Tianan. He was the real one, but someone labeled him as fake and even threatened to beat and kill him. Can he endure this? Most certainly not. However, if you say that Lord Yushu is pretending, it also doesn't look like it. But no matter what, just fight first. The two looked at each other and determined that they were enemies. They were extremely furious and immediately used all their strength to fight. They truly intended to murder each other and have the other party remain here forever. Dragon Tomb, Holy Land, in the desert. Although Lin Xuanji's cultivation was forcibly suppressed to Earth Realm's major perfection stage, for a certain period of time, it would be no problem to deal with these countless evil creatures. What's more, everyone had previous experience in the Sea of Ice. They had already found the trick to fighting evil spirits even if they didn't add spiritual blood to their weapons. As long as the core in the center of the monsters' foreheads was completely crushed, the evil creatures would also be eliminated. However, this was a test of the disciples' Dao attainments and actual combat experience. Although most of the disciples of the Longyao clan had never experienced too many actual battles, they were part of the 9 lands divine clans after all. The requirements for the disciples in the clan were quite strict. Not only did they have frequent tests, but they also had to go to dangerous but not deadly places to gain experience, and some would even take turns to perform military service on the border between the human world and the demon world. Therefore, it wasn't like the disciples of the Longyao clan had no fighting experience whatsoever. They wouldn't only cry and complain when they see evil creatures in a critical moment. Even if they couldn't kill the evil spirits in one shot, they were all willing to rush to fight with these monsters. In addition, these cultivators who were selected by the disciples to enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land together with them to grab the position of Crown Prince all had outstanding talent, so it wasn't like they had a zero chance of victory against these evil creatures. It's just that there are too many evil creatures, and it was easy for people to feel tired and desperate when they rushed at everyone, wave after wave. When will it end? They weren't afraid of a strong enemy, but of the endless fighting. After all, they are still human beings, and as long as they are human, the moment when their spiritual chi becomes exhausted again, the despair and fear of the unknown they would feel in that instant are the deadliest. Fortunately, the evil creatures here were not as inexhaustible as the ones in the Sea of Ice before. After several small explosive waves, the number had slowly decreased. There are fewer evil creatures everyone, charge kill them, don't give them a chance to regenerate everyone, cheer up, it's almost the last wave. Charge. The disciples instantly became excited, killing the enemies even more bravely. An hour later, the evil creatures that crawled out of the yellow sand were almost wiped out. Lin Xuanji flew up and held Zij in midair to display a technique in the Teal Lotus 9 styles that killed a group of enemies at once, raining down lotus flowers on them. The cyan gold light was full of instant glory, almost illuminating the entire desert. Before everyone had time to close their eyes, they heard the harsh screams of awe coming from all directions, almost breaking their eardrums. Everyone present hurriedly covered their ears, or chanted spells to block these voices out. Those with lighter Dao attainments couldn't resist in time. They vomited and felt dizzy. After the light disappeared, the wind and sand stopped abruptly, and they all looked around. There were scattered limbs and corpses, and those evil creatures were completely wiped out by this move. The cultivators who came back to themselves all looked at Lin Xuanji with both admiration and horror. He was like a god descending to the world. Some even knelt down on the spot with their legs weakened. Nobody knew if they were scared or shocked. Fu Li picked at his ears and said, "Warong Sword Venerable, say something in advance, so that we can guard ourselves a little. And let the evil spirits also raise their guards." Lin Xuanji asked indifferently. Fu Li said with a faint smile, "That's not likely. The brains of those evil creatures don't seem to be very good. They don't understand people's words, but Warong Sword Venerable Fu Li made a strange sound. The disciples who were originally shocked into vomiting blood actually sat down cross-legged in succession. They held their swords and began to absorb the spiritual chi in the dragon tomb. Their complexions gradually became ruddy, which was much better than their previous appearance of being excited and haggard from the fierce battle. "What did you do just now?" Fu Li asked curiously. "If you come into contact with too many evil creatures, you will unconsciously inhale the evil chi." Lin Xuanji said quietly, "I simply helped them recover." Priest Fu Li's cultivation base was unfathomably high, so naturally, he wasn't affected by such a small amount of evil chi. That last move, Lotus Rain, had the effect of purging the turbidity and clearing away impurities. Not only could it kill the evil creatures, but it could also cleanse the evil chi those disciples inhaled into their bodies. But this move consumed a lot of spiritual chi, so Lin Xuanji wouldn't use it lightly if this wasn't a critical juncture. Fu Li was stunned. He stared at Lin Xuanji's face carved like ice and snow. "Warong Sword Venerable seems to understand evil creatures very well. I've lived for so many years, but I haven't heard any news about evil creatures. Naturally, I don't know how to fight evil creatures and how to use my skills to expel evil chi. However, Warong Sword Venerable seems very experienced in these matters." There was a hidden meaning behind his words. Many cultivators looked at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji looked at Fu Li. "Why, are you blaming me for being knowledgeable just because you are ignorant and inexperienced?" Fu Li, Chapter 710. Protective Barrier. Fu Li realized that what he had just said was really provocative, so he corrected as he held his forehead, Warong Sword Venerable, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. Lin Xuanji said lightly, I have studied evil creatures before, and specially wrote a booklet called The Evil Creatures Survival Guide. In that booklet, the characteristics, habits, attack methods, and methods to eliminate evil creatures are all available. But after these booklets were distributed, no one cared about them. Up to now, they've probably been gathering dust. Fu Li was immediately surprised and raised his eyebrows. That Evil Creatures Survival Guide, which looks like a prank, was actually written by Warong Sword Venerable. At that time, I also skimmed through it and just thought it was something based on legends and folklore. Why did you call it that name? Lin Xuanji paused and answered, this is the title given by the East Empress. Fu Li. At the beginning, Lin Xuanji thought about it and planned to give a serious title to the book that specifically explained relevant information about evil creatures. Unexpectedly, when he asked Lin Zan in the faraway East Land for the relevant information recorded in the divine scripts, he also received a book title suggestion. Lin Zan even said, without embarrassment, that all the cool upper realms named their books this way. It was just a book title, and it also reflected the meaning of the book, so Lin Xuanji didn't care about it and just used it. However, Lin Xuanji didn't expect that even if he only charged the cost of production for the book, the Evil Creatures Survival Guide still had the worst sales in all the major bookstores. Even if someone bought it, Lin Xuanji specifically found a few people who bought it and asked for their opinions, but he got similar answers one after another. This book, the descriptions of the evil creatures and the world full of evil creatures are really stimulating. Moreover, the evil spirits always pick fights with people with high cultivation. So when that heaven's whale or something comes, won't those of us with no talent live to the end? The imagination of the person who wrote this book is really rich. Just how much free time did the author have? They actually had time to rack their brains to make up these things and write them into a book. It's truly enviable. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. I need to start mining now. Lin Xuanji, even the wise and brilliant Warong Sword Venerable, had moments where he was at a loss. It wasn't like he could just grab the man's collar and say to him, fuck your mother. This book was made from this Venerable's painstaking efforts after several all-nighters. Everything in it has happened before and will happen soon, so get it into that thick head of yours for lousy. Lin Warong also felt a little flustered. Not only did he utterly fail in publishing his first book, but he was also ruthlessly mocked by Yan Tianan. Fu Li laughed in spite of himself. The thoughts of the East Empress are really different from that of ordinary people, but the biggest problem with this book is not the title, but the name of the author. Lin Xuanji frowned, and his eyes sank. What's wrong with the name? Fu Li said, if you had dropped the name of Warong Sword Venerable, this book would definitely be sold out, no matter how expensive it is. But Warong Sword Venerable just had to drop the name, Two Tigers, as the author, which doesn't look very reliable. Lin Xuanji, no need. Lin Xuanji said, whatever you want to know, I will tell you right now. I heard that Priest Fu Li is the person with the strongest inheritance of lightning technique in the Fu family. Is that so? Fu Li said, usually, I would never dare to answer this, but at such a critical moment, when the enemy is present, I'll just say yes. Fu Li had always been a low-key person. Even though he had a high status in the Tiger clan, he always stayed in seclusion for many years inside the temple. There weren't many people who had seen him in the temple, and he also didn't care about the prestige of a priest, so it was easy for others to underestimate him. However, while the Tiger clan's Beast Emperor had changed countless times, the priest had always been the same person, which was enough for people to see how powerful he was. Lin Xuanji nodded, I'm afraid that the evil creatures in the Dragon Tomb are not limited to just these. We should take advantage of the calm before the storm to refine some magic treasures to defend against the evil creatures. What do you think? This is naturally good, but I don't know anything about crafting treasures. Lin Xuanji, it's enough for priests to provide lightning chi. I'll do the rest. At this time, most of the disciples were sitting on the ground exhausted. Although they were lucky to wipe out all the evil creatures just now, they couldn't stay here permanently and eventually had to move on. If they wanted to leave the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, they must first go to the core of the Grand Seal, that is, the place where the dragon god's bones were buried. Along the way, who can guarantee that they will not be attacked by evil creatures again? What if they encounter another wave of monsters? In full view of the public, Lin Xuanji sat cross-legged in the desert, quickly made hand seals, and kept the spirit stone that he had divided into thin slices with his spiritual qi rising and falling around him like rain, while the other hand integrated the lightning qi from Fu Li. In a moment, the spirit stone pieces were filled with blue flowing spiritual qi. Because each piece was only a thin slice, not much spiritual qi was contained in each piece. Lin Xuanji reluctantly stopped after making hundreds of pieces. Warong Sword Venerable, how does this work? Asked a disciple. Lin Xuanji got up and made a demonstration with it. He threw them at 3 different spots on a corpse, and then gently squeezed his fist. The corpse was instantly burned to ashes by the exploding pieces. The crowd was silent at first, then cheered, "Warong Sword Immortal, aren't you too incredible? Wow, what magic weapon is this? I've never seen one before. It's more lethal than a thunder bomb, ha ha ha. With this thing, I'm not afraid of running into those monsters anymore." Lin Xuanji sent people to distribute the spiritual tablets. When meeting evil creatures, I suggest that 3 people form a group. In this way, the probability of success would be relatively high. Longyao Linggong was also given several pieces, and his mood was naturally unspeakably complex. He looked at Master Yuquan. He wanted to ask something, but he saw that Master Yuquan's expression was very grave, but it also looked like he was reminiscing about something. He even looked a little crazy. Longyao Linggong was stunned for a moment. "Master, what's the problem?" Longyao Linggong finally opened his mouth to ask. Yuquan gently raised the corner of his lips, held the spiritual piece in his hand, and said, "I'm just feeling a little nostalgic." The lightning technique, the strong spiritual qi contained in the sparrow spirit itself, and the skills of someone who is a mortal enemy of evil spirits naturally, the combination of these things can create a weapon that is all evil spirits' natural enemy. Longyao Linggong frowned. What is Master talking about? Could it be that Warong Sword Venerable was born to destroy evil spirits? Yuquan put the magic treasures into his sleeves, looked up at Longyao Linggong, but said with an unknown smile, "Of course I'm talking about Warong Sword Venerable. Do you know that some people are born with light and will naturally become saviors?" Longyao Linggong became more puzzled as he listened, and he always felt that Yuquan seemed to be slightly different from before. In the past, Yuquan was highly respected, and he never spoke in this roundabout and indirect kind of way. Instead, he was much more blunt and straightforward. However, before Longyao Linggong had time to investigate any further, all of a sudden, the tremors of the earth made everyone, including him, almost fall to the ground. What happened? What's the matter? After the tremor, calm was restored. Lin Xuanji's heart suddenly tightened. He looked around quickly and said to Fu Li, "Apart from Ah Hen and Zan Fengting, who else is missing?" Fu Li was also disturbed by the shock just now, and said at a loss, "I don't know." Lin Xuanji suddenly realized something. "Where is Lord Yushu?" Fu Li looked at Longyao Linggong and Yuquan. He was just about to say, "Isn't he with them?" when his eyes suddenly widened. "Why is Lord Yushu missing? I thought I just saw him and Yuquan together." Lin Xuanji lowered his eyes. "I'll take a look." However, before he moved, a sound that made people's souls tremble fell from the sky and rose from the ground. The sky and the earth cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yellow sand rustled down along the crack and fell into the endless black abyss. The sky cracked, the clouds were torn into several pieces, and the purplish-black qi leaked out of the gap. The disciples screamed one after another. They didn't know what had happened, but they all felt very frightened. Heaven's wail. Lin Xuanji's black eyes captured people. He looked a little incredulous. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land is going to collapse. What? Hai Kuanglang suddenly looked back at Lin Xuanji. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land is going to collapse. What the hell is this? Lin Xuanji said, "Someone triggered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land's barrier. I'm afraid it won't be able to suppress the evil spirits anymore." "Impossible," Hai Kuanglang said. "I also think it's impossible." Lin Xuanji flew up. Both of his hands formed seals, and the Zij sword was hurled fiercely toward the sky. First, it turned into a blue light and cut through the sky, and then it slid across the sky like an accelerated meteor, directly stabbing into the earth. Bang! The golden-green circle of light diffused rapidly towards the surrounding area. The originally cracked earth stopped and quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The disciples watching this were stunned. What reflected in their pupils was wisps of cyan and gold. In a moment, the land shrouded by the ring of light had been reconstituted into an intact land. People looked up one after another and saw a long blue sword up to 30 meters tall standing between heaven and earth. It constantly emitted holy golden green light, just like fireflies gathering together. A semi-arc shield shrouded everyone present, allowing the outside sky to tear wider and wider. This place became the only sacred land in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Lin Xuanji's heart was quite heavy, and he felt an indescribable pain. He didn't know it before, but ever since he entered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, he discovered that it was a small world used to seal evil spirits, and the keeper of this small world was actually Longyao, who should have already died under Yushin Lingyu's sword, been skinned, and thrown into the dark abyss. Chapter 711. Heaven's Whale and Earth Fisher. If he didn't have any help, then Longyao's soul consciousness alone wouldn't be able to support such a barrier no matter what, but if someone helped, who would that person be? The answer was self-evident. If Yushin Lingyu really did skin Longyao, rip out his tendons, and kill his entire clan, then how would Yan Tianan dare to go and ask for Longyao's help in such a situation? He still remembered that back then, Heaven's Whale had begun to spread from Yushin, passing by the northeast land, and tearing towards the west. Looking up, the clouds and sky that had been torn into pieces were everywhere, and the purple and black evil chi came all the way. The reflection on the ground was a mirror image of the sky, large cracks as deep as the abyss tore through the land. Countless evil creatures crawled from heaven and earth. When they came to the surface, they ate everyone that they saw. They looked like humans, but they were uglier than humans. They were even more terrifying than demons. After all, demons had the same intelligence as humans, but this kind of evil was the most vile between heaven and earth. They were lowly life forms created from the most dirty, cruel, shady, despairing, and cold chi in the world. They only knew about ecstasy in tearing apart flesh with their teeth and killing. There was no purpose in them and they couldn't understand human language, so there was no loophole and there was no possibility of peace. Such an existence was the most fatal. Originally, the evil chi could not be condensed into an entity, just like the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, which could only be absorbed, but could not be transformed into an actual form. But when Heaven's Whale appeared, an evil chi cultivator came from a nearby big world. With his own power, he was able to enlighten the evil spirits of the entire 9 lands into evil creatures that completely obeyed his commands. They were like fierce tigers trapped in a desperate situation and starved for 10,000 years. They wantonly killed the unlucky creatures in the 9 lands. Even if countless Taoist disciples fought with their lives, they couldn't stop the evil creatures from invading like a wave. The Heaven's Whale and Earth Fisher had almost spread to the North Land. At that time, a true dragon that seemingly appeared out of nowhere had been entrenched in the North Land for many years. The people of Hidden Spirit Holy Sect had seen the talent and strength of the true dragon. In the past, the North Land was still under the jurisdiction of the Star Sect. One day, a dragon arrived and took a fancy to Star Sect's mountaintop. Without a word, he beat the Star Sect into a mess and entrenched himself at the top of the mountain, refusing to leave. Could the sect master of Star Sect swallow this insult? Of course not. He led hundreds of disciples who were driven out of the sect to report to Spirit Sect. As soon as Spirit Sect heard that its little brother was bullied by a snake that jumped out from nowhere, of course it couldn't bear it. Thus, Spirit Sect sent Chongsheng, the chief disciple of Spirit Sect at that time, and Lingyu, a little disciple who had been in the sect for 10 years and was strong enough to carry out missions alone to meet that snake. Lingyu had a fight with the dragon, and Lingyu lost within 100 moves. After that, Chan Sheng came forward and fought with Longyao. Their fight shook heaven and earth, and countless mountains were leveled. Lingyu squatted in front of the giant dragon's head and patted him on the head. "Dragon, if you can make yourself smaller, will you follow me to Spirit Sect?" Longyao lifted his eyes. "What's Spirit Sect? Is the water there tasty?" Lingyu giggled. "Spirit Sect, that is the place with the most abundant spiritual chi in the entire 9 lands. The sky and the sea are connected, and the mountains and rivers are clear and beautiful. You can eat as much spiritual chi as you want. Although the place where you are entrenched now is good, but in the entire North Land, there is only such a mountaintop that can still be considered pretty. If you don't believe me, go to the side and take a look. Isn't there endless desert, dust, and mud here? Let alone water, very few mountain tops are nearby." Longyao was skeptical. The place where he landed was here. Otherwise, he would not stay here and insist on not leaving. But if the surrounding environment was truly so bad, then he would never stay here anymore. "What's more, you said you are a true dragon, right?" Lingyu blinked. "We also have a family over there, which is said to be the descendant of the dragon clan, but none of them has a dragon form more mighty and beautiful than yours. Just looking at the horns on your head, your aura is much superior to theirs. Long Yao became interested. He sharpened his claws on the stone. Is that true, Ling Yu? I can't beat you anyways. If I lie to you, you can beat me up again. Chong Sheng didn't know whether all dragons liked to gather together. In any case, after being fooled by Ling Yu with a few words, Long Yao decided to pack his luggage and follow them to Spirit Sect. Since then, Spirit Sect gained a new guardian beast for their mountain. The suspected descendants of the dragon clan living near Spirit Sect also became a real official organization. Long Yao received the courtesy and warm welcome of the entire dragon clan. A few years later, Long Yao was promoted to the patriarch of the Nine Lands Dragon Clan, despite not having any blood relations with the clan. Ling Yu had a lot of scoundrel friends, and Long Yao was one of his best friends. Together, the two committed countless acts that made chickens fly and dogs jump, which caused the whole Spirit Sect to be miserable. However, later, Ling Yu killed his master, destroyed his spiritual core, and cultivated evil qi. He killed countless people along the way and went to the demon realm to become the emperor. Since then, he declared a complete break with the entire Nine Lands Orthodox Tao. After that, Long Yao took the entire dragon clan and moved their roots to the North Land, a place the dragon clan didn't actually like. Long Yao swore in front of Spirit Sect. The Long Yao clan, from now on until its collapse, vows to defend the North Land and will never allow demons to set foot in the Central Plains. The break between Long Yao and Ling Yu started here. In the end, Heaven's Whale and Earth Fisher still spread to the sky and the earth in the North Land. This was the last line of defense of the entire Nine Lands. If even the North Land became completely eroded by Heaven's Whale and Earth Fisher, then the demon realm's Yushin Ling Yu would be able to create an evil creature army without ever leaving the demon world. He could command those condensed evil creatures, starting from the edge of the demon realm and even the northern borders, to spread all the way to the south and swallow up the entire Nine Lands. All of the sects begged the Long Yao clan. The Dragon Emperor said, "I will kill the liar Yushin Ling Yu." After that, he single-handedly slaughtered his way to the edge of the North Land, where he met the Demon Emperor Yushin Ling Yu. No one could tell what happened afterwards. Everyone only knew that the Dragon Emperor died a violent death. On that day, he was skinned and thrown back to the Dragon clan like a worm. His breathing was faint, his lifeline was thin, and he was completely in a state of near death. However, it was too late to send someone to find a pharmacist for treatment. That night, the Dragon Emperor's body disappeared. Later, reliable news came from somewhere saying that Yushin Ling Yu had retaliated against the Dragon Emperor and thrown him into the Black Abyss. However, the Heaven's Whale and Earth Fisher in the North Land stopped spreading towards the north. And with the death of Long Yao, the Dragon Tomb Holy Land appeared. Starting from the North Land, these already formed Heaven's Whale and Earth Fishers actually began to return the same way they came, like an invisible hand was slowly mending those cracks. The evil creatures lost the source of evil qi supporting their bodies, and naturally lost their vitality. One by one, they turned into evil qi again and dissipated in the Heaven's Whale and Earth Fishers. That battle gave the Nine Lands Orthodox Tao time to recuperate for a decade. However, the newly recovered Long Yao clan lost their beloved emperor. Since then, they had been in a state of seclusion, but they had complied with the instructions of Long Yao before his death. Even if the Dragon Emperor was destroyed, they must guard the North Land. They defended the land for 10,000 years. Later, Chong Sheng went to the demon realm to seek a peaceful coexistence. Then he saw the demon emperor Yushin Ling Yu wearing a black robe with gold and silver thread embroidered on it. The shape was surprisingly that of a dragon, especially those two horns apart from Long Yao. There was no one else who had them. Chong Sheng asked, "Why did you embroider Long Yao's true form on your clothes?" Yushin Ling Yu, dangling a smoking pipe in his mouth, looked contemptuously and said with a smile, "Well, it's the only true dragon in the Nine Lands, and once beat me. I skinned him, ripped out his tendons, broke his bones, and then embroidered his form on my clothes to show that even the true dragon is just another opponent who suffered defeat at my hands." Chong Sheng, you are beyond saving. Yushin Ling Yu, the illness has already seeped into the bones. Why save me? After that, they had nothing to say for a long time. Thinking of the past, Lin Xuanji did not show any expressions on the surface. He was still the Warong Sword Venerable whose expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed. However, in his heart, the seas and rivers were already overturned, as if an earth-shattering explosion was about to occur. A Yushin Lingyu who skinned opponents and pulled out their tendons, yeah right. A demon emperor who's beyond saving, yeah right. He's afraid that in reality, Yushin Lingyu probably understood better than anyone how to completely destroy evil spirits and return peace to the Nine Lands. Lin Xuanji had already guessed this in his heart, but he couldn't get the evidence, so he always gave up and didn't think about it anymore. Even though he secretly investigated, who could easily tell him about events that occurred 10,000 years ago? Lin Xuanji thought about what happened in the past when he was alone that night in Myriad Dao Academy's Little Penglai, but there was only one thing he dared not think about and couldn't think about, that is, if the Yushin Lingyu back then never betrayed the Orthodox Dao and never committed such crimes like betraying the world from the beginning to the end, but instead took advantage of the trend and risked having his name go down in history as the target of infamy in order to walk the opposite path in the name of betrayal. In reality, he was living miserably in order to save the common people and never received forgiveness or understanding even until his death. If that was true, then how can I face myself? When he thought about Lingyu's thin back walking alone with blood in his hands in the dark, Lin Xuanji felt the pain of penetrating his heart and gouging out his bones. It wasn't that he was forcibly trying to whitewash Yushin Lingyu, but that too many clues were laying before his eyes. He had no choice but to re-examine the complicated and confusing past through a bystander's eyes. If the dragon tomb is broken, then what should we do? It was perfectly fine before. How come it became like this? The dragon tomb is not in the time and space of the Nine Lands to begin with. Will we die in this crack between time and space? Even though the disciples were protected by Lin Xuanji's barrier, they still couldn't help feeling frightened when looking at the earth-shattering phenomenon. Not only the disciples of the Longyao clan, but even these top cultivators who were ranked highly in the Nine Lands were also unable to restrain or maintain their usual immovable posture. Warong Sword Venerable, what's the situation now? Warong Sword Venerable, will your protective barrier be able to withstand the collapse of the sky and the earth? Warong Sword Venerable, it's useless for us to wait here. We'd better think about countermeasures in advance and how to escape. Chapter 712. Lava and Obsidian. Hai Kuanglang looked desperately at the wisps of black and purple curling mist, clenched his fist, and made up his mind. Let me go out, I'm going to find Zan Fengting. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. If you go out now, you will die. Hai Kuanglang gritted his teeth and said with a sneer, youngest Shidi is also outside. Can you still hide here for your own life and just shrink inside your shell like a tortoise, even after seeing him be attacked? I'm willing to leave. Lin Xuanji looked at Hai Kuanglang coldly. But if I go, should I just ignore the lives of the 300 people here? If these people weren't dragging him down and if he didn't know that Zan Fengting would never let Yan Tianan suffer, how could he let Yan Tianan stay so far away from him, beyond his reach? Hai Kuanglang was stunned and couldn't respond for a moment. Fu Li frowned, looking at the expanding gap in the powerful evil qi. But it also won't do if we continue like this. We still have to find a way to go out. Lin Xuanji looked at the increasingly frightening world. We can only wait for the Dragon Tomb Holy Land to be sealed again. The burial ground. Longyao passed all of his cultivation to Zan Fengting. His last touch of soul knowledge that he had kept here for thousands of years finally dispersed. Now you know the way to suppress the evil spirits. Longyao's body gradually became transparent, but his smile became deeper and sincere. It's just that, it's not so easy being a hero. You have to bear the pain of bidding farewell, you must be able to uphold the reputation of the world, and you must endure the loneliness of 10,000 years. In short, you have to think carefully about this. Zan Fengting's golden eyes were a bit more calm than before, but seemed more restrained. Thank you for your advice, Ancestor. I will definitely protect the Longyao clan for Ancestor. That's good. With a wave of his sleeve, Longyao turned into a brilliant light, broke through the sky, and disappeared from the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb made a rumbling sound. Zan Fengting only felt a violent shock all over his body. Looking around them, he found that the sky was falling apart. The true dragon was gone and the Grand Seal had been released. Zan Fengting turned into a golden light and came to Yan Tianan, who was still fighting in full swing. He raised his hand and separated them with a technique. The barrier is about to collapse. You should leave quickly, Zan Fengting said. Yan Tianan scolded, no, he can control evil spirits. I just found that the evil spirits in the whole dragon tomb were controlled and released by him. It goes without saying who the culprit is. All evil qi cultivators had the ability to solidify evil qi into evil spirits. This was how the Yushin Lingyu of his previous life formed an army of evil creatures. After slaughtering countless cities, the evil chi between heaven and earth flourished to a peak. Now, he actually witnessed the person in front of him display the exact same skills that he had in his previous life when creating evil creatures, which made him a bit more scared than shocked. This won't do, I have to keep this guy here. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zan Fengting looked at the person. Lord Yushu had a gorgeous face and a black robe draped over him. He looked thin but tough, like a wicker twig, standing in the violent winds and waves. Although he floated and swayed, he was neither humble nor overbearing, and his figure was indomitable. Lord Yushu stood with his hands behind his back. Around him and behind him, ugly evil creatures were solidifying into entities one by one, lying on the ground with bare teeth. They growled at Zan Fengting and Yan Tianan, who were standing on the other side of the battlefield. It wasn't difficult to imagine what they would have to fight once Lord Yushu gave a command. A crack opened behind Lord Yushu, but Lord Yushu just gently raised the corner of his red lips and raised his hand. More black and purple chi from the cracked ground directly turned into evil creatures and jumped out and rushed towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan's pupils shrank. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land is going to collapse. Shishang, take the others away quickly. I'll hold them. Back. Zan Fengting took a deep breath. Why would you need to worry about the Dragon Tomb Holy Land? Ancestor's last wish was to see his old friend. Now the eye of this evil spirit array has already been opened. You and Warong just need to activate the gate at the same time and open the passage. At that time, you only need to take those who have entered the Dragon Tomb and leave through the gate. In contrast, the movement of Zan Fengting's hands did not pause in the slightest. Unexpectedly, tens of thousands of icicles were directly thrown out, breaking up the purplish-black chi masses that were condensing into evil creatures. Yan Tianan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he suddenly patted his head. That's right, this is the world from an evil spirit array, so there will be a passage connecting to the evil spirit array. It's just that sometimes the passage of the evil spirit array could open by itself after all the conditions had been triggered, but some still needed people to activate, even after triggering the necessary conditions. The person would have to use their spiritual chi and cultivation base to support the passage. Obviously, due to the suppression of millions of evil creatures in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, the level of this evil spirit array was extremely high, so naturally it was impossible for the array to open a passage on its own. Yan Tianan gritted his teeth immediately and was very conflicted. Lord Yushu was not an easy opponent. His cultivation was at least equal to Yan Tianan's. The fact that he could control the evil creatures in the entire Dragon Tomb was enough to make people wary. Zan Fengting had no experience in fighting evil spirits, nor could he control all this evil chi. If he really fought with Lord Yushu, Zan Fengting would definitely fall into a disadvantage. But Yan Tianan wouldn't. Yan Tianan clenched his fist and said with determination, Shishang, you can lead the others out. I'll deal with this. Fake Zan Fengting had already turned into a dragon. With a sweep of his tail, hundreds of evil creatures were smashed back into evil chi. Can you seal the Dragon Tomb if you stay here? Don't make trouble. Time is precious. Leave quickly. Zan Fengting's tone left no room for negotiation. Yan Tianan was taken aback for a moment. Shishang, you're going to seal the Dragon Tomb. Sealing the Dragon Tomb required at least half of the person's cultivation base and half of their life force. Moreover, the Dragon Tomb has already collapsed so much, so once it's sealed, will the person who sealed it even have any life force left? Do you want me to watch these things run out to harm the world? Zan Fengting was very calm. I am the eldest disciple of Fuyao sect. If I let these evil creatures run into the world, I will have no face-to-face master in the future. Ah Hen, I promised master that I would let you return safely. I will keep my promise. Go quickly. Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly watered. Why is it always the people around me making sacrifices? Why can't the Tao of Heaven give me more of a good life? Zan Fengting came with him to look for Longyao. If he returned but Zan Fengting didn't, how should he explain to Hai Kuanglang? How can he tell Hai Kuanglang that he left Zan Shishang and ran away alone? He can't do it. Lava and obsidian. Lin Xuanji looked at Heaven's Whale, the place where purplish black water poured down like rain. His expression suddenly changed a few times. This was a precursor to the complete collapse of the Dragon Tomb. Moreover, the amount of evil creatures and evil chi suppressed inside the Dragon Tomb Holy Land was far beyond his imagination. If the barrier completely broke and the evil creatures entered the Nine Lands once again, the consequences would be unimaginable. He's afraid. The entire North Land will be swallowed up by evil chi in an instant, and most people will not even have the chance and strength to fight back. Suddenly, the evil chi condensed into the shape of evil creatures at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of them had gaping maws and waved their long limbs. These wild beasts generally rushed towards the people who were still in the shield and were not disturbed by the heaven's whale and earth fisher. This shield could prevent the ground from cracking and prevent the black chi in the sky from directly attacking, but it couldn't prevent the simultaneous attack of hundreds or even thousands of evil creatures. Lin Xuanji waved his hand and slapped away dozens of evil creatures that had climbed to the edge of the shield. When others saw this, they all immediately returned to their senses and took their weapons to kill the evil creatures that wanted to break through the shield. Fu Li crushed several evil creatures in the air. The passage has not been opened yet. Do you want to wait for the dragon tomb to collapse and for us to drift outside with the explosion? Lin Xuanji, if that happens, everyone will be dead by that time. Fu Li, don't you have any other methods? You are a Grand Master. Lin Xuanji, yes, without taking you guys, I can go out safely by myself. Fu Li, there's a hole here, someone screamed. They saw a monster that was previously lying on the shield falling inside without any resistance. Although it was killed quickly, that opening attracted a lot of evil creatures, and they all rushed towards that side one after another. Lin Xuanji's pupils shrank. No, someone tried to destroy it from the inside. Moreover, being able to break his shield showed that the person's cultivation was absolutely not low. But who is it? Who can it be? Lin Xuanji raised his hand and slammed towards the damaged place, quickly repairing the damage. However, the next moment, a sudden change suddenly appeared. Longyao Lingguang's eyes suddenly turned purple. He cried out in pain while holding his head. The sound was heartbreaking, and the people's scalps became numb. Lingguang Longyao Lingung was originally killing enemies. Seeing Longyao Lingguang like this, he immediately pulled back and grabbed Longyao Lingguang, who was kneeling on the ground and wanted to roll around in pain. Longyao Lingung's face was anxious. How are you? What's the matter with you? Longyao Lingguang's throat made a whirring sound. His eyes were bloodshot. He only felt that his sanity was almost unclear, but in his heart, he felt hungry, as if he had just smelled a bloody aura that would satisfy him. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat. They smell so delicious. Longyao Lingguang gradually calmed down and raised his head. He looked at Longyao Lingung with a pair of unfocused purple eyes. Longyao Lingung was shocked. Your eyes. Longyao Lingguang's throat made a thick sound. He lunged at Longyao Lingung without warning. Longyao Lingung quickly held back both of Longyao Lingguang's shoulders and just barely avoided being bitten by his sharp teeth. Shit, Lingguang, you're crazy. He turned into an evil creature, Lin Xuanji murmured. If initially he had just suspected, now he could be certain that there must be a person among them who can control evil creatures, that is, an evil chi cultivator. Chapter 713. Kangdi Fenglang. Longyao Lingguang bared his teeth and waved his claws, with saliva flowing from his mouth. He glared at Longyao Lingung like Lingung was the enemy who killed his father. The disciples around were shocked by this scene. No one dared to approach them. With a bang, Longyao Lingung only felt that the body of the person holding him with both became soft, and fell down quietly. Longyao Lingung hurriedly caught Longyao Lingguang and looked at Hai Kuanglang in shock. All this fuss, Hai Kuanglang said contemptuously, won't it be resolved if you just knocked him out? Longyao Lingung, however, in the next moment, inside the shield that originally blocked the evil creatures, several black and purple figures appeared out of thin air. They were immediately killed by the disciples. Suddenly, the scene plunged into new chaos. Bitch, just who is it? Lin Xuanji gnashed his teeth and killed the evil creatures while looking for the culprit hiding in the dark. Only an evil chi cultivator could sense the existence of another evil chi cultivator. He had always been a spiritual chi cultivator. Without the assistance of magic treasures, it was simply too difficult to find the existence of an evil chi cultivator by feeling alone. The sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard, and the heavens whale and earth fisher were about to tear the whole barrier enchantment into pieces. Seeing that this entire dragon tomb was about to collapse, a voice piercing the heavens came from a distance. Yan Tianan was like a lightning bolt, cutting through the thick purple and black evil chi, and rushing towards the shield. Lin Xuanji turned his head and saw that Yan Tianan's eyes were covered with purple. Before he could speak, he saw Yan Tianan waving a purple whip and swinging it towards the shield. Unexpectedly, he whipped Master Yuquan's face, which nearly made the other party stumble and fall. You tick fishing in troubled waters. Crawl out here for lousy and fight me to the death. Lin Xuanji's pupil suddenly shrunk. He saw that Master Yuquan, who initially had a mysterious and unfathomable posture, actually covered his bleeding face and laughed. He he he. Ha 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 ha. Ah Hen Hai Kuanglang's heart almost stopped. There were so many evil creatures that they formed a tidal wave, more than enough to bury Yan Tianan alive. Another old acquaintance. Ha, still playing tricks. What everyone did not expect was that Yan Tianan just sneered and made a hand seal. Then half of the evil chi behind him also condensed into evil creatures, but these evil creatures were not human-shaped, but rather beasts. They all looked like tigers and cats. They landed on all fours and growled as they started biting the group of humanoid evil creatures. For a while, the two evil chi cultivators fought each other. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces paled in amazement, but they also felt like they were saved. Yan Tianan said to Lin Xuanji telepathically, "Dage, I'll help you open the time and space gate together from here. I can't beat this evil chi cultivator. I can only distract his attention first and then try to escape." Lin Xuanji had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but when they reached his lips, he only said, "Pay attention to safety. Don't push yourself. When I say withdraw, run away in time." Yan Tianan. Okay. Without further ado, Lin Xuanji immediately sent out his spiritual chi, which suddenly struck the top of the sky. For a moment, the golden light suddenly rose, and the beam of light soared into the sky with the great momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. He saw another light beam from Yan Tianan breaking through the thick purple evil chi, and the two light beams, one purple and one gold, entangled in the high sky, and rushed out of the big hole in the sky where the purplish-black chi had been constantly erupting, abruptly tearing open a passageway. Go. Lin Xuanji said to Hai Kuanglang and Fu Li, "Take them into the space passage and leave Want to run." Master Yuquan realized Lin Xuanji's idea. His eyes narrowed and he immediately flew away and slapped Yan Tianan heavily. His palm strike seemed to contain 1,000 bolts of lightning. The dust filled the sky for hundreds of miles. Yan Tianan didn't dare to block that head-on. He immediately gathered the evil chi around him and condensed into a huge tiger in front of him, while he himself rolled aside quickly with a cat's grace. Under the cover of the evil chi, he slipped past Master Yuquan and slipped inside the protective shield. One of Lin Xuanji's hands grabbed Yan Tianan. He looked at Yan Tianan with horrified eyes and moved his lips, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but he knew it was not time. He took a deep breath. "Let's leave first." Yan Tianan nodded. The passage combined the strength of the two people, plus the very reliable Fu Li also lent a hand, and soon sent hundreds of people out of there. The evil chi tiger fought with Master Yuquan. At first, its momentum was extremely powerful. However, after a finger from Master Yuquan, it turned back into evil chi. With a wave of his wide sleeve, it turned into another evil tiger, this time controlled by Yuquan, roared and rushed towards Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji's expression was cold and grave. He threw the Zij sword, which was used as the eye for the shield array, and controlled it from afar. The Zij sword's edge cut through the air in the blink of an eye, and the fierce tiger, which had rushed towards Yan Tianan, was pierced through its evil core. Master Yuquan looked at Lin Xuanji with malicious eyes. "Warong Sword Venerable, the person by your side is an evil chi cultivator." Lin Xuanji pushed Yan Tianan and threw the unprepared ladder into the time and space passage. Watching Yan Tianan disappear from his sight, he said in a cold voice, "So what? Compared with a creature like you who shrink its head and tail and can only use tricks to sneak attack, Ahen is magnanimous and kind-hearted. I love him even if he is an evil chi cultivator." Master Yuquan couldn't help laughing, as if he had heard some big joke. "He is magnanimous and kind-hearted. Your eyes really have been covered by paper. Who is he? I think you know better than me. How much blood is in his hands and how many dead souls are under his sword? Chong Sheng Shishang, after so many years, why are you still soft-hearted towards him?" Master Yuquan's face gradually blurred. There was a bit of hatred and unspeakable pain in his eyes as he glared at Lin Xuanji, as if with resentment and love. "Look at me. Take a look at what I've become when I was killed by him. I've become such a thing neither human nor ghost. Who caused this damage? Isn't it him?" Lin Xuanji suddenly constricted his pupils. He took a few steps forward. After seeing the face that had faded from Yuquan's appearance, he said incredulously, "You are Fanglang." Kangdi Fanglang, his last real junior apprentice, was the little junior apprentice he took away from that shabby place. Half of Kangdi Fanglang's face had been covered with purple veins, like he'd been cursed and scarred from illusion arrays. The other half of his face was good, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, with its corners like a peach blossom. It was a face which could easily make people feel good. Half god, half ghost. Such a strong sense of contradiction made Lin Xuanji speechless for a moment. To think Xishang actually remembers me, it's really not easy. Kangdi Fenglang gave a ghastly grin and showed his teeth. Under his feet were tens of thousands of evil spirits ready to go, and behind him was the billowing purple evil chi. His long black hair fluttered in the breeze, like a deadly ghost crawling out of hell. How did you become like this? Lin Xuanji was a little confused for a while. He personally gathered Fenglang's body and buried him with his own hands. He was very certain that he was dead. Kangdi Fenglang stretched out a left hand that resembled white bones. How did I become like this? You can ask your magnanimous and kind-hearted good Ling Yu. If it wasn't for him harming me, how could I become like this, neither human nor ghost? Lin Xuanji's eyes sank. He wouldn't harm you. Kangdi Fenglang stared straight at Lin Xuanji with glaring purple eyes. Xishang, love really blinds people's eyes and hearts. Just because I cultivated evil chi, did I have to be killed by him? He didn't even let my corpse off and used a necromantic technique so that I can neither live nor die, forever trapped in this terrible form. In order to cultivate evil chi, he refined me into such a state and imprisoned me in the black abyss of the seventh domain, causing me to suffer a lot of humiliation and pain. I didn't harm him, but he wanted to harm me. In the end, the person who harmed others got what he wanted, but who knows the pain I have suffered? Lin Xuanji's brain was in a mess. On the one hand, he felt a little complicated because he saw the little younger martial brother he once cared for. On the other hand, he was saddened by the appearance and behavior of Kangdi Fenglang. If you are really bullied by him, you can come with me. I'll ask for you. If what you said is true, I will punish him and let him make amends to you. Lin Xuanji said solemnly, but what are you doing now? Fenglang, you have always been that well-behaved, clever, and sensible child in my heart. Do you still remember what Xishang once taught you? Xishang said that if I was kind to others, others would be kind to me. Kangdi Fenglang smiled gently and lamented, unfortunately, Yushin Lingyu is a madman. Even if I treated him like a senior martial brother from the bottom of my heart, he still hated me to the bone and wanted to crush my bones and ashes. Xishang, you are so blinded that you never realized what he did behind your back. Did you really think that Yu Mingshu, the leader of Zhengyang sect who almost became your Dao companion, encountered an accident during cultivation and died? Zhengyang sect had 368 people. Ling Yu killed them all in one night. Do you know about this? Yu Mingshu. Lin Xuanji had almost forgotten this person. He suddenly clenched his fist. Ling Yu was not present when Zhengyang sect was destroyed. Yeah, he was seriously ill, and you happened to be caring for him. Kangdi Fenglang smiled contemptuously. But Xishang, do you know that the biggest difference between an evil chi cultivator and other cultivators is that even though they are separated by thousands of miles away, anyone who has secretly planted evil creature puppets beforehand can move his fingers and lead them to slaughter everyone. Xishang, you really love him to the bone. As for other people, for you, it's fine if they die. They simply died in vain, didn't they? Chapter 714. Departing from the dragon tomb, the dense evil chi surrounded everything. Heaven's wail howled in the sky, just like all ghosts were crying and heaven and earth were mourning. No, Lin Xuanji said. If not, why would you still be with him? Kangdi Fenglang asked. If he really did something wrong, I will let him correct it. I will repay the debts he owed. Even if he cultivates demonic or evil chi or is insulted and utterly blamed, it still has nothing to do with my love for him. Lin Xuanji's throat tightened, but he still said calmly, if there's anything, after we go out, let's talk about it slowly. I won't go with you. Kangdi Fenglang showed a bit of sorrow. I finally got out of the Great Seal. I don't want to die again. The inside of that Great Seal is so dark and silent. It's more terrifying than a grave. I never want to go back anymore. If you stop harming people, I won't let anyone hurt you no matter what you did before, Lin Xuanji said clearly, staring at Kangdi Fenglang. I won't stop. Kangdi Fenglang stepped back a few steps, pulling apart the distance between him and Lin Xuanji. This time, you are on his side. Xishang, the person you love the most has always been Ling Yu. Even if he killed all the others, they simply died in vain. I can't believe you anymore. It's time to repay what the 9 lands owe me. I will do what he has once done. I will turn this world into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, forever devoid of peace. Lin Xuanji raised his voice and said angrily, Candy Fanglang, I didn't save you so that you can commit such evil acts. If this world treated you unfairly, I will get justice for you. If you blame me and hate me, then come at me. Why do you have to harm innocent people? Don't be willful and make a big mistake. A touch of confusion flashed between Candy Fanglang's eyes, and then was replaced by coldness. He clenched his fist and said, I, Candy Fanglang, will always be grateful for the kindness of Shishong for saving my life and teaching me. Even if I meet you in the future, I'll never kill you, but forgive me, I can't promise you anything else. As soon as Candy Fanglang's words fell, the whole dragon tomb began to be encased in purplish black qi. It would only take a moment to collapse completely. Lin Xuanji's eyes flashed a determined look. He took a step outward, stepping on spiritual qi. I will repay what he owes you. If you want revenge, then kill me first. Candy Fanglang looked at Lin Xuanji's jade-colored neck and smiled with difficulty. Shishong, your biggest mistake was to spoil him, so that he took it for granted that no matter what terrible mistake he made, you will always bear it for him. Unfortunately, some matters can only be repaid by him alone. No one else can repay his debts for him. I won't make his life easy, I'll make him fall into disgrace, go down in history and infamy, and make him feel that death is better than living. Lin Xuanji only felt the darkness in front of him, and he was sucked into the space passage by a strong force. An evil creature that looked like a small mountain, carrying an axe transformed with evil qi, took one step towards Lin Xuanji. From far and near, countless evil creatures of different shapes and appearances jumped out of the whirlpool, rushing in all directions. Lin Xuanji leapt up with his sword, and in 2 strikes, killed the axe-wielding giant that had destroyed several buildings. The evil qi was steaming, but he was helpless. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land could only be sealed from the inside, not from the outside. All Lin Xuanji could do was kill. Quickly send someone here, there are evil creatures appearing. The horn sounded, and the city guards of the Longyao clan rushed over and fought with the evil creatures. They were obviously well trained. Suddenly, a teal light rose, and ice covered the sky. In less than an hour, and with the concerted efforts of everyone, the evil creatures nearby had been wiped out, which made Lin Xuanji really relieved. Looking at the sky, the vortex had disappeared, as if the Dragon Tomb Holy Land had been sealed again. Sealed again. Lin Xuanji's heart jumped. He raised his eyes and looked around at the people around him. Where are the others? Zhan Wush looked at Lin Xuanji. The others have already come out earlier than you. Dage Yantianen had also participated in the battle just now. When he saw Lin Xuanji, he naturally ran towards him with great excitement. Lin Xuanji saw Yantianen and was completely relieved. He raised his hand and lightly flicked the tip of Yantianen's nose. Your actions were too impulsive. Yantianen knew what he meant. At that time, the situation was too urgent, so I couldn't help it. He looked at the cracked sky without any more evil creatures and sighed lightly. Zhan Shishong hasn't come out yet. Lin Xuanji paused. I haven't seen him. What happened? Yantianen looked at the people around him and whispered, Zhan Shishong has gone to guard the Dragon Tomb Holy Land in Longyao's place. Lin Xuanji was stunned. Can he still come out? Yantianen shook his head. It's hard to say. I don't know much about this Great Seal. It's a technique inherited by the Longyao clan. However, Longyao hasn't come out since entering it 10,000 years ago. The sword in Hai Kuanglang's hand fell to the ground with a clang. His eyes were at a loss, like a lost child who could no longer find his way back home. He felt that even the air was cold. He stared at Yantianen. What did you say? There was no doubt that the person Yantianen couldn't face the most right now was Hai Kuanlang. If he didn't take Zhan Fengting to find Longyao, if he didn't let Zhan Fengting know that a true dragon was needed to guard the Dragon Tomb to ensure the Longyao family's safety, and if Zhan Fengting didn't remain inside the Dragon Tomb to buy Yantianen time to escape, then Zhan Fengting would never have stayed inside the Dragon Tomb and become the one to maintain the Great Seal. How was he supposed to tell Hai Kuanglang, in order to seal the evil creatures, Zhan Fengting, your sweetheart that you've always regarded as your Dao companion, has become one with the Dragon Tomb for thousands of years and cannot be separated anymore. He left you forever. How should he say that? He couldn't say anything, especially after looking at Hai Kuanglang's messy expression. Tell me Yantianen didn't speak. Both of Hai Kuanglang's hands were trembling as he asked, he went with you to find the burial site, but why didn't I see him return? What did he do? What happened to him? The Dragon Tomb opened the Dragon Tomb. I want to go back to find him. I want to go back to find him. In the end, he almost roared. Hai Kuanglang suddenly turned around and slammed a spell towards the sky where the vortex had originally appeared, trying to reopen the dragon tomb, but did not get the slightest response. The sky was still the sky, and the dragon tomb was still gone. Shishang, come back, you still owe me an explanation, so come back. Hai Kuanglang almost screamed, his throat hoarse. Hai Shishang, don't do this. Yan Tianan's eyes were red. He stood behind Hai Kuanglang. This is Zan Shishang's own decision. He wanted to stay in the dragon tomb to take over the position of the dragon god, and seal the millions restless with his own soul. His own decision. Hai Kuanglang suddenly let out a sneer. He turned his head back suddenly. His eyes were narrow and miserable, as if they were dripping blood. He stared at Yan Tianan. Is it his own decision, or did someone force him to make a decision? Where did you take him? You already know that there are millions of evil creatures in the dragon tomb, and you already know what the seal depends on. Even knowing that, why did you still take him to find the dragon god? Aren't you the one who made all this happen? Yan Tianan was frightened by Hai Kuanglang, and his face instantly paled. He stepped back and said, it's not me, I didn't do it, and I didn't want him to do it either. But he did, he really did do it. Hai Kuanglang wiped away half a drop of tears that almost fell. But that ultimately worked out for everyone, didn't it? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xuanji frowned and said in a cold voice, the enemy's situation has just slowed down, but now you actually want to find trouble for Ah Hen. He is more reluctant than you to see Zan Fengting sacrifice himself to the array. If you have this energy to scold Ah Hen here, you might as well think about how to get Zan Fengting back. Hai Kuanglang first showed a fierce light in his eyes, then clenched his fist and smashed heavily at a boulder next to him. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the boulder shattered into pieces. Hai Kuanglang, Lin Xuanji said. How to get him back? Hai Kuanglang reached out his hand and held a nearby tree for support. He could hardly stand still. Is it even possible to find him? Tell me, is it still possible to get him back? Yes. Yan Tianan gritted his teeth, his eyes were firm. I will find him and bring him back. When everything is settled down here, I will enter the dragon tomb alone and find Zan Shishang myself. Seeing this, the dragon emperor also looked pale. After a long silence, he wiped his face and said, what happened in the dragon tomb? You need to tell us in detail before we can discuss countermeasures. Yan Tianan sniffed and said, the Lord Yushu you invited over is an evil chi cultivator. After he entered, he began to release those sealed evil creatures everywhere to attack us. Lord Yushu, the dragon emperor frowned slightly. Isn't that the person recommended by Master Yuquan? Master Yuquan is also an evil chi cultivator. Lin Xuanji said faintly, I'm afraid the real Master Yuquan has already met an untimely demise. At least, the one who entered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land with us is not the real Master Yuquan. Moreover, compared to Lord Yushu, I'm afraid Master Yuquan's cultivation is even more profound. When Zan Wush heard the words, his expression was light. It seems like your Longyao clan was infiltrated by evil chi cultivators left and right. The Dragon Emperor was stunned for a moment, then sighed. It's impossible to guard against everything. Then he said, servants, go look for traces of Master Yuquan. If he's alive, I want to see the body, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Then I will invite Prince Yi over to talk. Zan Wush looked at Yan Tianan, who had red eyes and messy hair. He thought that Yan Tianan had truly suffered greatly. They just came out. Don't rush them. If they have anything to say, you can ask them again after they have rested. Chapter 715. The voice of doubt. The emperor sighed and lowered his eyes to hide his glistening tears. This is also all right. The dragon emperor sent people to hunt down the rest of the evil spirits. He thought of Zan Fengting who was left in Dragon Tomb, and his heart ached. How could he still have the energy to continue investigating the evil spirits? However, as the head of the North Land and the Longyao family, he must not lose his cool in front of others. Even if he was sad, he must keep the tears inside his heart. As soon as the Dragon Emperor was about to leave, he suddenly saw a group of people coming toward this side in a mighty way. The leader was Longyao Yiju and several great powers who had entered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Wait, Longyao Yiju called out, and her eyes were narrowed. She glared at Yan Tianan and said, you seem to have forgotten that there is another evil chi cultivator among us. Yan Tianan's heart jumped and he had a bad hunch. Who is it? How could there be any evil cultivators among us? Who? Lin Xuanji lowered his eyes. Longyao Yiju suddenly pointed to Yan Tianan and said loudly, it's Yan Tianan, the son of King Yi. He can control the evil spirits and make evil spirits materialize. He is also an evil chi cultivator. Everyone, you must not be deceived by him. What? The crowd showed unbelievable expressions one after the other. Several pairs of eyes looked at Yan Tianan. Zhan Wush said coldly, "You can't make such baseless accusations." Long Yao Yiju sneered, "I'm not talking nonsense. You can ask the others." Everyone saw that he could control evil spirits in full view. Don't tell me that Yan Tianan can still deny it. Most of the people around were representatives of various sects and families. Now they had personally seen the power of evil spirits. At this time, they were sensitive to evil chi cultivators and evil spirits. Eventually, someone asked, "Is this true? Prince Yi, when did you cultivate evil ko? And why are you cultivating evil chi?" But those pairs of suspicious eyes and narrow-minded questioning made Yan Tianan feel sad. He seemed to have returned to Spirit Sect's peak 10,000 years ago. Those who heard the movement and rushed to the scene only looked at his hand holding a long sword full of evil chi, and the blood stained on it, and concluded that he had killed Dao Zhu. Then, they questioned him, insulted him, and even forced him to admit that he had killed Dao Zhu, and tried every means to make him confess his guilt. At first, he said it wasn't him, but his words didn't mean much to them. People's hatred needed to find a concentrated place to erupt. Someone had to bear the blame for the terrible mistake that evil chi cultivators committed. Otherwise, who could be their common enemy? How could they maintain an apparent unity against the enemy if they didn't have a scapegoat? 10,000 years later, similar but different scenes reappeared. Yan Tianan looked up at these people and said calmly, "I did cultivate evil chi." There was an outcry in the crowd. "What, you actually admit it? As you know, evil spirits and evil chi cultivators are chief culprits in bringing disaster to the Nine Lands. Why would you side with them? Did you make any deal with them?" "I never did." Yan Tianan lowered his eyes and looked at the expressionless Lin Xuanji beside him. "I cultivated evil chi because my Dantian chi si was crippled when I was in the tomb of Yushan. I was locked up in Yushan capital's prison for 100 years, where there was no spiritual chi or demonic chi, but only evil chi. In order to survive, I had to cultivate evil chi first, and then cultivate the others after my Dantian chi si recovered, and I also never colluded with evil chi cultivators." It was well known that he entered the tomb of Yushan. There were also many powerful people who knew about the events in Yushan capital. Although it was said that ants can bite even an elephant to death, if it was supported by the elders, the other disciples wouldn't doubt it. Even if they did doubt it, they still wouldn't dare voice their doubts for fear of not giving the elders face. Zhan Wush frowned. "You never said anything about Yushan capital." Yan Tianan said, "It's a little embarrassing to say, so I didn't want to say it." Suddenly, Long Yao Yiju said, "Words are useless. No matter what reason you did it for, you are on the opposite side of a spiritual chi cultivators after all. Who can prove that you really didn't have any collusion with those evil chi cultivators?" "My poor son." Woo-woo. A woman in a gorgeous dress, who couldn't even care about her manners, cried and came to this side. "He only entered the dragon tomb. How could he be killed by evil spirits?" "Son, if your mother had known this, I would never have allowed him to fight for this crown prince position. Your Majesty, since you have already chosen a prince, why did you still want to harm my son? He is my only child. Now that he is dead, how can I live?" Fang Hua. When the Dragon Emperor saw this girl, he was also very helpless and said, "I let them into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land in order to give them a refuge, so that they could escape the North Land's heavens whale this time. I didn't expect. That was my miscalculation." Although the vast majority of people were brought out intact, there were still several disciples of the Longyao family who had died in the Dragon Tomb. Among these dead disciples, only Madame Fang Hua had the highest status. Her husband was the most loyal supporter and trusted friend of Longyao Jing, the Dragon Emperor. He died decades ago while guarding the North Land from the Demon Clan. And the child that died today was the only child of Madame Fang Hua. Fang Hua's voice suddenly became sharp and pointed. "How can evil spirits possibly appear in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land? For many years, there has been only rain, snow, wind, frost, and wild sand in the Dragon Tomb. Why did evil spirits choose this time to appear?" Long Yao Yiju pointed to Yan Tianan, saying, "The evil spirits were created by evil chi cultivators. I saw with my own eyes that Prince Yi, Yan Tianan, can create evil spirits and command them to attack others. He must have colluded with those evil chi cultivators anyhow. Someone had to bear the consequences. Moreover, Yan Tianan was clearly an evil qi cultivator, so she was not lying. Madame Fang Hua's face suddenly changed, just like a specter of death. She lunged at Yan Tianan. You killed my child. Pay with your life or you done. A cold voice of indifference said. There was a flash of teal light. Lin Xuanji's Zige sword was already on Madame Fang Hua's neck, preventing her from taking another step forward. Warong's sword venerable, please show mercy. The Dragon Emperor's eyebrows furrowed at the center. Lin Xuanji's cold eyes swept the crowd and said, although Yan Tianan has cultivated evil qi, he has been using his cultivation from beginning to end to fight against the enemy and destroy evil spirits for everyone. Evil qi is just a means, and good and evil are in the hearts of the people. Your son died in the dragon tomb. I deeply sympathize with you, but if you dare to do something against my wife, I won't be polite. You're in cahoots with each other. I'm no match for you, but I want everyone in the world to know how cruel and dirty you are. With that, Madame Fang Hua clenched her teeth and suddenly pushed her neck onto Lin Xuanji's Zige sword. Lin Xuanji's longsword tilted, and Madame Fang Hua missed, falling through the air instead, after which Lin Xuanji kicked her away. You're not qualified to die by my sword. Lin Xuanji took back the sword and went to Yan Tianan. He looked at his pale face, narrowed his eyes sharply, then glared at Longyao Yiju. If you show me a little respect, I will repay you many times the respect. But if anyone dares to spread rumors without foundation, they will end up like this mountain. Bang! After the loud noise, a small mountain was crushed into powder and collapsed. It turned out to be razed to the ground in an instant, which really made people horrified. Immediately someone's expression changed and flattered him. Warong's sword venerable, aren't we just watching out for everyone's safety? Why are you angry? Just calm down. Yes, it's just an unknown situation. We're simply guessing. We didn't really mean to do anything to Prince Yi. Moreover, Prince Yi has a noble status. How can he mix with those evil spirits? Lin Xuanji, however, sneered. It's fine if you understand. If you don't understand, I don't mind helping all of you understand. After that, he didn't even bother looking at the ugly expressions of these people. Instead, he took Yan Tianan's hand and rubbed his cold palm. His voice sounded as gentle as spring water. You are also tired. Let's go rest first. Other things will be taken care of by other people. Yan Tianan was still a bit dumbfounded. Only now did a little radiance return to his eyes. He couldn't help but smile and look at Lin Xuanji. Whatever Dage says. Everyone watched Lin Xuanji lead Yan Tianan towards the place where he stayed, leaving everything beside him behind. It wasn't until they completely disappeared that someone repeatedly said, this Warong sword venerable is a bit overbearing. With so many elders here, he is just a junior, but he dared to threaten everyone like that. Crazy. He is really crazy. Zhang Wuxi's ice-cold eyes immediately swept to the person, and he sneered contemptuously, since when did the 9 lands value seniority? The strong are respected. Even though he is still young, he is already a grand master and powerful enough to establish a sect. This venerable asks you, if he told you to kneel down and call him, Grandpa, would you do it? That person was already hundreds of years old. When someone publicly spoke such words to him, he lost face completely. However, the person who spoke was Zhang Wuxi, someone that the person could never afford to offend. So the man's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. With this man as an example, other people who were 100% dissatisfied with Lin Xuanji in their hearts had no choice but to suppress their dissatisfaction now. They dared not make any noise. With Zhang Wuxi protecting him, who would dare speak up? PFF'd. After listening, Fu Li laughed. He rubbed the head of the tiger cub in his arms and said slowly, from beginning to end, I was in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Originally, I didn't want to become involved in this mess. However, since some people want to take it out of context and frame others, I, Fu Li, have to stand up and say a few fair words for the future of the 9 lands. If you want to hear it, you can sit in the hall with me and listen to the whole story. I don't want to stand here and enjoy the cold wind. The Dragon Emperor nodded. That would be nice. Seeing this, Longyao Yiju bit her lower lip, lowered her eyes, and retreated. Chapter 716. He resurrected Lin Xuanji, and Yan Tianan's courtyard was surrounded by flowing streams and pools, along with dry water lotuses that were grown in the North Land. However, because they became infected by evil qi, all the beautiful lotus flowers in the pool dried up and withered very quickly. It was hard to know what Yan Tianan was thinking all the way. He said nothing and let Lin Xuanji lead him, as if he were leading a puppet. Walking on the corridor of dry lotus flowers, Yan Tianan suddenly stopped. Lin Xuanji looked back at him. Yan Tianan said, "Wait a minute." He turned his hand upward toward the broken branches and leaves in the pool, and gradually formed a purple chi mass in the palm of his hand. If you concentrated and looked carefully at the air mass, you could find that they were wisps of evil chi that had been extracted from these dry lotuses. As the chi mass grew larger and larger, the dry lotus flowers began to slowly stretch their branches and leaves, and the dead trees returned to spring. Unexpectedly, they gradually recovered their quiet and brilliant appearances. The breeze blew gently, and the lotus flowers swaying in the pool were full of fragrance. They had a unique scent. I remember there were also many lotus flowers in Spirit Sect's heavenly snow pool, Yan Tianan said. They were in full bloom all year round, pure and elegant. Lin Xuanji said faintly, "However, ever since you left, the pond full of lotuses no longer bloomed." Yan Tianan was stunned and looked sideways at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji looked at him calmly. "It's because they remember their old master, thinking that he hasn't come to visit them all year round, so the flowers don't know who they are blooming for. Rather than being admired by no one, it would be better to simply not bloom." The white lotuses in the heavenly snow pool of those days were planted by Yan Tianan himself. Although he possessed demonic chi and came from the deadly 7th region in the demon world, he had his own method of planting flowers. He was willing to pour his spiritual chi into the flowers and plants. Although it was a waste, he was happy when he saw those flowers and plants with delicate and charming appearances, so he made the best of everything. On the day he left the Spirit Sect, the lotus flowers in the heavenly snow pool withered one by one and never bloomed again, which seemed to be a stubborn farewell for him. Since then, Chongsheng had never seen such beautiful lotus flowers again. Even plants can miss someone, people more so. Yan Tianan lowered his eyes. Too bad about those snow feather weeping lotuses. Originally, I was waiting for them to produce lotus seeds, then refine them into pills so that I can give them to Shishong as a snack. But I didn't expect that they wouldn't give me any face. I raised them for decades, but they wouldn't even produce a single lotus seed. To use them as snacks instead, the word extravagant was no longer enough to describe that. It was simply extravagant in the extreme and made people sigh. But this kind of thing really was something Ling Yu would do. Yan Tianan also smiled. Anyway, these things would just gather dust if left alone, so I'm happy to give them to Dage. Naughty. Lin Xuanji pinched the tip of Yan Tianan's nose, his voice full of pampering. Yan Tianan put his arms around Lin Xuanji's waist, leaned against his arms and said with a muffled voice, "Dage, from now on, everyone else will know that I have cultivated evil chi, and they will suspect I am a bad person and that I'm even colluding with evil chi cultivators. In the future, wherever evil spirits pass by, people will think of my name. Their suspicions are their business." Lin Xuanji's voice was both comforting and very domineering. "There is no evidence. If anyone dares to say something bad about you, I will tear apart their mouth." Yan Tianan said, "You can't stop the leisurely mouths of the whole world." Lin Xuanji replied, "If I am the only one, of course I can't stop it, but there are also your parents, my dad, and the senior martial brothers and masters of Fuyao sect. Even those who know you in Myriad Dao Academy will speak up for you. What's more, as long as you're alive, there will always be critics. You just have to care about those people who care about you. They will believe you, love you, protect you, and help you. That's already good enough. Who cares what nonsense other people say?" Yan Tianan was stunned and said with a smile, "This doesn't sound like something Chongsheng Sword Venerable, who is praised all over the world, would say. One should know that people of Spirit Sect must uphold the rules of Spirit Sect, and when they were away from the sect, not a single strand of hair could be messy. If they encounter injustice on the road, they must help people as much as they are able to. They need to treat others courteously and properly. Their behaviors must be so perfect that outsiders will not have any ammunition to use against them, otherwise it will be greatly inappropriate." As the chief disciple of Spirit Sect, Chongsheng, who was born with a sword bone, was a paragon of virtue praised by thousands of people, because no one could find any flaws in him. His every word, deed, and move could be considered an example for people to work towards. At that time, Dao Zhu and Sheng Ren were unreachable gods, while Chongsheng Sword Venerable was a real leader who could mobilize a great number of people at his command. Chongsheng always restrained himself and observed proprieties. Was there a single arrogance or rudeness in his speech and behavior? However, today's Lin Xuanji had repeatedly broken Yan Tianan's understanding of his old friend, as if this person was breaking out of the cocoon as a butterfly and becoming more beautiful and dazzling. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he only said, "I haven't been Chongsheng for a long time. The people of that era should have been buried in that era. Spirit sect has long since ceased to exist, and its admonitions have already been corrected and abandoned. What's more, I have never been a good-tempered person. Some people dared to bully Yan Tianan wantonly right in front of his face. Did they really think he had a good temper and wouldn't quarrel with a young woman just because he was a grandmaster? He'd never cared about exercising restraint just because grandmasters shouldn't abuse their powers. Yan Tianan was his, and even if he had done something wrong, he should be the one to discipline him. As for those around him, especially those outsiders, who dared to brazenly say that they had this qualification, the former Chongsheng could not protect Ling Yu, and he regretted it for the rest of his life. He died with hatred. Today's Lin Xuanji, however, will never let history repeat itself. They hugged each other for a moment, and Yan Tianan looked up at him. I had a fight with Lord Yushu in the Dragon God's burial site. Dage, his tricks and moves look very familiar. I can confirm that those were moves that I used before, and he doesn't seem to be doing it intentionally. Moreover, he insisted that I was a fake, and he was the real Ling Yu. I guess there must be some unspeakable secret behind all this. Lin Xuanji suspected that Lord Yushu was an impostor before, because firstly, he trusted Yan Tianan, and secondly, the temperament of Lord Yushu was really different from Ling Yu. As for where specifically their temperaments differed, not even Lin Xuanji could say for the time being. However, if even Yan Tianan was fooled into confusion, it showed that there was a problem. Lin Xuanji did not answer directly, but thought for a moment and said, "There is one thing that is very important. I hope you can answer it truthfully after thinking it over." Yan Tianan blinked. "Dage, you are suddenly so serious, which makes me a little nervous." Lin Xuanji asked, "What is your relationship with Kangdi Fanglang? How did he treat you?" Yan Tianan was surprised that Lin Xuanji would mention this man, but even though he was confused, he replied, "Kangdi Fanglang was brought back by you, and you also deliberately used him to annoy me. Naturally, I don't like him very much. As for him, he liked to rub in my face how well you treated him, like what you bought for him or what you taught him. Seriously, I always think this rascal is deliberately trying to anger me. He pretends to be pitiful, clever, and sensible in front of you, but behind your back, he shows his teeth and claws. Anyway, I find him extremely annoying." Yan Tianan was very blunt, and his eyes also showed some disgust. Lin Xuanji looked at him and asked again, "You didn't kill him just because I treated him well, did you?" Yan Tianan looked up at Lin Xuanji. "Of course not. I'm not that stingy, but Dage, you've never asked these things before. Why are you suddenly asking today? You always have a reason to kill people." Lin Xuanji said faintly, "I didn't ask before because I was afraid of disappointment and thought that you would take the initiative to tell me one day, but now I can't wait. Ah Hen, let me ask you, did you kill him because he was actually the evil chi cultivator that everyone wanted to kill?" Yan Tianan blurted out, "How did you know?" Lin Xuanji said, "So it's really true." Yan Tianan suddenly realized something, gasped, and said with wide eyes, "Maybe that fake Yuquan is Kangdi Fanglang." "No, that's impossible." "Why is it impossible? I killed him thoroughly and threw him into the black abyss of the 7th region. Even if other evil chi cultivators reappear in the world, it can never be him, but he did come back to life." In Lin Xuanji's mind, a man with half-face like a ghost and half-face like an immortal came up. He was the culprit who caused the events inside the dragon tomb. He said that he died wrongly and with grievances, so he wants to drag the world down with him and avenge himself. Yan Tianan's hands and feet grew cold, and his heart suddenly sank. He didn't know how much effort he wasted before he finally destroyed Kangdi Fanglang, so that he could never revive again, lifting the biggest crisis in the 9 lands. In order to kill Kangdi Fanglang, he lost half his life and became an abomination that was neither human, ghost, demon, nor evil spirit. Only after much difficulty did he finally complete the task Dao Zhu entrusted to him. He was ready to fight Kangdi Fanglang's former subordinates to the end, but he never thought that the root cause of all that would come back from the dead and climb out of the dark abyss where not even grass grew. And his cultivation was entirely unharmed as well. This was the most terrifying thing. Whether it is Lin Xuanji or him or Lian Hua, they had experienced reincarnation. When they recognized each other again, they all started from scratch, building their cultivation foundations for the sake of slow and steady progress, and had not yet reached half of their peak state's cultivation. But the cultivation of Kangdi Fanglang seemed to be outrageously high. Even though the Dragon Tomb Holy Land was sealed again, even until this time, Zan Fengting still hadn't come out from the inside. According to reason, all the evil spirits in the Dragon Tomb, including the evil Qi cultivators, would be buried in the giant seal, but Lin Xuanji had such a hunch Kangdi Fanglang would soon escape the Dragon Tomb's seal, then make a comeback. After a long silence, Yan Tianan said with difficulty, Kangdi Fanglang is an evil Qi cultivator. I can confirm that he was responsible for the 7 sect massacres that year. When Dao Zhu discovered this, he wanted to kill Fanglang as an apology to the people all over the world. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly. Dao Zhu never mentioned this. Chapter 717. Dragon Tomb Broken Seal. Yan Tianan said, don't you know that Dao Zhu loves face the most? Whenever there is anything improper, he will get to the bottom of it in order to improve it. If he's already so concerned with even the smallest things, then you can imagine what he'd do if he knew that among his disciples, there is actually a monster who is out of step from the righteous path. Although Dao Zhu had already reached the peak of Dao, created the spirit sect, recruited disciples from all over the world, and was admired and worshipped by thousands of people, he also had his own fatal flaws or shortcomings. As his disciple, it was always a difficult topic for Ling Yu to talk about his master's mistakes, but Ling Yu didn't approve of how Dao Zhu cared too much about others' opinions. If Dao Zhu had told the truth about Kangdi Fanglang's crimes earlier, and then presented the evidence he had collected for everyone to see, then the person who ultimately suffered the most from this wouldn't necessarily be Yushin Ling Yu. But Dao Zhu didn't kill him. Why were you the one to kill him? Lin Xuanji asked. Because Dao Zhu discovered that he couldn't kill Kangdi Fanglang. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and sighed. At that time, Kangdi Fanglang's cultivation was already ridiculously high, or he'd been hiding his true cultivation ever since you first picked him up. When cultivators in the same realm fight, evil Qi cultivators are practically invincible. Only evil Qi cultivators can kill other evil Qi cultivators. When Dao Zhu discovered this, he asked me to do it for him. You. Lin Xuanji still looked calm on the surface. Dao Zhu was no longer his match, so how can you be? Moreover, at that time, you had already cultivated evil Qi. Yan Tianan shook his head. Dage, there are too many past events involved. I can't explain it clearly. I can only tell Shishong that Dao Zhu knew from the beginning that I cultivated evil Qi. My cultivation wasn't high enough to kill Fanglang, so Dao Zhu gave me his cultivation. This was the starting point of all tragedies. Kangdi Fanglang died at the hands of his fellow Shishong from the same sect. Yushin Ling Yu fled after killing his master. Evil Qi cultivators rose, and the 9 lands fell into chaos. Wrong. Lin Xuanji's eyes suddenly sank. He glanced over a pool of lotus flowers and said, what you said is wrong. Yan Tianan was stunned. What I said is the truth. I'm not saying you're lying, but there's something in your words that doesn't make sense. Lin Xuanji guessed. You just said that Dao Zhu cared about face the most, and would rather execute Kangdi Fanglang in private than let people know that he is the wicked and cruel evil Qi cultivator that everyone wants to kill. Yes, that's what Dao Zhu told me. But you have to know, he had you kill Fanglang and also scattered all his cultivation, so that everyone in the world witnessed him dying at your hands. Then you defected from Spirit Sect and became the Demon Emperor. Lin Xuanji asked with a heavy voice, does all this leave Spirit Sect with any face? Killing the master and slaughtering fellow disciples, will this make Spirit Sect's reputation look any better than merely exposing Kangdi Fanglang? Little you ah, this world is about to turn chaotic. In the future, Spirit Sect will no longer be anyone's refuge. I know I owe you a lot, but little you, a chaotic era will begin, and the orthodox Tao will die. Someone must bear the burden in this world. But why me? Just because I was forced to cultivate evil Qi. Dao Zhu smiled. Those eyes, which were always full of wisdom, frightened Ling Yu. If a person is in love, they won't regret dying for love, even if they die 100 deaths. Yan Tianan slightly hooked his lips. Nobody knew whether he was laughing or mocking himself. Dao Zhu saw through everything. He saw through Ling Yu's feelings for Chongsheng and knew that even if Ling Yu stood at the top of the world, he could still spread his arms and die generously as long as his death would ensure Chongsheng's survival. So he was the most suitable person to become the Demon Emperor. Perhaps what Dao Zhu was afraid of was not really the instant destruction of Spirit Sect's century-old reputation. He had been paving the way for Ling Yu to defect and flee from Spirit Sect ever since Ling Yu killed Kangdi Fanglang. Yan Tianan said, "It's always hard to guess Dao Zi's thoughts." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and said, "I don't understand one more thing." "Dage, say what you want to say. I will tell you what I can answer." Lin Xuanji said, "How can you be sure that Kangdi Fanglang is the one who slaughtered the 7 sects?" Yan Tianan said, "He is an evil qi cultivator." Lin Xuanji replied, "You are also an evil qi cultivator. Dao Zu once found that the sword marks left by the 7 sect massacres are exactly the same as Fanglang's." Lin Xuanji replied, "Swords can be stolen, and sword marks can also be imitated." Yan Tianan paused and looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, do you suspect that Dao Zu and I killed the wrong person?" Lin Xuanji said, "I just think it's possible. Don't you think that Dao Zi's behavior that year was so secretive that people had to suspect there was anything odd about it? Even if he wanted to preserve the reputation of Spirit Sect and kept things secret from outsiders, why would he hide this from all of his own disciples except you?" Yan Tianan hesitated. "However, when I was guarding Heaven's Whale in the tomb of Yushin, after you left, the evil qi broke through the air and cracked the ground. It was indeed under the orders of Kangdi Fanglang that they turned into evil spirits and slaughtered all the people in Yushin. I saw that person's face. It was indeed him. Moreover, after I became the Demon Emperor, I had several evil qi cultivator subordinates who came from another world. They all called Kangdi Fanglang their master, so there should be no mistake about that." After that, Yan Tianan asked, "The reason Dage asked this is it because Kangdi Fanglang said something? He said he was just an evil qi cultivator who had never done anything harmful, yet he was betrayed by you and fell into a miserable state, which was why he wanted to avenge himself." Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "That's why I suspected that there might be some kind of misunderstanding here." "Misunderstanding? How can there be a misunderstanding? Kangdi Fanglang personally shattered his Dantian Qi Si and pushed him down the bottomless cliff. Even now, he still couldn't forget Kangdi Fanglang's malevolent and happy smile at that time. However, that smile also didn't resemble Kangdi Fanglang at all. Was it really a misunderstanding? Even if Kangdi Fanglang could become a person who will destroy the world, it still wasn't impossible for him to have been framed by others. This could also be possible. At the thought of this possibility, Yan Tianan was suddenly flustered. Before Kangdi Fanglang died, he looked at Ling Yu in disbelief. Tears were shining in his purple eyes as he opened his mouth and asked him silently, "Shishang, why? Why would I kill you? Don't you already know?" With a cold face full of rage, Ling Yu pulled out his blood-stained sword and said, "You forced me into cultivating evil qi and harmed others. It's better if you die." In the many years after that, whenever he closed his eyes, what he saw wasn't Chongsheng, but Kangdi Fanglang's shocked and tearful expression asking him sadly, "Shishang, why? How could it be?" Yan Tianan took 2 steps back unsteadily, shook his head in disbelief, and mumbled, "Impossible. Dao Zu wouldn't possibly lie to me. There's no reason for him to lie. Why would he lie?" Seeing that he was emotionally unstable, Lin Xuanji grabbed him by the shoulder and reassured, "It's also possible that Kangdi Fanglang was lying, but it's hard to tell the truth now." The incident of Kangdi Fanglang was like a boulder pressing on Yan Tianan's heart, which always made him feel unstable. He was afraid of killing the wrong person. What's more, Dao Zu clearly knew that he had killed the wrong person, but he still wanted to deceive him in the world. It was hard for anyone to imagine the reason hidden behind this deception. There were still some things that he couldn't understand, no matter how much he racked his brains. Yan Tianan simply stopped thinking about them. After he rested properly and sat up, he made a decision. "Dage, can we find Kangdi Fanglang and have a long talk with him?" Lin Xuanji replied, "It's not easy to find him." Yan Tianan's eyes moved slightly. "I know how to find him." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and seemed to want to say something. But before he could speak, he heard a loud noise rising from the sky. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the whole palace tottered on the edge of collapse. They both looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes at the same time. They immediately set off and rushed out of the door. It turned out that millions of evil spirits were rushing out from the open dragon tomb. Amid the rolling purple clouds, a man in black was standing in it. His purple eyes were deep and cold. He was like a living specter, looking down at the common people whom he regarded as playthings. "Evil spirits, obey me!" Kangdi Fanglang waved his hand and pointed forward. "Kill everyone!" A silver dragon suddenly rushed out of the dragon tomb. With a howl, the dragon froze all the evil spirits in its vicinity, and then slashed a claw down. The frozen evil spirits shattered into ice and fell down. Then, Hai Kuanglang, who shouldn't have appeared from there, fell down and rolled over in the air, just like a lightning bolt, and rushed towards Kanji Fanglang. Kanji Fanglang remained motionless, but Lord Yushu rushed up and fought with Hai Kuanglang. Not good. Yan Tianan went pale. If there was anyone who understood heaven's wail best, it would be him. Even Kanji Fanglang had to stand back. If the dragon tomb explodes, the entire Seta city would be reduced to ruins first, as if it had suffered a great disaster. Then, within tens of thousands of miles, it would be shrouded by evil chi, and nothing would grow for hundreds of years. Not to mention, the most terrible thing was the infectious power of evil chi. If evil chi entered the body, the best result was death. The worst result was that the infected would turn into evil spirits, losing their thoughts and consciousness as human beings. They would indulge themselves in self-pity and self-resentment, and become evil spirits with endless malice and hatred. They would become killing machines whose subconscious wish is to slaughter this tragic and unfair world and stain it with blood, trying to destroy all the good things in the world. The city would erode, the world would end. Yan Tianan's scalp felt numb. 10,000 years ago, he used all kinds of methods and exhausted half of his cultivation to seal the beginning and the end of heaven's wail into a small world. Only then would the entire 9 lands escape this catastrophe. However, at this moment, the evil spirits had reappeared. All of the evil chi previously sealed were roaring out of the broken dragon tomb seal and trying to break through the line of cultivators. Lin Xuanji also saw that something was wrong with the situation. He immediately cast 3 big seals from a distance, trying to mend the tear in the dragon tomb, but the effect was not satisfactory. The tear seemed like it was in another dimension and wasn't affected at all. Chapter 718, Dragon Scabbard. How come? Lin Xuanji asked. It's no use. Yan Tianan's eyes reflected a purple-black crack and said, once the dragon tomb is sealed, there is no possibility of sealing it. If I am still at Sky Realm Cultivation, there is a possibility that I can repair the dragon tomb, but now. But it was impossible. The enemy was strong and he was weak. There was a big difference, like an ant trying to shake a big tree. However, nothing in this world was absolute. Yan Tianan suddenly flew up without warning, and the rolling purple-black cloud carried him straight to the sky. He came to stand in front of Kanji Fanglang. Shidi, long time no see. Yan Tianan said softly, staring at Kanji Fanglang's face. Kanji Fanglang narrowed his eyes and stared at him greedily. You have changed so much, he said. No wonder I didn't recognize you at first. I just didn't expect you to dare come and see me. Yan Tianan smiled. I still want to meet you. After all, I am an old acquaintance with you. I haven't seen you for years, Shidi. Why do you have to start fighting first? Why don't we discuss it? Kanji Fanglang smiled contemptuously and said, let's discuss. You're just a waste now. What can you discuss with me? If you want to delay time, you should save it. When I destroy the 9 lands, I'm going to start with the North Land. Yan Tianan said, even if it starts from the North Land, this is not the northernmost side of the North Land. The real north is at the North Liangcheng of northern Xinjiang, which is the junction between the demon boundary and the end of the North Land of the 9 lands. Kanji Fanglang suddenly stared with big purple eyes bugging out. When Yan Tianan saw his reaction, he laughed. Fanglang, isn't it uncomfortable? I knew you would be so upset, so I deliberately set the dragon tomb in such a position. The biggest weakness of Kanji Fanglang was that he had an obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he first went to the spirit sect, he must put the green beans neatly when eating, and then eat them from the first one on the left. When planting spiritual herbs, he must also arrange the seeds evenly, and even the spiritual seeds should be packed neatly and in the same direction, otherwise he would pout for a long time. Kanji Fanglang really felt uncomfortable. He clenched his fist, pressed his forehead, and his veins stood out. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to strangle you with that. He moved his hand towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan had been on guard for a long time. He suddenly took out the sword hidden in the dragon skin scabbard, and sliced it towards Kanji Fanglang. He didn't know when the blood rust had faded away. The 4-finger-wide sword back had turned into 3 fingers wide, shining with white light, which seemed holy and murderous. Yan Tianan made the sword feel very carefree and calm. It was as light as a wild crane walking around in a leisurely court, so it seemed easy to handle. While mobilizing the evil spirits on his side to entangle with the evil spirits of Kanji Fanglang, he waited for an opportunity to fight and secretly threw the scabbard towards the entrance of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. A dragon roar sounded across the heavens and the earth, and the scabbard turned into a golden dragon at the moment of touching the entrance, staring viciously with its mouth open, and rushed into the entrance of the dragon tomb. Shit, Kangdi Fanglang cursed. The evil spirit waves behind him turned into a monster with a big open mouth. It raised its body up and lunged at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan stumbled with his feet and nearly fell from the cloud. He had no weapon in hand. The strike against Kangdi Fanglang had used at least 89% of his power. Seeing that the evil spirits were about to devour him, a sword broke through the sky and pierced the purple mass, rushing directly to strangle the evil spirits into pieces. Lin Xuanji was livid, his lips pursed and he looked bloodless. Behind him, the evil spirits jumped after him one by one. Seeing this, Yu Shujun frowned and looked at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Then he brushed his sleeves and quickly retreated. His body was hidden in the rolling purple of evil spirits and disappeared again. Yan Tianan wiped the cold sweat on his face and just fell to the ground. The sword made of bones in his hand slipped down inadvertently. Yan Tianan first stared at the bleeding hand for a moment, then swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He did not dare to lift his head. He said with an angry voice, "Dage, your hand is bleeding." Lin Xuanji didn't speak for a long time. Now his brain was chaotic, very chaotic, almost bursting. "Dage, are you happy? Dage, other people want to go to my bed, but they don't have the chance. You are the first person in history. How about I make you my demon empress? Under 1 demon and above 10,000 demons, you only need to serve me. Dage, didn't you eat? If you can't satisfy my appetite, I will find someone else to play with." What was that? What were those? Lin Xuanji pressed his temple, feeling the impact from an onslaught of memories. There was a lot of noise around, and everyone was in fear just now. They were still in shock. There were still some residual evil spirits to deal with, especially to prevent the evil spirit cultivators from making a comeback. During this time, no one cared about them at all. However, no matter how noisy the voices were, they couldn't reach Yan Tianan's ears at this time. In this white bone sword, what was sealed was the memory of Chongsheng that he didn't want to think of anyway. Most of the insults he suffered in his life were in those years. Yan Tianan couldn't hear Lin Xuanji's voice, so he whispered in a trembling voice. "You said, don't care about that." He knew he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. This was one of the things he regretted the most. However, time couldn't be traced back, and he couldn't change what he had done. What Yan Tianan feared the most was Lin Xuanji's recollection of Chongsheng's past, which was full of decadent erotic depravity. Therefore, he never used rust and never let the blood cypress tree play its role. But, today, he had to use it. "Dage, even if you blame me, you can't ignore me. We had a deal." "Ah hen." Lin Xuanji finally spoke, and although his voice was very light, Yan Tianan was caught red-handed. "Huh." Yan Tianan looked up immediately, and saw Lin Xuanji's eyes as black as his abyss. Lin Xuanji said, "It hurts." He pointed to his heart. "It hurts here." Yan Tianan froze on the spot, watching Lin Xuanji pick up the sword that fell to the ground and then pass him by. Yan Tianan suddenly turned around and shouted, "You said you didn't care about me. You can't say nothing." Lin Xuanji's voice came with the wind. "I once said that you should learn to be responsible for your actions." Zan Fengting fell to the ground and recovered his human form. Hai Kuanglang watched Yu Zujun run away and didn't track him. Instead, he hurried to the ground to see Zan Fengting's injury. Unexpectedly, he just spoke a sentence of Shishang, and was slapped in the face. With a slap, Hai Kuanglang looked shocked. Willful and reckless selfish Zan Fengting was so angry that his face turned white and his fingers trembled. He pointed to Hai Kuanglang and said, "Do you know what you have done? Do you know how many people would have been killed if you acted like this? How many people have been killed? What does it have to do with me?" Hai Kuanglang held a drop of blood in his mouth and his lips trembled. His lips curled up, showing a ferocious smile. "You've been lying to me from beginning to end. I recognize you are willing to die. I admit it, but since you think I can't control you and have no right to control you, don't interfere in what I want to do. I just wanted to disrupt your plan and change your choice. I am not doing it for you, but to make you feel bad." Then he turned and left. He didn't walk towards the Dragon Palace, but in the other direction. Little Lang Zan Fengting was also worried. He had just closed the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. However, when he made it, the border was broken through by Hai Kuanglang and pulled him out of it, which caused the serious consequences of opening the Holy Land Dragon Tomb again before he left the space of the Nine Lands. If it hadn't been for Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan and him just now, even the North Land would have already been devastated. Everything fell short. Zan Fengting was in a hurry. Just now, he was unscrupulous and even hit Hai Kuanglang. When he looked at Hai Kuanglang's departing figure, his heart hurt and he regretted it. He wanted to catch up and say something, but Zan Fengting was stopped by the Dragon Emperor. "Ah, I let him in." The Dragon Emperor touched his nose guiltily and said, "I told him the way through the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. If you want anyone to blame, blame me." "Okay," Zan Fengting gently said and looked at his biological father, whom he had never been close to, but he was not the enemy. "It's the end of the matter. It's meaningless to pursue it again. Let's try to find a way to destroy the evil spirits." Yan Tianan came over quickly and said, "Yushin Lingyu and the evil spirits are definitely going to the north of the North Land. You might as well light a beacon first, so that those who guard the border in the north can know the situation and make preparations in advance." The Dragon Emperor nodded. "I just saw the evil spirits sweeping towards the north, and I already sent people to preach and deliver letters. I wonder how the northern boundary will respond." Yan Tianan looked up. "There is a phoenix in the north. Evil spirits are most afraid of phoenix fire. They are going to die." The Dragon Emperor was stunned. "The West Phoenix monarch is Feng Jingyu." Yan Tianan said, "That's him." The Dragon Emperor was not too shocked. They all said that he had already passed away and disappeared. "I didn't expect that he would be in our northern boundary. If the news spread to the West Land, I'm afraid the Bird Clan would have a shock again." Zan Fengting said, "What is the West Phoenix monarch doing in the north?" Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes. "He came to seek justice. After being used by King Yan Weijun, he kicked Ling Qinggu to the side once he was no longer useful. Ling Qinggu felt an injustice of not letting go in his death, and he couldn't find a place to vent his suffering over the years. As soon as Feng Jingyu and Ling Qinggu arrive at the Nine Lands, Yan Tianan had gotten the news. Anyway, he had a contractual relationship with Ling Qinggu. As long as Ling Qinggu was in the Nine Lands, he could sense where he was. Chapter 719. Soul transfer technique leading Kangdi Fenglang to the North Land would direct him to Feng Jingyu. After many years, Feng Jingyu's cultivation had already recovered to the level before his resurrection, and he also had the help of his innate phoenix fire, so it would probably be no big problem for him to deal with a Kangdi Fenglang who had yet to recover his peak power. In the best-case scenario, Feng Jingyu would kill Kangdi Fenglang in the northern border, so that he wouldn't have the chance to do more evil. No matter what the cause was and no matter what secrets were hidden behind the scenes back then, as long as Kangdi Fenglang had already attacked the Nine Lands and refused to negotiate, then Yan Tianan no longer needed to indulge the other party anymore. Shit, Yan Tianan cursed and secretly scolded, "Nothing good comes from meeting that fool. He actually forced me to use Shusho. It was really a mess." The most terrible thing was that Lin Xuanji was ignoring him. Yan Tianan looked at the plumes of the sky and sighed. He decided to record another grudge against Kangdi Fenglang in his heart. North of the North Land, northern Liang City. Inside the main hall, there was a tense situation. Feng Jingyu glared hatefully at King Zhen sitting on the throne with a pair of flaming golden eyes. Flames were also burning around him, if he was going to kill the person on the throne in the next second. Feng Jingyu was surrounded by cultivators. They all pointed their magic weapons against Feng Jingyu, so as soon as he made a move, these people would take him down immediately. King Zhen looked beautiful and upright. At this time, he was sitting on the throne with animal skins and was holding a luminous wine cup in his hand. He sipped gently with extraordinary bearing and calmness. He said softly, "Why should the West Phoenix monarch be so angry? If this king wasn't a good host, then West Phoenix monarch should tell us. This king will punish the servants and vent West Phoenix monarch's anger for him." Feng Jingyu immediately sneered, "King Zhen, don't pretend to be a white lotus flower in front of this king. Where is Ling Qinggu? Don't tell me that you forgot what we agreed on before. What the West Phoenix monarch said is wrong." King Zhen said, "Ling Qinggu is one of my men. I am grateful to the West Phoenix monarch for gathering most of his soul and taking him back to the North Land. How could this king do anything nasty to him? Or by nasty, did the West Phoenix monarchs mean a sexual relationship or Dao companions, that kind of thing? But West Phoenix monarch can rest assured this king is not interested in a mere puppet." Feng Jingyu was so angry that he spewed fire. When he roared, he rushed up to lunge at King Zhen. Even if he could not be killed, it would still be excellent if he could hit that face, which looked like it was asking for a beating. Although the guards in the palace didn't have low cultivations, they were mere decorations in front of Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu fanned down with one sleeve, and a large number of guards fell. Instantly, Feng Jingyu appeared in front of King Zhen and held his slender and fragile neck in one hand. Yan Weijun, in exchange for returning Ling Chigu's soul, I will defend northern Liang City for you for 100 years. Feng Jingyu narrowed his phoenix eyes and said through gritted teeth, this is an agreement that you and I have already made before. If you dare do something in secret, then even if I die, I'll give you a taste of having your bones crushed to dust. King Zhen always looked as calm as an immortal in front of his people, but no one would be able to maintain their former calm appearance if their neck was being held. His face was pale and cold sweat was breaking out. He struggled to squeeze out a smile and said, West Phoenix Monarch, please calm down. The soul of Ling Chigu has almost returned completely, and it will only take 3 days at most. When the time comes, you will definitely see a complete person, I promise you. 3 days, only 3 days. 3 days, I will only give you 3 days. If I still can't see Ling Chigu after 3 days, I will burn your entire northern Liang palace to ashes. Feng Jingyu glared narrowly at King Zhen, who was about to faint, then pushed him back heavily and loosened his hand. King Zhen coughed painfully while clutching his neck, and the guards around him hurriedly stepped forward to take care of him. After leaving a warning, Feng Jingyu left with a fling of his sleeves. He walked on the road of northern Liang Palace, along with the rustling wind. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart, and his expression was one of endless self-mockery. Ling Chigu, exactly how blind were you? You actually led the entire Ling family to ruin by joining the struggle for the throne for such a dirty piece of mud that can't even climb up a wall. For this insidious, deceitful, and treacherous bastard. Even you yourself ended up as a walking corpse. If he didn't suddenly discover that Ling Chigu's most important soul consciousness had been hidden by King Zhen, Feng Jingyu would never have taken even one step into the North Land again in his life. He once chased Ling Chigu for thousands of miles and came to the North Land's desert, devoid of mountains and water. He felt the violent gales and blizzards here and the coarse sand blowing everywhere. He lived in such a vicious environment for decades, but what did he get in the end? What he got was a Ling Chigu who couldn't even recognize people anymore. What he got in the end was to personally hand Ling Chigu, whose soul he had finally managed to gather together after great difficulty, back to the man he hated most. He then had to endure that man throwing his weight around in front of him and wantonly insulting him, and he even had to make a bullshit agreement with that man to defend northern Liang City for 100 years. Feng Jingyu only felt that there was something blocking his heart like a boulder or a high mountain, and he couldn't relieve his grievances no matter what he did. A golden red bird rose towards the sky, and its colored glaze was splendid and brilliant. It only took a moment for the exotic bird to disappear. Inside northern Liang Palace, King Zhen's skin had always been delicate, let alone being strangled in this way. Normally, even a small bump would still leave a mark on his skin. At this point, the claw marks on his neck were obvious. Looking at the blue and purple marks reflected in the mirror, King Zhen's eyes sank like the water of the sea or the cold of the abyss. Ever since he became king, when had he ever suffered such insults or been so humiliated? Even when he had been pushed out by Yan Zizhong at the beginning and hunted down, he still had a loyal subordinate like Ling Chigu protecting him, so not only did he never suffer any injustice, but he could even hide in the mountains, meet his old allies, and make a comeback in the future. Even if he was at his worst, he was still a member of the royal heavenly capital's Yan family and the successor to the throne of the world. Feng Jingyu was nothing compared to that. How dare he disrespect me? Thinking of this, King Zhen angrily threw the cup at the mirror, smashing it, and the cup shattered to the ground. Who made you angry again? A silver-haired man appeared behind King Zhen quietly, like a ghost. He was tall and beautiful, with an erotic smile on his lips, and hugged King Zhen's body from behind. King Zhen's face softened instantly. He leaned against the man's arms and played with a strand of his fallen hair with a kind of coquettishness. It's that Feng Jingyu. He actually wanted to strangle me in front of so many subordinates. He really doesn't put this king in his eyes. The man stroked the marks on his neck, and wherever his fingers touched, the marks all disappeared. Feng Jingyu's lover is still in our hands. He can't make any waves. At most, he can only show his claws, the man said, unconcerned. King Zhen thought of Feng Jingyu's humiliation of him, and his face became very ugly. When I become the supreme master of the 9 lands in the future, the first thing to be destroyed is his west land. I want him to bow down to me and worship me and kowtow to me. The man chuckled, looked at the mass of evil chi inside the mirror, and said, "This is natural. When the time comes, not only the west land, but the whole 9 lands will be in your hands." When King Zhen heard this, he turned to look at the man. His eyes were filled with an obsession for power as he touched the man's cold cheek. "Speaking of which, if it weren't for you, I would never have been able to escape from Yan Zizhong's hands or reorganize my army so quickly. Meeting you is really the luck of 3 lifetimes. Really." The man hooked his lips, kissed King Zhen with his cold lips. "Just remember who helped you." King Zhen kissed back and said pleasantly, "Of course I remember your kindness in my heart. Everything I have is yours." The two kissed for a moment, and King Zhen's eyes were blurred. "However, Feng Jingyu is hurrying us hard here. Your transfer of Ling Chigu's soul, how's it going?" The man said, "With only a few final steps, Ling Chigu can become your puppet completely. He will only obey your orders." Cold light flashed in King Zhen's eyes. "At that time, I'll order him to kill Feng Jingyu first." That idiot. While Feng Jingyu was being schemed against on this side, he was also feeling upset and fidgety on his side, anxiously waiting for the moment when Ling Chigu would return to normal. Thinking of this, Feng Jingyu gnashed his teeth with hatred, wishing to break that bitch King Zhen's corpse to 10,000 pieces. Originally, Feng Jingyu took Ling Chigu to search for his 3 souls and 7 spirits. All over the 5 continents. He used countless magic treasures and exhausted countless spirit stones, and finally gathered the scattered souls, more or less. However, Feng Jingyu soon found the problem. Ling Chigu had actually turned into a bloodthirsty and cruel person. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Chigu's most important soul had actually been taken away by someone using a vicious method before he died, but Ling Chigu was entirely unaware of it. Speaking of that one soul piece, when it was first removed, because Ling Chigu still had an intact memory back then, he still remembered the feeling of being a good person and wouldn't suddenly become a killing machine. However, any victim of this forbidden technique would gradually become temperamental and unpredictable, until they finally forgot all their memories and completely became a weapon without feelings. What was even more frightening was that this killing machine would only recognize one master, and that master was the person who left a mark in the victim's soul. This method had existed for a long time, but because of its appalling and extremely cruel nature, it was categorized into the forbidden arts. As far as Feng Jingyu knew, there were several divine clans who still raised their death soldiers using this method. Feng Jingyu was not a fool. After a little thinking, he knew who did it. Who else would Ling Chigu trust the most, besides Yan Weijun? With Ling Chigu's high cultivation level, who but Yan Weijun could quietly remove a piece of Ling Chigu's soul consciousness without being noticed? He never could have imagined that Yan Weijun would actually remove one soul from Ling Chigu, who had always been devoted and loyal to him, and just look on as he degenerated into a walking corpse incapable of any reason or intelligence. How malicious this was. Chapter 720. Big fight. As he watched Ling Chigu lose control of himself and go berserk, indiscriminately slaughtering the lifeforms in his surroundings with bloodshot eyes, Feng Jingyu finally made an extremely difficult decision one day. He would take Ling Chigu back to the 9 lands. He would look for the person he hated the most, King Zhen Yan Weijun. He would make Yan Weijun return Ling Chigu's last missing soul. Even if he had to agree to forfeit his sovereignty under humiliating terms, he must still return that last soul to Ling Chigu. This mindless and frenzied demon who only knew how to kill wasn't his beloved, and he most certainly wasn't that little General Ling who single-handedly charged into his Wudong Mountain's West Phoenix Palace, brash and unbridled, to confidently demand that he hand over the medicinal pill. 3 days passed quickly. After staying on a tree for 3 days, Feng Jingyu finally became energetic and jumped down into the undergrowth, turning into human form. The young and handsome West Phoenix monarch was dressed in a red robe whose edges were lined with gold, with a flame mark on his forehead. His long hair was very smooth. He even went to the riverside and fixed his clothing as he gazed at the reflection in the river, alone and dejected. He was afraid of looking anything less than his best. After all, he was about to meet the fully recovered Ling Chigu. When Feng Jingyu reached Northern Liang Palace, Han Su blocked his way at the gate. Hao Su was the #1 advisor under Yan Weijun. Throughout these years, he had thought up countless schemes for Yan Weijun. As soon as Feng Jingyu saw Han Su's bland expression, he felt unhappy. A good dog doesn't block the way. Feng Jingyu was in a hurry to meet Ling Chigu, so even his speech was very cold. Han Su, however, said nonchalantly, "There's no need for West Phoenix Monarch to be in such a hurry. After all, there's not much difference between experiencing disappointment earlier or later." Feng Jingyu froze. What did you say? But Han Su didn't intend to say anything else. He raised his eyes and gave Feng Jingyu a slight smile. Has West Phoenix Monarch ever heard of the phrase, sewing someone else's wedding dress? Although I hope that West Phoenix Monarch can realize his wish, alas, fortune isn't standing on the West Phoenix Monarch's side. What the fuck do you mean by that? Feng Jingyu grabbed Han Su by the collar and glared at him fiercely. After a moment, he kicked Han Su away and took big strides into Yan Weijun's palace. Han Su held his stomach, which had been kicked, and hissed in pain as he climbed up while shaking his head. He truly has a fiery temperament. My good intentions have been treated like trash. His heart full of worry and anger, Feng Jingyu transformed into a bird of flames and rushed towards the palace. He was restless and apprehensive. He kept on thinking about Ling Chigu, who was still in Yan Weijun's hands. He regretted his decision the instant he handed Ling Chigu over to Yan Weijun. How could I have handed Ling Chigu over to such a scheming, evil, and heartless person? Just as he turned into a human again and was about to charge inside and threaten Yan Weijun, a burst of similarly powerful and formidable spiritual qi suddenly rushed out of the palace. This spiritual qi actually carried the force of countless lightning bolts and pushed the flames back out. Immediately after that, a silver light rose valiantly, akin to a shooting star or a tidal wave. It shone brightly like the stars and had relentless power, forcing Feng Jingyu to rapidly retreat, finally landing on the long stretch of stairs outside the palace. Feng Jingyu's heart suddenly jumped. He abruptly raised his head. Right in front of the palace forged from black bricks and colored glass, a man clad in flexible black armor and holding a red tasseled spear looked down at him. His hair was tied in a high ponytail, and the sunlight fell on his figure. Feng Jingyu opened his mouth and closed it, his thoughts were entirely blank. One of his hands pressed on the ground to support himself. After a moment, he slowly stood up. He stood on the steps, while he stood in front of the palace. One was short and the other was tall. One was above and one was below. Their eyes met across the distance. It's just that, one person's eyes contained barely restrained excitement, while the other person's eyes actually had killing intent. You actually recovered. Feng Jingyu felt elated. Even though he had almost been injured by Ling Chigu just now, the fact that Ling Chigu's cultivation had returned to its previous peak meant that his last soul had also returned to its rightful place. However, in direct contrast to Feng Jingyu's excitement, Ling Chigu's expression was a little cold. The corners of his lips rose slightly as he raised the red tasseled spear and pointed it at Feng Jingyu. This place is the Northern Liang Palace's forbidden grounds. Even if West Phoenix Monarch is the ruler of the West Land, he should still show some courtesy when on someone else's territory, right? Feng Jingyu's upward steps paused slightly. He looked up at Ling Chigu. You want me to show courtesy to Yan Weijun? What kind of thing is he? Is he worthy of my respect? Ling Chigu's eyes turned colder. He narrowed his eyes. I didn't address you respectfully as West Phoenix Monarch, and endure your discourtesy just to hear you demean my lord. The visitor is the guest. Since West Phoenix Monarch came from afar, originally, I should have treated you with due respect. However, if the guest is casual, then the host also doesn't have to follow decorum. If the guest is discourteous, then there's no need for the host to show courtesy either. Feng Jingyu's reddish-gold eyes darkened more and more, while his steps picked up pace. In a few large strides, he was already in front of Ling Chigu. He was half a head shorter than Ling Chigu, so when they were close together, he had to raise his head if he wanted to look imposing. Ling Chigu, what's wrong with you? Feng Jingyu glared at Ling Chigu. Don't tell me you're still unaware of just what Yan Weijun did to you. He removed one of your 3 souls, kept it to be raised like Gu. He tried to turn you into a madman who only knows how to kill. Ling Chigu, however, gave a small smile. What's white arsenic in your eyes is sweet honey in mine. How do you know that I didn't willingly give up everything for him? Feng Jingyu stared at Ling Chigu's frivolous smile in disbelief. It was as sweet as syrup. Ling Chigu pulled back the red tasseled spear and said indifferently. Your Majesty, the West Phoenix Monarch, since this king said 3 days, it will be done in exactly 3 days, no more and no less. While the two were talking, Yan Weijun had already walked out of the palace. He wore formal dress, while a smug, confident smile hung on his elegant face. He stood beside Ling Chigu and placed a hand on the latter's shoulder. His body even leaned towards Ling Chigu a little, looking very intimate. Ling Chigu also allowed Yan Weijun to touch him freely, even raising the tip of his brows and looking very relaxed. Feng Jingyu's gaze was like a blade, cutting into Yan Weijun as though he wanted to slice Yan Weijun into 1,000 pieces. What exactly did you do to him? I simply returned his soul consciousness to him. Yan Weijun explained with a smile. Originally, I thought that Yu would at least have some enthusiasm towards you, since you two were together for so long. You followed him everywhere and went to such painstaking lengths for him, but even I didn't expect this. After his soul returned, he was actually determined to keep following this king. This king can't do anything about it either. Feng Jingyu's hair was about to become burnt. He said angrily, bullshit, what exactly did you do to him? Ling Chigu is neither a fool nor an idiot. He would never keep following a bastard like you can't say that. Not only was Yan Weijun not angry, but he even chuckled in response. Gu's memories are perfectly intact, so how could I have done anything to him? Moreover, this is his own decision. It has nothing to do with outsiders. The reason I respectfully address you as West Phoenix Monarch is simply because you helped me take care of Yu for so long. If you insult this king any further, this king will get angry. Screw that! Feng Jingyu spat hatefully. His eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. You cruel and unscrupulous thing. If you didn't do something to Ling Chigu. If you didn't, Feng Jingyu, don't make an unreasonable scene here like a vixen. Ling Chigu frowned, and a look of disgust flashed through his eyes. Feng Jingyu was both shocked and despondent. He stared at Ling Chigu in disbelief. Why, you actually said I'm making an unreasonable scene? Ling Chigu, do you even have a conscience? Ling Chigu stared at Feng Jingyu and replied, I recall fondly the times that you saved me from danger. I will naturally repay your kindness in the future, but I am currently King Zhen's subject. As a subject, I can't stand idly by when you insult my lord right in front of me. Feng Jingyu stared into Ling Chigu's pair of eyes, which looked both familiar and unfamiliar, and suddenly realized that the General Ling who forced the enemies at the northern border to retreat for 3,000 miles with nothing but a single spear really seemed to have returned. Ling Chigu continued, I heard that the West Phoenix Monarch has left the West Land for a long time, and the West Land is falling apart right now. Individual bird clans are declaring their own sovereignty, and everything is a mess. If West Phoenix Monarch has the leisure time to visit the North Land as a guest, you might as well go and calm down the West Land's civil unrest first. Ling Chigu said, I already said this when I climbed MT. What to ask for medicine a long time ago. I can be friends with West Phoenix Monarch, but it's impossible for us to become Dao companions. Ling Chigu said, of course, if West Phoenix Monarch insists that I pay back the debt with my body, then in accordance with my Ling family's teachings, although I am unwilling, I will not refuse. It's just. Ling Chigu hesitated for a minute and said very awkwardly, I still need to place my lord first, so I'm afraid I'll give West Phoenix Monarch the cold shoulder. Enough. Feng Jingyu's mind had suffered an enormous blow. He suddenly stretched out his palm, slamming it towards Ling Chigu's chest. The strength contained within it was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, capable of practically shattering a human's heart and meridians. In this world, apart from sharp blades, only words could pierce one's heart like so. What can hurt more than these extremely vicious words? Feng Jingyu felt his entire heart freeze with sorrow and even despair. He almost lost his life for Ling Chigu. He accompanied Ling Chigu throughout the entire journey in order to find those scattered souls and spirits. He traversed all the perilous places and tasted all the hardships. Originally, he thought that the Ling Chigu who never spoke but always followed closely behind him would finally discover Feng Jingyu's good qualities. Even if Ling Chigu still didn't like him, he thought Ling Chigu would at least be a little more polite towards him. However, life was unpredictable. Was I too greedy? A transparent tear gradually formed on the corner of Feng Jingyu's eye. However, it evaporated into steam before it even had a chance to fall. At his peak cultivation, Feng Jingyu was incapable of shedding tears. Ling Chigu's back hit the palace wall, but the ensuing palm strike merely brushed past his left rib and slammed into the palace wall made of thick black bricks and tiles. Rubble pierced the air, and frightening cracks spread throughout the walls. Pieces of broken rocks and debris burst, flying out like they had been slammed away by huge waves. The palace wall, which was hundreds of meters long, actually flew back. This single palm strike had destroyed a little less than half of the northern Liang Palace. Feng Jingyu's mind was practically broken, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, falling on Ling Chigu's chest. Ling Chigu's nails dug into the skin of his palms, almost deep enough to reach bone. His pupils suddenly contracted, and even if that would undo all his efforts up to this point, he almost couldn't stop himself from lifting his hand to gather this person into his arms, but he can't. Not yet. Chapter 721. Leave now. Feng Jingyu suddenly raised his head and stared at the pale-faced Ling Chigu with bloodshot eyes. He said hoarsely, "Even if I die today, I will still drag a blind bastard like you down with me." However, even though he made such a ferocious declaration, his hands merely charged up the attack. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to attack. Ling Chigu moved his lips when he saw a flutter of black clothes out of the corner of his eyes. He stared into Feng Jingyu's eyes and opened his lips slightly as he mouthed soundlessly, "Leave now." Originally, Feng Jingyu was despairing from the bottom of his heart. His only thought was how to resolve himself to kill the person in front of him, but he froze all. Of a sudden, "Leave now." Ling Chigu's hand, which was hanging to the side, moved slightly. In a place blocked by Feng Jingyu, he quickly and deftly wrote these two words on Feng Jingyu's thigh again. "Leave now. Leave quickly. It's very dangerous here," he wrote hastily, fearful that someone would notice something. Anxiousness gathered in Ling Chigu's eyes. Soon after, his palm suddenly slammed towards Feng Jingyu's shoulder. The strike looked strong on the surface, but in reality, it didn't actually contain any power. Feng Jingyu realized something and followed the flow, putting on an act of having suffered serious injuries and stumbling backward. He staggered back a few steps and was finally able to regain his footing after much difficulty. Ling Chigu, "You ungrateful bastard!" Feng Jingyu was so heartbroken and indignant that even breathing was difficult. He retreated a few more steps unsteadily, gave a shrill, weeping cry, and turned into a phoenix that soon flew into the air. He said sternly, "Ling Chigu, from now on, you will walk your bridge and I will walk my road. The West Land and the North Land's northernmost region will sever all relations, and all contact will be forbidden for the next 500 years." With another shrill, ear-piercing cry full of despair, the phoenix flapped his wings and flew into the air. With a single flap of his wings, he was already thousands of miles away. Ling Chigu watched unblinkingly as Feng Jingyu disappeared completely from his sight. Only then did he sigh with relief. He sure fled quickly. A mass of purplish-black chi came out of the cracks in the crumbling fences and dilapidated walls. In the blink of an eye, the chi turned into a man with black robes and silver hair. The man landed on the ground beside Ling Chigu. He said with a smile, "The West Phoenix monarch is truly genuine and sincere towards you. He would rather hurt himself than hurt you. Since he treats you so well, why didn't you leave with him?" Ling Chigu stood up, straightened his clothes, and said indifferently, "A subject cannot serve two masters. Not to mention, he disrespected the Lord." When he mentioned Yan Weijun, hints of fanatical obsession appeared in Ling Chigu's eyes, as if he was affected by a Gu technique. The silver-haired man studied Ling Chigu. A moment later, he nodded in satisfaction. "No wonder Ah Zhen likes you and trusts you so much. Little General Ling is indeed extraordinary." But if Ling Chigu didn't hold even the slightest bit of kind feelings towards Yan Weijun, then even the synchronized heart Gu, which was able to make the target indifferent to everyone outside of the holder of the other synchronized heart Gu and induce a fanatical zeal for the holder within the victim's heart, wouldn't possibly have had such a miraculous effect. In the end, Ling Chigu still cared about Yan Weijun in his heart. This also simplified everything. Speaking of which, Feng Jingyu really became the laughingstock of the Nine Lands. From beginning to end, he had been sewing a wedding address for someone else. Ling Chigu's ice-cold gaze swept across the silver-haired man as he narrowed his eyes slightly. "And where did you come from? I've never heard of someone like you staying by Ah Zhen's side." Yan Weijun came over and stood beside Ling Chigu, gazing at him gently and answering, "This person is called Tu Feng. He's a distinguished guest from an outside world. That year, you and I were being hunted down by Yan Zizhong's subordinates. Your Ling family was destroyed, and we were also separated. Tu Feng suddenly appeared at a critical moment and saved me. He even killed those pursuers for me. He helped me reorganize the troops and make a comeback. If it wasn't for Tu Feng, I would never have been able to meet you today." Ling Chigu curled his lips slightly and looked at Tu Feng with the confidence and unrestrained spirit characteristic of little General Ling. Since you saved Ah Zhen's life, then you're also my benefactor. If there are any matters you want me to do in the future, just say the word. Tu Feng gave a free and easy smile. Since General Ling said so, I'll keep that in mind. Then Ling Chigu pretended to ask curiously, but just what does a guest from an outside world mean? Is fellow Tu Feng from other big worlds? Tu Feng smiled mysteriously and said with profound meaning, you will understand in the future. Ling Chigu nodded thoughtfully. Yan Weijun stared at Ling Chigu and sighed, his face full of sadness. Ah Ji Yu, Yan Zizhong really was wicked. Not only did he ignore the bond of brotherly affection, but he even killed your entire Ling family, which had always been loyal and devoted. If it wasn't for your friendship with me, the Ling family wouldn't have met such an end. I've wronged you. In fact, I haven't been able to face you for a long time. Threads of pain wove through Ling Chigu's entire heart. The destruction of the Ling family was an excruciating event that he would never forget in his lifetime. Moreover, he had already vowed to himself a long time ago that he wouldn't let even a single person involved in the Ling family's annihilation get away, be they Yan Weijun, Yan Zizhong, or the Black and White Crow Guards. It's just that when he first regained consciousness, he thought of the Ling family and already felt extreme sorrow. Now that this was mentioned again, he was finally calm. No, Ling Chigu said indifferently. He seemed unconcerned and also seemed cold and ruthless. I will naturally pin the blame for the Ling family's destruction on Yan Zizhong's head. Why should Ah Zhen blame himself? Yan Weijun, on the other hand, still looked distressed. He grieved and lamented with tearful eyes. In the end, it was all because of me. If you had listened to Feng Jingyu's words back then and left the northern border in time, you wouldn't have been implicated by me. But Ling Chigu merely sneered. He was simply indulging in fantasy. My Ling family has defended the northern border for generations. Even if we die in battle, we will never ignore our ancestors' words and become traitors who turn against our lord and ancestors. Tu Feng couldn't help asking curiously, General Ling, after all said and done, the West Phoenix monarch has still done a lot for you and risked his life. Don't you feel even a little thankful? Ling Chigu, however, said, if the reason someone tried his best to help you was to have you give yourself wholly to him, then no matter how much he helped you, you would only feel disgusted to the extreme. Towards the end, Ling Chigu's voice became narrow and low, full of abhorrence. No one would think that he was acting. Tu Feng and Yan Weijun exchanged a silent glance and revealed a smug smile. Feng Jingyu flew away angrily. After a few flaps of his wings, he had already thrown his pursuers way behind him. He put out the fire all over his body and stopped, landing on the top branch of a tree and overlooking the northern Liang city in the desert from his location on the mountain. Feng Jingyu's face looked bewildered, and his hand gripped the branch so hard that his fingers sank deep into the tree. Ling Chigu said, leave now. He must have discovered danger, so he forced me to leave. Ling Chigu was putting on an act. Thinking of this, Feng Jingyu's heart felt both bitter and sweet, finally turning into a long sigh that was full of worry. What are you standing so high up for? Do you want to take off? A voice that was practically asking for a beating came from the foot of the tree. Startled, Feng Jingyu looked down and saw Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua standing together. They looked at him with raised heads. He quickly flew down and asked in surprise, why are you guys here? Yu Ming answered with a smile, just now, I saw a disheveled bird that set itself on fire flying out from the city. It flew in this direction, so I wanted to see if I could make the most of this and find that silly bird who burned itself up, so that Yan Zonghua and I can enjoy a nice meal. Thus, we came over. Feng Jingyu, alright, I can confirm that this Yu Ming is not an imposter. Feng Jingyu asked, I meant why are you guys in northern Liang? Yu Ming replied, I heard that you took Ling Chigu and decided to pledge loyalty to Yan Weijun, so I came to see if a radish has entered your brain. Feng Jingyu's expression twisted immediately, and he gave the tree a fierce kick. Radish, my foot, that fucking Yan Weijun schemed us. He took Ah Gu's soul consciousness and made Ah Ji Yu serve him unconditionally, unable to free himself for the rest of his life. Although Feng Jingyu's words were vague, Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua were experienced and knowledgeable people, so they were able to understand what happened from a few key words. Yu Ming asked, how is Ling Chigu now? Feng Jingyu pursed his lips. Cold to me and courteous to Yan Weijun. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows. Feng Jingyu continued, but I think there's something more to it. What about it? Yan Zonghua asked. So Feng Jingyu vividly described the mutual love, followed by mutual killing, and finally mutual love again between him and Ling Chigu, as well as the progression of his own psychological state throughout all this from stifling pain to the sky clearing after the rain. Regardless of importance, Feng Jingyu recounted everything in excruciating detail. During this process, the veins on Yu Ming's forehead twitched, and he tried to interrupt Feng Jingyu's off-track story several times and make him get to the main point. Ultimately, Yu Ming was forced to give up on such a fruitless endeavor upon seeing Feng Jingyu fall into an eerie state where he alternated between tearing up one moment and chuckling like a fool the next. He told me to leave now. Feng Jingyu sighed. Say, do you think he likes me? Yu Ming. Yan Zonghua. Yu Ming wiped his face and said with difficulty, don't you think that Ling Chigu is in danger right now? Feng Jingyu nodded. That's why I have to be ready to save him at any time. Yu Ming asked in surprise, you're just going to let him remain beside Yan Weijun? How can you still be so calm and collected, even knowing that? Feng Jingyu waved his hand. Yu isn't naive. He knows the gravity of the situation. Since he chose to stay there, he naturally has a reason why he must remain behind. All I need to do is to protect him from the shadows. Remembering Yan Weijun's gloating face as he strutted around smugly, Feng Jingyu became angry again. He glanced at Yan Zonghua out of the corner of his eyes. That bitch brother of yours really isn't anything good, Yan Zonghua said calmly, even a good bamboo will produce bad shoots. Feng Jingyu calmed down and asked, did you make any special discoveries here in northern Liang? Yu Ming raised a brow. I discovered that you're especially stupid, does that count? Feng Jingyu, I'm being serious here. Don't you think that more and more soldiers have been going to northern Liang recently, but fewer and fewer people are coming back? Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua exchanged a glance, then simultaneously stared at Feng Jingyu. What, so you noticed it too? Yu Ming rubbed his chin. Zonghua and I paid a visit to the edge of the northern border. If I'm right, the cause of this abnormality should be the evil spirits making a comeback. Feng Jingyu froze. Evil spirits, are they what I think they are? If you meant those evil spirits that killed your old phoenix ancestor and made his subsequent rebirth fail, then yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yu Ming hit the nail on the head. Chapter 722. Chong White Lotus Sheng. Feng Jingyu almost jumped out of his skin. Why would this kind of thing appear now? Didn't evil chi cultivators and evil spirits all get killed off or sealed 10,000 years ago? Yu Ming smiled. I thought you'd be somewhat happy upon hearing this. After all, these monsters first appeared in the northern border. Even if they start killing people, they'll start with King Zhen's subordinates, who are stationed in northern Liang City. It was a well-known fact that the relationship between Feng Jingyu and Yan Weijun was extremely poor. Feng Jingyu took a deep breath and said with a grave expression, no, you have no idea how terrifying it truly is for evil spirits to make a comeback. In my Wudong mountain range, there is a wall of records. On that wall, there's the remnant of a scene from 10,000 years ago, when the evil spirit army attacked cities. At that time, the sky was filled with purple cracks, and purplish black chi continuously leaked from an outside world and entered the Nine Lands. The evil chi cultivators had a boundless supply of evil chi to transform into evil spirits. Evil spirits are created from the most filthy and vile chi in the world. They're mindless creatures whose only purpose is to destroy the world. They are extremely terrifying. Wherever the evil spirit army went, the land became scorched earth, and no vegetation could grow within 100 years. Not even an insect survived. Needless to say, humans can't survive either. None of them had ever experienced the great immortal demon war 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the survivors of that war deliberately erased the existence of evil chi cultivators and evil spirits from historical records. Thus, the vast majority of people believed that it was a demon invasion that incited this war. Only a few descendants of the divine clans understood the truth. The Wrong family had the sealed scroll, the Dragon family had the Dragon Tomb, and the Phoenix clan had a wall of records. The past seen by Feng Jingyu was the most objective and faithful representation of the past. Therefore, he always held a dread of evil spirits in his heart, unlike Yu Ming and the others, who had never seen those records before. After he heard the speech, Yu Ming frowned. They're this powerful. Feng Jingyu nodded seriously. That's right. Back in those days, there were 4 great venerables from Spirit Sect: Chong Sheng Sword Venerable, Shihe Great Venerable, Lian Hua Talisman Venerable, and Kang Rong Spirit Venerable. With their joint efforts, they finally managed to destroy that evil chi cultivator leader. At that time, every single one of them had already reached Sky Realm. But now, with the decline of Taoism, where can we find Sky Realm powerhouses? Yu Ming asked. Don't tell me that those evil Qi cultivators can reach Sky Realm. Feng Jingyu's expression was complicated. I'm not sure either. I don't know much about evil Qi cultivators. If you really want to know, you need to visit Fuyao sect and ask your Shishang. Esteemed Lan Yu was known for his strategies. He was naturally erudite and well-informed, knowledgeable about everything in the past and present. Yan Zhonghua said, if you fight an evil Qi cultivator in a direct confrontation, how confident are you about escaping unscathed? Feng Jingyu answered, a phoenix's divine flames are flames that burn evil Qi. Naturally, I'm not afraid of ordinary evil Qi cultivators and evil spirits. Those things can only flee when they meet me. But if the evil Qi cultivator's cultivation is too high, then I'm afraid they won't fear my flames anymore. Yu Ming stared unblinkingly at Feng Jingyu. Yan Zhonghua also looked at Feng Jingyu meaningfully. Feng Jingyu felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He had a bad feeling about this. You guys aren't planning to screw me over, are you? Yu Ming's complexion seemed to hold deep sorrow as he revealed, I just received a message from my family's Ahen that an evil Qi cultivator who had been sealed 10,000 years ago is currently heading for the northern border together with half of the evil Qi in the entire Northland, and they'll arrive in about a few hours. But Ling Chigu is still at the northern border. Yan Zhonghua stopped Feng Jingyu's tirade with a single sentence. Feng Jingyu spluttered for a moment and was about to counter that argument when he saw something out of the corner of his eyes. He pointed to the rolling mass of purplish-black qi that was gradually spreading north. What's that? Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming naturally also heard the loud noise that sounded like a landslide. Both their expressions changed. News about the Longyao family's run-in with Heaven's Whale had already spread all over the Nine Lands, let alone Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming, who received the news firsthand. That thing's identity was self-evident. Heaven's Whale, Yan Zhonghua said with a heavy heart. Feng Jingyu's face was bewildered and shocked. He gazed at the sinking sky and the dimming light, then stared at the rolling evil qi that was spreading like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The words he just spoke seemed to have already been flung to the back of his mind. It's heading towards northern Liang, Feng Jingyu commented. It hasn't formed into evil spirits yet. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes. Places where spiritual qi gather are the evil spirits' favorite locations. Feng Jingyu said, so they'll occupy the human cities first, then spread towards the surrounding mountains and rivers. Yu Ming asked, do we stop it? Yan Zhonghua decided after some thought, let's not stop it for the time being. Yu Ming frowned and glanced at Yan Zhonghua. Yan Zhonghua explained, if we stop it now, then how can I make that ambitious younger brother of mine understand what he should be doing right now? Yu Ming said, the price is too high. Yan Zhonghua responded nonchalantly, if we don't pay the price now, there will be a more painful price to pay in the future. Dage. Yan Tianan stood in front of the door and knocked gently. Whenever he entered the room before, he used to directly kick open the door. However, ever since Lin Xuanji took away that sword without another word, Yan Tianan never dared to be as presumptuous as before again. There was no sound from inside the room. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and whispered, well, I've come to say goodbye to you. There was still no response. Yan Tianan continued, I'm going to the northern border. I'm afraid Mao Mao and my parents don't have any experience dealing with evil qi cultivators, so they must be in a mess right now. I'll try to capture Kangdi Fanglang and that fake alive and bring them back for interrogation. After thinking about it, what I saw and heard might not be the truth. Maybe Kangdi Fanglang really was a scapegoat who had been framed by someone else back then. Yan Tianan sighed and pressed one hand on the door. Dage, even if you're angry, don't stay angry for too long. If you really can't accept what I've done, then can you think of Lord Yushu as Ling Yu, and think of me as just me? He asked very cautiously, stumbling over his words for fear that he would make Lin Xuanji even angrier. Just when Yan Tianan was feeling very uneasy and anxious, he suddenly heard a faint voice from inside the room, you dared to act, but you don't dare to take responsibility. Ah Hen, is that what I taught you? Yan Tianan. The door opened from the inside. Just when Yan Tianan was about to enter, he was forced out by a thrown sword whose hilt he caught. Before Yan Tianan could respond, the door closed from the inside again with a bam. Yan Tianan touched his nose and said a little awkwardly, Dage, don't tell me that you're really planning to sever all ties with me. Look at us, we've already slept together, confessed, and even met each other's parents. If you talk about breaking up after that, then how should I explain to my father and them? There was still no sound from the room. Yan Tianan felt a trace of despair. As he hugged the sword refined from Chongsheng's rib, his little heart almost shattered into tiny pieces. He suddenly felt wronged, but he also felt regretful. After going through thousands of hardships and dangers, he was finally able to be together with Lin Xuanji and have the other party reciprocate those feelings. But who would have expected that just when he was on the verge of success, the trigger that he was most afraid of finally exploded with a bang, blowing up right in his face. Yan Tianan wiped his red eyes and turned around. "I'm leaving." Bang! Something broke out of the door and flew towards him. Yan Tianan reflexively tilted his head and caught a slender item in his hand. When he looked, he saw that it was actually a scabbard. While Yan Tianan was still in a daze, Lin Xuanji walked out from the room behind him with a dark expression. He said slowly, "I was just refining a scabbard, but your brain was already filled with wild thoughts. Don't tell me that in your eyes, I'm the kind of trash who doesn't finish what he starts and doesn't dare take responsibility for his own actions." Yan Tianan froze. He suddenly turned around and looked at the face that he loved the most in this world. "Even if you forced me, you still suffered so much. I'm not angry with you, but with myself," Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan hesitated, feeling like his brain couldn't quite keep up with this development. Why would you be angry with yourself?" "Because at that time, I clearly liked you in my heart, but I just had to be blinded by anger and shame. Even until the end, I still thought about getting revenge on you and making you miserable. Now, whenever I think about your expression when you received this sword, I feel extremely pained." Yan Tianan opened his mouth slightly. His thoughts felt a little chaotic. He never could have imagined this kind of development. "No, it's wrong for you to think this way. I was clearly the one who forced you. You should hate me and blame me. If I wholeheartedly wanted to leave, did you really think that your Phoenix Terrace could stop me?" Lin Xuanji gently held Yan Tianan's chin. His lowered eyes showed a meaningful smile. "Ah Hen, I've never been a saint who didn't have any desire. I also have someone I want, and I also have times where I want to indulge. But because of my identity, Chongsheng cannot voluntarily have an illicit affair with the Demon Emperor, but if I was forced to serve the demon with my body, then what can people say about it?" Yan Tianan. Dumbstruck, Yan Tianan stared in disbelief at this man who seemed a little unfamiliar to him but nevertheless made his heart beat faster. He swallowed with difficulty, and his brain was blank. He blurted out, "Dage, how can you say that was an illicit affair? That's called rolling around the sheets, having a mutual affinity, making love, holding 2 kids 3 years later." After saying that, Yan Tianan suddenly turned red under Lin Xuanji's smiling gaze. "Bah! What nonsense am I even talking about? It's all Lin Zan's fault, leading my childhood education astray and making me say such strange words. I'm afraid holding 2 kids in 3 years won't be possible." Lin Xuanji loosened his hand. "The timing is not good. We have to remove some irksome presences first before resolving our personal matters." Yan Tianan suddenly felt even more embarrassed. He always felt that there was something strange about Lin Xuanji's words. "No, wait!" Yan Tianan suddenly realized something and stared at Lin Xuanji. Originally, he wanted to question loudly, but he ended up speaking cautiously once the words reached his mouth, as though he was afraid of waking up from a beautiful dream. Yan Tianan asked carefully, "Dage, just now, did you say you like me?" He said he clearly likes me. He said like, not loathing, hatred, or contempt. Their entanglement on the Phoenix Terrace didn't only contain painful memories. There were also mutual feelings. Even if they didn't know each other's feelings, it was still mutual. Chapter 723. Saving Northern Liang. This was something Yushin Lingyu dared not even dream about. It was also the past that Yan Tianan yearned for in his dreams but could never obtain. Lin Xuanji sighed when he saw Yan Tianan's extreme caution. It's been too hard. It had truly been too hard for them to walk all the way from martial brothers to enemies and then to lovers. At first, when Lin Xuanji remembered events on the Phoenix Terrace, he did feel angry and shameful. This had nothing to do with whether he was top or bottom, nor did it have anything to do with who he was being intimate with. Instead, it concerned the dignity of a man, a proud and arrogant cultivator who had always lived a clean and honest life. But when he closed the door, held that killing heart sword, and carefully reflected over the past, Lin Xuanji found that not all the chaotic and dark memories were miserable. Was he completely innocent? Could it be that he never indulged himself during that time, not even for a single second. If he was being honest with himself, was he really at a disadvantage in that seemingly forceful and one-sided relationship? Didn't a dark corner of his heart enjoy it with secret delight? The answer was self-evident. Lin Xuanji didn't feel ashamed but felt regret instead. If he could frankly admit his feelings at that time and still calmly cherish that person after experiencing that pain, then would he not be so cruel as to hurt both Ling Yu and himself, and pull out one of his ribs as the last farewell gift to an excited and expectant Yushin Ling Yu? The sword he stabbed into Ling Yu's heart only hurt his life, but the bone sword he gave Ling Yu was killing his heart. How regretful he was, how he loathed himself. I've always liked you. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan in his arms. The back of his hand touched Yan Tianan's back, while his fist was clenched tightly. He said slowly and firmly, I've liked you from the very beginning. Words were stuck in Yan Tianan's throat. He choked back his emotions with difficulty. Don't lie to me, Shishang, don't lie to me. I'll believe that is the truth. I'll believe everything you say. I'm not smart, so don't lie to me. The lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom, elegant and proud. They were just like the pond full of snow feather weeping lotuses on Spirit Sect's back mountain, which was raised extremely well and always in full bloom. Time and space seemed to overlap with scenes from 10,000 years ago. That year and that night, the bold but enthusiastic young man nervously rushed to the bamboo forest where his Shishang practiced the sword at night, his heart full of love and admiration. Even his voice shrunk a little in nervousness as he said to the man in white who just finished a sword move. Shishang, actually, part of what I said at the Dao conference today was true. I truly like Shishang and love Shishang. It's not the kind of like between Master Lian Hua and Shihi. It's the kind where I want to become Dao companions with you, practice swords together in the morning, enjoy flowers and tea together, refine pills and treasures together, share the same bed and blanket, and hold hands for a lifetime. Shishang, can you also like me? The young man, who was a little overwhelmed by this sudden confession but still looked calm on the surface, just used his pair of bottomless and deep eyes to stare unblinkingly at Ling Yu, who was getting redder and redder. Ling Yu couldn't get a response. He only heard the rustling breeze blowing on the leaves in the bamboo forest. He blushed bright red and whispered, it doesn't matter if Shishang doesn't like me now. If Shishang doesn't like me today, then I'll tell Shishang again tomorrow. One day, Shishang will inevitably accept his feelings. Just when the young man couldn't stand the tense and oppressive atmosphere anymore and turned to run away, the Shishang who never spoke before whispered softly behind him, okay. He answered Ling Yu's feelings, so he must accompany him through the 4 seasons, through the vicissitudes of life, and never allow anyone to bully him or wrong him again. He should never allow Ling Yu to bear the burden and pain of the entire world all alone, in a place that Chongsheng can't see. He owed Ling Yu the sentence, I like you too. So he'll use an entire lifetime to repay it. It'll take only 4 hours at most from here to northern Liang City. Yan Tianan estimated the distance and time as he flew on the sword together with Lin Xuanji. They turned into a beam of light that flew towards northern Liang City at the fastest speed possible. Yan Tianan originally planned to have Feng Jingyu, who was still in northern Liang, fight Kangdi Fenglang. With Kangdi Fenglang's current cultivation, although Feng Jingyu would have to expend some effort, he could still stop Kangdi Fenglang's invasion. Even if he failed, there were still Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua as backup. But after thinking about it, Kangdi Fenglang's whereabouts were mysterious. If he missed this opportunity to catch him alive, then he's afraid it wouldn't be easy to capture him in the future. After weighing the decision, Yan Tianan decided to visit northern Liang in person and meet Kangdi Fenglang again. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan didn't tell anyone else their whereabouts. They merely left a message for Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting, then secretly went on their way. When the two finally reached northern Liang, they saw the dense evil qi covering the entire sky above northern Liang, as well as heaven's veil. Inside the evil qi, they could even make out a golden red flame that constantly moved around, like a needle to threat. That was clearly Feng Jingyu's flames after he turned into a phoenix. Yan Tianan frowned slightly. Dage, let's help them. Lin Xuanji cut through the evil qi with his sword. His sword moved as fast as lightning, cutting apart all the evil creatures who lunged at him and completely purifying these evil qi so that they would never condense into solid shapes again. Yan Tianan was half a step later than Lin Xuanji. Instead of using a sword, he made a hand seal and cut his fingertip. He drew a talisman in the air with his blood and started chanting. In an instant, Most of the evil creatures that had been attacking the cultivators actually turned to tear at the other evil creatures. The scene suddenly fell into chaos as the situation turned. Evil creatures were everywhere in northern Liang. Perhaps because he'd been influenced by Yan Tianan, the evil creatures Kangdi Fanglang created were no longer limited to humanoids, but included beast shapes too. Different structures required different amounts of evil qi, so the resulting creation speed and power would also be different. Yan Tianan cursed inside his heart, but he didn't stop running through the streets of northern Liang, where the residents were fleeing in all directions. Everywhere Yan Tianan went, he made these evil creatures massacre one another. To eliminate evil qi by using evil qi. This is the only way to truly kill evil creatures. That was what Dao Zhu told Ling Yu back then. Cries and screams mingled. The troops guarding the border had long been recalled, ever since they saw Heaven's Whale appear over northern Liang City. Combined with the soldiers already stationed in northern Liang City, the 50,000 army should have been enough. However, this attack was too sudden and too fierce, so much so that the soldiers were all caught off guard. The city's residents were the most miserable. Although they lived in the cold and bitter northern Liang for many years and even possessed Taoist techniques, their cultivations weren't high. When they encountered such ferocious and cruel evil creatures, they could only be hunted down and killed. Corpses littered the ground, and blood soaked into the long street. At this moment, nobody cared about the hatred or grudges between them. Their common goals were merely to survive and protect northern Liang. How can this be? Yan Weijun stood on the palace's high terrace as he gazed up at the torn sky and those endless monsters. He couldn't help trembling all over. He grew up in the royal family, where he'd been treated with worship and care. Even though he later left the royal heavenly capital in order to accumulate strength and came to a miserable land like northern Liang, his boundless fortune still allowed him to win the favor and admiration of the master of northern Liang's Ling family, Ling Chigu. Thus, he had never truly suffered hardships. When had he ever experienced a battlefield personally and seen such terrible scenes? Yan Weijun's entire body trembled, and he took half a step back. In front of him were hundreds of soldiers who were fighting the evil creatures that had broken into the palace. Behind him stood Tu Feng, who had an uncaring expression. Ling Chigu, where's Ling Chigu? Yan Weijun roared, have him protect this king. Where has he gone? Answering your highness, General Ling went to defend the city gates and is not currently in the palace, a bodyguard said. Yan Weijun said angrily, have him get back here. Doesn't he know just who it is that he should truly protect? Have him return quickly. I'm here. Tu Feng took Yan Weijun's hand and smiled lightly. What does it matter whether Ling Chigu is here or not? Yan Weijun's words suddenly got stuck in his throat. That's right, Tu Feng was still around. Tu Feng was not inferior to Ling Chigu in terms of both strategy and cultivation, and he was even devoted to Yan Weijun. At this time, he should clearly believe in Tu Feng without any doubt, but how come his heart always favored Ling Chigu? Yan Weijun shook his head in an attempt to throw those doubts out of his mind. He took a deep breath, held Tu Feng's hand back, and forced himself to smile at Tu Feng. You're right. It's just that I've never seen such a battle before. I was frightened for a moment. Tu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the evil qi continuously entering the 9 lands in the sky. He said calmly, it's nothing more than a small skirmish. There's no need to concern yourself. That phoenix, on the other hand. Tu Feng stopped talking right here. That phoenix, on the other hand, is the natural enemy of evil creatures and needs to be destroyed as soon as possible so that in the future, he won't spew fire and burn evil spirits to ash. After tasting the sweetness, Feng Jingyu rushed directly into the horde of evil creatures and even made all kinds of high-difficulty maneuvers in midair. Even though he was situated inside the battlefield, he still looked like he was playing delightfully. After all, one-sided slaughter always made people happy. Kangdi Fanglang, who fled and came to northern Liang in order to make it his headquarters, suddenly changed his expression when he saw Feng Jingyu, turning blue with anger. He kept making the evil creatures form various shapes as he stood high in the clouds and looked down at northern Liang City's chaotic battle. Chapter 724, Crisis Resurgence. Lord Yushu walked up to Kangdi Fanglang and stood still. After a while, he said, there is a phoenix below. He is the enemy of evil creatures. We are not his match. Kangdi Fanglang sneered. So what? Although the phoenix can easily destroy evil spirits, he will eventually exhaust himself. One of the 9 lands pillar of heaven has already collapsed, and it can easily form heaven's whale now. There is plenty of evil qi in the void. As long as evil qi enters the 9 lands through heaven's whale, we will have a steady stream of helpers, so we can simply kill him after he exhausts his power. Candy Fanglang really did have a reason for his confidence. Feng Jingyu soon found that he couldn't completely destroy these evil creatures, no matter what. A phoenix is the evil creature's natural enemy. They can escape from evil creatures, but they can't destroy all the evil creatures in the world. It would be fine if he was in the wilderness. A single breath of fire would make all the evil spirits within 100 miles disappear. However, this was northern Liang City. While killing evil creatures, his power could also evaporate the city on the spot. The gain was not worth the loss. Feeling restrained everywhere, Feng Jingyu was about to explode. After a while, Lord Yushu saw the golden teal light from a sword cutting through the evil qi. His eyes lit up and said, "That should be Lin Xuanji." Candy Fanglang sneered. "Good," Lord Yushu said, "his moves have changed a lot compared with those 10,000 years ago. Chong Sheng's sword style has never been fixed. He can do every move with ease." Lord Yushu then saw Yan Tianan, who was transforming evil qi into animals and making a mess of the battlefield. His eyes sank and said, "Fanglang, who do you think is the real Ling Yu, me or Yan Tianan?" Candy Fanglang withdrew his gaze, which was staring at Yan Tianan flitting in and out of the evil qi with ease. He turned to Lord Yushu beside him and said leisurely, "What does it matter whether it's you or him?" Lord Yushu said, "Naturally it matters. If I really am Ling Yu, then it doesn't matter whether he's Chong Sheng or Chong Sheng's reincarnation, both of them should be mine. How can I easily give him to others? Chong Sheng must have been deceived and bewitched by that fake. That's the only reason he would treat the fake that way. I will most certainly snatch Chong Sheng back." Candy Fanglang smiled. "And what if he's the real one?" Lord Yushu also looked indifferent. "If he's the real one, then Chong Sheng liking him has nothing to do with me. But I just don't understand why I always feel like I'm Ling Yu, even though my memory is still incomplete." Candy Fanglang looked at Lord Yushu in silence for a moment. "It's possible for there to be two Ling Yus in the world. Both he and you are the real Ling Yu." Confused, Lord Yushu asked, "What does that mean?" Candy Fanglang narrowed his eyes. "It's just the art of splitting a soul. It's nothing new." Lord Yushu, with the participation of Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, this battle, which originally looked like a one-sided battle, soon reversed its course. The two sides were evenly matched. He did intend to take revenge on Yan Tianan, but he didn't want to fight senselessly. Candy Fanglang had always been a lazy person. He had been an evil qi cultivator from the moment of his birth. The reason why nobody ever noticed was because he never used evil qi to harm people. However, the only reason he didn't harm people was that he was too lazy. For Candy Fanglang, causing such a ruckus inside the Dagon Tomb Holy Land had almost consumed all of his enthusiasm. He originally thought the Dragon Tomb seal had been destroyed, so the North Land would lose its defense against evil creatures. Thus, he thought he'd be able to easily conquer the northern border, a desolate, barren place lacking in spiritual qi so close to the demon world. Unexpectedly, not only did he meet a stupid phoenix, but even that scummy couple still pursued him relentlessly. Candy Fanglang finally lost the last of his fighting spirit after the battle continued for a day and night. "Let's go." Candy Fanglang turned around and flew towards the demon world. The sky was getting dark, but the evil qi was getting thinner and thinner. Finally, it dispersed. Yan Tianan stopped his attack and looked further north. Dage, Candy Fanglang ran away. Lin Xuanji sheathed his sword. He's heading towards the demon world. Yan Tianan clapped his hands, then put Shusho directly into the scabbard. Since he's in the demon world, he has nothing to do with us anymore. Let those demon venerables worry about him. It could be said that evil qi cultivators were something both humans and demons wanted to kill. Not only could they stir up a mess in the world of mortals, but they could also flourish in the demon world. Yan Tianan hoped that Candy Fanglang wouldn't live too peacefully after arriving at the demon world. He'd better stir up a lot of trouble. Only then would Yan Tianan be able to cooperate with those demon venerables. Otherwise, dealing with those ruthless demons was no different than seeking skin from a tiger. Northern Liang City suffered heavy casualties. King Zhen immediately sent someone to appease the people and send them spiritual pills and miraculous medicines for healing. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan met with Feng Jingyu and Yan Zonghua under an old locust tree in the city. Among them, Feng Jingyu's expression was the ugliest. He gnashed his teeth with a dark expression. "I've inquired about that god-bitched Longyao Zan. This evil qi cultivator originally went to the Longyao family's Dragon Tomb Holy Land. However, He was released by the Longyao clan, and they even drove him to the northern border. Longyao Zan clearly wants to find trouble for me. Yan Tianan, the one who did all that seems to be me. Yan Tianan coughed softly and said, the Dragon Emperor doesn't know you're in northern Liang City. Feng Jingyu accused, you're actually taking his side. Yan Tianan immediately apologized, the Dragon Emperor really is wretched. He didn't have the ability to kill Kangdi Fanglang, but just had to drive him north. Yu Ming glanced at Yan Tianan. That evil Qi cultivator is called Kangdi Fanglang. Yan Tianan nodded. If I'm not wrong, that should be his name. Yu Ming asked, how did you know? Yan Tianan blinked and thought, it's not like I can tell Yu Ming that he's my shidi in a past life and even someone I killed personally. So he answered instead, it's probably because he's too naive. Before attacking, he just had to introduce himself, as though that would make him more imposing. Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan but didn't expose his white lie. Yan Tianan wasn't afraid to talk about the past, but it was too troublesome to explain clearly, nor could it be explained in a few words. Yu Ming was still suspicious, but after thinking about it, this kind of thing was also normal. After all, it would be too nonsensical if two strangers fought to the death but still didn't know the enemy's name. Yan Zonghua said, since you've all come to northern Liang City, we might as well meet that ambitious brother of mine. Feng Jingyu snorted coldly when he heard that. You can tell at first glance that Yan Weijun isn't anything good. I feel ill when I see him. You guys can go, I'll sit this one out. But isn't Ji Yu still there? Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu innocently. You really won't go and see Ji Yu? Feng Jingyu. So 4 people and a bird walked towards northern Liang Palace. An ash-gray bird's head poked out from the collar of Yan Tianan's clothes. Feng Jingyu looked left and right. His small head turned around quickly. It looked like he was full of curiosity about the world. Yan Tianeng asked, what are you looking at? Feng Jingyu chirped twice and said, I'm looking at the soldiers patrolling around. After the battle, the number of soldiers patrolling the city has actually increased. Their backs are straight and they hold swords in their hands. They patrol the streets with such neat and uniform movements. Yan Tianan looked back and said, what's there to see about this? Yan Zonghua glanced at the soldiers around him and suddenly said, something seems wrong. What's wrong? How come I feel it's quite normal? Yu Ming carelessly swept his gaze over the patrolling soldiers. Suddenly, his expression changed. Something really is wrong. I'll take a look. Yan Zonghua said, be careful. Yan Tianan was confused. What's the matter? Yan Zonghua said, your dad and I have been lurking here for some time, observing the guards' routes and schedules inside the city. Because this place is close to northern Liang Palace, we especially memorized the faces of 3 patrol groups. Lin Xuanji couldn't help looking towards those people as well. I remember that several of them already died in the hands of evil creatures when the battle began. But why are they still patrolling now? Yan Zonghua frowned. Yan Tianan felt his back turn cold. He saw that Yu Ming had come to the front of the patrol. After he stood still, he stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his eyes and stared at the expressionless patrol member at the front. Stop, I want to see your King Zhen. The patrol member raised his head and stared at Yu Ming silently. Yu Ming frowned slightly. As soon as he was about to speak again, a patrol member came up from behind and said impatiently to Yu Ming, there are hundreds of people who want to see our King Zhen. What kind of thing are you? If you don't want to die, then get lost. Immediately after, he murmured, why stir up trouble now? How unperceptive. The patrol member turned and wanted to return to the team. However, Yu Ming raised his hand this instant and used his palm to hit the head of that expressionless patrol member in the front. His momentum didn't slow, he just slapped the man away. The person hit the wall and bounced back a few feet. What are you doing? Several patrolmen jumped out at the same time and surrounded Yu Ming, pointing their long spears at his body and looking at him warily. Yu Ming's sight, however, fell on the patrolling soldier who was lying on the ground and twisting his body in pain. As soon as he raised his hand, a protective barrier appeared around him. The soldiers could stab him, but they always missed their mark. From beginning to end, Yu Ming's gaze was fixed on that person on the ground. The soldier's face was full of pain and ferocity, as if he would die soon, but he struggled extremely violently. Even if he was pressed down by 3 companions, he still broke away from their suppression and jumped up. Ah! The soldier roared loudly. The sound was like the howling of wild animals. He didn't sound like a human being. The 3 soldiers who suppressed him were thrown aside. Before they could react, One of them felt a strong force coming at him. His sight turned dark for a while. Suddenly, his neck felt cold and painful. In his sight was the blood gushing outward and upward. The other soldiers. Chapter 725. Evil GU controlling corpses. The remaining 2 soldiers closest to the crazy soldier were well trained. They rushed at the crazy soldier and tried to restrain him. However, as soon as their fingers touched the man's arm, they were thrown out by a strong force and hit the ground in the distance. It was not known what mechanism they touched. In a whole patrol of 20 people, 10 people howled like wild animals and suddenly glared at everyone else with reddened eyes, turning to slaughter the other soldiers. The several soldiers who were still besieging Yu Ming all changed their expressions and stared at Yu Ming in horror. At first, they all retreated a few steps, and then they turned around and hit these crazy soldiers who attacked their own people. As soon as Yu Ming raised his hand, he cut off the head of the soldier who had first gone crazy, and the head fell to the ground. When it finally stopped, Yu Ming clearly saw that there was an unpleasant purple evil chi flying out of the body, and dense thumb-sized insects were crawling out along with the black blood. A fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. When Yan Tianan saw this, he could no longer hold back. His expression changed and he rushed over. He held Feng Jingyu's neck in one hand and forced his beak to face the insects running around, saying, "Mau Mau, spit fire Feng Jingyu." Although unwilling, Feng Jingyu still spit out fire and scorched all the insects. What are these things? Why are there so many insects in their heads? It stinks. The intact soldiers were also going crazy. Obviously, they were no match for those crazy soldiers. Moreover, they had been stationed in the northern border for several years and had never seen such a battle. They had just suffered from the torture of an endless wave of creatures. At this time, everyone was panicked and paranoid, feeling like everyone else was the enemy. If they didn't remember their responsibilities, they would have run away as fast as they could. Yan Tianan didn't hesitate to join them. He cut off the heads of all the crazy soldiers without hesitation, his movements quick and efficient. "Mau Mau," Yan Tianan said. Without waiting for Yan Tianan's command, Feng Jingyu took the initiative to spit out fire and burn all the insects crawling around. The soldiers who narrowly escaped the disaster looked at the withered and rotten corpses on the ground with pale faces. The smell was so bad that several people couldn't help covering their mouths and retching. Some brave people tried to get closer to have a closer look, but Yan Tianan stopped them. "These bodies have been polluted by evil GU and must be burned." Yan Tianan frowned and said disgustedly, "But before that, I'd better take these bodies to King Zhen so that he can see them." The soldiers stared at each other. No one dared to come forward. Yan Tianan picked up 2 corpses and performed the imperial corpse technique, so that they could stand up and walk by themselves even without a head. Yan Tianan commanded the corpses to walk into the palace with such carelessness. Once King Zhen found that the person who came was King Yi, he didn't dare to stop it. Secondly, so many walking corpses had appeared among his patrol soldiers. For his own safety, he naturally wanted to see with his own eyes what these things were. Yan Weijun, who had already received the news, personally rushed to the gate of the palace to meet his brother who had come from a long distance. Whether he was genuine or not, he was very polite. Ling Chigu followed closely. The battle robes on his body had been changed. The murderous aura on his whole body from the fierce battle with the evil spirits had also faded away. Seeing Yan Zonghua, Yan Weijun bowed his hands and said thoughtfully, "Elder brother, you've come a long way, and this younger brother has missed a chance to welcome you. I hope that brother can forgive me." Yan Zonghua looked at Yan Weijun and thought that his brother had changed a lot, so he didn't act cold with Yan Weijun and instead cut to the chase. "On my way here, I met a group of patrolling soldiers. Some of them had some problems. You can send someone to check." As soon as the voice fell, Yan Tianan let go and allowed the 2 rotten and shriveled corpses to jump straight to the ground and fall next to King Zhen. The black blood flowed out along their large wounds. Yan Weijun's face changed slightly. Because the smell was too bad, he stepped back a few steps and asked with a frown, "What's this?" Yan Tianan said, "It's a corpse controlled by evil GU. It's a method unique to evil chi cultivators." Yan Weijun looked at Yan Tianan and said to Ling Chigu, "Go investigate." Ling Chigu answered as if he couldn't smell the stench. He walked forward without a change on his face, put on a pair of gold gloves, and untied the corpse's outer clothing. After untying the clothes, the corpse was covered with dense holes made by insects. Everyone's scalp went numb. They wanted to retch somewhere. Even Yan Tianan, who had already known about this, couldn't help looking away. Suddenly, a black insect rushed towards Ling Chigu from a hole in the corpse's heart. Ling Chigu reacted quickly. First, he tilted his head, then stretched out 2 fingers to clamp the insect. With a little force, the insect was pinched and burst. The body of the insect turned into a puddle of purplish-black evil water, which slid down his golden gloves and fell to the ground. At the moment when the water touched the ground burned up. Wisps of black smoke rose up, leaving a trace on the ground. Yan Weijun's face changed a few times and became very ugly. He never thought that this thing would be so powerful, and they could even disguise themselves as his guards. It would not be difficult for the evil creatures to take his life. Yan Zhonghua said, "I'm afraid the corpse under the control of evil Jiyu has long since died. However, why can it disguise itself among your guards and act like a normal person without being found? You need to investigate that yourself." Yan Weijun took a deep breath and obviously still didn't recover from the shock. A moment later, he removed his eyes from the corpse riddled with holes and looked at Yan Zhonghua. "Thank you for your help, elder brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know that such madness had happened to me." Yan Zhonghua then said, "You should also feel the horror of Heaven's Wail, evil creatures besieging the city, and the invasion of evil Qi." Yan Weijun nodded heavily in a grave manner. "Indeed, I heard that the Dragon Clan had been attacked by evil creatures above their imperial city. I originally thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect that I was ignorant. If elder brother hadn't helped me this time, northern Liang City wouldn't have been able to force the enemy to retreat so easily." Feng Jingyu flapped his wings angrily under Yan Tianan's clothes to express his dissatisfaction. "Bah, I was obviously the one who did the most work." This Yan Weijun clearly knew, but he was still deliberately pretending to not know. Sure enough, this love rival was too dishonest. Something moved in front of Yan Tianan's chest, and Yan Weijun's eyes looked there. Yan Tianan calmly stuffed Feng Jingyu deeper into his clothes. "Feng Jingyu." Ling Chigu's eyes glanced imperceptibly at the bulging clothes. A trace of gentleness flashed through his eyes, but he soon hid that. Regardless of the actual relationship between Yan Zhonghua and Yan Weijun, Yan Zhonghua always has to act like a brother to Yan Weijun. Although he was delayed by this headless corpse, Yan Weijun soon sent Ling Chigu to investigate and deal with this matter in person and invited Yan Zhonghua and others into the hall with courtesy. It wouldn't do to continue talking at the doorway. Taking advantage of Yan Weijun's inattention, Feng Jingyu found a chance to fly out of Yan Tianan's clothes. He flapped his wings and flew towards Ling Chigu. Ling Chigu was followed by several guards. Although these guards looked like Yan Weijun's people on the surface, they were actually old troops from the Ling family. Although they didn't reveal themselves at all when they were in Yan Weijun's army previously, in fact, all of them were the Ling family's genuine death guards. During the Ling family's crisis, the death guards whose identities were already exposed all died protecting the Ling family, but there was still a small portion of them who were still able to hide their identities and secretly infiltrate Yan Weijun's forces, waiting for the day when their master would return. Ling Chigu led them outside the palace to look for the walking corpses hidden among the guards. Because the patrol team was too scattered, Ling Chigu acted alone, while his subordinates acted together. If they found anything, they would contact Ling Chigu with a transmission bell. Ling Chigu didn't go looking for the walking corpses. Instead, he came to a small alley whose owner had just moved but didn't have time to sell it yet. After looking around and making sure that no one else was there, he called, "Mao Mao, come out." Feng Jingyu appeared in human form, standing in front of Ling Chigu with a pair of golden red eyes glaring at him. He said angrily, "Who let you call me Mao Mao? We're not that familiar with each other. In fact, we seem to be enemies." Ling Chigu pulled Feng Jingyu into his arms without giving any room for discussion. He curled his lips and whispered into Feng Jingyu's ear, "Enemies, are you sure?" Feng Jingyu lifted his knee and slammed it towards Ling Chigu's abdomen, but Ling Chigu turned and pressed him against the wall. His hands were restrained, and Ling Chigu stubbornly inserted one leg between his legs. It was even more difficult to take any action, unless he spewed fire at Ling Chigu's face. Ling Chigu seemed to see through Feng Jingyu's intentions, and actually blocked Feng Jingyu's mouth directly with his own mouth. Ling Chigu blocked Feng Jingyu's mouth so deeply that he didn't even want to pull his tongue out of Feng Jingyu's mouth, as if he was afraid that Feng Jingyu would spray fire all over his face as soon as he pulled out. Feng Jingyu finally reached the end of his patience and bit him. Ling Chigu was in pain but did not retract his tongue. Instead, He entangled his tongue with Feng Jingyu's again, this time with the taste of blood, and finally pulled back reluctantly. Then he licked the silver thread at the corner of his lips, his face covered with regret that he couldn't continue this anymore. Feng Jingyu's mood suddenly relaxed, but he still said in a gloomy voice, "Hey, Ling, what's your face? Why are you not serving your King Gen but running here to pester me instead? I've already made it clear before that all ties between us have been severed, and we'll go our separate ways as strangers from now on. Don't you forget that." "I haven't forgotten." Ling Chigu grabbed Feng Jingyu's hand and pressed it on his own heart. "You followed me in life and in death, gathered my 3 souls and 7 spirits, and suffered all kinds of grievances. I haven't forgotten a single thing. I'm just waiting to repay you with my life and my heart in the future." Feng Jingyu originally wanted to pull back his hand and curse, "Why are you bringing these things up for?" But suddenly he felt that something was wrong. Feng Jingyu's heart turned cold and he frowned. "Ling Chigu, why don't you have a heartbeat?" Only dead people didn't have a heartbeat, but Ling Chigu's souls and spirits had already been gathered back together, so he should have returned to the living. Chapter 726, Strange Person. Ling Chigu didn't think much of it. "I've already died, and my souls and spirits have scattered. Originally, I should have returned to nothingness, and after eons, perhaps my soul would be fortunate enough to gather back together by chance, and I'd be able to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. But you forcefully dragged me back. How can it be so easy to resurrect from the dead? I'm just a living dead now. In terms of Dao attainments, I can barely be called a ghost cultivator." Feng Jingyu was stunned. "Ghost cultivator?" Ling Chigu said, "I cultivated the physical body before, but now I cultivate the soul. As long as my soul does not disperse, my body will not decay. Plus, there's nothing bad about being a ghost cultivator. After all, I can now separate my soul from my body." Feng Jingyu's eyes suddenly turned red, and he didn't even have the energy to stay angry at Ling Chigu anymore. He said in a daze, "How can you not live? Your souls and spirits have clearly been gathered again, and I've tried all the methods that can possibly bring you back." Ling Chigu saw that he was sad, so he softened his voice, "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, baby. Your husband's heart hurts." Feng Jingyu was still in the mood of grief, but he smiled angrily at Ling Chigu's words. He hit Ling Chigu on the shoulder with his fist. "Get lost, don't pretend to be obedient even after taking advantage of me. Whose husband are you?" Ling Chigu held his fist, and then smiled. "We've been in bed already, but now my darling doesn't admit it. You were the one who clearly wanted me to be your husband back then, but now that I've died, you won't admit it anymore. Are you going to find someone else to sleep with you?" At this point, Ling Chigu pretended to sigh sadly. "I thought you would observe widowhood for me." "Fuck off." Feng Jingyu finally couldn't stand it anymore. He puffed out his feathers and slapped Ling Chigu's face. When Ling Chigu first rushed to Mt. Wadung single-handedly with snow-colored clothes and broke into the Western Palace to ask him for medicine, his high-spirited appearance made Feng Jingyu fall in love at first sight. When he left, he was unable to forget him. He couldn't wait to press him down as the West Queen and lock him in his lair. That way, no one else would be able to look at him. At that time, Ling Chigu also had scruples about the noble identity of the Western Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu, and maintained this image of a high, cold, and courteous temperament in front of him. Who would have thought that ever since they rolled the sheets under Feng Jingyu's scheming, Ling Chigu became very different from before. But even so, the most Ling Chigu ever did was to remove his pretense of politeness and look coldly at him, so his temperament didn't change to such an unimaginable degree. Feng Jingyu was very unused to Ling Chigu's new personality for a moment. He stared suspiciously at Ling Chigu, who was rubbing his face, and asked, "Don't tell me your soul still isn't complete, so your brain isn't working too well. You weren't like this before. Then what was I like?" Ling Chigu asked. Feng Jingyu cursed. "You're shameless then," he said naturally, "of course. I saved your life, so you're mine. Although you have become a ghost cultivator now and can't be counted as a whole person, you can still move around and cultivate. This is a blessing that you've gained after 8 lifetimes of virtue. You should cherish me." Ling Chigu smiled softly. What he liked was Feng Jingyu's frankness and self-confidence. He never put on an act and said words he didn't mean. Ling Chigu said, "If I can't do it, I'll give you this life as compensation." "I don't want your life." Feng Jingyu said, "I want you to stay away from Yan Weijun." When Yan Weijun was mentioned, Ling Chigu clearly saw that the corners of Feng Jingyu's lips had dropped a little. This wasn't Feng Jingyu's fault. It was entirely Ling Chigu's fault that he had been so blind back then, to actually regard Yan Weijun as a treasure to be cherished. He was so obsessed with Yan Weijun that he even threw away his life for him. Not only did his actions cost him his own life and Feng Jingyu's cultivation, but he even dragged down the entire Ling family to the underworld. Even though he wouldn't settle this debt right now, in the future, he will surely settle all this, one debt at a time. But now, Ling Chigu needed to give a clear explanation about why he angered Feng Jingyu to the point of vomiting blood but then urged him to leave quickly immediately afterwards. Ling Chigu said, Yan Weijun did indeed keep a trace of my soul consciousness. He placed a forbidden spell on that soul consciousness, which made me obey him. The more I killed for him and stained my hands with blood, the more my compassion would weaken, until eventually, I would become nothing more than a sharp blade for him to wield. But no one knew the fact that Yan Weijun's spell has no effect on the dead. Yan Weijun thought that he had deeply branded his mark on Ling Chigu's soul consciousness, and even had someone give Ling Chigu the synchronized heart Gu. Thus, Yan Weijun believed that even when Ling Chigu returned from the dead with all his memories, he would still be willing to become Yan Weijun's dog and recognize him as his only master. But in fact, the spell was useless to the dead and had already failed. Only the soul consciousness returned to Ling Chigu's body, so that the entirety of his soul returned to the body unharmed. Feng Jingyu felt a little sad when Ling Chigu nonchalantly said that he was dead now. But it's no use crying over spilt milk. They were already extremely lucky that Ling Chigu could still cultivate his soul as a ghost cultivator. Feng Jingyu, why don't you tie him up and kill him while he's got his guard down around you? There's a strange person by his side. Ling Chigu frowned and said, his name is Tu Feng, and Yan Weijun seemed to have a close-knit lover relationship with him, but he almost never appears in front of people. Feng Jingyu thought about this person. No impression. Ling Chigu went on to say, that person appeared at Yan Weijun's side when you and I fell into the 5 continents and Yan Weijun fled in a panic. According to Yan Weijun, Tu Feng actually has a powerful family backing him. Most of his troops today are Tu Feng's or were found by Tu Feng for him. Feng Jingyu mused, if Tu Feng really had such ability, then he would indeed be incredible. When Yan Weijun's troops were defeated, his entire army collapsed, and he fled in a panic. His troops were scattered and beaten badly, and even the Ling family army was defeated. Anyone would think that Yan Weijun would never be able to make a comeback after this. Even if he was lucky enough to escape his pursuers and survive, with his cultivation and talent, as well as Yan Zizhong's suppression, it would take at least 100 years before he could make a comeback. But now, when King Zhen's army was rebuilt, the number of troops he currently held actually surpassed the size of his previous army, and even the troops seemed to be much stronger than before. Yan Zizhong sent people to scout Yan Weijun's base several times, but no one returned. If northern Liang City was not attacked by evil creatures, it would be like an iron wall, which would be really tough. The speed of this resurgence really surprised Feng Jingyu. He was still wondering what method Yan Weijun used, but he didn't expect a high-ranking person to help Yan Weijun. However, Ling Chigu shook his head with a serious look. His ability really is great. Not even I can see the depth of his cultivation. The reason why I specifically mentioned him is because I suspect he has something to do with evil qi cultivators. Feng Jingyu was startled. Evil qi cultivators? How do you know? Ling Chigu didn't actually have a clear and definite impression of evil qi cultivators, but at least he heard Feng Jingyu mention that the purple and black qi in heaven's whale was evil qi, which was formed by the filth of heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, the vegetation withered and wreckage littered the ground. I once personally witnessed him turn into a mass of purplish black qi, and he also transformed the evil qi rising up from the ground into humanoid soldiers, Ling Chigu said. These days, I also took the opportunity to investigate the soldiers around Yan Weijun. I found that at least half of them seemed normal, but in fact, there was no living aura on them. The army Tu Feng gave to Yan Weijun was a group of ghost soldiers. Ling Chigu explained, if their souls were complete, or if they were controlled by evil Gu techniques, it would be extremely difficult for the living to find traces of the dead people blending into the crowd. It's especially true when some of the dead don't even realize they had already died. They have memories of their lives and have normal speech and behavior. But at critical moments, the Gu inside their bodies would control their brains and actions, making them commit crazy things. But for a dead person, it was extremely simple for Ling Chigu to sense his own kind. Feng Jingyu gasped and turned slightly pale. He grabbed Ling Chigu's hand. We must tell Ah Hen about this at once. Ling Chigu said, I really want to tell them, but I'll tell you now. After that, you can tell them. Feng Jingyu frowned. You're still planning to stay here? If Tu Feng really can control corpses, his cultivation is definitely not low. You're in great danger here. Ling Chigu said, Tu Feng hides his secrets very deeply, and he's constantly on his guard for anyone who might see through his secrets. It's still fine if I continue to stay by Yan Weijun's side while feigning ignorance, but if I leave suddenly, Tu Feng will actually be more suspicious. What's more, how can I get the tiger cub without venturing into the tiger's den? Feng Jingyu was still worried, but his heart was distracted and his thoughts were in turmoil. For a moment, he couldn't understand the severity of these things. He could only say, I'll find a time to discuss this with Yu Ming, Zonghua, and the others. Ling Chigu said, okay. Yan Zonghua and Yan Weijun were originally biological brothers of the same mother. However, due to the large age difference between them, and Yan Zonghua studying abroad when Yan Weijun was young, the relationship between them was not very close, but after all, they still had a close blood relationship. When Yan Weijun saw Yan Zonghua, he was genuinely happy. At least, Yan Zonghua treated others magnanimously and never wanted to kill Yan Weijun. Just this fact alone made him hundreds of times better than Yan Zizhong. Yan Zonghua never beat around the bush. After sitting down for a short while, he started talking about Heaven's Whale and the rise of evil chi cultivators, and indirectly expressed his hope that Yan Weijun would put aside the dispute over the imperial position for the time being, and first form an alliance with them to resist the common enemy, thus eliminating the biggest hidden danger of evil chi cultivators. Yan Weijun only smiled when he heard the speech. He neither agreed nor refused. Then he clapped his hands and summoned the singers and dancers to come and entertain, but halfway through, Yan Zonghua drove them away with his words without giving any face. Chapter 727. The culprit Yan Zonghua frowned slightly and seemed a little unhappy. Northern Liang City was attacked by evil creatures just now. You also saw the soldiers controlled by evil goos just now. Do you still have the mind to sing and dance like this? People should enjoy the present. After all, we don't know when we'll die. Yan Weijun wasn't concerned. He poured wine for himself and smiled. Elder brother is a little too cautious. Although the evil creatures are powerful, they're not invincible. It's true that I was really shocked when I first saw that disgusting corpse, but now I'm calm. When I think about it carefully, I don't think there's a big problem. My northern Liang City has an iron wall defense, it can't be broken easily. Yu Ming smiled coldly. If it weren't for the help of Feng Jingyu and S, let's see if your northern Liang City can still look like this after today's battle. Yan Weijun looked at Yu Ming. I can't deny what my sister-in-law said. But what my sister-in-law doesn't know is that when I was being pursued by the black and white crow guards sent by Yan Zizhong and fled in a panic, the battles and dangers I experienced back then were much more terrible than the evil creatures in the city. But didn't I still survive all the same? What's more, even if the corpses controlled by evil goos really did infiltrate my army, they never hurt me. When I think about it, maybe their master is even helping me. Yan Tianan almost couldn't resist coughing up a mouthful of blood after hearing this. He stared at Yan Weijun like a monster and said to him, Are you not worried? Your heart's too big, isn't it? Do you think evil creatures are anything good? Even if he is helping you today, he can harm you and suck you dry tomorrow. It's not that he didn't believe that an evil chi cultivator could be good, but one's nature dictated a lot. If an evil chi cultivator wanted to become stronger, he must continuously absorb the evil chi between heaven and earth. There were also different qualities of evil chi. The evil chi from Heaven's Whale was the lowest kind. Therefore, it could only transform into evil creatures. The best kind of evil chi was actually the spiritual chi inside someone's Dantian chi after being contaminated by evil chi. Yan Weijun smiled dismissively. Nephew Ah Hen is right, but I'm a gambler and fighter by nature. Otherwise, I would have been so devastated that I'd never be able to make a comeback again after Yan Zizhong hurt me. I'm actually pretty lucky, if I met an evil chi cultivator, who can actually say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Speaking of this, Yan Weijun raised his glass. It's not easy for us brothers to meet each other. We won't talk about those bad things. We haven't seen each other in recent years. How is brothers' cultivation now? Is everything still the same in the imperial capital? Obviously, Yan Weijun didn't want to mention these unpleasant things anymore, so he changed the topic and started talking about daily life. After the banquet, Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming took Yan Tianan with them as they said goodbye to King Zhen, and also brought the always low-key Warong sword venerable. Yan Weijun retained them for several hours. However, Yan Zhonghua said that he wanted to go back to discuss the matter of mending Heaven's Whale with the others. Yan Weijun did not stop him. Yan Weijun didn't want to make any effort in the matter regarding evil qi cultivators, and he wasn't that interested either. Even though Ling Chigu's investigation told Yan Weijun that half of the patrol guards in northern Liang Palace had problems, Yan Weijun still looked indifferent, which made Yan Zhonghua and the others feel strange. Before leaving, Yan Zhonghua said to Yan Weijun with deep meaning, "Ah Zhen, the matter of the evil qi cultivator is very important. Northern Liang won't survive if the rest of the 9 lands fall. You should think about it carefully." Yan Zhonghua had said everything he could, so he said goodbye to Yan Weijun and took several other people to leave northern Liang City and directly returned to the Longyao family before it was completely dark. Yan Weijun watched them leave. Where no one could see, some cracks appeared in his calm and light expression, but they soon disappeared. His hand was tightly clenched into a fist in his sleeve, almost drawing blood. His blood ran cold. Anyone would shiver in fright and be unable to sleep if they found out that the vast majority of so-called bodyguards and subordinates around them, as well as those who could fight for him on the battlefield, were actually monsters controlled by evil Jiyu. When he first realized this, Yan Weijun looked pale and frightened as Yan Zhonghua saw. However, soon Yan Weijun thought of the key factor behind all this. He wasn't dumb. On the contrary, he was very smart. Otherwise, how could he have such courage to sever his foundation accumulated in the royal heavenly capital for many years to come to such a cold, remote, and barren land, and even obtain the support of the Ling family? After Yan Weijun calmed down, almost all the clues pointed towards Tu Feng, who appeared beside him out of thin air and could practically cover the sky and call forth clouds and rain with only a wave of his hand. 9 times out of 10, these evil corpses were made by Tu Feng. Of course Yan Weijun was afraid and he even trembled. He had wanted to tell Yan Zhonghua about Tu Feng several times, but in the end, Yan Weijun still chose to keep Tu Feng's secret. Tu Feng's cultivation was unfathomable, and he didn't know how many evil corpses were under Tu Feng's control in the whole northern Liang city. He was afraid that if he told them about Tu Feng, not only he would not be able to save himself, but he would also drag Yan Zhonghua and others into the water. Although Yan Weijun had no conscience, he had a certain degree of trust and friendship with this elder brother of his. Yan Weizhen was betting that his brother, who had been known for his wisdom since childhood, would see through Yan Weijun's abnormalities and help him survive. After returning to the palace, Yan Weijun made a long psychological preparation, and then went to look for Tu Feng in the bedroom. After he entered the door, Tu Feng raised his eyebrows, stood up, and walked towards him. "Did you send off your distinguished guests?" Tu Feng's lips were smiling. In Yan Weijun's eyes, that smile looked a little cold. Yan Weijun looked at Tu Feng and replied, "Today, they found some soldiers controlled by evil Jiyu among the patrol guards at the gate of the palace. The corpses of the soldiers were full of holes dug by evil Jiyu. I asked Ling Chigu to investigate the matter in the whole northern Liang city. Guess what answer he gave me?" Tu Feng's smile became thicker. He had reliable eyes scattered throughout this palace. He was aware of everything that happened to Yan Weijun. Naturally, he also knew Yan Weijun's attitude towards this matter. 2/3 of the soldiers in the city are corpses. Tu Feng approached Yan Weijun, raised his hand and stroked his long hair, and the corners of his lips gently rubbed against his ears and on his face. Yan Weijun only felt that Tu Feng's lips were so cold, like a dead insect crawling on his face, and he couldn't help getting goosebumps all over. "I was still wondering when you'd find out about it." Tu Feng chuckled twice. "I didn't expect that you could be so calm and wait until they've left to demand an explanation from me." Yan Weijun pushed Tu Feng away and stared at his purple eyes. "I didn't demand an explanation from you. I just want to know the truth of the matter. Who exactly are you, and why did you choose to help me? And are these evil creatures today also related to you?" Tu Feng's smile disappeared. He also stared at Yan Weijun. He didn't even bother to put up a pretense. "It's none of your business who I used to be. I just chose to help you in passing. You don't have to think about the what-ifs. Your army was defeated, and you are surrounded by disabled soldiers and defeated generals. It's impossible for me to give you a new army out of thin air, so I can only get some evil corpses to keep up appearances for the time being." After a pause, Tu Feng continued, "As for those evil creatures today, naturally they have nothing to do with me. They are neither human nor ghost. Their quality is too low to even enter my eyes. Yan Weijun tried to resist the urge to flee. Now that I have discovered your secret, what do you want to do? Tu Feng smiled again. What do I want to do? What do you think I should do? For example, kill you to avoid future trouble. Yan Weijun didn't speak, but just stared at Tu Feng, and his eyes gradually teared up. Tu Feng smiled more freely when he saw that. When he walked over, he picked him up and threw him to the bed covered with flowers. For me, you've even rejected Yan Zhonghua's plan to kill evil creatures, and have already had such a relationship with me for a long time. How can I be willing to kill you? Tu Feng gnawed at Yan Weijun's neck, all the way down, and uncovered his heavy clothes. I promise, as long as you stay with me obediently and don't get any rebellious thoughts, I naturally promise that you, King Zhen, will ascend the supreme throne that you have dreamed of for many years. Yan Weijun snorted softly, his fingers squeezed the quilt heavily. His heart was actually dripping blood, but on the surface, his expression looked a little infatuated. Okay, I naturally believe you. Naturally, he believed in Tu Feng, but he cherished his life more. After a few days, Tu Feng went to the northern border to recruit troops. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yan Weijun disguised himself and left northern Liang Palace alone to meet Yan Zhonghua. It was a house in northern Liang City that belonged to Reincarnation Palace. On the surface, a couple doing business from the outside lived there, but in fact, it was one of Reincarnation Palace's strongholds. Yan Weijun slipped in through the back door. When he saw Yan Zhonghua waiting at the door, his eyes suddenly dimmed and teared up. Yan Zhonghua didn't actually leave northern Liang. When he hugged Yan Weijun before he left, he gave him a note that would burn itself after reading it, on which was written his whereabouts. The meaning was self-evident. Gerger. As soon as Yan Weijun opened his mouth, his tears fell down. Yan Zhonghua shook his head and handed a handkerchief to Yan Weijun. If you seek the skin of a tiger, you will inevitably be bitten by the tiger. When you were a teenager, I said that you were too selfish and attached too much importance to power and position, which would be harmful to yourself. However, you thought I was wary of you because of my greed for power and regarded me as an enemy. Yan Weijun sniffed and looked pathetic. He said, I now know that I was very wrong. In fact, when Ling Chigu's family died for me, I already regretted it, but I could no longer back out at that time. Yan Zhonghua sighed. Don't mention these things for the time being. Come in with me first. After entering the room, Yu Ming and the others were there, and even Feng Jingyu sat there. Chapter 728. To cultivate the body with evil qi. After entering the room, Yu Ming and the others were all there. Even Feng Jingyu sat there. When Feng Jingyu saw Yan Weijun, he just glanced at him with the corner of his eye, snorted coldly, and set his teacup down on the table with a heavy clack, indicating that Yan Weijun was not welcome. Yan Weijun had to bow his head under someone else's eaves. When Feng Jingyu didn't give him any face, he just touched his nose and said nothing. Yu Ming raised his eyebrow. I was going to leave northern Liang City directly that day, but Zhonghua said that your attitude changed sharply from when you first saw the corpse. Naturally, things happen for a reason. You didn't look unconcerned, but fearful instead. So we waited here for a few more days. Since you came to find us, you probably understand everything, so we don't have to beat around the bush, do we now? Yu Ming also didn't like this brother-in-law. When he wanted to enter Yan Zhonghua's house, this brother-in-law really tried to stir things up and even contributed to Yan Zhonghua losing his right to the throne. He was not like a brother at all, more like an enemy. Yan Weijun found a stool to sit down on. Naturally, I understand. Every month, Tu Feng goes to the northern border, saying he wants to see how the soldiers are training. Thinking about it now, he should be going there to replace the evil Gu for them. Speaking of this, he looked at Yan Zhonghua, frowning and wondering, but how did Gerger know that he would definitely leave northern Liang City in the near future? How did Yan Zhonghua know? Naturally, Yan Tianan told him. However, Yan Zhonghua did not expose Yan Tianan. Instead he said according to what Yan Tianan told him, the evil Gu is a Gu worm that is formed by condensing a mass of evil qi into liquid and then using special Taoist techniques on it. This kind of evil Gu consumes a lot of evil qi. If they are used to control people for at least a month, they need to be replaced by a new batch. Otherwise, the evil qi will be exhausted and the evil Gu will disappear. After that, the corpse will collapse and be exposed, so it can no longer be used. Yan Weijun nodded clearly and then talked about what had happened between him and Tu Feng, but he focused on how Tu Feng used those troops to help him break out from Yan Zizhong's encirclement and regain the northern Liang city, although he did also talk about Tu Feng's previous abnormalities. To be honest, I already suspected his identity long ago. Yan Weijun sighed. One day, I entered his room without knocking. Unexpectedly, I saw a mass of purplish-black qi. The qi gave me a cold and fearful feeling. I quickly withdrew. After guarding the door for a while, Tu Feng came out from the inside as if he had never left. When I went in again, the qi was gone. Yan Tianan never spoke up in this conversation, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "I'm afraid the ball of qi is Tu Feng." Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly. But evil qi is a qi of heaven and earth, just like spiritual qi. How can it be possible for evil qi to turn into a cultivator on its own? Yan Tianan said, spiritual qi can't work, but evil qi can. It's just like how spiritual qi can't be turned into spiritual creatures, but evil qi can be turned into evil creatures. However, to cultivate the body with evil qi was merely something written on the ancient records. I can only say that there's a possibility, but I've never seen such a case either. Moreover, once someone like that succeeds, they will have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yan Tianan's heart sank and said, "It's also possible that I guessed wrong." "You should be right," Feng Jingyu said with sullen eyes. "When I was in northern Liang Palace, I once saw Tu Feng's face turn purplish-black, and later it reformed into his current facial features." Ling Chigu was clearly the one who said this, but Feng Jingyu kept that to himself in order to protect Ling Chigu. Yan Weijun gasped in fright. His expression looked more and more ugly and pale. Obviously, he didn't expect that the person who had slept with him for so long would actually be a mass of evil qi. He couldn't help feeling sick and nauseated when he thought of this. If he really got his body from evil cultivation, it would be terrible. Yan Tianan couldn't help but get a headache. The matter with Kangdi Fenglang hadn't even been resolved yet, but another guy suspected to be even more powerful had popped up over here, which really made people uneasy. Everyone present looked at Yan Tianan, who had a gloomy face. Lin Xuanji asked, "What happens if you cultivate the body with evil qi?" Although it was obvious that you would become more powerful, it was always better to learn the specifics, so that everyone would be prepared. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and explained, to cultivate his body with evil qi means that every strand of his hair is made of evil qi. Moreover, the amount and degree of evil qi from air to liquid to condensed form increases hundreds or even thousands of times. Tu Feng is equivalent to a huge mass of evil qi that's alive. He can change his appearance and shape at will, and can even enter anywhere through the gaps like water, and we are helpless about that. Yan Tianan looked around at the crowd. I don't know how high his cultivation is. Anyhow, if such a person had appeared in the Great Immortal Demon War 10,000 years ago, it would be difficult to say whether the Taoist cultivators could have won or not. If even Yan Tianan said so, then it could be seen just how powerful Tu Feng was. Yan Weijun faltered and almost fell off the stool. Feng Jingyu's expression turned unsightly. "I'll burn him to death with fire." Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu. "Although your fire is very powerful, it doesn't work well for this kind of thing." "Why, aren't all evil things afraid of a phoenix's divine fire?" Yan Tianan answered, "That's only for ordinary evil creatures. If you fight Tu Feng, I'm afraid your fire will only be able to scratch an itch for him." Feng Jingyu said unhappily, "Then, are we just going to sit and wait for our deaths?" Yan Tianan shook his head. "If we just sit and wait for our deaths, we'll be killed sooner or later. I suggest we all run away." Feng Jingyu, "Other people, these words increase the enemy's morale and destroy our own prestige." Yan Weijun forced a smile. "Nephew, don't joke around. Do you think I'm joking?" Yan Tianan sat up straight, pointed to his nose and said solemnly, "I'm serious. In the Spirit Sect era, there was a book about evil qi cultivators. It said that someone who cultivated their body with evil qi was a monster beyond the 6 paths and outside of the 5 elements. Even ancient beasts couldn't do anything to them, and they might even get mind-controlled and become swords to be wielded by such a monster. His cultivation is at least at Sky Realm. As soon as he's born, even if we all join together, we still won't be his match." Everything Yan Tianan mentioned previously couldn't really give the listener an intuitive feel of how powerful such a being was. Instead, the last sentence "at least at Sky Realm" made people feel uneasy, and even gave birth to the idea of retreat. "That's Sky Realm ah." Looking at the whole 9 lands, only a few people could reach the peak of Earth Realm's Grandmaster stage. Just what kind of realm could a Sky Realm cultivator reach? Among the people present, except Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, who had experienced the ancient era, others just had a vague concept. They felt that Sky Realm masters could probably move mountains and seas, steal the sky, and replace the sun. In short, it's something they couldn't afford to provoke. Yan Weijun was almost suffocating. If he'd known that he had provoked such a terrible thing, then even if he was killed and taken away by Yan Zizhong's black and white crow guards, he still wouldn't want to become a puppet in Tu Feng's hands. Originally, he and Tu Feng just took what they needed from each other. Their relationship was one dominated by benefits. How could there be any actual feelings between them? Yan Weijun couldn't help crying. His fingers were trembling nervously, and he looked at Yan Zonghua as if looking at a life-saving straw. What should I do? What can I do? I can't just do nothing and wait for him to kill me, right? These days, Yan Weijun could see the dead bodies crawling with insects that were sent to him that day as soon as he closed his eyes. Every time he thought that the people serving him were actually walking corpses, he felt cold and nervous. He was also afraid that Tu Feng, who was sleeping with him, would notice and turn him into something like that. After today, Yan Weijun would probably be too afraid to even sleep. Yan Tianan sighed and said helplessly, one day's effort alone can't deal with Tu Feng, but it's still uncertain whether he truly cultivated his body with evil qi. If I can see him with my own eyes, I might come to a conclusion. No, I'm sure. Yan Weijun covered his face with both hands, as if he was about to fall apart. He really is a monster who cultivated his body with evil qi. On several occasions, some parts of his body turned into cold water and gave off a despairing and suffocating smell. He could go everywhere and always appeared beside me inexplicably. Although I was in the secret chamber, he could also appear like it was nothing. Yan Tianan, this is troublesome. It fully matched the characteristics of cultivating the body with evil qi mentioned in the legends. Yan Zonghua looked at Yan Tianan and asked, is there no other way? Yan Tianan shrugged, it's not like there's no other way, but none of those methods can completely destroy him. Moreover, if you fail to kill him in a single blow, you will alert him to your plans, so you might lose your life. Yan Weijun, however, looked at Yan Tianan with burning eyes. If there is any method, just say it. Yan Tianan thought about it. An evil qi cultivator not only likes spiritual qi, but also hates spiritual qi that has not been contaminated. As long as someone swallows a spirit-gathering pill containing the most pure and rich spiritual qi into his stomach and copulates with the evil qi cultivator, he can move the pill into the evil qi cultivator's body and purify a portion of the evil qi inside the evil qi cultivator. That evil qi cultivator will naturally suffer damage to his cultivation base. However, this will neither kill him nor cause long-term damage. The gain is not worth the loss. Yan Tianan continued, but the most important point is that, because evil qi cultivators want to prevent the evil qi inside their bodies from leaking out, they will rarely have intercourse with people. Instead, the vast majority of them will directly swallow the spiritual cores in people's Dantian qi si that have been contaminated with evil qi. Yan Weijun clenched his fist. A moment later, he said, what if the evil qi cultivator took the initiative to copulate with someone time and time again? Yan Tianan looked at Yan Weijun strangely. Then, either he likes that person, or that person has a pure yin constitution. Pure yin constitution, why? Chapter 729, Pill Cauldron is hard to find why? Yan Weijun asked. In fact, evil qi cultivators, especially those who cultivate the body with evil qi, have unstable cultivation and Tao attainments. After all, evil qi was originally not used for cultivation, but they went against the heavens to make it so. Yan Tianan explained simply and comprehensively. The pure yin constitution is akin to a training ground that can stabilize their cultivation base. After intercourse, the pure yin constitution holders' yin qi essence blood can provide a membrane to protect the evil qi in their body and help stabilize their cultivation. Yan Weijun smashed his fist on the table in front of him, smashing it to several pieces, and cursed secretly, that bastard, I was wondering why he had an eye on me. He was thinking about my pure yin constitution. The fact that Yan Weijun had a pure yin constitution wasn't a secret in the Yan family, but his pure yin constitution was very different from the body of someone with a furnace constitution. Therefore, few people had any thoughts about using him over the years. Unexpectedly, he was targeted because of his physique. Yan Tianan turned his eyes a few times when he heard this. If uncle is cruel enough to use secret schemes against Tu Feng, you can force him to expose his cultivation and seriously injure him. It's just that Tu Feng will inevitably be alerted to your plans as well. He will probably also show his claws and teeth. Oh, I haven't been able to stand him for a long time. Yan Weijun gnashed his teeth with resentment. There are no feelings between us, only benefits. The northern Liang city and the border army are indeed mine in name, but in fact, Hansu is his, and the army is also his. He sends people to monitor my every move. Every decision I make has to be approved by him, but I still have to serve him on the bed. I've had enough of this already. It's really a pity to share the same bed with different goals. Yan Weijun often told himself to bear it some more. When he ascended to the highest position, he would have the world and kick Tu Feng, never to be in his control again. However, the more the situation developed, the more he couldn't bear it. Whenever he thought about how the person he had sex with wasn't actually a person, Yan Weijun felt sick and disgusted. Yan Weijun said, "I'll look for the spirit gathering pill right now." The sooner he gave Tu Feng a heavy blow, the sooner he would be liberated. Yan Zhonghua frowned. This matter is not urgent. It needs to be discussed in the long run. Yan Weijun stared at Yan Zhonghua. "Elder brother, I can't endure even one more day." Yan Zhonghua replied, "We always have to find a foolproof way. Besides, if his cultivation really is stronger than what we estimated, even if you take the spirit gathering pill and inflict heavy damage on him, your life will be in danger if we still aren't his match, even after giving him serious injuries." Yan Weijun bit his teeth. "Then what do you want me to do? Let him humiliate me and use me." Yan Tianan suggested, "Well, why don't you go back first? I will refine the spirit gathering pill to a higher level as much as possible. During this time, let me ponder over the spirit gathering pills. Refinement method. If the pill is refined well, it will have greater effect and greater lethality on Tu Feng." Yan Weijun had to wait for Yan Tianan to give him results. Tu Feng went to the northern border and would come back in half a day at most. There were many people watching Yan Weijun's every move. He didn't dare to stay here for too long. After doing business, he snuck back into the palace through the back door. Yan Zhonghua was heartbroken when seeing this. However, Feng Jingyu was unsympathetic. He brought this on himself. No one else is to blame for this. He's nothing good either, to actually scheme Ling Chigu like that. Serves him right that he also fell to someone else's schemes. After that, he frowned again and said, "Ling Chigu is still staying with that terrifying person. I can't rest assured. Maybe we can tell Ling Chigu to find a chance to sneak away." Yan Tianan said, "You'll have to discuss with Ji, but I don't think he will leave easily." Feng Jingyu cursed Yan Weijun again. Yu Ming touched his chin. "Your brother really impressed me. I thought he dared to take the risk and continue to get involved with that Tu Feng guy. I didn't expect he was still a smart man and made a decision so soon." Tut tut, at the very least, they still slept together. But Yan Weijun really is cruel enough to get rid of him. Yan Zhonghua said, "Since I was a child, my father told us that if you are not of our race, your heart will be different. Plus, Ah Zhen values his life. Although Ah Zhen was not very likable in character and likes to use others by nature, he cares the most about his own life. Moreover, he especially hates being controlled by others, so it's only to be expected that he came to us for help." Yu Ming sighed and turned to Yan Tianan. "How do you know these strange things about evil chi cultivators? After discussing with your father, we decided not to ask for the time being, but you must talk to us about evil chi cultivators, weaknesses and how to deal with them." Yan Tianan was grateful and hurriedly said, "I've already told you a lot about evil chi cultivators before. The methods to eliminate evil spirits are basically the same, but I've never seen someone who cultivated the body with evil chi either. The spirit gathering pill should be one of the best ways to hurt him, but if you want to refine an excellent spirit gathering pill, you must first find a pill furnace that can refine the spirit gathering pill. An excellent pill naturally needed to be refined using a high-quality pill furnace. When Yan Tianan was a disciple of Spirit Sect in his previous life, he was a good hand in alchemy. Now that his memory had returned and his cultivation had improved, his alchemy techniques were naturally not a big problem. As long as the materials were fully prepared, everything would be good. Ordinary spirit gathering pills had no effect on Tu Feng. Yan Tianan had to refine a spirit gathering pill that could easily gather all the spiritual qi in a whole city. The materials are easy to find, but the pill cauldron is hard to find. Yu Ming frowned slightly. It's said that the best cauldron in the 9 lands is in the hands of Yi Buxin, but Yi Buxin has not been seen for many years, and no one knows where he is. Lin Xuanji responded, Elder Yi Buxin has fallen, and now his cauldron is in the hands of his daughter-in-law. His daughter-in-law? Yu Ming was stunned and asked, who? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Zonghua, then answered, the South Sovereign. Shui Yin Nichang. Yu Ming. Yan Zonghua. Yu Ming smiled with cold eyes and said to Yan Zonghua, since that's the case, it's easy. Shui Yin Nichang is your old lover. If you ask to borrow it, it would be easy to borrow it. Yan Zonghua's lips twitched slightly, and he asked Lin Xuanji, are you sure? Lin Xuanji said, of course, perhaps Reincarnation Palace can't do other things, but the information source is reliable. Yan Zonghua felt a little helpless. Looking at Yu Ming, who had begun to drink vinegar and get angry, he said placatingly, Shui Yin Nichang is now far away in the south. If we find her, it will take many days. We might as well settle for the second best pill cauldron. The second best pill cauldron should also be okay. Lin Xuanji added, the second ranked cauldron, named Mirror Heaven, is also in the hands of a great power in the South Land. However, the whereabouts of that great power is difficult to find. I'm afraid it's more reliable to find the illuminating sky cauldron. Yu Ming, it seems that this fate is destined by the heavens. You can't even hide from it. Yan Zonghua squinted at Lin Xuanji. Your crafting technique seems good. Why not refine one yourself? Lin Xuanji, even if I personally refine a pill cauldron that can be the same quality as the illuminating sky cauldron, on the one hand, the materials need to be fully prepared. On the other hand, new pill cauldrons are different from old ones. Old cauldrons already have medicinal aura and pill fragrance in them from making previous pills. Therefore, the pill success rate and grade of the pill will naturally be higher. Lastly, those heaven-defying pill cauldrons must be refined for decades, up to 100 or even 1,000 years. I can afford to wait, but I don't know if the 9 lands can afford to wait. Yan Tianan said, then, we have to pay a visit to the South Land. Yu Ming first snorted, then sneered. Then let's go. I've long wanted to meet Shui Yin Nichang, that little girl. Yan Zonghua felt helpless. He raised his hand to rub Yu Ming's head in a pampering manner. Feng Jingyu said, I won't go with you. I'll wait here to meet Ling Chigu. I'll be your eye here and pass the news. That's good too. Yan Zonghua said, keep an eye on Ah Zhen. If he can't wait and wants to act in advance, you must stop him. Feng Jingyu snorted and muttered, I hope he will explode himself and ascend to heaven on the spot. Yan Tianan, forget it, he's miserable enough. Let him go for a while. What's more, isn't such a simple and easy death too good for him? Feng Jingyu thought for a while and felt it was very reasonable. He reluctantly said, okay, after he has survived this disaster, I'll teach him a good lesson and let him see my power. Yan Zonghua, the 4 of them soon set out on the road and flew straight to the south. Because this road straddled the north and south ends of the whole 9 lands, the journey took a long time. Therefore, when they passed by the North Land's capital, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan made a special trip to meet the Dragon Emperor and the East Sovereign and Empress, who still hadn't left yet, and told them about Tu Feng in order to let the Longyao family prepare privately first. In fact, there was no particularly good way to deal with an evil chi cultivator, but the evil creature survival manual compiled by Lin Xuanji had already been distributed inside the city. Almost every household had one. The book contained life-saving methods such as how to identify evil creatures, where to attack after encountering evil creatures, how to hide their whereabouts from evil creatures, and so on. But if you really don't have a high enough cultivation and encounter a large number of evil creatures, you can only pray. Lin Zan patted his head when he heard the term cultivating the body with evil chi. He said, I always think I've seen this name somewhere, but I can't remember it for the time being. When I go back to the East Land, I'll bring over the divine scripts I copied and find out if there's anything for reference and give you an answer. Yan Zonghua nodded. Please. Yan Tianan asked, where are my senior martial brothers? The Dragon Emperor sighed softly. The 2 of them have already left. They're headed for Fuyao sect to find esteemed Lan Yu. Chapter 730. Biological son Yan Tianan asked with great concern, did they reconcile? Before leaving, Yan Tianan clearly saw Zan Fengting, who had always been warm, gentle and soft-spoken, slap Hai Kuanglang's face. When that slap hit him, he had felt his own face hurt. Speaking of which, Hai Kuanglang forcibly breaking through Dragon Tomb's barrier was really irresponsible to the people of the whole world. However, the word love always made people act selfish. If it was Yan Tianan, he wouldn't have been able to watch Lin Xuanji just die as well. That slap probably chilled Hai Kuanglang's heart. The Dragon Emperor said, they didn't leave together. Little Lang left first. Fengting found him gone, and then hurriedly went to follow him. Yan Tianan blinked. Hai Shishang must be angry. Otherwise, with his temper that likes to cling to Zan Shishang, he can't be willing to leave without him. The Dragon Emperor also pressed his eyebrows together helplessly and said to himself, but don't worry too much. One of them is the future Dragon Emperor of my Dragon Clan, and the other is the Dragon Clan's Holy Maiden. They are destined to be together. Young couples always have to quarrel a little in order to strengthen their bond. Several pairs of eyes looked at the Dragon Emperor. Yu Ming said, say, Long Yao Zan, since when did Hai Kuanglang become your family's holy maiden? Yan Tianan also looked surprised. Isn't that Long Yao Yiju? Now that everything had already happened, the Dragon Emperor felt that there was nothing to hide, so he said, my Dragon Clan's holy maiden has always been Little Lang. He explained, when Little Lang was born, Ah Jing was the only person close to him. He lost his mother when he was born. Ah Jing regarded him as her own child. However, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect Little Lang, so she gave half of her cultivation and all her blessings to Little Lang, but sealed his powers for the time being. Only when he becomes an adult will he be able to unlock it. But something went wrong, and Little Lang's seal was released ahead of time. But at that time, his identity was Ah Jing's son, and he was already hated enough. Thus, after much thought, Fengting and I decided to continue to hide this matter and announce to the public that the newly awakened Holy Maiden is Long Yao Yiju. Yan Tianan clicked his tongue. Dragon Emperor, you really have too many schemes. But he also felt happy after some thought. As a result, Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting were destined to be a pair. No matter what, they were fated to be together. Lin Xuanji also showed a sudden look of understanding. I was wondering why Hai Kuanglang could open the gate to the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. So it was because of this. The Dragon Emperor also sighed with emotion, therefore, I've always suspected that only the Holy Maidens are the biological children of our ancestor. The Dragon Emperor and everyone else are just adopted. Yan Zhonghua said to Zan Wush, you've always had contact with the former Pill Emperor, Yi Buxin. You might as well mention the matter regarding the illuminating sky cauldron to the Pill Emperor's descendants first so that after we get there, we can speed up the progress. Yan Zhonghua, why must you hurt me? Yu Ming sneered again, his displeasure self-evident. Yan Tianan shrugged and secretly stuck out his tongue at Lin Xuanji. Seeing this, Lin Zan went over and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Stupid, my family's Xuanji lured you to him so easily. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows. Your family's Xuanji, Zan Wush, your wife is giving another man territory right in front of your eyes. How can you be so indifferent? Of course, Yu Ming knew that the relationship between Lin Zan and Lin Xuanji was by no means lovers. So to speak, he just wanted to find out what connection Lin Xuanji had with the East Empress. Zan Wush hooked his lips and said lightly, this is my son. Yu Ming replied, oh, this is your son. What did you say? After dropping such a bombshell, Zan Wush then shut his mouth like a clam. Yu Ming was so anxious that he scratched his head and wished to pry open Zan Wush's mouth. Tell me clearly, what do you mean he's your son? Do you mean adopted or illegitimate son? Yu Ming muttered to himself, definitely not an illegitimate child, or else Lin Zan would chop you to death, right? No, is this the son you two secretly gave birth to? Yu Ming thought this was most likely. After all, Lin Zan was quite keen on Lin Xuanji. With Lin Zan's temper, although he was unlikely to be a stepmother who would abuse his stepson into a dog, he would never be so attentive to a stepson. Yu Ming was severely shocked by this idea. He was stunned to see Lin Zan, who did not refute but nodded with a smile, and felt a little complicated. Dad, in fact, you knew this before. Yan Tianan couldn't help feeling that Yu Ming was overreacting. He tugged Yu Ming's clothes and said, but when the 5 continents barrier was opened, the Tao of Heaven intervened. That's why you forgot Dage. He used to live with Godfather all the time. Yu Ming couldn't resist gasping and said, you guys hide secrets way too well. To think that you could hide such a big matter for so many years. For so many years, I stared at the two of you, thinking about when you'd have a son. Zan Wush also looked at Lin Zan with pride. Lin Zan said, I wanted to find a suitable opportunity to say it, but I couldn't find it. No, Yu Ming frowned and said, your son is the first heir, so if that happens, what would my son do? Yan Zhonghua, only Yu Ming could be so simple and straightforward when talking about the succession unabashedly. Lin Xuanji smiled, you can rest assured that I won't compete with Ah Hen for this succession. Moreover, if Ah Hen wants that position, I will do my best to help him and never hide anything. Lin Zan also said, everyone is one family now, so why care about such a title? Moreover, since they have decided to be together, it is time to disclose Xuanji's identity. After all, it is a strong alliance, and other people who covet the supreme position should also weigh their identity and strength. Zhan Wush said, this matter should be handled with caution. Xuanji has been in the limelight recently, so he doesn't need to attract more attention. Otherwise, he will attract the attention of the current emperor, and that person has never been kind to the Zhan clan. That's true, Lin Zhan nodded thoughtfully. In the end, Lin Zhan and Zhan Wush decided to go back to the East Land together to find out the information about cultivating the body with evil qi. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan and the others went to the South Land to borrow the cauldron together, and after refining the pill, they would return to the North Land to give it to Yan Weijun. The two tiger cubs decided to go back with Fu Li to accept the inheritance of the tiger family, so as to improve the cubs' cultivation as soon as possible and inspire them to prepare for future battles. Before leaving, Yan Tianan whistled a few times at the sky. After a moment of silence, a fat rabbit, which looked like a round ball and was white all over, quickly rolled and hopped towards Yan Tianan. Because the rabbit was raised too round, it looked like a snowball from a distance. The rabbit howled and cried, and quickly grabbed Yan Tianan's clothes and climbed into his arms. It didn't even dare to look Lin Xuanji in the eyes. Yu Ming tsked and asked, when did you get a rabbit? Yan Tianan touched the rabbit's ear. In fact, it just looks like a rabbit, but in essence, it's actually very powerful. Yu Ming glanced at the rabbit and was not interested. This is also good. If there's nothing to eat on the road, we can roast it to fill our stomachs. Fu Zhu was about to cry, and his red eyes were like drops of blood. Yan Tianan smiled and said, don't worry, this rabbit can hunt. Take it with you, and you'll never die of hunger. Without further delay, Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua joined together on a sword and took the lead in getting on the road to leave. They also placed some magic talismans on the sword to help speed up. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan followed. Lin Xuanji looked at the rabbit shivering in Yan Tianan's arms, which cast secretive glances at him from time to time. He said, Fu Zhu looks more pleasing to the eye like this. Yan Tianan nodded, I think so too. Lin Xuanji asked, is this the ancient beast that you released when you were in the tomb of Yushan? Yan Tianan replied, I didn't remember the past until I released Fu Zhu. He voluntarily revealed, I couldn't bear the thought of Fu Zhu dying with me, so I sealed him in the tomb of Yushan ahead of time. Fu Zhu only listened to my orders from beginning to end. It was only because I as his master cultivated evil qi that there was evil qi in his body. In fact, he's still an ancient spirit beast, so he won't spread more evil qi in heaven and earth. Lin Xuanji said, I remember that there was more than one ancient beast around you before. Yan Tianan sighed, but in the end, only this one survived. All the others are dead. If they didn't insist on following me and becoming the enemies of the Nine Lands, maybe now they would have all become grand monsters admired by everyone, and they wouldn't need to end up in ruin and come to a bad end. When Lin Xuanji heard his melancholic tone, he knew that he had accidentally reminded Yan Tianan of a sad memory. During the spirit sect period, when ancient beasts were everywhere, Ling Yu liked to raise some flowers and plants, and also liked to freely raise some beasts as well. Ling Yu started raising most of these beasts when they were still young, only the size of his palm, so these monsters were very loyal to Ling Yu. When Ling Yu left, spirit sect's beasts were divided into two groups. At that time, they had a fight, which darkened the world and dimmed the sun and moon. Some of them chased after Ling Yu and left spirit sect, while the vast majority of them chose to remain behind to defend spirit sect. When they met again, they were already enemies. Lin Xuanji said, if the spiritual energy is abundant and the road to ascension is reopened, the ancient monsters that have been unable to wake up because of the depletion and barrenness of spiritual qi will certainly reappear. As long as we eliminate the evil qi cultivators, mend heaven's whale, and then plant the remaining sacred Janmu tree that he left behind, the Nine Lands will usher in a new myriad Dao era. Yan Tianan smiled and looked forward to the future. He couldn't help but think of Tu Feng. Was Tu Feng innocent? Of course, he wasn't innocent, because Yan Tianan knew better than anyone else. If Tu Feng wanted his evil GU to exert its maximum strength, then he would have to use living humans as nests for his insects. He directly controlled people's thoughts and behaviors, and then had his insects slowly and thoroughly devour their life force. It was truly impossible to count how many people Tu Feng killed. After a moment, Yan Tianan's smile faded. Gradually. Dage, who exactly do you think that Tu Feng is? Chapter 731. Shuiyan Nichang Lin Xuanji said, I actually don't know much about evil chi cultivators. What do you think? Yan Tianan said, I suspect he's someone we used to know. Moreover, the highest level of evil chi cultivation is to cultivate the body with evil chi. However, although I've lived for so many years, I've never even seen such a person before. When the tomb of Yushin's array was broken, the evil chi cultivator who flew out near the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital should be Kangdi Fanglang. But according to my uncle, Tu Feng appeared many years ago. I can guarantee that when Yushin Lingyu died, all the evil spirits in the 9 lands were sealed or killed. 9 times out of 10, Tu Feng broke the seal by himself and climbed out. Breaking the seal by oneself and being released by others were 2 completely different concepts. Even someone as powerful as Yin Chongyu still needed others to unlock the 5 seals one by one, so that he could finally regain his freedom. If Tu Feng's identity was indeed an evil chi cultivator that was inadvertently sealed 10,000 years ago, then he had freed himself 10,000 years later. Even though he had not recovered the strength he had in his heyday, it was still enough to make people pay attention to him. Compared to Kangdi Fanglang, Tu Feng was more terrifying. Lin Xuanji said, I've been in North Liang for so long, but I've never seen this person before. According to Yan Weijun, he is not ugly, but extremely handsome. If he is so unwilling to see anyone, the only reason I can think of is that he does not want others to recognize his face. Yan Tianan was silent for a moment, and said through the fierce wind, Dage, actually, I've always suspected the existence of another evil chi cultivator. In fact, when I was pushed down the cliff by Kangdi Fanglang, and later when Dao Zhu asked me to kill Fanglang, there were still doubts in my heart. How come? Dao Zhu was too anxious to act at that time, which was unlike his style. Yan Tianan frowned deeply and said, Dao Zhu felt like he wanted to silence Fanglang. At that time, Ling Yu had been forced to cultivate evil chi. He only believed what his eyes saw and what his ears heard. He hated Kangdi Fanglang, who had caused him such misery. So when he heard Dao Zhu say that Kangdi Fanglang was an evil chi cultivator who had actually harmed many people, Ling Yu was completely moved to kill him. Especially when Kangdi Fanglang personally admitted that he did cultivate evil chi, Ling Yu knew that this person must die. However, was the person who pushed him down the cliff really Kangdi Fanglang? If it was really him, then how come Kangdi Fanglang, who should have died, was instead sealed near the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital? All this was not done by Ling Yu. No. Yan Tianan looked a little anxious. Back then, there should have been a third person manipulating everything behind the scenes, and I very much suspect that this third person is Tu Feng. However, who is Tu Feng? Did Dao Zhu know about his existence? If he knew, then why didn't he tell Ling Yu to be wary of Tu Feng? Just what was Dao Zhu hiding back then? Yan Tianan racked his brains but still couldn't think of a reason. Lin Xuanji said, it's useless to think about it. It's better not to think about it for the time being. When the time comes, the truth will come to the surface. Even if the sword flew at the fastest speed, it would take 10 days to travel from the North Land to the South Land. The 9 lands were really vast, with mountain ranges and huge rivers. Especially, the farther south, the more rivers and lakes there were, and the denser the spiritual chi. However, similarly, there were also many snakes and insects. The miasma was mixed with spiritual chi, which made the spiritual chi particularly impure, so the South Land's environment wasn't perfect. Flying from the air and passing by several lakes and seas, the 4 cultivators finally came to Butterfly City, the largest island city in the south. As the name suggests, Butterfly City looked like a butterfly with 4 butterfly wings when viewed from above, and the location of the Imperial City was located at the junction of Butterfly City's 4 butterfly wings. The mountains and waters in the south were beautiful, but they also contained illusion arrays. They would step into a trap set by others if they weren't careful. However, for Yan Zonghua and the others, ordinary illusion arrays were nothing, especially since someone came to greet them as soon as he entered Imperial City. It was the South Sovereign herself. Shui and Nichang was the only woman in power among the 9 lands' divine clans. She was gorgeous in appearance and an absolute beauty who also possessed a high cultivation. She was the most favored candidate for King Yi's consort in the past. Besides, Shui and Nichang was also very fond of Yan Zhonghua, and even put down her face to pursue him. However, although she had feelings for him, Yan Zhonghua didn't feel the same way. Yan Zhonghua was cut off halfway by Yu Ming. Shui and Nichang angrily left the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital and returned to the South Land to take over the position of the South Sovereign. Yan Zhonghua never saw her again after that, except at her grand wedding. Now that they met again, Shui and Nichang's attitude towards Yan Zhonghua was still warm. It's been a long time since I saw Zhonghua Gerger. You even told me that you'd come to the South Land and cultivate in the withering mysterious land together with me, but I waited for so many years, yet I saw no trace of you. If you didn't come now, I would have gone to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to find you myself. Shui and Nichang spoke naturally and gracefully. Although intimate, it was not annoying. However, before Yan Zhonghua could speak, Yu Ming raised his eyebrows. Shui and Nichang, can you speak more modestly as a woman? Calling him Gerger is really disgusting. Zhonghua is my husband now, so don't get any ideas. Shui and Nichang also glanced coldly at Yu Ming and said with disdain, I was wondering who was speaking so disrespectfully. To think that you'd still be so unruly, even after marrying. Zhonghua was really blind, to have married you. Yu Ming scoffed. Whoever marries you will be unlucky for 8 generations, Shui and Nichang said. Then whoever marries you will be unlucky for 16 generations, Yu Ming countered. No matter what you say, my family's Zhonghua still won't marry you. Shui and Nichang flew into a rage. Yu Ming, you son of a bitch, don't be so arrogant in front of Liaoniang. You are asking me for help right now. Is this the attitude of someone who's asking for help? After thinking about it, Yu Ming's attitude softened slightly. Oh, I almost forgot. I didn't come here to make trouble for you. I came to borrow your pill cauldron. Shui and Nichang, Yan Tianan. Shui and Nichang was so angry that she smiled. Right now, she no longer harbored any improper thoughts toward Yan Zhonghua. As the ruler of the South Land, Shui and Nichang certainly knew what it meant to let go and what it meant to have a stable relationship built upon benefits. Besides, no matter whether she was truly in love with her current Dao companion or not, now that she was married, she would naturally not be a fickle and indecisive person who didn't know when to let go. She simply didn't like Yu Ming. This had nothing to do with Yan Zhonghua. Shui and Nichang rolled her eyes and said to Yan Zhonghua, my husband has received a message from the East Sovereign. I already know what you're here for, but there's a problem. Why? Yu Ming raised his eyebrows. It can't be that just when we were about to borrow the illuminating sky cauldron, you lost the cauldron. Shui and Nichang choked. How did you know? Yu Ming said, how can you even have the nerve to say such an old-fashioned excuse? Shui and Nichang got angry. Who would make up excuses to lie to you? You guys were one step late, and someone has already taken the illuminating sky cauldron. Yan Tianan's steps stopped. Who took it away? Shui and Nichang said, I don't know. You'd have to ask my husband about this. After all, my husband gave it away. When I asked him, he didn't say anything, but said it was sent out at the behest of others. Who can make your husband so obedient? Are you close to him or is that person close to him? Your husband and wife, but did that husband ever even think of you as his wife? Your husband has a secret to hide, but you as his wife aren't worried at all. Yu Ming began to chatter to Shui and Nichang, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with that husband of hers. When speaking of this, Shui and Nichang was also particularly indignant. That Yi Zisheng can do this just because our Shuiyan family doesn't have many talents anymore, but their Yi family is wealthy and influential, so they can bully me. Speaking of which, the Yi family was a major family second only to the Shuiyan family in the entire South Land, and was well known in the whole 9 lands for its powerful alchemy. In particular, Yi Buxin, the former patriarch of the Yi family, was known as the Pill Emperor, while Yan Tianan was only known as the Little Pill Emperor at most. Moreover, the Yi family controlled the lifeline of the pill business, and their wealth could rival that of a nation. In contrast, the South Sovereign Shuiyan's family had few descendants over the years. When it came to Shui and Nichang's generation, she was the only remaining direct branch heir. It could be said that the Shuiyan family was in danger. Fortunately, Shui and Nichang was very incredible. She dominated the crowd in the field of illusion arrays and was famous in the 9 lands. It was only through her efforts that prevented people from stealing the Shuiyan family's properties and businesses. The marriage of Shui and Nichang and Yi Zisheng was partly intended to pull the Yi family over to join forces and create momentum for the Shuiyan family. Therefore, many people on the surface were full of congratulations for their marriage, but in fact, they secretly laughed at Shui and Nisheng behind her back, even saying things like, "The Shuiyan family has really fallen." It turns out that they had to rely on their family head selling her body to a man in exchange for a stable position. Who knows whether the surname of the Southland's ruler would be Shuiyan or Yi in a few years. Yu Ming's face sank slightly. Does that Yi person dare to bully you? Shuiyan Nichang said, Yi Zisheng is kind to me, but his family actually looks down on me. Ah, forget it, what use is there, talking about these things? Seriously, it's rare for you guys to visit me, so let's not mention those unhappy things. Yu Ming quit, tugging at Shuiyan Nichang's wrist, and said, what the hell? That Yi person really thinks there's no one behind you. Laozi is one of the 3 great demon venerables in the demon world, and Yan Zhonghua is King Yi. Who dares to look down on you? You pull him over and see if I don't beat him to death. Shuiyan Nichang's heart was moved, but her mouth pouted. She threw away Yu Ming's hand. Who wants you to help me? If I wanted to punish them, I would have done it a long time ago. Yan Tianan walked up from behind and whispered to Lin Xuanji, how come I feel like my dad doesn't hate and reject the South Sovereign as much as he claims to? Lin Xuanji smiled and said, it's probably along the lines of, he can bully the South Sovereign, but no one else can bully her. Yan Tianan clicked his tongue. Aren't they love rivals? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and said, maybe they've become sisters now. Yan Tianan, what the hell are sisters? Chapter 732. A barrel of vinegar. Shuiyan Nichang had slipped out of the palace after disguising herself. She talked and laughed with Yu Ming and the others along the way, and her manner was relaxed. However, when she was about to reach the palace gate, her expression suddenly changed when she saw the graceful figure standing at the palace gate, which seemed like he was waiting for someone. The bright smile on her face instantly disappeared, turning into a deadpan dignified appearance. Yan Tianan, who witnessed all this, secretly clicked his tongue in admiration. This face-changing speed really is incredible. The man Shuiyan Nichang married was Yi Zisheng, the current master of the Yi family. Although Yi Zisheng was from the Yi family, he was not an alchemist but a sword cultivator. He stood out from the crowd and was selected as the patriarch of a family whose previous patriarchs had mostly been alchemists. It could be seen that Yi Zisheng's personal ability was strong. Yi Zisheng and Yan Zhonghua had completely opposite personalities. At the beginning, Yu Ming liked Yan Zhonghua because Yan Zhonghua looked very gentle and kind, like a spring breeze. He must be a person with excellent personality and good manners. Yi Zisheng, on the other hand, gave people a feeling of indifference, which was somewhat similar to the East Sovereign Zhang Wush. Probably because of this, the relationship between the East Sovereign and Yi Zisheng was quite good. Yi Zisheng first glanced at Shuiyan Nichang, and then looked to Yan Zhonghua and the others. King Yi, we are honored by your presence. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Yi Zisheng simply said a cold sentence without showing guilt, and then added, the East Sovereign had told me your intention, but the illuminating sky cauldron was already loaned out a few days ago. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint King Yi this time. Instead, Yi Zisheng said to Shuiyan Nichang, it's been cold recently, so you shouldn't wear only one coat when you go out. You should wear that shawl when you go out next time. Shuiyan Nichang's eyes lowered and she whispered, got it. Yi Zisheng grabbed Shuiyan Nichang's shoulder and said to Yan Zhonghua, we have other matters at home, so pardon us for not being able to accompany you. Shuiyan Nichang suddenly raised her head and looked at the man one head higher than her and said, they are my guests. Yi Zisheng replied nonchalantly, they're looking for the illuminating sky cauldron. If they can't find it, naturally they'll have to find another substitute. They don't have time to stay here for long. Shuiyan Nichang was a little angry. She pushed away Yi Zisheng and stood beside him. Even so, they're still my friends. They have nothing to do with you. Yi Zisheng looked at Yan Zhonghua, his eyes darkening. Suit yourself, but don't forget, you're a married woman. After that, Yi Zisheng walked through the palace gate. Yu Ming, should one day, Laozi will beat him. Listen to what he just said. Yi Zisheng's figure had already disappeared by now. Shuiyan Nichang sighed, a little depressed. He was truly too impolite, but he wasn't like this before. Who knows what's gotten into him this time? But I probably can't help much regarding the matter with the illuminating sky cauldron. With Yi Zisheng's attitude, it's clear that he isn't going to reveal anything. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and sneered, matter. Since he wants to drive us away, I'm going to stay here. If he doesn't reveal the cauldron's whereabouts, I'll force him to reveal it. Yan Zhonghua also had some criticisms regarding Yi Zisheng's attitude, but he didn't like to complain about others behind their backs, so he didn't say anything. He merely marked the man who dared to bully Shui and Nuisheng in front of outsiders down as a debt to settle later. Although the successor of the Yi family made it clear that he didn't want to see them, Yan Tianan still decided to brazenly move into the South Sovereign's imperial palace. After all, this place was Shui and Nicheng's territory, not the territory of their Yi family. What's more, after comprehensive consideration, it was necessary to get the illuminating sky cauldron. How could they give up so easily after merely getting a cold reception? In addition, Yi Zisheng threatened them. Among the 4 people present, except Yan Zhonghua, the other 3 were basically stubborn in the way that they liked to annoy those who treated them impolitely. When met with a strong rejection, those 3 would respond with an even stronger response and would never retreat. So, the 4 people stayed in the South Sovereign's palace together. On the first night, Shui and Nicheng held a private banquet in the palace and got drunk with the 4 guests, and the next night, Shui and Nicheng wanted to sit down with them and discuss the Tao. She did not leave the gate of Yan Zhonghua's residence for 3 days, and the place was filled with laughter everywhere. On the 5th night, Yi Zisheng stood outside the tightly shut gates of Yan Zhonghua's hall, and he gnashed his teeth so much that he almost broke them. The personal attendant who grew up with him was indignant and said, "Master, Madam has actually been with those men for 5 whole days, and she never even came back at night. She really doesn't care about you." Yi Zisheng shouted with a cold face, "Shut up, it's not your place to talk." The young man pouted, looking wronged. "I just can't bear to see Madam being so cold to Master. Usually, the South Sovereign always looks at you like a stranger and doesn't want to talk. Even though you were so kind to her, she was still cold to you, but she actually smiled at those people." Yi Zisheng's expression was ugly, but he said faintly, "If I hear these words again, you can return to the Yi residence." When the servant heard this, he didn't know if Yi Zisheng really meant it or not. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, "Master, this servant doesn't dare to say any more. Please don't drive me away." Yi Zisheng stared at him for a long time. "Go and ask Madam to come out, just say I have something important to discuss with her." The attendant hurriedly nodded, then rushed to knock on the door. Yi Zisheng was very unhappy in his heart. He had been Dao companions with Shui and Nicheng for so many years. Usually, Shui and Nicheng always had a respectful attitude towards him, but what he wanted was the lively and energetic girl who loved to laugh and stir up trouble without regard for other people's criticisms. What he liked was that kind of Shui and Nicheng. He thought that when they became Dao companions, he would get that Shui and Nicheng, but unexpectedly, Shui and Nicheng had such an attitude towards him. Although Yi Zisheng's cultivation and state of mind were both profound, he still felt panic in his heart when he saw his wife smile like a carefree little girl upon meeting her old sweetheart again. Furthermore, Shui and Nicheng actually didn't return at night. She accompanied Yan Zhonghua and the others all day and night for 5 whole days. Yan Tianan crouched in the corner, holding a mirror in his hand, watching Yi Zisheng, who looked as if he wanted to eat. "Someone," Yan Tianan said with some excitement, "is he going to smash the door?" "Dage, look at his expression. He looks like his wife gave him a green hat." "Ha ha ha," Yu Ming said airily, "I also feel like I've been given a green hat." Yan Tianan. When he turned his head, Yu Ming was unexpectedly standing behind him. Yan Tianan awkwardly rubbed his chin and stood up. "Father is still discussing the Tao with Aunt Nicheng," Yu Ming said. "Like hell they are. Both of them are talking about private affairs. They're so embarrassing. I came out to get some air." Yan Tianan asked, "Dad, do you hate Aunt Nicheng very much?" Yu Ming nodded hastily, looking disgusted. "I hate her to death. She only knows how to pester someone else's husband all day. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that she wants to be my husband's concubine." "Ah," Yan Tianan said, "Dad, I just heard Yi Zisheng say to his page outside that after we leave, he would first beat Aunt Nicheng, then lock her up." "What?" Yu Ming flew into a rage and immediately rolled up his sleeves, prepared to go out and beat someone up. "I think the person surnamed Yi doesn't want to live anymore. To actually dare to bully my younger sister." Yan Tianan became amused and pulled Yu Ming back. It seems that the relationship between Dad and Aunt Nicheng isn't bad. Yu Ming paused, then kicked Yan Tianan. Little bastard, how dare you fool your dad? Then he added, your father already recognized her as an adopted sister. So it's fine for me, her sister-in-law, to bully her. But how can others bully her? Yan Tianan said, Aunt Nicheng also has a hard life. The Southland's situation isn't very good. There are too many families and sects in their own camps, and the Shuiyan clan has no outstanding juniors. Aunt Nicheng is really having a hard time supporting an entire family alone. Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's why your father is teaching that lass how to stabilize her position right now. Inside the house, Shuiyan finally sighed faintly. It can't be helped. What can I do with this mess that my dad left me? I thought that I could get a little break after marrying Yi Zisheng, but unexpectedly, Yi Zisheng didn't even touch me on his wedding night, so I knew he didn't like me. At this point, Shuiyan Nicheng sobbed. I didn't know he actually hated me this much. He always spoke coldly to me and didn't help me when he saw the Yi family bullying me. Even this time, he must have known that you were coming to borrow the illuminating sky cauldron, so he gave it away before you arrived. Yan Zhonghua frowned deeply. You've been married for over 10 years. Don't tell me that you've never consummated your marriage. Shuiyan Nicheng sighed and wiped her eyes. Let alone consummating the marriage, it's rare for us to even kiss or hug each other. I don't know what I did wrong. The people I like have either been stolen away by another hussy, or they ignore me and are always fierce to me. My road in love really is full of bumps. Could it be that I'm too outstanding, so not even heaven can stand seeing me happy? Lin Xuanji sighed and said calmly, maybe it's not your fault, but perhaps that part of his is defective. Shuiyan Nicheng suddenly froze. She looked up at Lin Xuanji, stupefied. What you said is quite reasonable. Lin Xuanji smiled knowingly and said, there is no man who is not lecherous. Aunt is gorgeous and easygoing, so she's definitely popular with men. He has been married to you for over 10 years and has been avoiding sexual intercourse with you. Thinking about it, that kind of defect is also a possibility. Shuiyan Nicheng's face turned green and white, and she was unable to sit or stand still. If Yi Zisheng really has a problem in that aspect, should I be kinder to him and give some comforting words? Fuck, so that's why Yi Buxin, that old man, was in such a hurry to marry Yi Zisheng to me. Shuiyan Nicheng could not sit still anymore and was just about to get up and leave first, when she heard the knocking at the door. Damanur, Shuiyan Nicheng's personal attendant, came over and said in a little hurry, Your Majesty, Master Yi's little page knocked on the door and said that Master Yi has urgent business with Your Majesty. Chapter 733, Physically ill. If this was before, then Shuiyan Nicheng would have told him to wait. However, at this time, she couldn't wait to meet Yi Zisheng, so she got up quickly and gritted her teeth. Just in time, I have something to ask him too. Damanur was surprised. Lin Xuanji said leisurely, Aunt, when a man can't do that, he never wants others to know about it, especially those who are close to him. Be gentle when you talk to him. Damanur was stunned. She seemed to have found out something incredible by accident. Shuiyan Nicheng waved her hand, took a deep breath, and calmed down. A small flame burst into her eyes. Don't worry, I won't abandon him. Damanur was even more surprised. Shuiyan Nicheng went away in a hurry. Yan Zhonghua glanced at Lin Xuanji. Do you really suspect that he can't get hard? Lin Xuanji just smiled deeply and said, Of course that's impossible. At the very least, the Yi family is a family of alchemists, so there's no shortage of pills to strengthen one's yang energy and heal the body. Yan Zhonghua couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. You really are bad. Although Lin Xuanji framed Yi Zisheng a little, he wasn't ashamed but was instead proud. He said calmly, It won't do for Yi Zisheng to continue treating the South Sovereign like this. After all, things between husband and wife should be resolved privately by themselves, behind closed doors. Yan Zhonghua said, Resolve the problem of Yi Zisheng being unable to get hard behind closed doors. Lin Xuanji. They looked at each other and smiled. Words didn't need to be spoken. Yi Zisheng clearly didn't want to see Yan Zhonghua and the others, but how many people in this world dared to blatantly give King Yi and Warong's sword Venerable the cold shoulder? Such a thing would probably never happen, not unless there was a reason. The biggest conflict between Yi Zisheng and their group was the old affection between Shuiyan Nicheng and Yan Zhonghua. Yi Zisheng had long been the prospective successor of the Yi family. Yet Yi Zisheng decided to personally meet Shui and Nichang at her home and escort her to his home for the wedding. What did Yi Zisheng mean by this? Those personally involved in the situation might be blinded, but outsiders could see through it thoroughly. Shui and Nichang rushed out of the palace gates and saw the man waiting for her quietly underneath a weeping willow that had lived for thousands of years. Shui and Nichang was originally anxious and had a rich variety of expressions, but when she looked at Yi Zisheng, her expression suddenly became thin, leaving only an expressionless look. The South Sovereign must always maintain a dignified and restrained image in front of her sweetheart. She didn't want to be looked down upon. Yi Zisheng looked at Shui and Nichang and said, "You sure have lots of things to discuss with old friends." Shui and Nichang said, "After all, he's my childhood friend. I haven't seen him for many years. Isn't it normal to have a lot to say?" Yi Zisheng said with a cold face, "You sure are attentive to your old sweetheart, but don't forget that you are my wife now." Originally, Shui and Nichang wanted to have a good talk with Yi Zisheng about his illness, but when Yi Zisheng mentioned this, she grew angry and said with a similarly cold face, "Your wife is not your slave. And I've never wronged you. You shouldn't always talk to me like you're trying to catch an illicit affair." Yi Zisheng sneered, "You've never wronged me, Shui and Nichang. Don't tell me that you believe that thinking of another man in your heart is not an affair." Shui and Nichang suddenly froze. "What do you mean by thinking about another man?" Yi Zisheng stared at Shui and Nichang's face, which was full of shock and confusion. He secretly thought, this woman really knows how to put on an act. His face was expressionless as he said, "I don't want to say something too thoroughly, so as to save each other some face. You know what you did." Yi Zisheng finished, paused, then said, "I just want to remind you that I'm not a stingy man, but I've never been generous enough to allow my wife to spend the night with another man." Seeing Yi Zisheng turn around and leave, Shui and Nichang became angry after staring blankly. She raised her hand and hit Yi Zisheng with an illusion array, blocking his way. "Yi Zisheng, what do you mean by spending the night with another man? I'm just talking about important government affairs with them, discussing the Dao and the safety of the 9 lands. It's not as dirty as you think." Shui and Nichang was so angry that her hands trembled. If it wasn't for saving face, she even would have fought with Yi Zisheng. But Yi Zisheng just replied coldly, "Oh, Shui and Nichang, what's so good about a man like this?" She was really blind to have fallen in love with this boring and poisonous bastard. Looking at Yi Zisheng, who easily broke her illusion array, Shui and Nichang suddenly blurted out, "Yi Zisheng, I only will ask you one question, tell me the truth." Yi Zisheng paused and turned to look at Shui and Nichang. Shui Nichang strode towards Yi Zisheng, standing in front of him. Her stance was originally aggressive, but then she became somewhat hesitant and said, "Yi Zisheng, are you physically ill?" Yi Zisheng. Shui and Nichang frowned and said thoughtfully, "I've heard before that men who can't do that always have irritable tempers and often beat and scold their wives. Although you never hit me, that's probably because you can't defeat me. If you're sick, you can't hide from the doctor. You might as well speak out openly and let everyone find a solution together. Hiding like this will only make your heart more abnormal." Yi Zisheng. Yi Zisheng didn't understand where the phrase physically ill came from, but when Shui and Nichang said can't do that, he had already understood some things. At this moment, he fully understood. It would be a great insult and stimulation for any man to be suspected of failing in that aspect. However, the wife whom Yi Zisheng legitimately married and whom he suspected of having another man in her heart was actually the one asking him this. It was truly a great humiliation. Yi Zisheng's face, which had been emotionless all along, slowly smiled. The air around him became extremely stifling, and he said slowly, "Did you just say that you don't think I can do it?" His response made Shui and Nichang think that Lin Xuanji's guess was on the mark. At first, she was surprised for a moment. Then, her sympathy was mixed with deep helplessness. She looked at Yi Zisheng with loving eyes and softened her voice in a rare moment, "About that, you don't have to feel sad or stressed. I can understand your mood." Yi Zisheng's smile grew. "You are my husband, and we have already held the wedding ceremony. I will definitely not abandon you, but, if possible, it would be better for you to cure it." Shui and Nichang was immersed in her own world, and she never even noticed the abnormality of Yi Zisheng. She also poured out her thoughts. "My nephew, Yan Tianan, is a genius in alchemy, and he has always been known as the Little Pill. Emperor, even Grandpa praised him before. If he can help, then, there might still be hope." "Wife." Yi Zisheng hugged Shui and Nichang's shoulder, and his voice was gentle as he spoke in her ear, Since my wife cares so much about her husband's health, you and I might as well go to the room, and let her have a good physical examination of her husband. Shui and Nichang didn't know the danger that was approaching, so she nodded foolishly and said sincerely, you should have done this earlier. I'm serious. If you suppress it for a long time, your temperament really will be irritable. In fact, you've been very grumpy recently. Yi Zisheng was so angry that he actually smiled and nodded like he'd heard good advice. Yeah, then my wife should check me carefully and thoroughly. Don't miss a single clue. Thus, Shui and Nichang was half swindled and half coaxed away by Yi Zisheng. Yan Tianan looked at the picture appearing in the mirror and couldn't help touching his chin. He said, Yi Zisheng doesn't look like a person who has an illness like that. Moreover, the higher someone's cultivation, the better their body. I think Aunt Nichang is about to suffer. Yan Tianan then scratched his head and said, Yi Zisheng seems to hate us very much. If this continues, when exactly will we know where the illuminating sky cauldron is? Yi Zisheng had time to waste with them, but they didn't have the time or effort to waste. However, Yi Zisheng's mouth was tighter than that of a clam, which made Yan Tianan feel the urge to tie him up and beat him in order to get him to spill the cauldron's whereabouts. Lin Xuanji stood beside Yan Tianan and said mysteriously, don't worry. Before long, Yi Zisheng will come and tell me where the illuminating sky cauldron is. Yan Tianan raised his eyes. Why he doesn't seem to be such a kind person. Instead, it seems like he wants to see us become a laughingstock. Lin Xuanji smiled. We've done him a great favor. He'll want to pay us back. Although Yan Tianan didn't understand the meaning of Lin Xuanji's words at this time, he soon understood it thoroughly. After that day, Shui and Nichang was said to be ill and in bed rest. It was Yi Zisheng who came forward to entertain Yan Zonghua and his party, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. The coldness from Yi Zisheng's face melted a lot. He even gave a simple bow. There were many slights the other day, but I still hope Brother Yan will forgive me. Yan Zonghua still had the same attitude as before, and did not change because of Yi Zisheng's new attitude. Yan Zonghua asked, where is the South Sovereign? Yi Zisheng wore an imperceptible smile on his face, and looked rather smug. He said, Nichang is not feeling well and is still resting. I'm afraid she won't be able to entertain His Royal Highness King Yi these days. However, the husband and wife are one, so I'll serve as the host in her place. Yan Zonghua didn't ask much, but said directly, you should know the purpose of our visit. Yi Zisheng said, the illuminating sky cauldron is really not with me. I gave the illuminating sky cauldron to another before I received the news from the East Sovereign. I swear I never lied about this. Yan Zonghua looked at Yi Zisheng. Who has the illuminating sky cauldron now? Yi Zisheng said, an elder from Nichang's family asked me to hand the illuminating sky cauldron over to someone. Originally, I shouldn't tell you that person's identity, but I owe you a big favor, so I naturally have to pay it back. Then, Yi Zisheng mentioned an unexpected name. Chapter 734. Cauldron's whereabouts. His name is Yin Chongyu, and the Shuiyan clan's elder is said to be an old acquaintance of his. He left after taking the illuminating sky cauldron. I don't know where he is now. Yin Chongyu. Lin Xuanji frowned. Why did you give it to him? Yi Zisheng explained. An infant spirit began to form within the illuminating sky cauldron over 10 years ago. Since then, my grandfather never used the illuminating sky cauldron to refine pills again. Until a few days ago, this infant spirit finally became a tangible, flesh and blood baby. I was thinking of raising him as a son, but the elder of the Shuiyan clan said that the baby has great karma with Yin Chongyu, so he asked me to give the baby, along with the cauldron, to Yin Chongyu. Yin Chongyu took the cauldron and disappeared. Although Yi Zisheng loathed to give up the cauldron, he didn't want to go against a grandmaster's intentions. Besides, Yin Chongyu also said at that time that as long as the baby was able to leave the illuminating sky cauldron, he would return the cauldron, so Yi Zisheng didn't ask any more questions. However, the matter was particularly strange to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's ears. Yin Chongyu was someone who lived thousands of years ago, and the great powers of his time were basically either dead or living in seclusion now. Moreover, when the 5 continents barrier was broken, not many people knew that the demon released from the seal was Yin Chongyu. After all, when Yin Chongyu stirred up the 9 lands a few thousand years ago, he didn't actually use this name. Just who could have great karma with Yin Chongyu? But it was no use crying over spilt milk. Now that the cauldron was in Yin Chongyu's hands, it was easier for them. Lin Xuanji said, I can find Yin Chongyu. Thank you, fellow Yi, for telling me about this. The illuminating sky cauldron was very important, as it related to whether they could give Tu Feng a fatal blow. Yi Zisheng waved his hand. If you hadn't come, who knows when my wife and I would have been able to reconcile. Speaking of which, I need to thank you. Yan Tianan asked curiously, how did you reconcile? As far as I know, didn't Aunt Nicheng doubt that you can't do that? Do that? Yi Zisheng understood it, and his mouth twitched. He said mysteriously, rather than through eloquent words, some matters are much better resolved through actions. Yan Tianan showed a thoughtful smile. Once two people had physical intimate contact, the distance would naturally decrease. If Yi Zisheng still couldn't seize such a good opportunity to communicate with Shui and Nicheng, then he didn't deserve to be the patriarch of the Yi family. This time, Yan Zonghua became a good man and gave them a chance to make up. Since they knew the whereabouts of the illuminating sky cauldron, Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji planned to leave first. After resting for a few days, Shui and Nicheng finally got up. You've only been here for a few days, yet you're already leaving. Shui and Nicheng pinched Yan Tianan's little face and said, Aunt doesn't want Ah Hen to leave. Yan Tianan accepted a lot of illusion array magic treasures from Shui and Nicheng, so he liked this aunt of his very much. He also nodded, I don't want to leave Aunt Nicheng either. Shui and Nicheng said, I already know about the evil spirits. Although the North Land is tens of thousands of miles away from our South Land, I also understand the truth that all the regions are interdependent, and the South Land will suffer as well if the North Land falls. When the time comes, if there is anything you need the South Land to do, just tell me directly. As long as it's within my power, I won't shirk my duty. Lin Xuanji smiled. Aunt Nicheng understands the great sense of honor. Xuanji appreciates it. Shui and Nicheng waved her hand and glanced at Yi Zisheng, who was standing beside her. Forget it, boy, that one sentence of yours almost killed me. She had been tossed and turned by Yi Zisheng for several days. Her back still hurt a little even now. This was all because Lin Xuanji deliberately framed Yi Zisheng. However, having said that, Shui and Nicheng's face had a sweet smile. She thought Yi Zisheng didn't touch her because he didn't like her. On that day, two people rolled in the sheets. The more she thought, the more she felt wronged. She cried and pulled on Yi Zisheng's hair and asked him why he treated her like this. Unexpectedly, Yi Zisheng also felt wronged. On the night of their wedding ceremony, Yi Zisheng planned to let out his joy with her and live happily with her, but before he had entered the door, he saw Shui and Nicheng sitting on the high platform having a tryst with Yan Zonghua, and a huge green hat was slammed onto his head. Yi Zisheng became angry, but he didn't want to break up with his wife. He had no choice but to swallow his anger for the time being. When she heard that, Shui and Nicheng's eyelids twitched a few times. What tryst? Did you see us hugging each other or kissing each other? At that time, I got some news about Yu Ming by chance and couldn't trust someone else to tell him, so I told him directly. Did you really snub me for so many years because of such a thing? Yi Zisheng, did you ever care for me? Yi Zisheng, of course, cared about Shui and Nicheng, but once a person got into a corner, he might never be able to walk out. Yi Zisheng smiled bitterly. Who let you like Yan Zonghua in the past? Everyone in the Nine Lands knows that. Besides, I'm not similar to Yan Zonghua. I thought, did you actually believe that I would still have feelings for someone else's husband, even after marrying you? Shui and Nicheng felt humiliated. She slapped Yi Zisheng on the face and wanted to leave, saying angrily, you idiot, stay away from me. How could Yi Zisheng let Shui and Nicheng leave right now? He immediately held the person in his arms and put her on the bed, saying, plus, you've always been very frank with him, but you're very restrained in front of me. Shui and Nicheng roared, that's because Liaoniang wants to maintain an image in front of you. I'm afraid you'll think I'm not steady and mature enough to be seen in public with you. Yi Zisheng. How could he still not understand at this point? My wife is really cute. The two of them actually had feelings for each other, but they just missed the opportunity to talk. Now that they've spoken and resolved everything, they naturally gathered together happily. Even the ice on Yi Zisheng's face had melted a lot. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan went to find Yin Chongyu first. Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua knew that they wouldn't be of much help in this matter, so they decided to go back to the North Land first and watch Tu Feng lest he do something he shouldn't. Later, Yu Ming decided to take a trip to the Demon Realm as well. After all, the current whereabouts of Kangdi Fenglang was somewhere within the demon world. Without further delay, as soon as the four left the South Land, they parted ways. Lin Xuanji found an empty place, took out a magic treasure that could locate someone thousands of miles away, burned some incense, and then dripped a drop of Yin Changyu's blood into it. This magic treasure was similar to a compass, and the pointer pointed to the East Land. Yan Tianan said, "What is he doing in the East Land?" Lin Xuanji thought for a moment. Senior Yin has a special attachment to the East Land. Yan Tianan asked, "Because of Zan Lu?" Lin Xuanji listened to Yan Tianan call his ancestor by name without any honorifics, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with that. After all, if they really talked about seniority, Yan Tianan was much older. He was a powerhouse in the ancient times. It can only be because of Zan Lu. Lin Xuanji pondered, "I don't know what that baby's origins are, but 9 times out of 10, it's related to Zan Lu." Yan Tianan suddenly gasped with widened eyes. "Didn't you say Zan Lu re-entered the cycle of reincarnation?" Lin Xuanji replied, "Who knows if anything went wrong with his reincarnation. Moreover, that child was born in a pill cauldron, and his future is unlimited. It's hard to say." Yan Tianan said, curious. "We'd better find Senior Yin quickly and ask him." Lin Xuanji had a special way to contact him. However, since Yin Changyu refused to respond, Lin Xuanji had to find the person himself. They didn't have the luxury to sightsee the scenery. They used a transmission array sent by the South Sovereign and burned hundreds of spirit sparrows. Within 4 hours, they had appeared on the territory of the East Land. The East Land was full of towering mountains, most of which were extremely steep, and waterfalls flew down, which was very spectacular. Not in the Imperial City. Lin Xuanji took the locating compass and looked at the direction of the pointer. "Let's follow the compass first." They walked for a while and came to a deserted cliff. Looking down, there was a transparent cloud, and the water was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It looked as if the abyss had opened its jaws. Normal people would not want to jump down when they saw this, but they wanted to find a person, and the direction of the compass was here, so they had to go down. Yan Tianan said, "I'll go down first and take a look." Lin Xuanji said, "Let's go together." Anyhow, he'd still be worried if Yan Tianan went down alone. Of course, they also thought of the possibility that this would be a trap, but after thinking about Yin Changyu's personality and behavior, they thought that this was very unlikely. Of course, the two had great strength. Even if there was some scheme here, they still wouldn't panic. The cliff looked very deep and was actually very deep. However, there was no danger along the way. Even demonic beast encounters were rare. The mist thickened the further down they went. After a moment, Yan Tianan saw a great lake full of lotus flowers. The lake was sparkling, the blue waves rippling at first glance, and the water was deep and clear. The spiritual chi at the bottom of the valley was very rich, which was like a treasure trove of spiritual energy. It was just that the fog was thicker here, but it didn't interfere with those who had high cultivation. However, it was surprising that no one else found this place. "Who is it?" A familiar voice came, and Yin Changyu emerged from the thick fog. When he saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, he was taken aback and asked, "Why did you two come here?" Yan Tianan said, "Senior Yin, my Dage has been looking for you for a long time, but you didn't respond, so he found you himself." Yin Changyu was even more puzzled. "What do you want from me? Didn't you say that you would first go to Fuyao sect to find esteemed Lan Yu and ask about divination?" Lin Xuanji replied, "The two of us are here for the illuminating sky cauldron." Yin Changyu's face suddenly changed. At this moment, Yan Tianan heard Yin Nian's voice. "Daddy, come quickly, the little ancestor is throwing a fit again because he can't find you. I can't placate him. Ow ow ow. Don't pull my hair, it hurts." Yin Changyu coughed a little unnaturally under Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's stares. "Come with me first." Whether the illuminating sky cauldron can be taken away still needs to be discussed with that little ancestor. Chapter 735. Little Ancestor. Thus, Yan Tianan walked deeper into the fog with great curiosity. Yin Changyu lived in a comfortable-looking cave. There were many soft feathers and cushions weaved from spiritual plants. Yin Nian was currently extremely flustered as he waited upon that pouting infant who only looked 1 or 2 years old. That baby looked quite lovely. Although his pair of eyes spun around like 2 black grapes, anyone who saw him would praise his appearance. The baby was originally very excited when he saw Yin Changyu, but when he then saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan following behind Yin Changyu, he immediately became unhappy. Why did you bring strangers here again? This is our private spot. How can you allow people to come here so casually? I don't care, I don't care. You must make them leave. Yin Changyu felt a little helpless. He went forward, picked up the baby, and coaxed. They found this place by themselves. Moreover, these two are my friends. Don't worry about it. The baby hugged Yin Changyu's neck with his short hands and looked at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan unhappily. His gaze stayed on Lin Xuanji for a moment. Are you one of the Zan clan's descendants? Lin Xuanji answered, yes. Never seen you before, I don't recognize you. Yin Nian, however, was very excited to see Lin Xuanji. Master martial ant, he hurriedly rushed over. The baby buried his face in Yin Changyu's neck and pouted, hurry up and make them leave. I don't want to see outsiders. I just want to see you. Yin Changyu could only signal something to Lin Xuanji with his eyes. Yin Nian blinked and pushed Yan Tianan out while whispering, let's leave now, quickly. This little ancestor can tear down the house when he starts throwing a tantrum. He'll go to sleep in a minute. You can discuss anything you want when that happens. After they left the cave and found a place where Yin Changyu couldn't hear, Yan Tianan finally asked, what kind of situation is this? Yin Nian stretched his aching body, breathed out, and leaned against the tree. He said with lingering fear, who knows? Adoptive father and I were called to the South Land. That South sovereign's husband suddenly gave adoptive father a pill cauldron. When adoptive father opened it, a baby actually jumped out. As soon as he saw that little baby, his entire person froze. That little brat said, go east, so he immediately took that little ancestor here without another word. If I didn't stubbornly follow them here, adoptive father probably wouldn't even remember that he still has a son. Yin Nian also looked depressed. A little ancestor had inexplicably appeared. At first, he thought that Yin Changyu planned to accept this brat as a son or disciple, but who would have expected that as soon as he called the little ancestor younger brother, the other party released a strange fire that almost roasted him. During this period, the little ancestor tormented Yin Nian so much that he was about to die. He felt that this was even harder than cultivation. I don't know what kind of bewitchment that little ancestor cast on adoptive father, to actually make him obey the baby's every word. Do you know how outrageous that little ancestor was? Yin Nian felt indignant and jumped down from the tree. He insisted on eating fish, but there's no fish in this lake at all. So adoptive father personally went to a town hundreds of miles away just to buy fish for him and even picked out all the bones. Shouldn't a brat that small still be drinking milk? If Lin Xuanji still had any doubts about the baby's identity before this, he could basically come to a conclusion now. 9 times out of 10, this was the old ancestor who made the Zan clan lose both their throne and their empire. Yin Nian was both excited and moved upon seeing his master again. He took Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan on a tour around this area to familiarize them with the terrain and even caught 2 rabbits while he was at it. Although the little baby had a big temper, his body was delicate. Yin Changyu coaxed him to sleep. Soon after, Yin Changyu left the cave and found Lin Xuanji and the others. He sat down on a rock near them. Lin Xuanji raised a brow. How does it feel to raise a child? Yin Changyu rubbed his nose. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel very good. If this boy didn't have karma with me, I never would have even bothered with him. Yin Nian immediately jumped out to expose Yin Changyu's lies. Adoptive father, that's not what you said before. When that little ancestor asked you if you thought he was annoying, you claimed that he wasn't annoying at all, and you were perfectly willing to slave away for him. Yin Changyu felt a little ashamed, so he retorted, it's not like I can say I find him annoying to his face, right? It's not like you don't know his destructive power. Once he gets angry, the entire cave will blow up. I'm too lazy to clean that up. Yin Nian pouted, I don't believe you. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Yin Changyu. What exactly is that little ancestor? Yin Changyu answered, he's human, and I think you've already guessed his identity. Yan Tianan said in surprise, didn't you say the Zan clan's old ancestor entered reincarnation? How did he become a little brat? Moreover, I sense very heavy yin qi on his body. It's not the kind of yin qi that belongs to ordinary babies. In fact, his soul was already inside this cauldron a long time ago. Yin Changyu's eyes sank a little. But he doesn't want to tell me the reason for this, and I also can't get an answer out of him. Yan Tianan blinked. So now you've become his dad. Yin Changyu tutted. I told him to call me Dad, but he refused to shout that, no matter what. Plus, I've discovered that his temperament is a little different from before. Yan Tianan asked, different? How so? Yin Chongyu said fondly, in the past, Zan Juxiao was elegant, peerless, and magnificent. His personality was also mature, steady, and reliable, nothing like this little ancestor at all. He starts to tear the house down if he can't see me. He's moody and temperamental, and getting more and more unbearable. However, although he said that, Yin Chongyu's eyes were full of loving indulgence. Yan Tianan felt like his teeth would fall out after this display of affection. Lin Xuanji said, a person's temperament will naturally change after turning into a child. He will change when he grows up. Yin Chongyu smiled. It's good if he stays like this forever too. It's rare to see him pestering me like this and acting spoiled. Yan Tianan. That won't do. How can he dual cultivate with you if he stays like this forever? Yin Chongyu. Yan Tianan, I feel like you've changed. Lin Xuanji said sincerely, in any case, congratulations. Yin Chongyu smiled. It's indeed a cause for celebration. No matter how things developed to this point, it was a great blessing that Zan Lu could return to Yin Chongyu's side. Although Yin Chongyu never said anything during these years, how could he not feel sorrow when he saw the people around him getting in pairs and displaying their love for each other? He would always think of Zan Lu, who had now rejoined the cycle of reincarnation and would never remember him again. It's just that he himself chose that future for Zan Lu, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Yin Chongyu asked, oh right, why are you looking for the illuminating sky cauldron? Lin Xuanji replied, have you heard about evil chi cultivators? Yin Chongyu nodded. Before I entered this mountain, reincarnation palace's 4 envoys were searching for traces of evil chi cultivators everywhere in the 9 lands. Of course I know about that, but I don't know what happened after I entered the mountain. Ever since he started living in seclusion while raising a child, Yin Chongyu's mind was no longer on the 9 lands at all anymore. So Yan Tianan told Yin Chongyu everything that happened in the North Land. Time flew by quickly when they started talking. Before they knew it, it was already dark. Yan Tianan was still giving a detailed account of what happened in the South Land when they suddenly heard an explosion. Yan Tianan. Yin Nian jumped up like he was facing a great enemy. He stared in the direction of the smoking cave. That little ancestor is about to throw a tantrum again. Yin Chongyu pressed his forehead with a little headache. He can't find me after waking up, so he'll blow up anything he sees. While saying that, he hurriedly got up and walked towards the cave. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan exchanged a glance. They followed Yin Chongyu to see what just happened. Although Zan Lu's current temperament and state of mind were very different from that of an ordinary baby, he still wasn't very mature at all. Acting spoiled, throwing temper tantrums, acting cute, there was nothing he dared to do, since he was taking advantage of the fact that he looked like an infant to do anything to make Yin Chongyu's attention fall on him. The cave had already been blown up, and there was scattered rubble everywhere. On the mat weaved with spiritual plants, a baby with a face full of unhappiness pouted as he glared at the cave entrance, looking like he was about to complain. Yin Chongyu rushed over as soon as he entered the cave. He carefully picked up the child who had stretched an arm out to him. Why did you blow up the house again? Are you hurt? Aiya, look, your fingers are dirty now. How can you be so careless? Zan Lu said in a baby's voice, where did you run to this time? Didn't I say before that you have to always stay by my side when I sleep? You lied to me, you big liar. Yin Chongyu. I swear this is the last time. Zan Lu pouted. That's what you swore last time as well. Yin Chongyu. Zan Lu snorted, then turned to Lin Xuanji. He frowned and said, why did you come here to disturb our peace and quiet? This valley is mine and I use. Leave quickly, or I won't be polite. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He first cupped his hands, then said nonchalantly, we're here to borrow the illuminating sky cauldron. Zan Lu made a defensive posture as soon as he heard about the cauldron. To think you actually have designs on the illuminating sky cauldron. Yan Tianan rushed to explain when he saw flames appearing around the baby. We're here to use it to refine a spirit-gathering pill that can heavily injure evil chi cultivators. We'll return the cauldron to you after refining the pill. Zan Lu gave a HMPH. Do you think I'm stupid? So many people want the illuminating sky cauldron. I don't believe you at all. Yan Tianan looked towards Lin Xuanji helplessly. Lin Xuanji stared at Zan Lu and asked, what can we do to make you believe us? Zan Lu kept frowning. I won't believe you no matter what. Lin Xuanji. Yin Chongyu and Lin Xuanji were still old acquaintances, after all, so he spoke up, little ancestor, Xuanji always keeps his word. He's different from those people who want to snatch the illuminating sky cauldron. Yan Tianan hurriedly nodded. Unexpectedly, Zan Lu merely flattened his lips and shouted in a tearful voice, "You're actually speaking up for an outsider. Have you fallen out of love already?" "You definitely did. He looks so much like the past me. You two must have an illicit affair." Yin Chongyu. Yan Tianan. Chapter 736. Cunning and scheming. Yan Tianan stepped in front of Lin Xuanji and blocked Zan Lu's sight. "Pardon me, although I very much approve of your praise for my Dage, he's mine and has absolutely no adulterous relationship with another man." "You, what's your name?" "Yan Tianan." "Which Yan?" "The Yan, family's Yan." Zan Lu's eyes widened in a glare. "Are you Yan Qi's descendant?" Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and suddenly realized that the one in front of him had a bone-deep blood feud with the Yan family, so he thought about it and said, "We're not from the same branch. People from the Yan family are all the same. There's not a single good person in the Yan family." Zan Lu said coldly, "Leave quickly, or else I won't be polite." Yin Chongyu also felt quite helpless. He repeatedly made eye contact with Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, signaling them to leave for now. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan didn't want to create complications, so they could only retreat for the time being. When they reached the cave entrance, they heard Zan Lu's childish voice travel over, sounding very miserable and sad. "It's one thing for you to bring strangers to the place where we fell in love at first sight, but you actually even allowed them to covet the cauldron I use as a bed. You, tell me, have you fallen out of love? Do you not like me anymore? Do you still hate me for sealing you in the 5 continents?" Yin Chongyu started coaxing him again with a flattering voice. Yan Tianan only felt that he couldn't bear to listen anymore. Yin Chongyu was so domineering and awe-inspiring back when he was still sealed, exuding an aura of lousy as the first under heaven. "Fight me if you won't accept that." Even when he came to the 9 lands, where big shots were as common as the clouds in the sky, he still maintained his proud and extraordinary aura. Unexpectedly, the current Yin Chongyu had actually become a scaredy cat, raising a baby like he was serving a little ancestor. Yan Tianan shrugged speechlessly as he glanced at Lin Xuanji. "What do we do? That little ancestor is especially resistant to lending out the cauldron." Lin Xuanji's expression looked nonchalant. "Based on that little ancestor's words just now, the illuminating sky cauldron seems to be nothing more than his bed. In that case, we might as well wait another couple of days. We'll try peaceful measures before using force. If we truly can't come to an agreement, we can't just make this trip for nothing and resign ourselves to fate." Yan Tianan asked hesitantly, "But, he should be your Zan clan's old ancestor, right?" Lin Xuanji replied very contemptuously, "An ancestor who lost the Zan clan's empire." Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji added, "Old ancestor, yeah right. He's nothing more than a little brat right now, and even his cultivation seems to have dropped greatly. If you and I join hands, we can absolutely suppress him." Yan Tianan gave Lin Xuanji a deep look. "Dage, you've changed." 2 were being roasted over the fire, while another one was already done. Yin Chongyu was carefully picking the bones out of that fish. The little ancestor sat solemnly on the futon and crossed his pair of short legs. The illuminating sky cauldron was behind him. He smelled the fish while staring at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. "I also know a little about the 2 of you. Although you're descended from Yan Qi's branch, since you look kind and also contributed greatly to releasing Yu from the seal, I will very reluctantly stop pursuing the matter of your blood relations with that god-bitched Yan Kai for the time being." Yan Tianan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still had to nod and bow. "Many thanks to little ancestor for letting this matter go." The little ancestor was very satisfied with Yan Tianan's attitude. He nodded. "And you, since you're called the light of Taoism, you should also be very capable. I see that your cultivation has already reached the major attainment phase of Earth Realm's Grandmaster stage, but you didn't make any breakthroughs after that. You should be deliberately suppressing your cultivation, right?" Lin Xuanji was secretly surprised. After all, this little ancestor's cultivation wasn't very high right now, so he shouldn't be able to see through Lin Xuanji's cultivation. But unexpectedly, he hit the mark. Lin Xuanji didn't reveal anything on his face as he responded, "Indeed. Senior, you probably also know that the passage connecting the 9 lands to the upper realm no longer exists. If I break through the sky realm, then either I'll be crushed to pieces by the 9 lands which will no longer be able to contain my cultivation level, or I'll completely destroy the 9 lands. This is quite a hopeless situation." The little ancestor nodded. "At least you can see this clearly, unlike that bastard Yan Kai." Yan Tianan asked, "What about Yan Kai?" The little ancestor glared at him. "Do you know him?" Yan Tianan shook his head. "I don't know him." The little ancestor. "Then what are you getting so excited for? Do you want to take revenge for him?" Yan Tianan. "Little ancestor, aren't you being too sensitive to anything related to Yan Kai?" Yin Chongyu hurriedly stuffed a mouthful of tender and delicious fish into the little ancestor's mouth. "The fish is done." Ah Hen really was careful when buying this fish. Not only does it have very few bones, but it also doesn't have a strong fishy smell. It melts as soon as it enters the mouth. The little ancestor chewed it and decided to let this unthoughtful boy off the hook for the time being. After finishing the fish, the little ancestor revealed a cold smile that completely clashed with his baby face. Yan Kai has been punished by the wrath of heaven a long time ago. He's deader than dead. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan both raised their brows. Yin Chongyu lowered his eyes. "I always thought that he was still alive." The little ancestor said, "If he really was still alive, then I would truly have died with grievances. At that time, I placed a secret manual detailing how to break through to Sky Realm as fast as possible inside the most secretive location at the Royal Heavenly Capital's Imperial Library. Accompanying that secret manual was a forged book written in divine script, which claimed that as long as one advanced to Sky Realm, they would be able to transcend the shackles of the 9 lands and ascend to immortality at the price of destroying the 9 lands. Yan Tianan blinked. "I've also read that book, but I felt that it was a little too cruel. One person attains the Tao, while the 9 lands collapse into utter ruin. It's a little too much, so King Yi completely destroyed the book later." The little ancestor chuckled twice and continued, "One person ascends at the price of the entire 9 lands. This kind of thing is indeed possible, but there's still a crucial prerequisite. That is, the person who's ascending must be at the peak of Sky Realm. But it's hard for those in the 9 lands to even reach Sky Realm. How can they possibly jump over the 3 smaller stages within Sky Realm?" So when Yan Kai finally cultivated to Sky Realm, what awaited him was death as his body exploded. Yin Chongyu was very surprised. "You actually screwed him over from behind the scenes." Zan Lu sighed. "I saw through his ambitious nature back then, but for various reasons, I couldn't personally kill him before my death, so I could only leave this trap behind, so that he wouldn't be able to harm the world, even after my death." Yan Tianan rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "This move is truly vicious. The 9 lands magnetic field has already been closed off. If Yan Kai wants to forcibly transcend the 9 lands with his Sky Realm cultivation, he would definitely suffer a backlash from the magnetic field. No matter how powerful he is, his body is still merely flesh and blood, it can't fight against the entire 9 lands at all." Zan Lu's infant voice replied, "This isn't my fault. Who let him be so greedy, insatiable, and utterly lacking in humanity? He was so decisive back then when he massacred an entire city." Zan Lu suddenly shut his mouth and even nervously balled his little hand into a fist. Yin Chongyu's expression dimmed instantly. His eyes, which were originally very bright, became gloomy and depressed. Zan Lu became nervous now. The matter regarding the city of Twin Moons had always been the deepest and most unspeakable scar in Yin Chongyu's heart. After he found out about Yin Chongyu's identity, he constantly blamed himself and was careful in everything he said and did, fearful that he would carelessly mention the matter and bring Yin Chongyu pain. Who would have thought that he inadvertently mentioned the past because he was too smug just now? He truly deserved death. Zan Lu stretched out a small hand and poked Yin Chongyu's arm. Yin Chongyu made an expression of indifference and continued to feed the little ancestor fish. He even said, "You can continue, don't worry about me. Continue. Continue my foot." The little ancestor knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he nervously stared at Yin Chongyu with watery eyes, as though he wanted to say something, but Yin Chongyu stuffed a mouthful of fish directly into his mouth. The little ancestor. Yan Tianan cast a sympathetic glance at Zan Lu, who was still so arrogant only moments ago. However, getting news about Yan Qi's death was an unexpected harvest. Although he was Yan Tianan's ancestor, he threw stones while people were down and even did something as crazy as slaughtering an entire city, so he didn't deserve Yan Tianan's respect. Instead, he felt that a dead Yan Kai was much better than a living Yan Kai, it would bring less harm to the 9 lands. The little ancestor flattened his mouth and didn't dare to speak. He wanted to act spoiled, act cute, and roll around in order to beg for forgiveness, but Yin Chongyu looked disappointed and distressed, which made his heart hurt. Thus, the little ancestor held back his words, unable to say anything. A meal of roasted fish ended unhappily, just like that. After they finished the meal, Yin Changyu stood up and claimed that he wanted to go out for some fresh air. The little ancestor also wanted to follow him but was stopped by a glance from Yin Changyu. The little ancestor finally conceded. Okay, then you should return quickly. The little ancestor started to bite his hand, looking grieved. His appearance moved even Yan Tianan's heart. But Yin Changyu only responded emotionlessly, got it. The little ancestor. Ah, why did I have to mention the city of twin moons, and I even said the word massacre. Yan Tianan gave the little ancestor a sympathetic look and followed Yin Changyu outside. Yin Nian didn't interrupt from beginning to end. After all the people present were big shots. He was just a small cannon fodder. If he spoke even a single wrong sentence, he might end up with an even worse fate than the little ancestor right now. Outside, standing by the lake, Yin Changyu calmly gazed up at the moon in the sky. Lin Xuanji walked to Yin Changyu's side. So much time has already passed since that matter. The wrong spirits of Twin Moon City have already reincarnated. You should also try to move on. Yin Changyu turned to Lin Xuanji and rolled his eyes. Don't you know who I'm doing this for? I've flattered him to high heaven today, but he still refuses to lend out the illuminating sky cauldron, no matter what. Laozi finally seized some ammunition to use against him. Don't I have to exploit this rare opportunity to the utmost? Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, pardon us for bothering you, goodbye. Yan Tianan couldn't help being amused. Your move really is great. It looks like the little ancestor doesn't even dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Senior Yin, you're such a good friend. Forget it, I didn't do it only for you guys, but also for myself. Yin Changyu tutted twice. That little rabbit really thinks of himself as a little brat all day now. His attitude towards me is growing more and more unbridled and won't even let me leave the cave. That won't do. I have to give him a harsh lesson, or else he'll actually think I really feel guilty towards him. Chapter 737, Wasted Effort. Yin Changyu was cunning and resourceful. Zhan Lu would probably be obedient in the coming days and not dare to quarrel or make trouble at all. He might even become more restrained in the future. Yan Tianan secretly shed some tears of sympathy for Zhan Lu in his heart, but at the same time, he felt very happy. After all, this little ancestor was truly too overbearing. He was so proud just because there was someone to spoil him. A moment later, Yin Changyu spoke up, I'll borrow the illuminating sky cauldron from him tomorrow. You should refine the medicinal pill as soon as possible after you get the cauldron. Zhan Lu also knows about evil chi cultivators. I heard from him that by the time people notice evil chi cultivators, it would already be too late. Before long, evil creatures will spread all over the 9 lands. Lin Xuanji asked, there shouldn't have been any traces of evil chi cultivators during Zhan Lu's era, right? Evil chi cultivators were already very secret existences, to begin with. If it wasn't for that fact that evil chi cultivators reappeared, then even the current heads of many divine clans probably wouldn't know much about them either. Yin Changyu shook his head. I didn't ask about the specifics, but Zhan Lu definitely knows more than he lets on. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji exchanged a glance. It looks like we'll need to talk to the little ancestor. Yin Changyu said, he has a bad temper. You should be more tolerant towards him. Yan Tianan responded, of course. After all, he's an esteemed ancestor. Yin Changyu glanced at Yan Tianan. You think I can't guess what you're planning? You guys were going to beat him up if you couldn't get the cauldron. Yan Tianan. Yin Changyu sighed. Hen, it's one thing for you to do that, but Xuanji, you're destroying your own ancestor. The corners of Lin Xuanji's lips twitched, and he replied expressionlessly, my Zhan clan doesn't have this kind of ancestor who lost both his beloved and his country, ending up empty-handed. Yin Changyu, I actually can't refute this. Yin Changyu didn't stand by the lake for long and soon returned to the cave. A while later, Yin Nian came to invite Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan inside, informing them that the little ancestor had called for them. When Yan Tianan entered the cave, he immediately saw the little ancestor pouting while wearing an extremely reluctant expression on his face. With his mouth flattened into a line, the little ancestor pushed the illuminating sky cauldron currently ranked number 1 in the 9 lands forward. He said reluctantly, the only reason I'm doing this is to make you happy. Otherwise, I'd never lend out my bed to you guys. Take it and return it to me as soon as possible. Yan Tianan quickly accepted the cauldron and put it away. He thanked with a smile, thank you, little ancestor. The little ancestor gave a HMPH and turned his head, refusing to look at Yan Tianan. The little ancestor said, "You disdain me because I'm small." Yin Changyu suddenly smiled and narrowed his eyes. "That's right, I do disdain you for being small." The little ancestor, "How come you suddenly changed?" Yin Changyu flicked the tip of the little ancestor's nose. "So if you want me to hug you when I'm sleeping, grow up quickly." The little ancestor blushed and whispered, "I'll grow up very soon. I won't make you wait too long." Yin Nian looked like he had nothing left to live for. He rolled his eyes towards the cave ceiling. "Bitch it, why do I have to eat dog food with adoptive father? If I knew this was going to happen, I would have attacked evil chi cultivators instead." The little ancestor and Yin Changyu showered affection on each other for a while, acting like nobody else was present. Finally, the little ancestor probably grew tired of displaying affection and remembered that there were still several unpleasant people here, so he had Yin Changyu put him back down and sat cross-legged on the futon as he studied Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. "Do you two know about evil chi cultivators?" Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and said modestly, "I know some general information about them." The little ancestor waved his hand. "If you only know some general information, then you guys are no match for the evil chi cultivators. You must know yourself and your enemy to emerge unscathed through 100 battles." Yan Tianan blinked. "But where can we go to learn about evil chi cultivators? I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find people who have dealt with evil chi cultivators before." It was clear that Yan Tianan wanted to fish for information from the little ancestor. The little ancestor sat up steadily. "The South Sovereign's family has always had great attainments in the array path. A former friend of mine from the Shuiyan family obtained a diagram of an evil spirit array by chance. Inside that evil spirit array, he vaguely saw a few scenes from the great immortal demon war 10,000 years ago and even witnessed the scene of evil chi cultivators spreading throughout the 9 lands. It was very shocking. Later, he restored the evil spirit array to its original condition to the best of his ability, but he couldn't enter the evil spirit array again." Yan Tianan's heart jumped, and he thought, "That agrees with what we already know." When they were still in Myriad Dao Academy, they had already heard that the evil spirit arrays had some connection to the great immortal demon world, but it's just that no one had ever entered such an array. Nobody knew the exact identity of the powerhouse who created the evil spirit array, but since that person knew Zanlu, it would save them the trouble of going around to look for information. Lin Xuanji also paid special attention to the evil chi arrays. "What are the conditions for entering the evil spirit array?" The little ancestor said, "It's probably possible to go in. But you'd either have to be a powerhouse with extremely high cultivation who can completely overwhelm the evil spirit array through brute force, or you'd have to be predestined for that evil spirit array." Back then, I was also quite interested in the evil spirit array and tried to enter, but all I saw were some scenes about the overwhelming number of evil creatures during Spirit Sect's era. I didn't have time to see more before I was kicked out of the array, and I couldn't enter it anymore. The evil spirit array also had a temper. Perhaps it was waiting for a predestined person. Otherwise, not even someone with extremely high cultivation would be able to enter. In any case, Yan Tianan finally borrowed the illuminating sky cauldron. Next, he just needed to ask people to find the materials needed for the spirit-gathering pill, then refine it himself. After the little ancestor lent out the illuminating sky cauldron, he drove them away unhappily. Before Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan left, the little ancestor especially warned them with a displeased expression, "Don't disturb our peaceful days. Unless it's truly urgent. Although you're my great-great-great-grandson, your father is still alive, so it's naturally not my place to teach you a lesson." Lin Xuanji, Yin Changyu felt speechless. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan didn't stay for too long. They left together early the next morning. When they left this valley and reached the top of the cliff, a fiery paper crane rushed towards Lin Xuanji fiercely. Lin Xuanji caught the crane, and a message sounded in his ears. Immediately after hearing that, Lin Xuanji's expression suddenly changed. Yan Tianan looked up. "What happened?" Lin Xuanji's expression looked ugly. "We're a step late." "What?" Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and answered, "Yan Weijun is dead." Yan Tianan. Although Yan Tianan had already warned Yan Weijun not to act rashly, he still didn't expect for Yan Weijun to be so impatient, to actually find a spirit-gathering pill whose rank was nowhere near high enough to severely wound Tu Feng instead of waiting for them to refine the pill. Now that Yan Weijun had acted on his own, not only did Tu Feng not suffer any serious injuries, but he even saw through Yan Weijun's intentions and killed him. Tu Feng polluted all the spiritual qi inside Yan Weijun and turned it into evil qi, then absorbed it into his own body. He then turned Yan Weijun into a corpse, brazenly manipulating the son of the emperor to give out commands and control the entire northern Liang city. Northern Liang City was an extremely important strategic battleground. It was located at the junction of the human world and the demon world. Its terrain was treacherous, and the region was easy to guard but difficult to attack. It could be regarded as the gateway to the human world. In the past, the Ling family defended this location, and they didn't make any mistakes for thousands of years, but now, it had actually been handed over to an evil qi cultivator. The news came from Feng Jingyu. As the person closest to Yan Weijun, Ling Chigu was the one who first discovered that Yan Weijun had already become a corpse. However, he didn't expose the deception. He just kept pretending to be ignorant of the fact that Yan Weijun was already dead while staying undercover in northern Liang Palace. Yan Tianan's expression remained extremely ugly for the entire day. He and Lin Xuanji ran from north to south, then from south to east, all to give Tu Feng an unexpected attack and heavily wound him. But because of Yan Weijun's selfish actions, not only did Yan Weijun lose his own life, but he also completely ruined their excellent opportunity. Tu Feng was very smart and cautious. He would never fall for the same trap twice. Yan Tianan let out a deep breath and said to Lin Xuanji with a heavy heart, "I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him anymore." Lin Xuanji also had an ominous premonition, but it wasn't as strong as Yan Tianan's. What will happen? Yan Tianan pursed his lips lightly. After a while, he finally asked, "Dage, do you know why evil qi cultivators are so powerful?" Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why?" Yan Tianan gazed up at the blue sky and answered, "Because a characteristic of evil qi cultivators is that as long as there's evil qi between heaven and earth, they would have inexhaustible power. We need to convert the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into qi that our body can use to increase our cultivation and strengthen our combat effectiveness, but evil qi cultivators can directly use evil qi without needing to convert it. Therefore, an evil qi cultivator would always be more powerful than spiritual qi cultivators in the same realm." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. So the former Chongsheng wasn't a match for Ling Yu. Even at the end, if Ling Yu didn't intend to die, he'd never have been able to kill Ling Yu, right? Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji and nodded after a long time. "There's no denying it." Lin Xuanji's lips trembled. "Idiot." Yan Tianan smiled with some relief. "Only evil qi cultivators can kill evil qi cultivators. That's what Dao Zhu told me back then. After an evil qi cultivator devours other evil qi cultivators, gathers all the evil qi of heaven and earth into one body, and then dies, all the evil qi in the world will naturally be sealed and destroyed." After saying that, Yan Tianan said with some surprise, "Although Dao Zhu made me vow not to mention the past deal between us, he didn't stop me from revealing the method to kill evil qi cultivators. I only realized this today." Lin Xuanji suddenly realized and felt extreme pain pierce his heart. How could he still not understand? Although he didn't know the twists and details, Lin Xuanji had already outlined a general picture of why Ling Yu killed his master, betrayed his sect, made enemies of the entire Nine Lands Taoist cultivators, and then killed numerous evil qi cultivators and demon subordinates. Looking at Lin Xuanji's shocked eyes that held pain and heartache, Yan Tianan rubbed his nose awkwardly. He cleared his throat and said, "Anyhow, I'm not that selfless. I was forced to do this. There was a time when I especially hated Dao Zhu in heaven. There were so many people in the world, but why was I chosen for this? I also cursed fate for being unfair and treating me poorly. There was even a time when I thought about simply destroying this world. Why did you listen to Dao Zhu's words in the end?" Lin Xuanji asked softly. Chapter 738, Grim Situation. Why did I back out in the end? Yan Tianan spread his hands helplessly. Who let Dao Zhu's reincarnation pill be so enticing? When I thought about how I could still have another life and meet you again after a miserable life, I couldn't help but be tempted. I dared not destroy this world. After all, if I really did that, then I'm afraid that even if I reincarnated, you still won't forgive me, but I still want to enjoy a good life with you. In the end, he couldn't completely cut off his escape route. Yushin Ling Yu understood better than anyone that once he truly became a crazed, deranged murderer, then he would never be able to get together with Chongsheng again. Compared with an outcome of mutual destruction, he would much rather meet Chongsheng again in another life after many years. Perhaps at that time, he could tell Chongsheng "I like you" with a smile. That alone was enough for him to die without regrets. Lin Xuanji let out a long sigh. The truth about the desolate era 10,000 years ago was slowly coming to light. When the fog gradually lifted and when the results of a painstaking investigation appeared before his eyes, he discovered that as it turned out, from beginning to end, he was the one who owed Ling Yu, and the entire Orthodox Tao also owed Ling Yu. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands held his slightly cold fingertips. Yan Tianan grinned. Dage, you can investigate the past anytime. But right now, we probably need to contact father's side. Lin Xuanji paused for a moment and finally suppressed the bitterness he felt in his heart. He slowly nodded. Okay, but at this moment, Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming weren't doing well. It had only been a few days since they returned from the South Land to the North Land. As soon as they arrived at the North Land's border, they saw the entire sky collapsing, and the collapse seemed to be spreading south. The two immediately judged that the situation was bad and quickly flew towards the Longyao clan. Because the Dragon Emperor was watching over the clan, the Longyao clan didn't collapse in panic. However, many city residents who had lived there for many years could no longer stand the shaking heavens wail and the evil creatures who might pop out at any moment, so many people moved their entire families. When the Dragon Emperor saw the two, he said with a grave expression, evil creatures didn't appear again, but something even more terrifying happened. Yan Zhonghua asked, what? The Dragon Emperor looked up at the thick evil qi that covered the sun and refused to disperse. This thing actually consumed sparrow spirits 3 days ago. Someone reported that one of the Longyao clan's sparrow spirit mines had become devoid of spiritual energy. I sent someone to find the direction where the mine's spiritual qi dispersed to. The magic treasure actually pointed to the direction of this ball of evil qi. This didn't only affect the North Land. The Nine Lands was also a solid entity. If the North Land's pillar of heaven collapsed, then it was bound to cause an imbalance in the entire Nine Lands. During Spirit Sect's era 10,000 years ago, the Southeast Land's pillar of heaven collapsed, which almost immediately attracted great attention from the entire cultivation world. It even brought a burst of turmoil and unrest. Countless sects and families sent thousands of elite disciples to cast spells at the same time. Only then were they able to prop up the sky until the next pillar of heaven could be refined. Yan Zhonghua looked up and suddenly felt that the black dragon hovering in the sky was like a bottomless black hole, trying to devour everything in the world. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes. Is there any method to absorb this evil qi? The Dragon Emperor replied, we've exhausted every method. Whether it was a grand seal or a heaven-defying magic treasure, nothing had any effect. Yu Ming, I'll test it out. With that, Yu Ming flew up, surrounded by black flames. He re-entered the thick black cloud of evil qi and tried to refine this evil qi with his flames, but there was little effect even after trying for a long time. When Yu Ming stopped, the evil qi around Heaven's Whale immediately repaired the gap, and the black qi was still perfectly intact. Yu Ming's expression changed as he landed. It's indeed powerful. Yan Zhonghua's expression also became serious. There's only one solution now, and that's to call all the Nine Land sects and families together to discuss how to resolve this matter. Heaven's Whale is absolutely not a single family's problem, nor is it a single region's problem. No one can stay out of it. The Dragon Emperor sighed and cupped his hands at Yan Zhonghua. If we have to summon the Nine Lands' great powers, then the royal heavenly capital must issue an imperial edict. Otherwise, if we only rely on the power of the North Land's Longyao family, we definitely won't be able to gather everyone. Moreover, it was hard for the Dragon Emperor to say it, but for the sake of peace in the North Land, he still spoke through gritted teeth. Earlier, many people were deceived by my lie about choosing a successor and came here, so they're already dissatisfied with the Longyao family. When they saw the evil creatures, the vast majority of them still didn't take it seriously and believed that this was merely my North Land's calamity. It didn't affect them yet, so they didn't want to intervene in this matter. How foolish, Yu Ming sneered. In the ancient era 10,000 years ago, Spirit Sect was the most powerful organization, and all the Taoist sects in the world belonged to it. Everyone believed that as long as Spirit Sect didn't fall, then the Nine Lands would be safe and sound, so they didn't need to lend their assistance. But in the end, didn't the situation still escalate to the point where everyone in the Nine Lands had to band together to destroy the evil creatures? Yan Zhonghua frowned. Father Emperor is still in closed-door cultivation and refuses to leave. The power in the court has been divided into several parts. Imperial Consort and Yan Zizhong have now become ants on the same string. He will certainly oppose me. At the mention of Yan Zizhong, Yu Ming felt an impulse to beat someone. He clenched his fist. Yan Zizhong is a bastard who only knows how to cause internal strife. I want to see just how wild he is. It was unfortunate that I couldn't beat him while he was down back then, but I still remember how he went and tattled to the Emperor. Just then, a feather flew in front of Yan Zhonghua. The feather turned into a small bird, which yelled, "Yan Weijun is dead." Return immediately after that, the feather burned itself to ashes. The sudden news made the three people present freeze a little. After exchanging shocked gazes, they finally confirmed that the news they had just heard wasn't fake. The Dragon Emperor muttered, "King Zhen is dead." Yu Ming gritted his teeth. "It must be that bitched evil Qi cultivator. Let's head to northern Liang City to investigate." Yan Zhonghua also couldn't wait anymore. He told the Dragon Emperor, "The destruction of the 9 lands is imminent. I will immediately send someone back to the royal heavenly capital to scout the situation. Now that Yan Weijun has met his demise, I'll have to head to northern Liang City first." The Dragon Emperor felt uneasy. Okay, there were many talented people by Yan Weijun's side, but he still died so easily and so suddenly. This undoubtedly made people even more depressed. Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming immediately rushed to northern Liang City. The farther they went towards northern Liang City, the more alarmed they became. Black clouds covered the sky, and there was almost no sunlight anymore. The entire northern Liang City was shrouded in purplish-black evil qi, which was so dense that it was hard to breathe. Yu Ming stood outside northern Liang City. He looked up and frowned when he saw a ball of evil qi circling in the air. "Zhonghua, don't you feel that this ball of evil qi resembles the evil qi dragon above the Longyao clan?" Yan Zhonghua asked, "What's the purpose of this thing? It doesn't turn into an evil creature, nor does it attack. Don't tell me it's just here to cover the sun." Yu Ming shook his head. "I don't know. Why don't we tell Ah Hen about this?" When he mentioned Yan Tianan, Yu Ming asked, "Don't you feel that Ah Hen seems to know more about evil qi cultivators than we do?" After a pause, Yan Zhonghua finally answered, "Perhaps it's because Ah Hen cultivates evil qi." Yu Ming naturally also knew what Yan Tianan had done in the Dragon Land Holy Tomb. Right now, everyone in the 9 lands probably knew that Yan Tianan had cultivated evil qi. Yu Ming's eyes sank. "We have another hard battle to fight." Yan Zhonghua said lightly, "I'll make whoever dares to bully my son regret ever being born into this world." There were a lot of baseless rumors in the 9 lands right now. Some people claimed that Yan Tianan was in cahoots with those evil qi cultivators, while even more unreliable rumors said that the disaster in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land had been single-handedly planned by Yan Tianan. This infuriated Yu Ming to no end. Yan Zhonghua and Reincarnation Palace secretly sent many people to suppress such rumors, but it was extremely hard to stop rumors from spreading. If they didn't find the source of the rumors, they naturally wouldn't have much of an effect. Northern Liang City was much more desolate than before they left. When they first entered, they even thought that they had come to an empty, abandoned city. The soldiers in the city were still patrolling as usual, but they could no longer see any pedestrians on the road, and not even merchant peddlers could be seen anymore. Every single family kept their doors and windows tightly shut, even in the daytime. If Yan Zhonghua couldn't sense the aura that belonged to the living, he would have thought that they had arrived at a ghost city. Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming threw off the people following them and came to the courtyard belonging to Reincarnation Palace. Feng Jingyu had been living here during this time. Feng Jingyu was a little relieved when he saw Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming. "You're finally here," Yan Zhonghua said. "We've only been away for less than a month. What exactly happened to Ah Zhen?" Feng Jingyu sighed and said with annoyance, "I should have paid more attention to him. Yan Weijun, that impatient fool, listened to someone's bad advice and got a spirit-gathering pill and decided to injure Tu Feng on his own, but Tu Feng saw through his scheme and killed him. Ling Chigu sent over the news that Tu Feng made Yan Weijun into a corpse. Although he looks exactly the same as when he was alive, in reality, he has completely become Tu Feng's puppet." Yu Ming cursed Yan Weijun a few times and frowned. "Serves that bastard right, dying like this, but aren't all our efforts wasted now?" Yan Zhonghua still had some friendship with Yan Weijun. His face was ashen and unsightly. "Since he's already dead, it's meaningless to blame him further. Who exactly deceived Yan Weijun? Are there any clues?" "This person deceived him." As soon as Yan Zhonghua's words fell, Ling Chigu jumped down from the wall while dragging a man by the collar with one hand. He jumped down naturally and gracefully, his movements lacking the characteristic stiffness of yin corpses. He looked no different from a living person. Chapter 739. From the dark abyss, Ling Chigu threw Han Su onto the ground and said coldly, "He was the one who found a spirit-gathering pill for Yan Weijun. Yan Weijun repeatedly met with this person after you guys left, and after he died, Han Su sent away Yan Weijun's personal guard, Wei Yan, to defend the northern border. It's clear that he doesn't want anyone to notice that something is wrong. Han Su's expression was stiff. Although his hair and clothes were a little messy, he still maintained his dignity as much as possible. He didn't panic or make a fuss. He said nonchalantly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm King Gen's strategist. If you guys dare to treat me so disrespectfully, then you're disrespecting King Gen." Ling Chigu kicked Han Su to the ground impatiently. "Enough nonsense. I brought you here today because I don't intend on letting you return alive." This general merely wanted them to see the appearance of the person who killed Yan Weijun. "I'll chop you up without delay after they finish looking at you." Han Su clearly didn't expect Ling Chigu's attitude, so he was immediately stunned. Yu Ming also curled his lips and said thoughtfully, "Since he doesn't have much use, then just kill him and be done with it. Although I don't like Yan Weijun, that boy is still Zhonghua's brother. Now that someone has killed him, I do have to avenge him. We might as well just crush this person's bones and scatter his soul." With these words, a dark flame lit up on Yu Ming's palm. The flame rushed straight towards Han Su and was just about to envelop his face. "I know a lot of information about evil chi cultivators. Don't kill me!" Han Su screamed, losing his scholarly mannerism. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was somewhat smart and extremely obedient, which won him Tu Feng's appreciation. Thus, he was able to stay by Yan Weijun's side as an advisor, but his cultivation was very lacking. It was precisely because of his poor talent that he couldn't make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, so he retreated and sought the next best thing, which was to become a knowledgeable strategist and civilian court official. Now that he was staring death in the face, Han Su finally realized that these people were very different from the fellows he used to deceive. They truly didn't care about what secrets he knew. He's afraid that in Yan Zhonghua's eyes, even if Han Su died, they would still have countless ways to obtain the information they want. How could Han Su not be frightened? The dark fire circled Han Su's head several times. Yu Ming said with satisfaction, "Say what you need to say. When did you start working for Tu Feng?" Han Su's eyeballs turned a little. "This humble one has always been the advisor to His Highness, King Gen. A few days ago, His Highness suddenly wanted this humble one to look for a spirit-gathering pill, so I tried all kinds of methods to find one for him. This humble one doesn't know anything about what happened after that. You're lying," Feng Jingyu said coldly. "You showed up at Yan Weijun's side at the same time that Tu Feng did, but now you claim that you have nothing to do with Tu Feng. Do you think we'll believe that?" Ling Chigu stepped on Han Su's back and impatiently pressed him to the ground. "I advise you to be honest. This general has never been very patient. If you dare to tell another lie, I'll crush all the bones in your body." Han Su was in severe pain. By now, he also knew that his lies could be easily exposed, so he shouted, "I'll be honest, I'll tell you everything." "Little General Ling, please raise your noble foot. I'm about to be trampled to death." Ling Chigu slowly lifted his foot and placed it on the ground. The 7th region's dark abyss was a forbidden area that neither demons nor immortals dared to enter. It was said that countless demons' bones rested there. It was the final destination for all those exiled from the demon clans. Back then, Yushin Lingyu sealed the evil chi cultivators and then threw them down into the dark abyss. Nobody knew what lay at the bottom of the abyss because no one had ever returned. Feng Jingyu asked, "You came out of the dark abyss?" Han Su nodded. "I was rather lucky. The dark abyss was full of things that you guys have never seen before. It's so deep that the bottom can't be seen. There are fierce beasts larger than mountains and lava that burns with heavenly fire. Many demons fell down together with me. Among them, the extremely unlucky ones fell into the heavenly flames and burned to ashes. I landed in a bush made of carnivorous plants that ate flesh and bones. I was almost eaten, but a ball of purple evil chi appeared and saved me. That mass of purple evil chi was naturally Tu Feng. It's just that at that time, Tu Feng had already lost his body, so he was just a ball of evil chi that had drifted around for a long time, unable to escape." Yu Ming asked, "Why did he save you? If someone is particularly attentive to you for no reason, then they must have a nefarious purpose." Han Su smiled bitterly. "I only learned later that the ball of evil chi used to be an evil chi cultivator, but someone sealed it and threw it into the dark abyss. The seal on its body was too powerful, so much so that it couldn't unseal itself, even after countless years. And it just so happens that humans are the only creatures who can release the seal. I was the only human who fell into the abyss and survived, so that ball of evil chi made a deal with me. It would protect me while I leave the demon world, and I would lift the seal on it in exchange. This was a pretty fair deal. Why would Han Su refuse? Although the evil chi didn't have a face or body, it was extremely strong. It could walk around the dark abyss like it was flat land and was impervious to all poisons. Han Su, a weakling who couldn't protect himself at all, naturally had to hold on tightly to the evil chi's thigh. Han Su soon mastered the method to remove the seal by following the evil chi's instructions. That seal had already been there for 10,000 years, so it was extremely weak. Even though Han Su's cultivation wasn't high, he was still able to effortlessly release that ball of evil chi from the seal. After that, the ball of evil chi kept its word and brought Han Su out of the terrifying dark abyss. They left the demon realm and returned to the human world. The ball of evil chi condensed into a physical body and became the current Tu Feng. He lived in seclusion for a few years. After understanding the entire Nine Lands situation, he set his sights on Yan Weijun, who was already in a desperate situation but still kept a proud and arrogant attitude, which made him easy to control. What happened next was only to be expected. It wasn't hard to deceive Yan Weijun and win his trust. After all, Yan Weijun had lost everything by that time. Even Ling Chigu, his most loyal retainer, had died while drawing the pursuers away. Another reason Tu Feng set his sights on King Zhen is that King Zhen has a yin constitution. Han Su revealed with some guilt, Tu Feng didn't actually want to kill King Zhen. After all, King Zhen's body was of great use to him, but later, King Zhen wanted to strike first and kill him, so Tu Feng pretended to fall for the trap and killed King Zhen instead, turning him into a corpse. Yu Ming commented, when all said and done, they still shared a bed for so long. To think he can actually deal the killing blow. Nobody knew whether Yu Ming was referring to Yan Weijun or Tu Feng, or perhaps both of them. Han Su smiled wryly. Tu Feng is a ruthless and unfeeling person. He doesn't even have a heart. Don't be fooled by how he seemingly hasn't done anything terrible yet. That's only because his strength hasn't reached a point where he can directly control the Nine Lands. When he was drunk, he once spoke grandly about how he would turn the Nine Lands into a world for evil chi cultivators after he succeeded in becoming the Nine Lands conferred heavenly evil. Nine Lands conferred heavenly evil? What's that? Yu Ming asked. Han Su shook his head. I don't know either. He just mentioned it once, but thinking about it, it should be something extremely powerful. Moreover, Tu Feng has already found worshippers in all parts of the Nine Lands and made contracts with them, so he has many spies working for him from the shadows in each region, collecting intelligence for him. As soon as this remark was made, the faces of everyone present turned uglier. They had never even heard of Tu Feng having spies and worshippers. This alone proved exactly how secretive these spies were. Yan Zhonghua asked, do you know who they are? Han Su hesitated for a moment, then answered, I only know that one of them is an elder of Myriad Dao Academy. He has sent Tu Feng a lot of news regarding the sect's evil spirit arrays, but I don't know why Tu Feng is so interested in those arrays. Yan Zhonghua was no stranger to the evil spirit arrays. Every single person who had ever studied at Myriad Dao Academy had entered the evil spirit arrays before, although the vast majority of them only entered the most basic of evil spirit arrays. The fact that Tu Feng was so concerned about evil spirit arrays made Yan Zhonghua want to investigate them. Exactly what was inside the evil spirit arrays? Yan Zhonghua studied at Myriad Dao Academy when he was young, but he didn't like the worlds inside the evil spirit arrays because they seemed to be illusory and fabricated. Thus, he only explored a few and never entered again. Now, however, he regretted that decision very much. But it was useless to regret, since Han Su provided them with a direction. Someone would naturally go to the evil spirit arrays to investigate in the future. Han Su revealed everything he knew. Yu Ming thought for a moment and asked, as far as you know, does Tu Feng have any weaknesses? Han Su shook his head. The spirit gathering pill can probably injure him, but I'm afraid this method is entirely useless now. Moreover, he hesitated a little and looked at Yu Ming. What kind of weakness can a thing like him have? He's not even afraid of the dark abyss. Yu Ming. Because Han Su was still pretty perceptive and told them everything he knew, Yu Ming and Ling Chigu decided to let him live for the time being after some discussion. However, they couldn't just let him go. After all, the fact that Han Su could sell out Tu Feng today meant that he could also sell them out in front of Tu Feng in the future. Yu Ming pondered, then why don't we cripple his cultivation and throw him into the 5 continents? Han Su turned pale. Please let me off. Although I've always been working for Tu Feng, I haven't done anything inhuman. Ling Chigu asked coldly, didn't your intervention kill Yan Weijun? Han Su replied, when he asked me to look for a spirit-gathering pill, I also didn't know that he would dare to kill Tu Feng. He's my master. I can only do my best to fulfill his requirements. In that case, you're also quite wronged. Ling Chigu sneered, looking at Han Su with narrowed eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? While Yan Weijun was asking you for the spirit-gathering pill, you probably went to inform Tu Feng as soon as Yan Weijun left, right? Han Su choked and couldn't refute it. Feng Jingyu slapped Ling Chigu's shoulder, a cold smile in his pair of phoenix eyes. You really are emotional whenever you mention Yan Weijun. Why, you still have feelings for him? Ling Chigu, who was originally arrogant and haughty and in a proactive position, instantly chickened out. He ran after Feng Jingyu and explained, I was merely exposing his lie. Feng Jingyu. Hey, Yu Ming rolled his eyes. If you're going to quarrel, do it behind closed doors. You can do that after we've dealt with this boy, or else there will be future troubles. Yan Zhonghua swept a glance at Han Su. Just kill him and throw him back into the palace. Han Su seemed like thorns were stabbing his back. He quickly shouted, I can't betray you guys. If Tu Feng learns that I've sold out so much of his information, he'll definitely kill me violently. Chapter 740, Meeting the Emperor. Yan Zhonghua said lightly, dead people can't reveal any secrets. Han Su shivered. If I die, Tu Feng will undoubtedly suspect General Ling. When that happens, he won't easily let go of those who ridiculed him. I hope everyone will think twice about this. He thought Ling Chigu had already been poisoned by the evil Ji, but he didn't expect that Ling Chigu still had such strong self-awareness. How could Han Su not see that Ling Chigu was simply pretending in front of them, beginning to end? Yan Weijun thought Ling Chigu listened to his orders alone, while Tu Feng took it for granted that Ling Chigu listened to his orders. Both of them were too confident in themselves and underestimated Ling Chigu too much. But who could have thought that Tu Feng's Ji, which had never failed before, would actually have no effect on Ling Chigu? Feng Jingyu glanced at Ling Chigu and asked in surprise, your identity hasn't been exposed yet. Ling Chigu said smugly, what a joke. Who am I? All I did was to pull out this opportunist and show him to you. Why would my identity be exposed from merely doing that? Feng Jingyu narrowed his eyes again at Han Su. He suddenly curled his lips and said, in that case, I can't allow you to return alive. If you reveal something you shouldn't and expose Ji, I have another reason that I will never let Tu Feng know. Han Su didn't expect for his words to backfire, so he added hurriedly, Yan Shuang is still in the northern border, working under Tu Feng. I can never act rashly. Feng Jingyu naturally knew about Yan Shuang. After all, after Ling Chigu's death, this little-known boy actually took over Ling Chigu's position. What's your relationship with Yan Shuang? Feng Jingyu asked. He is the one I've admired since I was a child. Han Su sighed. Although he was reluctant, he still said, our two families are close friends. He was the only person in the Yan family who treated me well. After I came out of the dark abyss, I didn't actually want to have anything to do with him, but I didn't think that when I next heard about him, he had already become Yan Weijun's bodyguard. In desperation, Han Su could only do his best to protect Yan Shuang's road after he joined the army. Tu Feng was very perceptive and easily saw through his feelings for Yan Shuang. Later, Yan Shuang experienced many promotions and soon took over Ling Chigu's position of general. However, this meant that Tu Feng also had something he could use against Han Su. How many soldiers in this city and the entire northern border have been poisoned by Ji? Yan Zhonghua asked. Actually, there aren't that many. Han Su said, corpses account for less than 10% of the soldiers in the northern border. But the patrolmen in this city and the guards in the palace are mostly corpses who have been poisoned by evil Ji. Although I don't know how these corpses are refined, I also found that refining living people into evil corpses was simpler than refining dead people into evil corpses. This implication made everyone's blood run cold. If so, then those corpses thought to have been dead for a long time were actually first mind-controlled by Ji while they were still alive, then had their bodies controlled and gradually became the nesting ground for Ji, and finally died without even being aware that they had died. Yan Zhonghua asked, how many evil Ji have he refined? Han Su shook his head and sighed. That's the critical question. Tu Feng didn't invest a lot in evil Ji because it took a lot of effort to refine them. But I guess he stayed in the shadows for so long because he was trying to refine more evil Ji. After he has more of them, his power will reach a peak. I'm afraid he will start to stir up the 9 lands when that happens. Ling Chigu took advantage of Tu Feng's secluded cultivation to bring Han Su out. Naturally, he had to return Han Su quickly if he didn't want to be exposed. Unlike Yan Weijun, who had an uneasy and restless temperament, Ling Chigu's mind had been trained on the battlefield over the years and could be regarded as extremely powerful. Even if Tu Feng directly called him out on his act, Ling Chigu wouldn't even blink. After returning to the northern Liang Palace with Han Su, Ling Chigu saw Yan Weijun, who still looked alive. Although he would still talk to Ling Chigu and give him instructions, Ling Chigu was well aware that the current Yan Weijun was nothing more than a corpse controlled by evil Ji. Yan Weijun couldn't remember that he was already dead, and he couldn't remember all the things Tu Feng didn't want him to remember. There were countless Ji in his body. As long as Tu Feng gave an order, Yan Weijun would completely become a corpse. Yan Tianan soon received the news from Yan Zhonghua. Yan Zhonghua asked them to return to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital immediately and gave a general description of the current situation. He asked Reincarnation Palace to help the Qianyuan dynasty gather all the large and small sects and families in the 9 lands by sending invitations and jointly plan ahead to discuss how to eliminate evil spirits. Lin Xuanji immediately sent a letter to 3 of the 4 envoys in Reincarnation Palace with the exception of Yin Chongyu and asked them to prepare this matter immediately. On the way back to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, Yan Tianan said worriedly, "Dage, if we make such a big movement, won't it cause Tu Feng to counterattack in advance?" Lin Xuanji said lightly, "Tu Feng is obviously planning a big move and is waiting for the time to come. 10,000 years ago, we were passively reacting to everything from beginning to end. We only tried to fix the situation after the disaster had already happened, but now we have to take the initiative to kill any schemes before it can happen again." Yan Tianan thought for a moment. Dage is right. If we wait until the enemy attacks first, it will be too late. But I'm afraid that we're the only ones who currently know that the evil Qi cultivator who needs to be killed is the northern border's Tu Feng, not Kangdi Fanglang. Lin Xuanji said, "But we probably won't be able to fool Tu Feng." Yan Tianan lowered his eyes. Yan Weijun was too impatient and messed up a major event. Lin Xuanji said in a low voice, "The person I'm most worried about now isn't Tu Feng, it's you." Yan Tianan was stunned. "Me? Why do you say that?" Lin Xuanji hugged Yan Tianan from behind. "But it doesn't matter. I'll do my best to protect you." Some people were deliberately spreading rumors all over the 9 lands that Yan Tianan was an evil Qi cultivator. Although most of these rumors had been secretly suppressed by Reincarnation Palace, they hadn't actually found the source of the rumors yet. The speed at which the rumors spread was definitely much faster than the speed at which they were suppressing the rumors. If it went on like this, it would be extremely unfavorable to Yan Tianan. The East Land wasn't far from the royal heavenly capital. It wasn't long before they arrived at the power center of the 9th lands. The Purple Emperor's heavenly capital was surrounded by mountains. Viewed from a high place, it was spectacular. The imperial city was shrouded in an aura full of auspicious spiritual qi. The other 8 lands had to pay a tribute of sparrow spirits every year, so this place naturally had the thickest spiritual qi. As soon as Yan Tianan returned to the Purple Emperor heavenly capital, he ran to King Yi's palace. Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming had also arrived at King Yi's palace, so the 4 gathered there. Yan Zhonghua asked, "Have you informed each sect?" Lin Xuanji nodded. The 18 major sects and the 64 minor sects of the 9 lands have been informed, and the time has also been announced. It will take place 20 days later, on the 8th day of next month. This time was decided by Lin Xuanji and Yan Zhonghua after much discussion. After all, from far to near, they should give everyone a chance to get here. Yan Zhonghua said, "I've already sent invitations to all the aristocratic families in my name, and I've received replies." Yu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Before I came here, I went to the demon realm in passing and also informed the other 2 demon venerables about evil Qi cultivators, but they don't plan to intervene. As for the Kangdi Fanglang you mentioned, I haven't found him, nor have the other demons seen him. Nobody knows where he's hiding." Although Yan Tianan was disappointed, he didn't insist. He said, "Even if I don't look for him, he'll come to me sooner or later, so there's no hurry at this time." The servant came to the hall. "Lord, consort, and prince. His Majesty has just left closed-door cultivation and has sent someone to invite you to speak with His Majesty." Yan Zhonghua first paused slightly, then replied, "Inform the messenger that this king will go right away." After the servant left, Yu Ming frowned. When we asked the royal heavenly capital before we arrived, didn't they say that he's still at a critical point during his secluded cultivation and can't be interrupted? Why did he leave closed-door cultivation so fast? Yan Zhonghua shook his head. We'll find out when we see him. He looked at Lin Xuanji. Come with us. Lin Xuanji. Okay. After all, Lu Xuanji was already a grandmaster powerhouse, so his words also carried weight. Yan Zhonghua also invited the aristocratic families from all over the world to come to the royal heavenly capital. Due to force majeure, he did not get the emperor's consent. If the emperor asked about the situation, Lin Xuanji could also speak up for him. The four of them put on their formal clothes and went straight to the palace. They hadn't seen him for a long time, but the emperor's complexion looked very good. Yan Zhonghua and his family made secular greetings, while Lin Xuanji just made a Taoist greeting to the emperor. The emperor looked at Lin Xuanji. During this time, what I heard most was the glorious deeds of Warong's sword venerable. He has already become a grand master at such a young age. Such a young and promising talent is truly rare in this world. Lin Xuanji's response was neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you for your praise. Warong is indeed more lucky than ordinary people in the path of cultivation. The emperor smiled. Not just more lucky, but much luckier. However, what is the relationship between you and Yan Tianan? Yan Zhonghua's heart jumped and he looked up at the emperor. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, then raised his head. Ah Hen and I are Dao companions who love each other. You sure have guts. The emperor chuckled. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuanji. Everyone calls you the light of Taoism and the future of the orthodox Tao. Everyone says that you can establish a sect and break through the shackles of 9 lands, open the passage to the upper realm, and ascend. If you ascend in the future, what will happen to Ah Hen? Lin Xuanji. If I ascend, I will ascend together with Ah Hen, otherwise I might as well not ascend. The emperor replied, anyone can say such words. Lin Xuanji looked at the emperor. I can swear a vow. The emperor waved his hand. I've never believed in vows. I'll ask you again. If one day, Ah Hen dies, what will you do? Lin Xuanji's complexion sank. After a while, he said, I will naturally seek justice for him. Whoever dares to wrong him, I will make them all regret it. Yan Tianan's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly said, Grandpa Emperor, I haven't seen you for so long. How can you talk like I'm not here as soon as we meet again? Grandpa Emperor has been in seclusion for several years. Have you experienced any breakthroughs? Yan Zhonghua also said, Father, this child also has important matters to discuss. The emperor said, I just asked a few questions, but you're so overprotective. It's as if this emperor is making things difficult for Warong. Chapter 741. King Zhong visits. After the exchange, the emperor changed the subject and told Yan Zhonghua, I already know all about the North Lands matter. The emperor had a hold on the world and naturally had spies that could tell him everything he wanted to know. Yan Zhonghua said, since Father Emperor already knows about it, I won't say more. Evil Qi cultivators, this matter is by no means normal. The situation is urgent. Without asking Father Emperor for permission, I have decided to invite the major forces of the 9 lands to come to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to discuss the matter of killing evil spirits. The emperor looked at Yan Zhonghua faintly. After all these years, it's indeed time to meet those rulers again. But how can you guarantee that there will be no trouble at the conference? Yan Zhonghua said, I set the location on the floating platform. After entering the floating platform, one's cultivation base would be forcibly suppressed at the foundation stage. The emperor shook his head. Inappropriate. Each clan and sect will inevitably bring many people. The strong experts will come together. One wrong step will lead to chaos and turmoil. Yan Zhonghua paused, then asked, where does Father Emperor think is the most suitable place? The emperor. Myriad Dao Academy. Yan Zhonghua was silent. Yu Ming looked at Lin Xuanji. Myriad Dao Academy has never been involved in worldly affairs, and they are located overseas. How can they provide us with such convenience? The emperor said, it depends on your ability. Yan Zhonghua said hesitantly, I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to handle. The emperor looked at Yan Zhonghua with deep meaning. Myriad Dao Academy has become a more detached existence in recent years. It doesn't intervene in worldly affairs, nor does it listen to any clans. It has already become an existence surpassing the royal heavenly capital. If you don't take this opportunity to suppress Myriad Dao Academy, I'm afraid that in the future, the world will only know about Myriad Dao Academy and not the Yan family. As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of the few people present changed bitterly. Yan Tianan felt dumb in his heart. In front of so many people, the emperor actually expressed his intention to subdue Myriad Dao Academy. This could be said to be very arrogant, not to mention that Lin Xuanji was still a nominal elder of Myriad Dao Academy. What did the emperor mean by this? Lin Xuanji understood a lot more than Yan Tianan. In name, the emperor was nominally suppressing Myriad Dao Academy, but in fact, he probably wanted to suppress Lin Xuanji. Is it because of Reincarnation Palace, or because of my identity as the next leader of the Zan clan? Lin Xuanji would never simply think that the emperor's hostility to him came from his relationship with Yan Tianan. Even though Yan Tianan was now recognized as the second successor of the divine clan, his marriage was not enough for the emperor to care so much. Then why exactly is the emperor doing this? Lin Xuanji thought. This emperor is more powerful than I imagined. The emperor said lightly, "You don't understand what I mean. The meeting to extinguish the evil spirits can be held, but it must not take place inside the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital." Yan Zhonghua still wanted to say something, but the emperor was firm and made it clear that he didn't want to spend more time on this matter. Lin Xuanji spoke up, "Since emperor has set his eyes on Myriad Dao Academy, I might as well come forward and discuss with the elders of Myriad Dao Academy first. Although Myriad Dao Academy has no intention of interfering in worldly matters, the killing of evil spirits is related to the life and death of the 9 lands. Myriad Dao Academy will not stay out of the matter. Moreover, the sect is also a fair place. Emperor's proposal is very appropriate." The emperor looked at Lin Xuanji with thoughtful eyes. "Since you're willing to come forward, there is naturally no problem with that." At this time, the imperial concubine came in her palace attire. She was dignified and had the temperament of the former empress. With a smile on her face, she paid her respect to the emperor. After being called by the emperor, she came forward and sat on the side of the emperor. The emperor's eyes became much softer and asked, "Jing Shui, how's your body?" The imperial concubine said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Although Jing Shui was not feeling well a few days ago, she has taken many medicine, and the pharmacist also took good care of her. These days, she naturally feels much better. Moreover, this concubine ate too much and feels fat now." The imperial concubine touched her cheeks and pinched them as if she was serious, and acted like a baby to the emperor. The emperor smiled and hugged her waist. "You are also going to be a mother soon. Why do you still act like a child?" The imperial concubine said, "As soon as this concubine sees your Majesty, she can't help but want to act like a child. As a man, who doesn't like to hear his woman's praise?" The emperor was immediately coaxed by the imperial concubine. Yan Zhonghua and the others, who were left aside, understood something. Yan Zhonghua asked, "The imperial concubine is pregnant?" The emperor said with joy on his face, "Indeed, Jing Shui was pregnant before I entered closed-door cultivation, but the growth of the fetus was not easy. During this period of time, there was finally movement. I heard about this, and naturally I couldn't sit still, so I left secluded cultivation early." Cultivators were different from ordinary people. They didn't give birth after 9 months, but it would be related to the favorable conditions of time, place, and people. Some families, like the dragon family, might only give birth after 100 years. Yan Zhonghua said, "Congratulations, imperial concubine." The imperial concubine caressed her lips leisurely and smiled. "Thank you, King Yi. By the way, Yu Qing also returned to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital a few days ago. She says she misses King Yi's son every day. She has a heart for Ah Hen and is sincere. Such an infatuated woman is rare now. King Yi's son must get along well with this younger sister of mine." Yan Tianan cursed in his heart, but his expression was calm. "Princess Yu Qing is imperial concubine's younger sister, so naturally I will treat her as an aunt, and I will get along well with her." The smile on the imperial concubine's face suddenly became stiff. The emperor seemed dissatisfied. He glared at Yan Tianan. "Yu Qing is younger than you. This is simply nonsense." Yan Tianan pretended to be puzzled, "But Yu Qing's generation is older than mine." The imperial concubine raised her lips. "That's also true. It's enough for you to get along well." After leaving the palace, Yan Tianan opened his mouth to curse as soon as he left the palace. Lin Xuanji quickly pulled Yan Tianan in his arms and said in a low voice, "Wait until we get back." This was the imperial city. The emperor had spies everywhere. If Yan Tianan said a word now, it wouldn't be long before it would fall into the emperor's ears word for word, or the spies might even exaggerate his words. When he returned to King Yi's palace, he closed the door. Yan Tianan was so angry that he raised the cup on the table and made to throw it. Yu Ming grabbed the teacup quickly. He held it in his arms and rubbed it with some heartache. "Child, what did the cup do wrong? Why do you have to treat it like that? I got this cup at an auction. If you dare to break it, I'll break you too." Yan Tianan was about to cry with anger. He flared at Yu Ming. "Dad, is the cup more important or is your son more important? You didn't see that woman's arrogance. She didn't even discuss it, she just wanted me to get along with you." Yan Zhonghua said. "Jing Shui, this woman is really extraordinary. She's been pregnant for so long, but nobody knew. She really is patient." Yu Ming said, "That father emperor of yours really listens to her now, and even his closed-door cultivation ended ahead of schedule. Tisk, we didn't even see any reaction from him when we told him about evil chi cultivators earlier." Yan Zhonghua paused. After all, it's his own flesh and blood, and no child has been born in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital for 100 years now. It's normal for Father Emperor to care so much. Yu Ming said carelessly, "It can't make any waves. It's nothing more than a little kid. Now the most important thing to worry about is Myriad Dao Academy." To think that the Emperor had ideas about Myriad Dao Academy, none of them expected that. Lin Xuanji said, "It's not a big problem for the evil spirit meeting to be held in Myriad Dao Academy. Myriad Dao Academy will never stay out of this matter. I just need to go back and discuss with them first." Yan Zhonghua sighed. In such a tense situation, the Emperor still wants to take advantage of the fire and suppress Myriad Dao Academy. He's really too much. Yu Ming curled his lips slightly. "Which emperor of the Yan family has been good? Besides, your father didn't have many achievements when he was in power. Even the Sparrow Spirit tribute received has been less and less year by year. He probably can't sit still anymore." Yan Zhonghua pondered for a moment. "Let's not waste time. We'd better leave the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital quickly and inform the others in advance." Lin Xuanji said, "I'll use astral projection to inform Myriad Dao Academy in order to save time. Astral projection could allow one soul to travel thousands of miles in an instant." Lin Xuanji had just closed his eyes and was already on Myriad Dao Academy's little Penglai Island. A moment later, Lin Xuanji opened his eyes again. "How's it going?" Yan Tianan asked. Lin Xuanji said, "There's no problem over there. They're even quite enthusiastic about it." Yan Tianan patted his chest. "Then I'm relieved." Yan Zhonghua nodded. "I'll inform the others now." The location was changed, but the time remained unchanged. Some people who were already on the road changed directions and flew towards Myriad Dao Academy instead. Yan Tianan didn't want to see Princess Yuqing, so he planned to leave first with Lin Xuanji and go directly to Little Penglai, and then go to Myriad Dao Academy. Before he could leave, someone came to King Yi's palace again. The person who came was Yan Zizhong, King Zhong, who had always opposed King Yi. Yan Zizhong made great strides into the courtyard without waiting for the attendants. When he found Yan Zhonghua, he first studied Yan Zhonghua, then looked at Lin Xuanji, who was standing beside Yan Tianan. His eyes sank slightly. "I've heard about the North Lands matter." Yan Zhonghua had already sent people to discuss with Yan Zizhong before calling the people of the Nine Lands to discuss the killing of evil spirits. To his surprise, Yan Zizhong agreed at once, which Yan Zhonghua really wasn't used to. Yan Zhonghua asked, "Do you want to go with me to Myriad Dao Academy?" Yan Zizhong shook his head. "I have to stay in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. A Yan family member who can take charge must remain here." At this point, he paused and stared at Yan Zhonghua. "Or I can go to Myriad Dao Academy, and you stay here." A Yan family member who can take charge. There were many implications behind his words. Yan Zhonghua asked, "What happened inside the royal heavenly capital these days when I was away?" Yan Zizhong pinched his hair somewhat impatiently. "That woman is pregnant. Doesn't elder brother know?" Yan Zhonghua's expression looked flat. "Her pregnancy is a good thing for the Yan family. At least it's the blood of the imperial Yan family." Yan Zizhong took a deep breath and said reluctantly, "You don't know how much that woman is favored right now. After she became pregnant, she had everything she wanted. The emperor would never refuse her. Moreover, if her child was born in the future, who knows who the next emperor of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital will be." Chapter 742, A Hidden Chess Piece. Yan Tianan couldn't help laughing. Don't tell me that imperial uncle is actually worried about a baby that hasn't even been born yet. Even if you worry, you should be worried about me, right? Yan Zizhong. Yu Ming kicked Yan Tianan. Why are you telling the truth? Yan Zhonghua glanced at Yan Tianan, and Yan Tianan immediately closed his mouth. Yan Zizhong frowned. You don't know this. If I didn't realize just how horrible that woman is, I would never have come to you for advice. Yan Tianan said, a woman can scare you like this. I'm really curious about what she has done to you. Yan Zizhong's eyes sank. It's not what she did to me, but what she did to our father. What do you mean? Yan Zhonghua asked. Father Emperor had already handed over the black and white crow guards to that woman when he was in closed-door seclusion. Now on the surface, the power of the whole Purple Emperor's heavenly capital is in the hands of Father Emperor, but in fact, half of it is in the hands of that woman. Yan Zizhong continued in a deep voice, moreover, at the beginning, she and I were still allies. However, a few days ago, just before the Emperor left secluded cultivation, she came to me to break up our alliance. She also said that she wanted to have her child sit in the supreme position of the 9 lands. Her wolf ambition was clearly exposed. Yan Zizhong's words were quite credible. If he wasn't truly desperate or wasn't so angered that he was about to vomit blood, he always liked to secretly form alliances and make small moves, but at the same time, he still insisted on maintaining his dignity and never admitted to any of his schemes. Thus, the normal King Zhong would never be so frank and confess that he had colluded with the imperial concubine. Not to mention, haven't the black and white crow guards always been in your hands? Yan Zhonghua also frowned slightly. Yan Zizhong's face changed a few times and looked very ugly. Because of the dispute between you and me, our father took the black and white crow guards back into his hands and only gave it back to me in the last 2 years. However, I have found that the black and white crow guards were no longer the team I was familiar with. Most of the people there have been replaced, and most of them don't listen to my command anymore. Although it looks bright on the surface, in fact, only I know how miserable it is. Unexpectedly, after that woman Jing Shui took in the black and white crow guards, those people, the shadow guards of our Yan family, only obey her now. It went without saying what this meant. It was very likely that the imperial concubine had already started to put her own people in the black and white crow guards when the emperor took back the military power from Yan Zizhong. If so, then she was very scheming and frightening. Yan Zizhong paused, then added, although I have some ideas about that throne, I prefer for the Yan family to sit in that position than for it to fall into the hands of an outsider. Yu Ming sneered and said, who are you fooling? I think you want us to deal with that woman and reap the benefits by yourself. Yan Zizhong was so shamed by Yu Ming, but it was rare that his face didn't darken. Yan Zizhong said, now I can see that it's great to be alive. Look at Yan Weijun. In his heyday, even I had to avoid his edge. The whole Ling family supported him. Later, didn't he gradually fall down? All the same, even if there was a chance for him to make a comeback, he still squatted in the barren northern border like a drowning dog. What's the meaning of living like a frightened rabbit all day? He looked at Yan Zhonghua with deep meaning and said, if that woman's child gets the throne, the mother will have power when her son is young. It's hard to say what our futures would hold when that happens. You'd better think about it carefully. Yan Zizhong left without stopping. After he left, Yan Zhonghua looked at Yan Tianan and asked, what do you think? Yan Tianan touched his chin. The Yan family has always followed the order of succession. There has never been any special situation. Unless the people in front of them die, the people in the back cannot take the throne. According to Yan Zizhong, if the child of the imperial concubine wants to rightfully win the throne, that child would have to sweep away the people in front. Moreover, the order of succession is now hundreds of people long. Even if she has a child, that child still doesn't have any nominal qualifications. Yan Zhonghua rubbed Yan Tianan's head. You think of her too simply. There is the possibility of pushing forward a substitute successor. If someone is more suitable for the front position, everyone else will be pushed back one rank in the order of succession. It's not like this never happened before. Yan Tianan blinked and said, but I always feel that the imperial concubine doesn't have so much power. After all, the first in line is my dage. Both pairs of eyes fell on Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji. Although I'm not interested in that position, if someone wants to snatch it from Ahen, I won't stand idly by. Yu Ming. How can the world be so chaotic now? It seems that every single trouble ran out overnight. Yan Zhonghua held Yu Ming's hand and said faintly, this is the case in troubled times. The more chaotic it is, the more chaotic the world gets. Any gods, demons, and ghosts will appear one after another. Yu Ming sighed with emotion. Troubled times are coming. The imperial concubine Jing Shui's bedroom was dotted with shark beads, paved with exotic flowers and plants, and countless silks, satins, magic treasures, and pills. One could see that she was very favored, and even King Yi's palace couldn't compare with her residence. Concubine Jing Shui stroked her stomach with one hand and leaned against the soft bed to eat the medicinal diet specially refined for her by the pharmacist. Around her were 10 maid servants who served her. Suddenly, the bell hanging at the corner of the eaves rang twice. Jing Shui lifted her eyes and said, "This one is sleepy. You can leave first." "Yes." The maids stepped down in turn and closed the palace door. A ball of purplish-black evil qi gradually solidified into a human shape behind Jing Shui. A handsome and pale man with a large coat appeared in the bedroom. Jing Shui's eyes flashed an excited color. She knelt down and said, "Master." A gust of air lifted her up. "You are pregnant, you don't have to salute," said the man. Jing Shui smiled and said, "Thank you, Master." If Yan Weijun was still alive and could see this man, he would immediately recognize that this man was the same Tu Feng who had been lingering with him every night. If Lin Xuanji and his colleagues could see this, they would surely gain a new understanding of Tu Feng's strength, to be able to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Tu Feng glanced at Jing Shui's slightly raised belly and asked, "When can this child be born?" Jing Shui said, "It all depends on when Master wants him to be born. I've been pregnant with this baby for many years. I have another pill in my hand that can make him ripe. After taking it, he can be born." Tu Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then wait a little more." Jing Shui frowned. "How much longer do we have to wait? It looks like that old bastard is very satisfied with Yan Tianan. Moreover, Lin Xuanji is also a troublesome person. He is now in the Grand Master realm. If they join hands, then even if we control that old bastard in the future, it will still be difficult to deal with Yan Tianan." Tu Feng was very dismissive. "Now that I've achieved great attainment in my cultivation, what is a mere Grand Master in my eyes? And that Yan Tianan, he thinks he can be a savior again just because he cultivated evil qi. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Jing Shui asked, "Then, what does Master plan to do? Yan Tianan is too self-righteous. He cultivated evil qi. Before long, the whole 9 lands will know about this matter. But aren't there a lot of people publicly protecting Yan Tianan, despite him being an evil qi cultivator?" Jing Shui naturally heard about it. The power behind Yan Tianan is too strong. Not only King Yi, but also the Fuyao sect, and the North Land's Longyao family are all protecting him. Even the East Land's Zan clan also intends to protect him. If we want to deal with him, it will be hard. Tu Feng raised his lips. "You don't have to worry about that. I have my own way to make Yan Tianan fall into a dilemma and let all living beings in the 9 lands see his hypocrisy." After that, Tu Feng glanced at Jing Shui and continued, "When the world becomes hostile to Yan Tianan, then it will be time for your baby to be born. You don't have to worry about the rest. You just have to stay in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, take good control of the Supreme Emperor, and have him obey you." Jing Shui smiled. "Master can rest assured. Right now, that old bastard is dedicated to me. Thanks to Master's godly GU, although it can't make him lose his mind completely, it can still make him more obedient to me without being aware of it. This is the so-called raising troops for thousands of days in order to use them once. Even though the Emperor has high cultivation and cannot be controlled easily, if we fed him some GU insects every day for 10 years, he will naturally be deeply affected." Tu Feng showed a cruel smile. He looked out of the window at the bloody sun and said, "The only person worthy of being regarded as my opponent has been dead for many years. The rest can't even enter my eyes." Jing Shui smiled and complimented, "Master is unparalleled in the world." Tu Feng said, "I can't stay here for too long. Remember what I told you before, when something happens to Yan Tianan, it will be time for you to give birth to a child and snatch the 9 lands throne." Jing Shui smiled slowly and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a clear gasp came behind the gauze curtain. Tu Feng's face changed and suddenly shot a hand at the gauze curtain. They only heard a girl's exclamation, and she was dragged out from behind the gauze curtain by 2 extremely long snake evil spirits. Princess Yuqing's eyes were about to turn white. She was dragged over the ground for tens of meters. Her feet kept kicking on the smooth ground. She looked like she was about to stop breathing. Jing Shui's face changed greatly, and suddenly she knelt on the ground. She kept kowtowing to Tu Feng and said, "Master, this is my younger sister. She came here by mistake. Please let her go first." Tu Feng's face was expressionless. He narrowed his eyes. "Sister." Jing Shui nodded hurriedly and said, "She's really my sister. I can assure you that she will never say half a word about today's affairs, otherwise I will kill her myself before you do anything to her." Seeing that Princess Yuqing was about to stop moving, Tu Feng slowly put down his hand and let the evil qi dissipate. Yuqing regained her breath, took a big breath, and coughed violently on the ground, as if she was coughing out all her heart blood. Jing Shui's heart, which had risen to her throat, calmed down. Tu Feng said coldly, "I'll let her go for the time being in consideration of your face. In the future, you should discipline the people around you." "Yes, yes, I will discipline my sister." Jing Shui kneeled on the ground. She only heard the eve's bell ring for a while, and then looked up. Tu Feng had disappeared. Jing Shui quickly got up and helped Yuqing, who was lying on the ground coughing all the time. "Child, what are you running around for?" Jing Shui scolded. "Do you know that you almost died just now?" Yuqing kept shedding tears and said in a panic, "Sister, who is that person just now? What you guys said you?" Jing Shui calmed down and stared at Princess Yuqing. "What did we say just now?" Yuqing said, You said you'll control the emperor and hurt Yan Tian." In chapter 743. Stringless zither. Jing Shui covered Yuqing's mouth, then whispered sternly, "When you exit this door, you should forget all of these words. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you." "But, no buts." Jing Shui glared at her. "You've got your life back now. From today on, you'll remain in this palace and cultivate. As for Yan Tianen, you'd better forget him as soon as possible. Once the evil spirit's extermination meeting is over, he will no longer be the son of King Yi sought after by everyone, and my child will eventually become the supreme emperor of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital." Princess Yuqing looked at Jing Shui's crazy face and couldn't help feeling a little scared. When did her sister actually change into someone like this? However, Princess Yuqing was full of panic and fear. She could only nod heavily and reply, "I will." King Yi's palace. When Yan Zhonghua came back, Yu Ming put down the scroll in his hand and went up to him. "How's it going?" Yan Zhonghua frowned slightly. "After the investigation, I found that Yan Zizhong didn't lie. The Black and White Crow guards are indeed taking orders from the imperial concubine now." Yu Ming was stunned. "What about the spies you placed into it?" Yan Zhonghua said, "They're still there, but it's too risky for them to show themselves for the time being. Zizhong sent me a message that he always feels that the emperor is too obedient to the imperial concubine, as if he was bewitched." Yu Ming didn't think much of it. "That father emperor of yours has always been very lecherous. The Yan family has had many emperors, but he's the only one who has 5 to 8 wives." Yan Zhonghua. Lin Xuanji walked over while holding Yan Tianen's hand. Lin Xuanji asked, "The imperial concubine must have her own plans, but I don't know what moves she'll make. I think it's really necessary to leave someone behind in the royal heavenly capital to watch her closely at all times." Yan Zhonghua nodded. "I have the same intention. Yan Zizhong's cultivation strength is not good enough. I'd better stay here with Yu Ming. I'm afraid that Yan Zizhong's old subordinates inside the Black and White Crow guards have been completely purged when the imperial concubine took over control. Not only did Lord Shuibi disappear, but even Lord Yuehua also disappeared without a trace. They seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth." Yan Zhonghua couldn't help feeling worried. He had a kind of ominous premonition. Lin Xuanji nodded. "That's good. You might as well leave the meeting at Myriad Dao Academy to me and Ah Hen." Yan Zhonghua said, "Yan Zizhong will also go with you, but don't worry about him. I've had a long talk with him, and he should be able to distinguish his priorities." Yan Tianen said, "I hope this conference can be concluded smoothly." The purpose of this meeting wasn't necessarily to discuss the specific methods of exterminating evil spirits and evil qi cultivators. Instead, there were 3 main goals. One was to announce the current situation of the 9 lands to the public, so that everyone could have a good idea of the situation. Yan Zhonghua didn't necessarily have to go there in person. After all, the East Land's Zhan Wush and the North Land's Dragon Emperor, plus Fuyao Sec's esteemed Lan Yu, would have enough power to persuade everyone by themselves. Without further ado, Yan Tianen and Lin Xuanji were about to go to Myriad Dao Academy. Before they left, Yu Ming even said jokingly, "I thought Yuqing would come and pester you. It seems that your charm is not very good." Yan Tianan smiled bitterly. Dad, don't make fun of me. Luckily, she didn't come to pester me, or else my dage will throw me away. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. I'm not that cruel. Yan Tianan complained, aren't you jealous? Lin Xuanji said faintly, there's nothing between you and her. What am I jealous of? Yan Tianan, although it makes sense, what should I do if I feel a little angry? Yan Tianan snorted coldly and took the lead in flying with his sword and flew to the northeast. Lin Xuanji followed. A few days later, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan arrived at Myriad Dao Academy. As usual, even though the outside world was surging, an immortal sect like Myriad Dao Academy would never be in a mess. Today's Myriad Dao Academy, like the Hidden Spirit sect in the past, was the last shield of the Nine Lands, as well as its sharpest spear. As soon as they arrived, Tianshu Sword Saint came to meet them personally. He looked at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. I haven't seen you guys for a few days, but your cultivation seems to be more refined. Lin Xuanji replied, not a single day can be wasted when cultivating, but your cultivation, on the other hand, hasn't improved. Tianshu Sword Saint touched his face and sighed. I am old, I can't cultivate anymore. Yan Tianan, why does everyone like to say they're old? Don't tell me that men nowadays become more popular as they get older. Tianshu Sword Saint. Tianshu secretly cursed in his heart. Yan Tianan's tongue is still as sharp as usual. He quickly changed the topic. The representatives of Fuyao sect arrived yesterday, and the representatives of several aristocratic families arrived one after another in the past few days. Esteemed Lan Yu came in person and asked you to meet him when you arrived. Yan Tianan was very happy. His eyes brightened and said, since Master is here, we naturally want to meet him. They went to the place where esteemed Lan Yu was staying. Seeing Yan Tianan and the other two, esteemed Lan Yu smiled and got up from the futon. I guessed you two will arrive today. It seems that I was right. Yan Tianan smiled and said, greetings to Master, before continuing to say, Master has great foresight, everything can be predicted. Esteemed Lan Yu replied, that's not necessarily true. For example, I couldn't predict that Ah Tong and Shishin actually went to the Wan family together. Yan Tianan was taken aback and asked in surprise, why did they go to the Wan family? Bei Shishin hated the Wan family to the bone. Every day, he probably dreamed of completely eradicating the Wan family and avenging his people. Esteemed Lan Yu answered, I divined that the Wan family had a sacred item that can be used to destroy evil spirits, and Ah Tong wanted to go home and steal it. Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji, since they were going there to do bad things, Bei Shishin was probably better at it. Yan Tianan affixed himself to esteemed Lan Yu's side. Master, the killing of evil spirits this time is of great importance. Have you divined any more secrets? Esteemed Lan Yu looked at Yan Tianan and shook his head. I haven't divined too much except for the fact that the turning point is at Myriad Dao Academy, but the evil star has appeared from the clouds, and its radiance is getting brighter and more powerful. I am afraid that it will not take long before that star reaches its peak. Yan Tianan frowned. Master, can you figure out the origin of that evil star? Esteemed Lan Yu paused slightly, then said slowly, I always feel that this star's orbit is not new, but it's like an evil star that has lived for a long time. It's just that we've never found traces of it before. Yan Tianan thought about it, but he still couldn't guess who this star was referring to. During the war in the ancient era, the evil chi cultivators he had sealed were less than 10, and he was certain that he had gathered all the energy in these evil chi cultivators into his body. These people who eventually started cultivating evil chi had already been deprived of all their cultivation before being thrown into the black abyss. They would inevitably be torn to pieces quickly without any possibility of rebirth. The revival of Kangdi Fanglang was already enough to make Yan Tianan feel uneasy, but what bothered him now was Tu Feng, whose identity they couldn't even begin to guess. The saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can win every battle. Tu Feng's understanding of them was much better than their understanding of Tu Feng. It was hard to say what the future would hold. Yan Tianan had already told esteemed Lan Yu about Tu Feng before, but even esteemed Lan Yu couldn't guess Tu Feng's identity, which proved that Tu Feng was really powerful. The matter regarding Tu Feng needs to be handled slowly. Yan Tianan asked, where are Zan Shishang and Hai Shishang? Esteemed Lan Yu said faintly, Little Lang and Fengting had a big quarrel and disappeared. Fengting went out to look for him and hasn't returned yet, but he promised me he would come to the meeting on time. Yan Tianan, he couldn't help but silently light a candle for Zan Fengting. Esteemed Lan Yu said, before I came here, I made a divination for Myriad Dao Academy's Evil Spirit Conference. The divination signs are not good. I'm afraid something big will happen at the conference. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan looked at each other. Can you figure out what it is? Esteemed Lan Yu shook his head. I could only divine that it concerned the 9 lands, but I'm only one person. If the entire prophet family is willing to divine together with me, we can get more answers. The relationship between esteemed Lan Yu and the prophet family was not very good. Although today's prophet family mainly wanted to pull esteemed Lan Yu back into the prophet family, this kind of divination that used the power of the whole family was still time-consuming and labor-consuming, which was opposed by several prophet family elders. However, there is no need to worry too much. Esteemed Lan Yu said, after all, divination is not perfect. Even if it is predicted in advance, it might still happen, no matter what we do. We can only be vigilant and deal with it in time. Yan Tianan nodded. Dage and I will go all out. On the 8th day of the 9th month of the Lunar New Year, the gate of Myriad Dao Academy opened. After 10,000 years, Ethereal City opened its gates for the first time and welcomed the representatives of the 9 leading divine clans and aristocratic families. All kinds of dazzling magic weapons and monsters came across the sea and galloped on the broad avenue of Ethereal City. Others flew through the air. The scene was spectacular. Since they were going out, it was natural to put on a show so as not to be looked down upon by others. Being a human being, the most important thing was face inside Myriad Dao Academy. The disciples were all arranged to entertain guests from all parties. They were very busy. They could hear greetings such as Taoist friend, long time no see, have you been well? And I miss you so much. Yan Tianan was entertaining guests and was patted from behind. He turned his head and saw Wan Yidong. Shishong Yan Tianan said happily, you returned so soon. Wan Yidong said with a smile, of course. We just went there to steal something. What's so hard about that? Yan Tianan asked with a smile, where's Bei Shishong? Wan Yidong said, he went to find master first, and I came to find you. Yan Tianan's eyes turned slightly and said in a low voice, what exactly is that item? Wan Yidong looked around at the people coming and going, pretended to look around, and said quickly, it's a stringless zither. How can you play a stringless zither? Yan Tianan asked. Chapter 744, Immortal Joy Stringless Zither. I don't know about this, but it was divined by Master, who said it was in our Wan family. I thought about it for a long time. Among the magic treasures of the Wan family, the only one that fits the description is that broken zither. Wan Yidong was also puzzled. He touched his chin and continued, there was not a single string on that broken zither. No one has touched it when it was left in the attic for so many years. It was only because I ran into the attic by mistake when I was a child that I remembered this zither. Yan Tianan, take me to see it later. Wan Yidong, okay, if that stringless zither really was useful for killing evil chi cultivators, he should be able to recognize its use quickly. After all, as an evil chi cultivator, Yan Tianan could sense that could suppress evil chi. As the first-in-line successor of the royal heavenly capital's Yan family, Yan Tianan naturally wanted to receive visitors from all regions in place of King Yi. However, although King Yi was the leader this time, the location was Myriad Dao Academy. The sect, as the host, also sent many disciples and elders to meet the people who came to the meeting, so Yan Tianan's presence wasn't too important. Yan Tianan found King Zhang, who took the initiative to meet with the head of the Wan family. He winked at Wan Yidong and said, someone can help us. Let's go now. Wan Yidong took Yan Tianan to look for esteemed Lan Yu. Esteemed Lan Yu always liked peace and quiet, so he did not come out to welcome the guests at this time. When Yan Tianan and Wan Yidong came to esteemed Lan Yu's residence, he happened to be holding the stringless zither that Bei Shishan gave. Esteemed Lan Yu saw Yan Tianan. You are here, let's see what's particular about this zither. The stringless zither was dark all over, like a dense fog that never melts. It looked like a pipa, but it didn't have any strings. It looked bare and heavy. One could tell at first glance that it had existed for a long time. Yan Tianan felt his eyes water, and there was an unspeakable feeling in his heart. He was naturally very familiar with this zither, and Lin Xuanji would be very familiar with it as well. This stringless zither, Immortal Joy, was something that Dao Zhu often played in the past. The name of this zither was simply Immortal Joy. Dao Zhu was proficient in the music path and had extremely high attainments. At first, he would sit on the peak of Spirit Sect and play the zither, attracting all the butterflies and kingfishers in the southeast to fly and sing. Even the famous Phoenix Emperor, who was born in the Kunlun ruins and was never involved in worldly affairs, would pay a visit in order to sing with Dao Zhu. Ling Yu also tried to play Dao Zhu's zither. However, while Dao Zhu played the stringless zither like the sound of mountains and rivers, Ling Yu seemed to be playing on cotton, emitting crackling and beeping sounds, which sounded extremely unpleasant. Dao Zhu once said with a smile, "This immortal joy is a divine tool created by heaven and earth. Only those who have fate with it can play it. It's normal that you can't play it well, since your fates have yet to cross." How many years had it been since he last saw this zither? Yan Tianan's mood was extremely complicated. When Dao Zhu died, the stringless zither disappeared. Unexpectedly, after all these years, it fell into the hands of the Wan family, a clan specialized in the law and music paths. He didn't know if it was just a coincidence, or if Dao Zhu had arranged for it in advance. "I've tried a lot of methods, but this zither can't be played," Wan Yidong said. Yan Tianan took the zither and looked at it. When he moved it to a certain angle in the sun, he could see the golden flowing pattern on the zither's surface. "This zither can only be played with strings." Bei Shishan asked, "But how do we add the strings?" "Ah Tong and I tried all kinds of strings, but none of them fit. The strings all broke as soon as we played it." Yan Tianan held the zither in his left hand and spread open his right hand. Suddenly 5 strings supported by spiritual energy ran across the 2 ends of the zither like strands of silk. The whole stringless zither seemed to come alive, and the radiance and color lingered around. Yan Tianan's robe was floating, his posture was like jade, holding the zither and playing the strings. He had the posture of an immortal. It was awe-inspiring. He plucked the strings, but it only gave a buzzing sound. Creak Yan Tianan. He played a few more times incredulously. Creak creak, creak, creak creak, creak. This is fucking embarrassing. Wan Yidong covered his ears and wailed, "Just stop, my ears are bleeding." Bei Shishan also couldn't bear to look straight at this mess. Yan Tianan touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "Anyways, that's how it's played. This stringless zither probably doesn't like me, so it won't listen to me." Wan Yidong couldn't bear to look straight at this. He grabbed the stringless zither and held it in his arms to prevent Yan Tianan from desecrating a divine treasure any further. Esteemed Lan Yu looked at the stringless zither. "It's really a tool of creation. It's really magical." Wan Yidong also tried to pull out the strings with spiritual energy, but his strings were very thin, and it broke when it was plucked lightly. No sound came out at all. Bei Shishan also tried, then shook his head. "It's hard to control." Esteemed Lan Yu also tried. He could barely control the strings, but he found some problems when plucking the strings. "What's the use of this stringless zither?" Esteemed Lan Yu paused and asked. "Ah, it just sounds good." Yan Tianan was still a little emotional. He looked at Esteemed Lan Yu admiringly, swallowed and said, "Master, you are too amazing, you can actually make a sound." Esteemed Lan Yu's technique was natural and flowed like water. Although it couldn't compare with Dao Zhu's music, which had reached the state of perfection, it still sounded good and made people feel happy, which was a rare achievement for anyone trying to play this zither. However, Esteemed Lan Yu stared at the zither and frowned slightly. "This magic treasure has a mysterious feeling when it's plucked. It seems that it can communicate with the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, but I still need to think about the specific situation." Yan Tianan was surprised. "But I didn't feel anything like that when I played it." Wan Yidong sighed. "You didn't feel it, but I felt it. It was truly a demonic sound that pierced one's ears. It made me want to smash myself to death with a piece of tofu." Yan Tianan. Esteemed Lan Yu wanted to study the stringless zither more. After a few hours, when everyone arrived, he would discuss the eradication of evil spirits. Yan Tianan no longer disturbed Esteemed Lan Yu and wandered around Myriad Dao Academy with Wan Yidong. All the sects and divine clans were led to the largest conference hall of Myriad Dao Academy. The conference hall could accommodate several thousand people sitting around, and it was so tall that the ceiling couldn't be seen. The surroundings were richly ornamented, and runes were carved on the entire hall's walls and floors. The ethereal sound of immortals came in bursts, making people feel relaxed and happy as soon as they entered. As soon as all the guests took their seats, some of them made a special trip to find acquaintances to sit together with. For a moment, there was a buzz in the hall. It's said that His Highness King Yi took the lead in this conference to eradicate evil spirits, but he doesn't seem to be here. The original location was the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, but later it was changed here somehow. King Yi probably stayed in the royal heavenly capital because of pressing matters. Sigh. Wonder what kind of urgent matters we're discussing today. He just had to summon me from the west at this time. Eradicating evil spirits isn't that the Northland's problem. I heard. Prince Yi is also an evil chi cultivator. One of my clan uncles was invited to help a disciple of the Longyao clan when the Longyao family chose the crown prince. He saw with his own eyes that Prince Yi could control the evil spirits in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. What? That rumor's actually true. What rumor? Some people say that this killing of evil spirits conference is King Yi's conspiracy. He wants to trap us here together and take control of all of the 9 lands. That's a little ridiculous. Where will he get so much strength? This time, all the famous powerhouses in the 9 lands have arrived. Even if King Yi is powerful, he still can't oppose so many people at the same time. Hehe, don't forget that King Yi's consort is a demon and one of the 3 demon venerables of the demon realm. Who knows what the demon clan is scheming? Shish, you can't casually say things like this. King Yi's family is now dominant and prosperous. Behind Prince Yi, there is the support of Grand Master Venerable. Warong Sword Venerable is a nominal elder of Myriad Dao Academy. This Prince Yi's power is truly tisk tisk tisk. Everyone chatted with each other, and all kinds of things were said. The last one to come was the Westland's Yu family. The Yu family still didn't know that Feng Jingyu had already returned. They were still arrogant and believed that they could replace the Phoenix clan and take control of the entire Westland. When several elders and disciples of the Yu family in full dress took their seats in turn, Myriad Dao Academy's 3 hall masters and deans of the 4 courtyards also took their seats in turn. Although Yan Tianan represented King Yi, he still let King Zhang sit at the top, while he sat with Lin Xuanji. Myriad Dao Academy didn't have a sect master. Normally, all major events were discussed jointly by the 3 halls and 4 courtyards. Now, in preparation for the Evil Spirits Eradication Conference, Myriad Dao Academy elected an acting sect master, the Hall Master of Sword God Hall, Tianshu Sword Saint. After Tianshu Sword Saint was seated, he looked around and spoke, "Seniors from all walks of life have come all the way here. It shows that they attach importance to the eradication of evil spirits and trust in King Yi. I admire it. If every matter in the 9 lands is handled like this, I think the Orthodox Tao will remain united and prosperous forever." A major sect's elder in front cupped his hand and said, "Tianshu Sword Saint is too polite. Eradicating evil spirits is a matter within my generation. Naturally, we won't ignore it." Tianshu Sword Saint's eyes fell on Zan Fengting, who came to represent the Longyao family. "I think everyone has heard about what happened to the Northland's Longyao family. Please tell us the details." Zan Fengting stood up and turned to face the people present. His gaze was calm, not only in the Longyao family, but from the northern borders, northern Liang City all the way to the Imperial City in the Northland. All of these places have now become victims of Heaven's Wail. Everyone can look at the specific scenes from the recorded images. With that, he waved his hand gently, and a records wall stood in the middle of the air. The picture wall exuded a faint and soft light. Zan Fengting uttered a spell, and the picture wall showed the current sky in the Northland. The sky and earth were full of cracks, which could be seen everywhere. The sky was purple and black, like a heavy dark cloud pressing on the top. Purple evil chi leaked out from the cracks on the ground. Everywhere it went, the plants withered and there were mountains of corpses. Somebody gasped. How can it be so terrifying? What on earth is this evil chi? Where does it come from? Did the Northland do anything to cause the current tragedy? Chapter 745. Content of the Divine Scrolls. Zan Fengting looked around and said in a deep voice, "The reason why Heaven's Wail is happening is because evil chi cultivators are deliberately doing so. Now it's only the Northland, but we can easily perceive that they have a tendency to spread in the other 3 directions. According to the current expansion speed, they will spread to the whole Northland in less than a month, then to the Westland and Eastland, and even the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, until all have suffered in this disaster." Then, Zan Fengting waved again, and a picture of evil spirits invading the city appeared on the wall of pictures. Extremely long limbs, creatures that were ugly and similar to human beings were rushing out of those purple evil chi, tens of thousands of monsters scattering and quickly gathering together to fight, eat, and kill innocent people in the city. The people screamed and ran away. Even if there were cultivators fighting with evil spirits, they had no way of winning. After all, there were more like mere ants biting an elephant and retreating step by step. Evil spirits were not only powerful in combat, but also couldn't be easily killed. Even if their heads were cut off, they could fuse with other evil spirits and make heads again, bringing them back into battle. It made people scared and flee in a mess. In less than an hour, the city became a tomb. By the time the nearest sect and soldiers came to support, there was no living person left in the city. It was heinous. The entire council hall fell into a cold silence. No one spoke. They were all looking at the bodies littered all over the streets and alleys. They couldn't help but feel an unspeakable panic and fear in their hearts. Some people couldn't help rejoicing that the evil spirit disasters only began in the Northland, but had not yet spread to their own areas. Zan Fengting took the lead in breaking the silence in the room. I don't know when the Northland will fail. When that happens, the regions will experience the same disaster that the Northland suffered. Therefore, I hope you don't stand idly by and establish an alliance now, or make a plan to fight against the evil spirits as soon as possible and give them a heavy counterattack. After that, Zan Fengting took down the picture wall and returned to his seat. Yan Tianan glanced at Zan Fengting, but Hai Kuanglang was not there with him. After looking around the whole hall, he didn't find any traces of Hai Kuanglang. Did they break up completely? They shouldn't have. Yan Tianan's mind was full of messy thoughts when he heard Sword Saint Tianshu say, as you all saw just now, the Northland has suffered a great disaster, and it was all because of evil Qi cultivators. We didn't know how to eliminate them before, but the Northland had already found a method to kill them. What are you waiting for? Of course, tell us the methods quickly, so that we can make preparations in advance, a major powerhouse of a sect shouted. The gold characters about the anti-evil spirit campaign floated in the air, flashing out one by one. Yan Tianan saw it clearly in an instant. Although it was an invitation to destroy evil spirits, in fact it was just a binding contract. For example, the general meaning of one of them was that if one party was in trouble, other families and clans that were quite close to the affected areas were duty-bound to help the affected areas and drive away the evil spirits which they cannot refuse. After reading it, quite a few people realized this too. Sword Saint Tianshu said, if you don't have any objection to this, you will stamp your blood fingerprint on it. If you have any comments, you will put them forward on the spot so that we can discuss them. As soon as his voice fell, someone said, what's the purpose of keeping a contract? Do we really have to stay and destroy the evil spirits? Yes, those evil spirits are so ferocious. Our Fang family is in the southernmost part of the 9 lands. It's impossible for evil spirits to come to us easily. But even if we don't suffer from evil spirits, according to the contract, we have to provide human aid, financial resources, and sparrow spirits in advance. We're just a small aristocratic family. Where can we get these things? That's right, this is simply deprivation, another cultivator angrily said. When the time comes, before the evil spirits arrive, we will be destroyed by our own people first. There was a lot of discussion, and most of them were expressing resistance. Yan Tianan's complexion didn't look very good. Lin Xuanji was very indifferent and said, I expected this to happen. Yan Tianan asked, why? Lin Xuanji replied, the matter is irrelevant to them. All those who put forward objections are people outside the Northland. They have not seen the invasion of the evil spirits with their own eyes. Just looking at the picture wall won't make them fear this. What's more, as the man in the Southland said, their family may be the last to fall, so they would naturally resist bleeding out their resources at this time. Yan Tianan furrowed his brow together and said, but in fact, there are no rules for evil spirit invasion. Today is the Northland, and tomorrow may be the Southland. Lin Xuanji shook his head. Some small families could only be small families forever. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Most of them didn't want to participate in destroying evil spirits personally. If evil spirits invaded their families and clans, they would naturally be forced to join the battle. But now evil spirits were still hovering in the Northland. Who knows whether they would really go there? It seemed to put them in an impasse. Just then, the closed doors of the hall opened wide, and a man dressed in blue robes hurried in under the guidance of 2 disciples. Most people present did not know him, but some people recognized him. East Empress. It was unknown who said it. Yan Tianan was shocked. Why did adoptive father come at this time? Lin Xuanji replied, he went to look up the records of evil spirits in the ancient divine scrolls. He should have just found it. Zan Wush came earlier, and he was also a leader of the world who seldom came to the Myriad Dao Academy in person. He is the East Empress. He doesn't look too special. How could he have stolen the East Sovereign's heart? It's not like the East Sovereign's style of doing things in such a hurry. Despite the endless arguments below, Lin Zan came to the front. With a scroll that had been damaged a lot, and said to Sword Saint Tianshu, I have found the records of people who cultivate evil chi with their body, and I also know what the dark clouds that cover the sun for a long time are. This book, called The Strange Records of the Great Seal, is a historical book handed down by the Zan clan from the period of the Great Seal. Sword Saint Tianshu immediately stood up, and the other elders of the sect who sat on the stage also showed their excitement. What is recorded in it? Sword Saint Tianshu asked. Please explain quickly. Lin Zan took a deep breath. It says that there are many kinds of evil spirits, some of which cultivated evil chi later in life, some of which were evil chi cultivators since birth, and some of which were refined into evil corpses. However, when people are not completely dead, it is also possible for them to turn into evil spirits. These evil spirit cultivators, though powerful, are not invincible. Only heavenly evil, the most terrible kind of evil chi cultivator between heaven and earth, is what we should worry about. A heavenly evil is formed from the influx of the most pure evil chi when heaven's whale is unleashed. The evil chi would fight for control of the cultivator's body until his entire body is eroded by evil chi. The evil ku would replace everything about the original owner, and gradually, that cultivator would be able to turn into evil chi. After cultivating one's body with evil chi, one can constantly absorb the evil chi between heaven and earth, so as to improve one's cultivation, and even easily transform evil chi into evil spirits, controlling them from a distance. Lin Zan took a deep breath and looked around. That is to say, if there were heaven's whale in the East Land at this time, even if the person who cultivated the body with evil chi is far away in the West Land, he can still turn the evil chi in the East Land into evil spirits and control them. And our current enemy is precisely someone who cultivates the body with evil chi, Lin Zan said. I don't know what you all think, but we can't just sit back and wait for the enemy to attack us, and then fight back. We should not only take the initiative to attack and find the heavenly evil, but also take the initiative to destroy him. This is the way to save ourselves. Lin Zan put the scroll on the table and said, this divine scroll is an ancient item. I haven't changed a word in the written records. If anyone knows how to read the divine script, you can come and read and translate it yourself. Anyway, I'll put my words here now. You can back out, but don't expect to get any help from our East Land's Zan clan when evil spirits invade in the future. Even if you are an aristocratic family in the East Land, I will never allow you to shrink your head like turtles and take advantage like selfish villains. There is no free lunch in this world. Think carefully. After that, Lin Zan waved his hand, pinched his fingertip, and pressed his bloody finger on the contract. He said heroically, my East Land's Zan clan is willing to join in the plan to destroy evil spirits. I have no complaints at all. Sword Saint Tianshu looked to Zan Wush. After all, Zan Wush was still the master in the East Land whom Lin Zan still had to listen to even if he was the East Empress. Zan Wush nodded. The Empress, meaning is the meaning of this venerable. Sword Saint Tianshu was relieved. He struck the table and said, good, the East Empress is decisive and straightforward. I admire that. Since the East Land has already joined, how can my Southwest Land be left behind? Fu Li also stood up while holding a tiger cub in his hand. He pressed a fingerprint on the other hand across the air and calmly said, my advice to those who do not want to participate. This is the best opportunity to hug some thighs. After passing this up, there will be no such opportunity again. After Fu Li, another family representative stood up and pressed his fingerprint. I personally participated in the battle for the Longyao clan's crown prince selection. He said with some lingering fear on his face, in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, I've personally experienced the power of evil spirits. You're not afraid, but I'm afraid. That kind of thing should be dealt with as soon as possible. If you've personally experienced it, then you'll never think you can stay out of this situation. Yes, I was there, too, and my fire sect also wants to join. My Ling family is the same. Yan Tianan looked at the people who kept pressing their fingerprints with a smile and whispered to Lin Xuanji, adoptive father really has his ways. Chapter 746. Non-stop disputes. Lin Xuanji said, whether he has a way or not, he is the East Empress after all, representing the attitude of the East Land. Look, all the families and sects present in the East Land have signed this contract. They definitely want to give the East Sovereign face. Otherwise, without the protection of the East Sovereign, they may not be able to survive. Soon, nearly half of the families had signed their names. Just then, someone suddenly stood up and raised an objection. Ladies and gentlemen, I have absolutely no opinion on the matter of destroying evil spirits. After all, I am also a person who has personally seen evil spirits. This man was the sect master of Heavy Mountain Sect, and his cultivation had reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage. He glanced at Yan Tianan and said, "But should all evil chi cultivators in this world be put to death?" Sword Saint Tianshu said, "Naturally." Yan Tianan's heart sank. Sure enough, Heavy Mountain sect master sneered, pointing in Yan Tianan's direction. "Prince Yi, Yan Tianan, is also an evil chi cultivator. This old man once witnessed his cultivation method of controlling evil spirits. Now he is sitting here with a splendid appearance, hanging out with us. Are you all blind? Is it just because he is the son of King Yi and the successor of the Qianyuan dynasty? Can he hide from the world and fool us? If so, this old man will be the first to refuse to obey in an instant." The eyes of the hall all looked towards Yan Tianan. There were doubts, consternation, and uncertainty. Wan Yidong, who was sitting behind Yan Tianan, took the lead in reacting, and stood up with a fierce slap on the table. He pointed to Heavy Mountain sect master and shouted, "What are you talking about?" Regardless of whether Yan Tianan was really an evil chi cultivator or not, when he was in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, how much did he help you? We can see whose side he was on. I would advise you to not be unreasonable and have a conscience. The sect master of Heavy Mountain Sect was scolded by a junior in public. Naturally, he felt ashamed and even more angry. He stood up and said coldly, "Arrogant boy, when was I unreasonable? If he is an evil chi cultivator, I can't doubt his intentions. What if he pretended to be on our side, but in fact, he wanted us to relax our vigilance and open the way for evil spirits? Don't confuse the public." Wan Yidong raised his eyebrows. "If he is truly on the evil spirit's side, you will be the first to die." You Heavy Mountain sect master was so angry that he could hardly speak. "Prince Yi is an evil chi cultivator, is it true or not?" The young master of the Wan family also spoke up. The Wan family didn't show their attitude until this matter. Only then did he ask, "I heard a lot of rumors before, but I didn't believe the rumors were true." Prince might as well clarify his identity for himself by taking advantage of everyone's presence, so as to block the leisurely mouths of those who are interested. Lin Xuanji looked at the young master of the Wan family. His name was Wan Liao. He was Wan Yidong's older brother. He could play the flute and was good at attacking with rhythm. He was the leader of the Wan family. He was granted the title of Young Master a few years ago since Wan Yidong broke away from the Wan clan for the sake of Bei Shishan. Wan Liao announced that he would expel Wan Yidong from the family tree and would never give him the chance to return to the Wan family again. This time, Wan Yidong went back to the Wan family to steal the stringless zither, but he also went back secretly. He didn't dare let people know. When Wan Liao finished speaking, someone echoed, "Yes, if Prince really was framed, it would be better to explain clearly and prove your innocence." "Yes, I don't know who would be so ill-intentioned, but it is cruel to pour dirty water on Prince. Prince Yi is the closed-door disciple of Fuyao Sect's esteemed Lan Yu and a student of Myriad Dao Academy. How could he be an evil chi cultivator from the rumors? Someone must deliberately want to slander Prince Yi. We must find that person to prevent a piece of rat excrement from spoiling a pot of porridge." There were different opinions, and the hall became noisy gradually. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the faces of some people watching the drama, and also saw the sinister nature of their hearts. Lin Xuanji stood up and looked around, and the voices gradually died down. Lin Xuanji said, "Is it important whether or not Ah Hen is an evil chi cultivator? It's true that he saved people and killed evil spirits. It's true that he selflessly publicized the method of killing evil spirits. It's also true that he racked his brains to kill evil spirits. Isn't what he did enough to prove his determination to kill evil spirits?" In any case, Lin Xuanji was a grand master and his words naturally carried weight. Especially for the orthodox Tao, Lin Xuanji was the representative of all kinds of leaders. Therefore, many people fell into thought when he said these words at first. Wan Liao suddenly said, "It is naturally very reasonable for Warong Sword Venerable to say these words, but we are also concerned about who is slandering Prince Yi." Lin Xuanji said lightly, "Naturally, those who are waiting to see our infighting are slandering his original intentions." Wan Liao narrowed his eyes and said with deep meaning, "Warong Sword Venerable suspects that someone has deliberately spread such rumors." Lin Xuanji replied, "It's not doubt, it's affirmation." Heavy Mountain sect master sneered, "After all this talk, whether Yan Tianan is an evil chi cultivator or not, this old man will know at a glance." Before the words were finished, Heavy Mountain sect master suddenly attacked Yan Tianan. The treasure in his hand was a magic weapon of the earth level. One move was worth the full blow of a cultivator in Earth Realm's major perfection stage. In a flash, a heavy fist slammed towards Yantianan. With a loud noise, purple evil chi condensed into a heavy shield, which blocked that heavy fist. The people were almost shaken by the aftershock. Before they recovered from the shock, they heard a loud noise. Unexpectedly, the sect master of Heavy Mountain Sect was slapped away with one palm. He flew back, broke two thick pillars, hit the ground, and spat a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They all stared at Lin Xuanji, only feeling that the refined man who looked as white as snow now had sharp and aggressive sword chi surrounding him. He unexpectedly looked as if he was ready to slaughter. Master, the young sect master of Heavy Mountain Sect, gave a loud scream. After discovering that Heavy Mountain Sect's sect master was badly beaten, he angrily pointed to Lin Xuanji and said, "How dare you?" Lin Xuanji looked at him as if he were a dead man. "Whoever dares to touch this venerable's person will come to meet his end." Sword Saint Tianshu came to his senses and sighed heavily. Lin Xuanji's temper was usually always calm, but once he encountered any matters regarding Yantianan, he would be like a thunder bomb that could explode at any second. With his attack, the situation would become out of control. "Warong Sword Venerable, you've gone a little too far." Wan Liao took the lead in opening his mouth, holding the flute in his hand. "It was just a test. You didn't have to be cruel to Heavy Mountain Sect's sect master. If I didn't know better, I thought you were going to kill him." The head of the Yu clan also snorted coldly. "We have all seen the moves made by Yantianan just now. The purple evil chi is thick and cold. What would he be, if he wasn't an evil chi cultivator? I thought Warong Sword Venerable was the most just person, but now it seems that's not true. His Prince Yi was really an evil chi cultivator. Warong Sword Venerable, we respected you as the light of Taoism and an elder of all Tao. How could you protect an evil chi cultivator and fight against us? Has Warong Sword Venerable been bewitched?" The voice of doubt grew louder and buzzed in Yantianan's ears. Lin Xuanji was criticized, and several sect masters and patriarchs took the lead in questioning him. "You don't have to say any more." Yantianan suddenly stood up. "I did cultivate evil chi. But have I killed people? Have I ever wronged any of you? If I didn't cultivate evil chi, how would I know the weaknesses of evil spirits? If I really did join them, how could I make public the method to kill the evil spirits? You might as well show evidence and say that I, Yantianan, did something wrong." The hall became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lin Zan sighed softly and whispered, "This silly child. I told him to deny it no matter what happens, but he still couldn't endure it." "Did you say that to him before?" Zan Wush asked. Lin Zan said, "Yeah, I guess this would happen, but I didn't expect it to involve Xuanji. Ah Hen couldn't endure it after they involved Xuanji." Zan Wush said, "This is like me." Lin Zan. At this time, why was Zan Wush still making jokes? "It's no use worrying now," Zan Wush said. "Words that have already been spoken are like water that has been spilt. We should think about how to handle it." After a while, someone in the hall whispered, What he said is true. At that time, my brother was also present at the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. If it weren't for Prince Yi, my brother may not be able to get out. Why should we look at his origin? I believe in Prince Yi's character." The Rong family's first elder also touched his beard and said, "Based on my knowledge of him, he could never side with the evil spirits." Another Grand Master asked, "How do you know?" First Elder Rong rolled his eyes at his old friend and said, "He is the second heir of the Qianyuan dynasty, and there is still no news about the cub in the stomach of the East Empress. So these 9 lands would be Prince Yi's in the future. Why would he beat around the bush and bring trouble for himself?" Brainless, the old friend. This last word, brainless, made the faces of many people present flush red. The Rong family's first elder was very reasonable. What was Yantianan's identity? Why would he need to collude with evil spirits to destroy the 9 lands? Lin Zan and Zan Wush soon gained a lot of attention. Zan Wushi's cold gaze swept past, and several pairs of eyes hurriedly looked away. Lin Zan touched his stomach and hissed, "Don't stare at my stomach. The East Land is not interested in that position." Zan Wush looked at Lin Zan. Lin Zan asked, "Why, is there a problem?" Zan Wush replied, "I just want to say that my wife is right." Others, "What on earth is this occasion, to even be stuffed with dog food? There's simply no justice." Seeing this, Sword Saint Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, In fact, the sect has long known about Yan Tianan's identity as an evil qi cultivator, but the good and evil in the world should be divided not by race, but by character. I hope everyone can open their hearts and be broad-minded in this crisis. Chapter 747, A Sharp Turn for the Worst. It's precisely because we are in a critical moment that we should be more cautious. The master of the Yu clan stood up and said, "It's your business that you believe him. If we don't believe him, we have our reasons. Yan Tianan cultivates evil qi, it is an indisputable fact. Since that's the case, this king proposes to detain him for the time being until we find evidence that he did not collude with evil qi cultivators, or when the evil spirits have been destroyed, and then release him, so that we can be rest assured." King Yu has a point. The sect master of the River Mountain sect from the South Land also nodded. We don't know much about Prince Yi's character and strength. If we let someone cultivate evil qi nearby, we can't tell what would happen. We might as well investigate the matter of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land first, make sure it has nothing to do with him, and then make other considerations. Next, several representatives of other sects and clans seconded the motion. They mentioned they also didn't want to be associated with an evil qi cultivator. Therefore, the meeting of eliminating evil spirits was stalled and could no longer continue. These people's doubts about Yan Tianan directly led to their doubts about the whole anti-evil spirit meeting. In the end, led by the Yu clan and Heavy Mountain sect, some great families and clans left Myriad Dao Academy one after another, while some stayed to wait and see, and were temporarily arranged to live in the sect, waiting for some consideration. When they arrived at Little Penglai, Yan Tianan still looked very disheartened. He hung his head and tilted the corners of his mouth downward, looking wronged and helpless. Lin Xuanji came forward and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "Don't think so much," Lin Xuanji said. "If it weren't for me, today's anti-evil spirit conference would have certainly been able to go to the next step." Yan Tianan said remorsefully, "Those aristocratic families and sects didn't even bother to listen to the method of killing evil spirits before they left. They must dislike me very much. Of course, it was impossible to just sign a contract for the anti-evil spirit conference. The most important step had not yet started. They originally thought of unifying everyone's attitude first, and then collectively telling them the solution they came up with. However, they already met such a big obstacle at the first step, which made Yan Tianan feel bad. Moreover, the vast majority were just watching. Yan Tianan's face was filled with sadness. "I don't know how long they'll stay bystanders for," Lin Xuanji said. "It doesn't matter. Dad and Master have already started lobbying privately. It won't be long before more people come forward and choose to trust you." Yan Tianan nodded. "I hope so." Yan Tianan was walking in the street. He wanted to exchange some spiritual herbs which could refine medicinal pills, but he met a group of aristocratic family disciples who were wandering around in Myriad Dao Academy. They were led by Wan Liao. The other young masters couldn't help laughing. Wan Liao's face was indifferent and he only looked at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan stopped and turned around at, "What did you just say?" As soon as the folding fan in the young master's hand was closed, he said, I am really starting to think that some people of the aristocratic family are mentally ill. Who knows which corner of the demon world that dad of yours ran out from? How dare he defile the lineage of the Yan family? Let this young master tell you the truth. Don't let your father's people lobby our voodoo aristocratic family. Although we have always been subordinates of the Yan family, our Ying family will never acknowledge you people who are all full of thoughts about climbing the social ladder to get rich." The voodoo Ying family's disciple was sent flying with a slap as soon as he finished. Yan Tianan came up to him, narrowed his eyes and said, "Ying family. Does your father know that you're slandering King Yi's consort in public? You fucking dare to hit me?" The Ying family disciple blew up at once, and fought back Yan Tianan with one palm. Yan Tianan quickly retreated. When the Ying family disciples threw their hidden weapons at him, he had to pull out the Yin flame whip and knock away all their weapons. The Ying family disciple was slapped in the face, and his eyes were red. He lunged for Yan Tianan unexpectedly. The second meeting of the Anti-Evil Spirit Conference is scheduled for 3 days later. Let's settle the matter as soon as possible. After all, time is running out. Sword Saint Tianshu and several powerhouses of the sect walked together. I heard from outside people that on the day when we gathered here, Heaven's Whale began to appear in the sky over the 9 lands. Although the speed of expansion wasn't too fast, it was still enough for people to pay attention to it. Yes, I also heard about this. Another elder couldn't help but frown. But these people don't want to trust us at all. Prince Yi doesn't look like a bad person either, and he really has no reason to associate with the evil spirits. The East Sovereign said, "This venerable has sent people to lobby privately, and more than half of the aristocratic families are willing to trust Prince Yi." "That's good." Sword Saint Tianshu nodded with great comfort. Suddenly, a disciple came running in a hurry, looking panicked and saying, Sect Master. Sword Saint Tianshu asked, "What's the hurry?" "Speak clearly." The disciple pointed to the other side and said, "Go and have a look." Yan Tianan got into a fight with a Ying family member. What? Sword Saint Tianshu immediately ran towards there. When he arrived at the scene, he found Yan Tianan beating the aristocratic family disciples unilaterally. Holding a yin flame whip in his hand, he has knocked down several disciples who couldn't get up. "Ah Hen, stop it!" Sword Saint Tianshu shouted. Yan Tianan saw that the elders were coming, and he didn't want to be entangled anymore, so he planned to withdraw the yin flame whip. "Want to run?" The Ying family disciple got up from the ground, made a hand seal, and shouted to several companions around him, "Get up and kill this bitch whose blood is dirty and defiles the blood of the royal family." Yan Tianan rolled his eyes. "Stupid." As soon as his words fell, there was suddenly a purple evil chi condensed into a sharp sword from behind the Ying family disciple where it would stab his heart. "Be careful!" Yan Tianan waved his whip towards the disciple. However, before the whip even touched his body, the sword condensed by evil chi pierced the disciple from behind. The Ying family disciple vomited a mouthful of blood with white eyes, then fell to the ground. In an instant, he died. After losing their voices for a moment, the other disciples screamed sharply and ran around. Sword Saint Tianshu was also shocked by the scene and immediately shouted, "Ah Hen, what are you doing?" Yan Tianan was stunned. While he was in such a daze, several sharp swords with heavy evil chi turned into whips, twisting the heads of several disciples who fled everywhere. Between the dead bodies was blood that flowed all over the whole open space, making the scene extremely bloody and appalling. "Ah, he's killing people! Help save me!" The disciples and onlookers scattered, and each one ran while screaming. The several elders only arrived right then. When they came upon the scene, all their expressions changed. "What happened?" Yaoguang's Sword Saint asked with an ugly face. Sword Saint Tianshu looked at Yan Tianan with a livid face and shook his head. "First, tell these people's families and let them claim the bodies." He then said to Yan Tianan, "You, follow me." "He can't go." The sect's judge came up. His face was dark and his voice was even colder. If he really killed someone, he would be the culprit, which would have a great impact on this anti-evil spirit conference. "I will never let people stir up trouble and commit evil deeds in Myriad Dao Academy." Yan Tianan suddenly looked up and said sharply, "I didn't do it." The judge replied, "It has not been decided that you did it, but after all, you are the party involved. I will put you on the list of suspects for the time being. Do you have any opinions?" Yan Tianan said, "No problem." What happened in Myriad Dao Academy soon spread throughout the whole sect, and almost everyone came here to watch in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. When Lin Xuanji arrived, he saw that Zhang Wush, who had a cold expression on his handsome and peerless face, stood beside Yan Tianan while several women or men were holding bodies on the ground, crying and shouting, "My son." They also cursed that Yan Tianan should die a terrible death. Lin Xuanji separated from the crowd, came to the front, and looked at the ground which had residual evil chi. He raised his head and looked at Yan Tianan, who subconsciously shook his head and said, "It's not me." Before Lin Xuanji could speak, the madam of the Ying family pointed at Yan Tianan with red eyes, and hissed out, "Who else could it be?" "My son, how many people saw you kill him? It was you. You are the half-devil who is not of my race, and an evil chi cultivator. You killed my son, so I'm not finished with you." Everyone looked at Yan Tianan with suspicious and fearful eyes. "Ah, my poor son, you really died a horrible death." The mother of another person whose body was separated in two, screamed and wept bitterly. Her husband was also pale, and saw his son who had died in vain. Then he suddenly stood up, clenched his hands into fists and tried to attack Yan Tianan. "You want to rebel?" East Sovereign Zhan Wush blocked his fist with anger when he raised his hand, narrowing his eyes. "The culprit has not been decided yet, so why bother?" The man was crying and laughing. "Your Majesty, our East Land's Qi family has always bowed to the Zhan clan. Although there is not much power and status, we still think we can sit up straight. You don't have children, so you can't understand. This person is an evil Qi cultivator. He's an evil Qi cultivator who kills people. If you still protect him like this, I would rather not be sheltered by the Zhan clan anymore and never serve the Zhan clan henceforth." Lin Xuanji stepped forward, blocked Yan Tianan from everyone's sight, and stared at the man. He told him slowly, "Didn't you hear him say it wasn't him?" Chapter 748, each taking a step back, which murderer would confess to killing people himself. Someone whispered, "Yes, and Sword Saint Tianshu also witnessed him kill them." Another person said, "Sword Saint Tianshu is highly respected. You can't say that he is lying, can you?" Sword Saint Tianshu suddenly became the focus of attention. Lin Xuanji looked at Sword Saint Tianshu, who stood before all the sects and families' great powers. Sword Saint Tianshu didn't answer, just sighed and kept his silence. The silence spoke everything. Thus, the crowd erupted like a meteorite. Immediately, fiery words were thrown out. Look, Sword Saint Tianshu saw with his own eyes that the people were killed by Yan Tian, an evil chi cultivator. He is an evil chi cultivator, stabbing all those people in an instant. It's too terrifying. What anti-evil spirit conference? It's no use holding more meetings without killing Yan Tianan first. This is an abuse of power today. He dared to kill people in front of so many witnesses inside Myriad Dao Academy. The leader of the Orthodox Dao tomorrow. He will dare to slaughter the whole 9 lands. That's right. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will bring him to justice, even if we have to fight against the royal heavenly capital's Yan family. The voices of accusation grew stronger and stronger, as if thousands of spittle wanted to drown a person. Many of these people were eager to make a pretense of wanting to kill the evil chi cultivator righteously. As the mantra drove like a tide pouring into the ears one after another, Yan Tianan couldn't help but suddenly feel chills in his heart. Why did this scene seem familiar? He was accused, abused, and treated as the culprit, but it was clear that the person who did everything wasn't him at all. He thought that he would no longer be a monster that everyone shouted at in this life, and that he would no longer be the poor wretch who could only lick his wounds alone in a dark corner. He thought that with so many people behind him and trusting him, he was strong enough to face the gossip sharks. However, when everything happened again, he suddenly realized that nothing had changed. It wasn't me. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip and whispered, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. It's him. Kill him and avenge these innocent people." I said it wasn't me. Yan Tianan suddenly raised his voice and roared at those who attacked him. "It can't possibly be my Shidi." Zan Fengting went to the front and stood beside Yan Tianan. "The Longyao clan is willing to guarantee that. Of course I'll protect my future daughter-in-law." Lin Zan, who arrived one step late, went to Zan Wushi's side and curled his lips upward. "If you can't even see through such a crude method of framing someone, then you've really lived your life in vain all these years. If I was an evil chi cultivator who wanted to kill people, I wouldn't do it when everyone is watching me. Think about it." "Haha, very reasonable." Fu Li, who was hugging a tiger cub in each hand, stood up and smiled. "I also support Yan Tianan." The person next to him glared at Fu Li. "Why are you joining all of a sudden? Are you familiar with him?" Fu Li blinked and said playfully, "We're not that familiar, but who let his husband be so good-looking? You can tell at first glance that a good-looking person is a good person." Everyone. Yan Tianan suddenly wanted to laugh, so he really laughed. Where would it be the same? History could repeat itself, but the process could never be perfectly replicated. So many people were willing to take his side, to trust him, protect him, and fight against the world for him. Wasn't that enough? It was already so much better than the spirit sect era. What's more, this time, nobody imposed a heavy burden on him, making him vow that if he told the truth, he would suffer the wrath of heaven. Why should he still put up with these people's false accusations against him now? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yan Tianan suddenly laughed loudly, which couldn't be stopped. The laughter was so abrupt that all eyes fell on him. This demon is actually laughing. He can still laugh at this time. Is it because he's confident he'll get away with this? He's too arrogant. He must be severely punished. Lin Xuanji grabbed Yan Tianan's shoulder, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Moments later, Yan Tianan straightened his waist and gave Lin Xuanji a calm smile. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and looked at the familiar or unfamiliar faces before him. "You claim I killed them, but I said I didn't. Believe it or not, the deaths of these people today have nothing to do with me. My present cultivation is at Earth Realm's major perfection stage. With these people's cultivation, if I wanted to kill them, it would just a matter of moving my little finger." After a pause, Yan Tianan continued, "However, it's no wonder that you don't believe me. I also don't care. How convenient. Destroying evil spirits is an exhausting job that requires great energy and effort, and it might not even bring me any benefits. Starting from today, I might as well say that I will no longer intervene in this matter anymore. I'd like to see what these 9 lands will look like in the future. After that, Yan Tianan sneered, and then confronted Lin Xuanji. Dage, I'll quit the anti-evil spirit event. Lin Xuanji sighed softly and said, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. It's no big deal. They had enough strength to protect themselves and could just find a place with abundant spiritual qi, which was enough for them to live a good life. As for whether those evil qi cultivators would massacre cities or kill people, what did it have to do with him? Ling Yu had already had enough of the past. Now he was being framed for no reason. Naturally, he wouldn't be a pushover anymore. A deep meaning flashed in Wan Liao's eyes. How can we not continue the anti-evil spirit conference? Since Prince Yi is currently a suspect, he might as well be put in prison first, and we should wait to find out the truth before making a judgment. Wan Yidong cocked his brow. Why should he be imprisoned? What are you sticking your nose here for? Wan Liao swept his eyes over to Wan Yidong. I'm just judging from a fair and objective position. In summary, I don't trust evil qi cultivators. I believe most of you here are similar to me. I agree. The person who opened his mouth was esteemed Fu Yi, who was actually one of the elders of Myriad Dao Academy. Since no agreement has been reached, I will first lock a hen on Little Peng Lai. If there is really an evil qi cultivator that had sneaked into Myriad Dao Academy in order to frame this sect's disciples, even killing people in full view of the public, it must not be underestimated. After that, esteemed Fu Yi asked Yan Tianan, do you have any objections? Yan Tianan replied, none. Esteemed Fu Yi then looked at Wan Liao. What about you? Wan Liao arched his hand and said, I heard that Little Peng Lai is the residence of Warong's Sword Venerable in Myriad Dao Academy. The relationship between Warong's Sword Venerable and Prince Yi is well known. It's no secret. In order to avoid suspicion, please ask the elder to change a place so that nobody will misunderstand the good intentions of Warong's Sword Venerable and the elder. Esteemed Fu Yi rolled his eyes and said to Sword Saint Tianshu, you should find a more suitable place, so as to block the mouths of gossipers. Sword Saint Tianshu said, under the celestial cliff, there is a secret chamber especially made to suppress one's cultivation. You might as well put a hen there, which can also suppress his cultivation for the time being, so as to avoid any more accidents and prevent people from suspecting him any further. Lin Xuanji said coldly, I've been to that place before. It's very cold and humid with violent storms every day. Sword Saint Tianshu replied, the outside is indeed like that, but it's calm inside. Yan Tianan stared at Sword Saint Tianshu and said, in that case, I'll go to the celestial cliff. Sword Saint Tianshu nodded and turned to Wan Liao. I wonder if you have any other objections. Naturally, it is fair. Wan Liao remarked. Since Wan Liao spoke, others naturally had no opinion. Yan Tianan held his head high and marched toward Little Peng Lai with Lin Xuanji. Behind him, there was a mess of people crying bitterly and despairing. Under the celestial cliff, in the secret chamber, there was no light anywhere, and there was no spiritual qi at all. After entering, it seemed to be in another world. Although this secret chamber wasn't small, one couldn't use any spiritual qi, and they also couldn't see the outside world. There was no distinction between day and night in this place. Fortunately, Yan Tianan's state of mind was already very firm, so he just sat cross-legged and kept meditating. He seemed to have returned to the spirit sect from 10,000 years ago, thinking about Daozu's words as he tried to find a method to destroy evil qi cultivators. Only evil qi cultivators can kill other evil qi cultivators. This was the method Daozu used 10,000 years ago. But history had proven that the evil qi cultivators hadn't been completely annihilated. They were simply sealed for the time being, just waiting for the day when they would break through the seal again and make a comeback. But what was the true cause of Daozu's death? Was it really because he passed on his entire cultivation to Ling Yu? However, Daozu was already half a step into the immortal realm. Even if all the world's evil qi cultivators joined hands to fight him, they still wouldn't be his match at all. It might have been possible to destroy the evil qi cultivators completely if Daozu did it himself. So why did he have to choose Ling Yu? Yan Tianan always felt that he had overlooked something. There was no day or night. Yan Tianan opened his eyes, and his thoughts were somewhat erratic. Outside, Wan Yidong kicked open the door, his face frosty as he marched in. Several servants tried to stop him, but they all withdrew after being waved away by the owner of the house. Wan Yidong drew out his sword. Pointing to Wan Liao, who was sitting in a chair and enjoying tea and flowers, he angrily said, Wan Liao, you really aren't anything good. How did my Shidi offend you? You took the lead in framing him. Wan Liao took a sip of tea, then leisurely put down the teacup. He looked at Wan Yidong. I thought your junior martial brother was very powerful. But when I met him, I found that he was just a little thing who couldn't even protect himself. To point your sword at your elder brother Wan Yidong, were all your previous manners eaten by dogs? Wan Yidong said bitterly, not only will I point my sword at you, but I'll also chop you. Then Wan Yidong lunged at Wan Liao's head. A purple bamboo flute slipped out between Wan Liao's fingers, blocking the sharp sword with a sound. When he turned the flute gently and used his backhand again, the flute suddenly sang out. Chapter 749. Getting restless. A breeze pushed Wan Yidong back several steps. Ah Tong, your temper is getting worse and worse. Wan Liao shook his head. But unfortunately, your skill hasn't improved. You are a descendant of the Wan clan. You were born to control music and law, but just because of a man, you don't even want your ancestors anymore. You really disappoint me. Wan Liao was a peerless genius of the Wan family. His cultivation today had already far surpassed Wan Yidong's, so Wan Yidong naturally couldn't get the upper hand when fighting Wan Liao. Wan Yidong simply stopped attacking, sat in a chair, and snorted coldly. None of your business. How is it none of my business? During these years when I've been in secluded cultivation, you've been chasing after a wild man outside. It's one thing for you to forget our family, but you even want to break away from the family for his sake. You've really grown wings now. You do whatever you want. This is not good. Wan Yidong glared at Wan Liao and said, the Wan family, I've had enough of it. You've even had enough of me, your older brother. Wan Liao looked at Wan Yidong calmly. If you dare to nod or say yes, you will see Bei Shishin's decapitated corpse first thing tomorrow. Wan Yidong forcibly swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. Wan Liao had always been a man who kept his word. Since he was a child, he was a madman. So Wan Yidong stubbornly expressed his resistance with his eyes. As if he hadn't seen it, Wan Liao said nonchalantly, I'll let bygones be bygones. It's your business what trouble you make and what decisions you make, but you can never leave the Wan family. Wan Yidong stood up and slapped a hand on the table. Why? Just because you are my younger brother. I will never allow you to leave the Wan family. When Wan Yidong wanted to refute that, he heard Wan Liao say, you must have a family that can legitimately stand behind you and protect you, so that no matter which land you set foot on in the 9 lands, I, Wan Liao, will have a justified excuse to protect you from thousands of miles away. Wan Yidong was stunned. He just stared at Wan Liao blankly and couldn't speak for a while. Wan Liao eventually said, speak. Wan Yidong said with difficulty, I'm with Bei Shishin now. Wan Yidong said, I didn't worry about that. The main reason is that Bei Shishin really accept the Wan family. Wan Liao. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. After a moment, Wan Liao said, it's understandable to take revenge. The cultivation world is like this. The fist of the strong is much more powerful than that of the weak. But Ah Tong, if you can really watch him kill and destroy the Wan family, and remain indifferent while continuing to be with him without any objection, I will despise you. Wan Yixing couldn't help smiling bitterly. Brother, you really think highly of me. I can't be completely indifferent. Bei Shishin said at that time that if I severed all ties with the Wan family, he was willing to give up the hatred of his clan. At that time, Bei Shishin said to him with red eyes, Wan Yidong, I give up. He said, leave the Wan family, and I will not take revenge. Wan Yidong cried and said yes. Now that he thought about it, Wan Yidong was still suffering in his heart. Bei Shishin survived solely for the sake of revenge, but for him, Bei Shishin's beliefs collapsed. For days and nights, Bei Shishin sat on top of a mountain without speaking to him. Until Wan Yidong returned to the Wan family, erased his name from the family tree and was expelled, Bei Shishin finally walked out of his disappointment. Was he willing? Wan Liao couldn't believe it. He was afraid that Bei Shishin tricked Wan Yidong. Bei Shishin said that since he had made this decision, he was already willing. Wan Yidong sighed. If he doesn't give up, it's impossible for me and him to be together in this life. He can't resist me. Wan Liao was silent for a moment and said, that's also good. As long as Wan Yidong was okay, everything was good. Wan Yidong breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wan Liao, elder brother, I didn't mean to fight against my family, but the matter of evil chi cultivators is really important. My master used the astrology platform to deduce fate a few days ago. I don't know how much effort he spent. The results he divined are all catastrophic. In order not to cause unrest in the 9 lands, few people know about this. And even if Yan Tianan cultivated evil qi, he would never kill people with evil qi. Moreover, evil qi cultivators understand other evil qi cultivators the best. If we lock him up, we will suffer a great loss. Wan Liao narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Yidong. As for the matter of Yan Tianan, you don't have to worry about it for the time being. He is bound to be locked up, so we have to wait for the evil qi cultivators' next move. Wan Yidong was at a loss. Why? Wan Liao narrowed his eyes. That Warong sword venerable really is incredible. News that Yan Tianan killed people with evil qi in Myriad Dao Academy soon spread throughout the 9 lands. When the news reached the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, the emperor was so furious that he decided to abolish Yan Tianan's position as the second heir and announced it to the whole world, denouncing that Yan Tianan was disrespectful and unworthy of children and grandchildren. He also ordered him to be sent back to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital after taking the pill to cripple his own cultivation, where he'd then be imprisoned for 50 years without leaving the dungeon. This order was to be executed on the same day, and the emperor made it clear that he would completely cut off any of Yan Tianan's future roads. King Yi and his consort, who had been staying put in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, went to see the emperor that day. However, the emperor couldn't see anyone anyway because his wife was going to give birth. Shit, what the hell is that good father of yours doing? Yu Ming was so angry that he shook the things on the table and jumped with anger. Did something kick his brain? Even Myriad Dao Academy had no direct evidence that my family's Ah Hen killed those people with evil qi. How dare he? Is he old and confused? King Yi's face was grave. He pulled the jumping Yu Ming and said, I'll let Zan Wush release them first and protect Ah Hen. Since the father's imperial edict has been issued, in a few days, those black and white crow guards who went to get Yan Tianan will arrive at the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Yu Ming turned pale. No, it's a big mistake. Everything seems to have been calculated in advance. They just want to find an excuse to claim that Ah Hen cultivated evil qi and killed people. No matter whether he killed them or not, the people here will know as soon as possible, and then send out the prepared imperial edict. Someone is behind this, manipulating everything. Yan Zhonghua said, I already suspected this before, but we still didn't find out who was in charge of everything. If it is really Tu Feng, he would really be too incredible. With Jing Shui giving birth, isn't it too coincidental? Yu Ming frowned. Just then, a servant hurried in and said a few words carefully in front of Yan Zhonghua. Yan Zhonghua's eyes narrowed slightly and said, Take her to Wudong Garden. Don't let others see her. Yes, my lord, why did she come to us for shelter? Yu Ming asked after the servant left. Yan Zhonghua said, There must be something major. Otherwise, she could have just gone to her elder sister directly. Let's go and have a look. Wudong Garden was an abandoned courtyard, half of which had not been visited. It hadn't been cleaned for years, and a thick layer of leaves had fallen inside. Princess Yuqing stood stiffly, and the look in her eyes seemed unbearable. Seeing Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming, her white face finally had a color of trust. Princess Yuqing, Yan Zhonghua greeted. King Yi, I have something important to tell you. Princess Yuqing took a deep breath. She made great efforts and finally decided to betray her only sister. Princess Yuqing said, My sister, Imperial concubine Jing Shui, colluded with an evil qi cultivator. Moreover, they have decided to give birth to a child once Yan Tianan's position for the throne has been abolished, so that the child can replace Ah Hen's position and become the rightful successor of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Yu Ming didn't change his expression when he asked, How do you know? Princess Yuqing was about to cry. I hid behind the curtain in my sister's bedroom that day, and I accidentally saw and heard it. That evil qi cultivator was so scary. He originally wanted to kill me. It was my sister who begged him to let me go, and only then did he stop. I don't want my sister to be with such people anymore. My sister has changed a lot. She wasn't like this before. In the past, Jing Shui was gentle and virtuous. Although they were poor, they always had each other. Until they came here, Jing Shui was deeply loved by the emperor, so Yuqing's status also rose as Jing Shui gained favor. She became a princess who could control wind and rain. But Jing Shui would even scheme her own child. When Yuqing faced Jing Shui right now, she felt more afraid than anything else. Yan Zhonghua asked slowly, Can you see the emperor? Yuqing clenched her fist. The emperor was fed evil GU as early as a few years ago, but it was ineffective at first. It wasn't until he accumulated more over time that he was finally killed. He's now completely controlled. The current emperor is just a puppet. In fact, all the instructions he sent out are controlled by my sister behind his back. Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming looked at each other quickly. The last time they saw the emperor, they felt that he had some problems, but they couldn't say where the problems were. When Yu Qing explained it, they suddenly realized that the emperor's temperament had changed a lot. If that was truly the case, I'll send a message to Zhan Wush first, and have him keep an eye on Ah Hen. Yu Ming's face changed suddenly, and the note in his hand disappeared instantly. They will definitely attack Ah Hen early. Yan Zhonghua looked down and said to Princess Yu Qing, please stay here for the time being. Don't leave. No. Princess Yu Qing took a deep breath. I'd better go back to the palace first. If my elder sister finds out that I'm gone, she will be suspicious, and the first one she suspects will be you. Yan Zhonghua looked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing smiled sadly. I know I am not a good person, but I truly like Ah Hen a lot. What's more, that evil Qi cultivator is so cruel. If the 9 lands fell into his hands, I will not have a good life in the future. I can't mess things up right now. Yan Zhonghua asked her to stay here because he was afraid of what Yu Qing would reveal after her return, but it was a relief to hear her say this. Naturally, it would be easier to confuse the enemy if she returned. It would let the enemy believe everything was still under control. Chapter 750. Luring the enemy away. He just didn't expect that Yu Qing, who usually had a bad reputation, would actually have a heroine spirit at a critical moment. Yan Zhonghua responded, okay. Thank you for telling us about this matter. I will protect your safety at all costs. Yu Qing said, I just hope that you let my elder sister live when she is tried in the future. Yan Zhonghua replied, this matter is for the future. Yu Qing sighed with a little disappointment but didn't say anything else. She secretly left again. Yan Zhonghua's eyes darkened, and he gazed up at the clouds in the air. He held a tiger tally in his hand and made a hand seal. This tiger tally gradually rose into the air, with streaks of golden light moving around it. Demon generals, obey my command. In the name of Yu Ming, I order you to attack Northern Liang immediately. Kill Tu Feng and trap him inside Northern Liang City, so that he cannot take a single step outside. When he finished the last word, the tiger tally immediately combusted, burning into ashes. In the darkness, simultaneous replies of, yes could be heard. Click. The door was opened from the outside. A ray of light came from the outside, hitting Yan Tianan's face and blinding him. Yan Tianan opened his eyes and looked towards the door. He was a little disappointed when he saw that the visitor was Sword Saint Tianshu. However, there were several unfamiliar people following Sword Saint Tianshu. Yan Tianan's heart skipped a beat when he saw those people's clothes. They were dressed in the uniforms of the Black and White Crow Guards. And it was the outfits worn only by the leaders. The leader of the Black Crow Guard sized up Yan Tianan. Long time no see, Prince Yi. How are you? Yan Tianan asked, what are you doing here? The Black Crow Guard's leader smiled. We're on imperial orders to give your highness some food. The leader of the White Crow Guard interrupted coldly, why are you wasting your time? Hurry up and have him take the pill, so that we can report back as soon as possible. Yan Tianan frowned. What pill? The Black Crow Guard leader answered with a smile. The venerated emperor has sent down an imperial decree and has voided your status as the second successor of the Qianyuan dynasty. After crippling your cultivation, we'll escort you back to the royal heavenly capital for trial. Yan Tianan looked at the two of them coldly. Why? Lost your patience so quickly? Faced with the Black Crow Guard's arrogant laughter, Yan Tianhan simply said calmly, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this room alive? The Black Crow Guard responded, are you still waiting for Lin Xuanji to save you? To tell you the truth, he won't have time to worry about you today. The entire ethereal city will be plunged into chaos soon. He's too busy saving people right now. Yan Tianan furrowed his brows. What have you done? My only mission is to kill you. As for other matters, naturally, there are other people taking care of those. The Black Crow Guard curled his lips. Just as he was ready to stuff that pill into Yan Tianan's mouth, he heard Sword Saint Tianshu speak up. Wait, didn't you say before that it's enough to just cripple his cultivation? Sword Saint Tianshu frowned as he came forward. If he dies here, our Myriad Dao Academy won't be able to give an explanation. The Black Crow Guard glanced at Sword Saint Tianshu. You still care about Myriad Dao Academy? The Lord is about to control the entire 9 lands. In a few days, Myriad Dao Academy will cease to exist. When that happens, who will have the time to investigate your dereliction of duty? Yan Tianan suddenly looked up at Sword Saint Tianshu. Sword Saint Tianshu avoided Yan Tianan's gaze. This is different from what we agreed upon at the beginning. The Black Crow Guard said, you work for the Lord. Your everything should belong to the Lord. Why are you still trying to negotiate terms? You lack awareness about such a simple thing. No wonder you can't handle major missions. Sword Saint Tianshu looked at the Black Crow Guard icily. Lin Xuanji and the East Empress, neither of them can be easily provoked. Demon Venerable Yu Ming and King Yi Yan Zonghua also have both power and status. They have countless capable subordinates. You are harming me with this, the Black Crow Guard sneered. Wrong, Chaoshi, don't tell me you've had a change of mind. It's too late to regret it right now. Don't forget that the survival of your sweetheart depends entirely on the Lord. Sword Saint Tianshu's expression suddenly changed a few times. He clenched his fist harshly. After a moment, he said, do whatever you want. You do it. The White Crow Guard narrowed his eyes and told the Black Crow Guard, give Rong Chaoshi the pill. Since he isn't willing, this is the time to prove his loyalty to the Lord. The Black Crow Guard gave a hearty laugh, then walked towards Sword Saint Tianshu and threw the pill to him. That really is a good idea. You have a soft spot for him and don't want to kill him yourself, so I'll do precisely the opposite and make you dirty your hands. Sword Saint Tianshu glared at him coldly. Are you crazy? The Black Crow Guard warned, if you don't do it. Hee hee. Sword Saint Tianshu picked up the pill. Yan Tianan suddenly spoke up, Sword Saint Tianshu, Rong Zishui once told me what happened between you and that elder brother of yours. Sword Saint Tianshu's hand suddenly shook. If he could save the past you, who was helpless, weak, and bullied, then you should know what kind of person he is. Yan Tianan looked at Sword Saint Tianshu, who was approaching him step by step, and raised his voice, he won't want to see you become what you are now. Besides, the dead cannot come back to life. Even if you use a secret technique to resurrect him, he definitely won't be the beloved whom you missed so dearly. Don't be deceived by scheming people. From the moment that Sword Saint Tianshu insisted that Yan Tianan was the murderer, Yan Tianan realized that there was definitely something wrong with Sword Saint Tianshu. He was already mentally prepared, but he never could have guessed that Sword Saint Tianshu would actually collude with evil chi cultivators and harm him. This was not the Sword Saint Tianshu he knew. He never even suspected Sword Saint Tianshu before this. While Yan Tianhan was thinking, Tianshu was already standing in front of him. Yan Tianan lost all his cultivation while inside this secret chamber. He wouldn't be a match for anyone who walked into this room. So he simply showed his attitude and didn't put up violent resistance. Tianshu stared at Yan Tianan. You are not him. Don't guess what he will think. There's one thing that I'm afraid Rong Zishui didn't tell you, because not even he knows this. To me, Rong Kai wasn't merely a benefactor and an elder brother. That pill could kill someone as soon as they swallowed it, even the person with the highest Dao attainments in the world. Tianshu held the pitch-black pill in front of him and smiled. His other hand pinched Yan Tianan's chin as he leaned over and whispered, Rong Kai was my husband, my lover, my Dao companion. If Lin Xuanji died one day, won't you also try any means to revive him? The pill was firmly stuffed into Yan Tianan's mouth. Yan Tianan had already swallowed it before he could even struggle. Instantly, he felt pain throughout his entire stomach, but this kind of pain didn't last too long. His entire body became numb, his thoughts suddenly slowed, and he couldn't even focus his sight anymore. His breathing also gradually slowed. Death was approaching. In the time it took to drink 1 cup of tea, Yan Tianan's head tilted, and he fell to the ground, dead. The White Crow Guard's leader came up and felt Yan Tianan's pulse, then scanned the vitality of the spiritual qi inside his Dantian qi si. After a moment, he said expressionlessly, he's dead. The Black Crow Guard said happily, we've finally resolved major trouble. Let's return quickly and report. The White Crow Guard nodded. Before he left, he said to Sword Saint Tianshu, I will report your accomplishment to the Lord. Sword Saint Tianshu replied, okay. After the Black and White Crow Guards left, they immediately sent a message to the Royal Heavenly Capital. Inside the Royal Heavenly Capital's palace, a talisman that was moving too fast for the naked eye to catch flew into the hands of Imperial Consort Jing Shui, who was sitting in the hall while hugging her child with one hand. At this time, she should be called Empress Jing Shui. Empress Jing Shui crushed the talisman, and the secret message traveled into her ears. Yan Tianan has already been killed, and the plan can advance to the next phase. Yan Tianan died easily and smoothly. Empress Jing Shui revealed a confident smile and puffed out her chest. Her fingers gently pinched the face of the baby who was fast asleep in her arms. Servants. The chief steward who had originally been serving the emperor walked over. What instructions does your majesty have? Empress Jing Shui ordered. Ring the funeral bell and announce to the 9 lands that the second-ranked successor has died. The venerable emperor has issued an imperial edict. From now on, my son Yan Ming will take his place as the chosen son of heaven and become the Qianyuan dynasty's second successor. The chief steward glanced at the emperor who was sitting behind Empress Jing Shui. The emperor's eyes were dull, and his face was expressionless. The chief steward lowered his head. Yes. Empress Jing Shui curled her lips. Tell the deputy leaders of the Black and White Crow Guards to come. Not long after, all the deputy leaders of the Black and White Crow Guards arrived one after another. Empress Jing Shui looked at the row of subordinates kneeling below and ordered, from now on, you will lead troops and guard King Yi's palace. If he dares to make a move, immediately arrest him for conspiracy. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Yes. After arranging everything, Empress Jing Shui looked at the emperor sitting beside her, who had completely become a puppet. She couldn't help breaking into laughter and saying, in the end, your Yan family's empire still must be handed over to outsiders. But don't worry, I will take care of your empire for you from now on, old bastard. You should smile as you make your way to the afterlife in Ethereal City. The purple evil chi seeping out from heaven's whale gradually turned into evil spirits and spread wantonly throughout the city. Myriad Dao Academy's elders and visitors from all parts of the 9 lands rushed out to fight with the swarms of evil spirits that covered the sky and ground. They tried to form arrays to mend the cracks in the sky and earth. For a while, all kinds of Taoist techniques flew together, miserable howls were everywhere, and the earth shook from the attacks. The scene became a chaotic battle. Because the visitors who came here were all powerful people who ruled their respective sects or families, they were more skilled at destroying evil spirits than the people inside the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. However, there were too many evil spirits, and there was no end to them. The Black and White Crow Guards leaders flew over Ethereal City, overlooking the chaotic fighting below. They couldn't help feeling very satisfied. Master is truly skilled. The leader of the Black Crow Guard looked down in admiration. He predicted everything. I thought it would take much more to kill Yan Tianan, but who would have thought that a simple move like luring the enemy away would allow me to reach an unprotected Yan Tianan and kill him? Really? A light chuckle sounded from beside his ear. Before the Black Crow Guard's leader could react, a cold and fierce sword light flashed, and he was stabbed through the chest from behind. Chapter 751. Reinforcements descend. The leader of the White Crow Guard suddenly sent an attack behind him. He watched in disbelief as Lin Xuanji wielded Zij. When Lin Xuanji killed someone, he would never use 2 moves if he could deal with someone in one. The Black Crow Guard's leader, on the other hand, didn't even have time to see his killer's identity before he fell to the ground and became a corpse. Lin Xuanji pushed aside the White Crow Guard's sudden counterattack, and before the latter could react, Lin Xuanji's sword had already sliced his neck, as fast as lightning. Only before his death did the White Crow Guard truly realize why everyone called Warong's sword immortal, the light of Taoism, when he first entered the 9 lands. Even though he saw Lin Xuanji's attack and his brain had already issued orders for his body to retreat quickly, his 4 limbs couldn't keep up with the speed of his eyes and brain at all. Blood splashed 3 feet into the air. The battle was over. Lin Xuanji stood in the air and said coldly as he looked at the White Crow Guard who had fallen to the ground. You overestimate yourself. Your Highness, it's terrible. The chief manager of King Yi's palace hurriedly ran in. When he saw Yan Zhonghua, he suddenly knelt on the ground and said tearfully, just now, Myriad Dao Academy sent news that the prince actually killed himself to apologize for his crimes, and has died. Yu Ming froze in shock at first. The blood all over his body turned cold, then all rushed towards his brain at once. What did you say? What the fuck kind of nonsense are you talking about? How can Ah Hen apologize for his crimes with his life? What crime does he have? What happened to Ah Hen? What in the world happened to him? Prince is already dead, the manager cried. Yu Ming's legs turned soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yan Zhonghua caught him from behind. Yu Ming had been feeling apprehensive and anxious all day for fear that something might happen to Yan Tianan while he was inside Myriad Dao Academy. However, at this time, his worst fear actually came true. Impossible. The news must be mistaken. Something must be wrong with the information, Yu Ming roared. Yan Zhonghua asked coldly, who did this news come from? The old manager answered tearfully, Myriad Dao Academy's sword Saint Tianshu. Right this second, they heard the sound of the funeral bell from a distance. Dong dong dong, Yu Ming cursed. Bullshit. Both of his hands were already filled with dark flames, and he looked ready to rush out while cursing. I'm going to dismember that bitch into 10,000 pieces. The manager persuaded. Consort, our palace has already been surrounded by the black and white crow guards. If you go out like this, you'll walk right into their trap and throw your life away. Aha, throw my life away. Flames of hatred danced in Yu Ming's eyes. I'd like to see just who is the one throwing his life away. With a boom, the gate of the palace was kicked open from the inside. The black and white crow guards who had brazenly surrounded the palace were suddenly pushed back by boundless spiritual chi and crashed into each other. When a deputy of the black crow guard saw this, he immediately took out his weapon and pointed it at Yu Ming. King Yi's consort, don't be impudent, or else we will kill everyone without mercy. We won't be polite. Yu Ming laughed madly. He raised his hand, and a whip of flames wrapped itself around the deputy black crow guard leader's neck. Yu Ming said sternly, I advise you, by all means, please don't be polite. Just like that, a severed head fell to the ground. After an instant of stunned silence, the ambushers cried, kill him. A great battle was imminent. Yu Ming was one of the demon realm's 3 great demon venerables. Although he hadn't lived in the demon world for many years and didn't even show his face, he still had his own demon palace, along with his own demon generals and soldiers. The fact that he could make the demon clans bow down and serve him despite his identity as King Yi's consort was already enough to prove just how terrifying his cultivation was. It's just that usually, Yu Ming didn't like to show off excessively and also followed Yan Zhonghua all day, looking like he was obedient to Yan Zhonghua's every word. Gradually, this made people mistakenly believe that his cultivation was nothing much, and his reputation was exaggerated. However, this impression was about to be completely overturned today. The black and white crow guards, who were called the top shadow guards in the world, could do nothing more than take a beating in the face of Yu Ming, who had recovered the peak of his power. After a stalemate for an hour, the wide road in front of King Yi's palace was already covered with a layer of corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and torn limbs piled up quickly. Empress Jing Shui, who was staying in her palace feeling confident about the effortless victory, was suddenly angered by the news that Yu Ming had killed almost 1/3 of the entire black and white crow guards. She sent all the imperial guards as reinforcements. Yu Ming killed every time he clawed at someone. He seemed to have killed so much that his eyes became bloodshot, while Yan Zhonghua just stood behind him and protected him when people launched a sneak attack on Yu Ming. Before long, a large array descended from the sky. Yan Zhonghua slapped out a palm and destroyed a corner of the array. However, this large array that had been refined by dozens of people had already covered the entire King Yi's palace. An array master stood high in the air and sneered confidently, I'd like to see whether you can break out of my demon-subduing array. After saying that, the array masters cast spells at once and activated the array they had placed down long before this, while thousands of archers on the outer layer heard an order and sent thousands of arrows imbued with Taoist attacks towards the 2 people inside the array, trying to kill them in one stroke. Silver-green streaks from the large array rushed towards Yu Ming, first trapping both his feet, then going up to his waist and shoulders. Just when it would completely imprison him, a group of people attacking 2 people. Can you still have some shame? To think you don't even feel ashamed when saying this, son. If you dare to learn from them in the future, your dad will break your dog legs. At the same time as this voice, several brilliant and vibrant talismans streaked forward. They quickly surrounded the array and instantly isolated the spiritual chi around the array. Even arrays required spiritual chi to achieve the desired effect. All the spiritual chi in King Yi's palace was blocked by talismans, so the array was naturally rendered useless for a while. Yu Ming broke out from the array's shackles and waved his sleeve, arriving in front of the chief array master in an instant. He stretched out his left hand and crushed the array master's neck with a crack. Dad, even if you break my legs still won't be dog legs. The youth standing next to Yuan Tianwen had a taut face as he rolled his eyes at Duan Yuyong, who was throwing out explosive talismans left and right. Duan Yuyong just laughed. Foolish son, it's fine if you know what it means. What are you nitpicking for? Yuan Chuang. Yan Zhonghua looked at Duan Yuyong. You've come in time. Duan Yuyong waved his hand. I've been lying in ambush around here for a long time, just waiting for the chance to appear at a critical moment. The items in the 9 lands are too expensive. I can't miss this opportunity to become famous and show off my products. Yan Zhonghua's lips twitched. Duan Yuyong looked at Yu Ming, who was still slaughtering enemies everywhere. You're not going to help him. Yan Zhonghua shook his head. From beginning to end, I've kept Ah Hen's matter from him, so just let him vent first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be the one being violently beaten in the future. Duan Yuyong. The archers fired their arrows in turn, but suddenly dark clouds pressed on the sky, and war drums and thunder sounded. Thousands of demons appeared under the leadership of the demon generals with imposing momentum. They fought these archers. The 4 demon generals under Yu Ming knelt in front of him and said in unison, "Demon Venerable, please forgive your subordinates for arriving late." Yu Ming pointed to the enemies. "Kill them for this, Venerable. Show no mercy for those who refuse to surrender." Yu Ming retreated and destroyed the array. Yan Zhonghua came to his side. "Ah Hen, he's still alive and didn't die, I know. I guessed that." Yu Ming kicked Yan Zhonghua. "I'll remember this and settle this with you later." Yan Zhonghua smiled. "How did you know?" Yu Ming rolled his eyes. "If Ah Hen really is dead, you would never be so calm. Is it fun to watch me make a joke of myself? What kind of stupid plan are you guys thinking? Tell Laozi truthfully." Right then, a soldier in armor hurried to Yan Zhonghua. "Reporting to your majesty, the royal heavenly capital has been completely subdued. All 20,000 rebels outside the city have been ambushed and killed." Yan Zhonghua was stunned. "How can it be so fast?" The soldier's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. 2 people descended from the sky. One of them held a brush that cut the throats of thousands of rebel soldiers with a single wave. The other one is a divine phoenix. He burned the rebel army to ashes. The rebels retreated in defeat and directly surrendered. Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua looked at each other and both showed surprised expressions. "Uses a brush." Duan Yuyong raised a brow and walked forward. "Is he a white-haired man dressed in purple with a clean and handsome face, but you get the urge to beat him as soon as he opens his mouth?" That soldier hurriedly nodded. That's right. Does this immortal gentleman know them? They've helped us greatly." Duan Yuyong suddenly became excited and shook his fist. "Truly great. I didn't expect to still see old friends, even after thousands of years. This world really is full of happy events." Yuan Tianwen was confused. "Who is that? Why don't I remember him?" Duan Yuyong answered, "The world calls him Gentleman Jinghua. He died in the Great Immortal Demon War 10,000 years ago. Later, he experienced 81 reincarnations and was finally able to return to the 9 lands. Then, after he sealed the Divine Devil a few thousand years ago, he went all over the world to look for the scattered souls of the phoenix who died. Looks like he must have found him." Yuan Tianwen asked in shock, "Gentleman Jinghua? Isn't this the name of the previous Phoenix Empress?" Duan Yuyong nodded. "That's him, and that phoenix should be the Divine Phoenix, Feng Jushao. To think they've returned. The heavens really are generous." "That's right." The white-haired purple-robed Master Jinghua descended from the sky, followed by a man whose face was 70% similar to Feng Jingyu but looked more brilliant. Gentleman Jinghua studied Duan Yuyong and raised an eyebrow. "To think that you're still alive, truly surprising." Duan Yuyong tilted his head. "To think that you can collect all of Feng Jushao's souls and spirits. That's truly a surprise as well." Jinghua smiled. "It's been 10,000 years. No difficulty is insurmountable if one is sincere. Eventually, I'll find them all." The two looked at each other and smiled. Everyone else. What just happened? Chapter 752, Conclusion. Myriad Dao Academy. When Yan Tianan opened his eyes, he subconsciously believed that he was currently in soul form, but unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his hand, he bumped into the side of the bed and couldn't help gasping. "What did I say before? I already switched out that pill a long time ago. He simply looks dead, but in reality, that pill is harmless. Look, he's already awake now." Tianshu's sword saint gave Yan Tianan's forehead a knock. "You really can sleep. You've been sleeping for 2 days. If you didn't wake up soon, Warong would have killed me to avenge you." Yan Tianan stared blankly at Lin Xuanji and the East Sovereign, who were hurrying over. Esteemed Lan Yu was also there. Even Wan Liao, the one who always opposed him every step of the way, was in the room. However, he was sitting a little farther away from Yan Tianan. When he saw these people, although Yan Tianan didn't understand everything yet, he still inferred the gist of their plan. Lin Xuanji studied Yan Tianan and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you're all right. You really scared Dage to death." Yan Tianan calmed down. "What's going on? I vaguely remember that Sword Saint Tianshu and Tu Feng were on the same side." Tianshu Sword Saint smiled. "If I really was on his side, you would actually be dead by now." Lin Xuanji nodded. "It's a long story," Yan Tianan said, Then make a long story short. Anyhow, this involved me directly. After being schemed by you all for so long, don't I at least deserve to know the truth? The East Sovereign said, Warong, you stay here with Ah Hen for the time being. Your dad and I have to deal with other matters. Lin Xuanji said, we inflicted a major defeat on Tu Feng this time, and he lost a great number of his forces. He's bound to make other big moves. We should be careful. We've already caught a lot of the spies he buried all over the 9 lands. Even if Tu Feng makes another move, he's unlikely to use trickery or scheme from behind the scenes anymore, the East Sovereign lightly remarked. Wan Liao also stood up. I will also leave with him. We'll take advantage of the momentum and pursue him. Yan Tianan watched Wan Liao and his party leave. He asked in confusion, didn't he oppose me at every step? How come he was staying here? Esteemed Lan Yu answered, Ah Tong refused to let him leave no matter what, so he could only stay until you woke up. Yan Tianan glared at Lin Xuanji bitterly. Lin Xuanji also felt guilty. He rubbed Yan Tianan's head. At first, we noticed that Imperial concubine Jing Shui had controlled the Emperor, so we knew that she must have a complete set of backup plans. We guessed that she would be most likely to launch her plan during the conference at Myriad Dao Academy. And from the start, Tianshu Sword Saint was a hidden piece we buried by Tu Feng's side. It's just that he didn't know the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes until recently. Ever since someone spread rumors that you harbored malicious intentions and were cultivating evil qi in order to take over the 9 lands, we've noticed that those people want to start with you. Sure enough, there was someone who took the lead to find trouble for you during this anti-evil spirit conference. Lin Xuanji and Sword Saint Tianshu exchanged a glance. Although we didn't know what method they'd use to deal with you, we made preparations to pretend to go along with their plan. Another evil qi cultivator was indeed lying in ambush inside Myriad Dao Academy. While you were being framed, we had already seized that offender. The Black and White Crow guards are loyal to Imperial concubine Jing Shui. As soon as this happened to you, she made a big move at the Royal Heavenly Capital. So we simply used your death to make them let their guard down and put their plan into action. After you died, Jing Shui announced that her son will take your place and become the Qianyuan dynasty's crown prince. Yan Tianan suddenly understood, then asked, how's the situation at the Royal Heavenly Capital? Are my parents all right? Lin Xuanji reassured, with the help of Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyang, King Yi has already taken control of the overall situation at the Royal Heavenly Capital, but Jing Shui escaped with her son. We failed to catch her. Moreover, the Emperor has been seriously injured and has passed away. Yan Tianan sighed in relief. That's good. Although the Emperor was related to him by blood, in fact, they weren't close at all. Still, Yan Tianan felt a little sad. However, his parents were still all right, which was a blessing amidst all this misfortune. Yan Tianan looked at Sword Saint Tianshu and blinked at him a few times. I thought you truly wanted to kill me. You really scared me to death. Tianshu pretended to be sad. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Yan Tianan said, after all, Tu Feng gave such a tempting offer. If it were me, I also wouldn't know what to choose. Tianshu first paused, then gave a small smile. You'd know what to choose. You were right. Ever since Rong Kai saved me, I already knew what kind of person he was and what kind of person he wanted me to become. He taught me so much. How can I make him restless after death? He never planned to bring Rong Kai back from the grave. Rong Kai was buried and at peace. His beloved was already sleeping quietly underground. Yan Tianan admired Sword Saint Tianshu. He once thought that if the two of them really did switch places, he really wouldn't be able to give up his loved one so calmly. However, it was precisely the existence of virtuous people like Sword Saint Tianshu that enabled Myriad Dao Academy to stand for thousands of years and raise so many amazing talents for the 9 lands. The evil qi cultivators are bound to make another move. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. Tu Feng lost so quickly this time because he underestimated us and was too confident in himself. According to my guess, I'm afraid he will make a big move in the future. Yan Tianan nodded with worry. What worries me most now is that we don't know anything about him, but he seems to know everything about us. We can't even guess at the extent of his strength or his future actions. Lin Xuanji said, let's stabilize the situation first, then see what tricks he can still play. In any case, we will deal with anything he throws at us, but we must not sit around and wait for death. However, we should be able to rest for a while now. From Tu Feng's actions, he wanted to control the 9 lands by using the child Jing Shui gave birth to. He was trying to avoid conflict with the entire 9 lands, so I can infer that his current cultivation hasn't recovered to his peak strength yet. At least, he can't compare to Yushin Lingyu in his heyday. When mentioning Yushin Lingyu, Lin Xuanji curled his lips meaningfully at Yan Tianan, who also smiled. Of course not. After all, Yushin Lingyu inherited half of Dao Zi's cultivation back then. Lin Xuanji said, "Sometime later, I'll find a way to enter the evil spirit array." Among the 12 evil spirit temples, there's an evil spirit array with the highest rank. Not many people have entered it before, and no one can tell what's inside it. They only learned from Zan Jushao, who had become an infant spirit, that this evil spirit array was most likely connected to the great immortal demon war of ancient times. It was very likely that he'd be able to find out about the truth regarding what happened 10,000 years ago, so Lin Xuanji was bound to enter and take a look at it anyways. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Xuanji, but also Yan Tianan who was very interested in the past. However, they didn't know how long it would take. The 9 lands were in turmoil right now, and evil chi cultivators might make a comeback soon. The 9 lands came first. Yan Tianan said, "When things calm down and we have time to see it, I'll enter with you." Lin Xuanji said with a smile, "Naturally." Northern Liang City, North Land. Northern Liang City, which was originally quite prosperous, had completely turned into an abandoned city. There was blood and scorched earth everywhere, and flames that hadn't been extinguished yet were still burning in clusters. The residents of the city had left long before the war began. The sky was still dark and gloomy, and the purple evil chi seemed like it wanted to completely destroy the city. Which direction did he escape in? Feng Jingyu couldn't find Tu Feng anywhere. For a moment, he stamped his feet beside Ling Chigu. Ling Chigu took Feng Jingyu's hand and looked around. "Take it easy, he has already been hurt by your phoenix fire. Even if he runs away, he'll still need time to recover." Feng Jingyu said gravely, "If we let him escape like this, he'll certainly make a comeback in the future." Ling Chigu wasn't as concerned. His cultivation is quite high. The fact that you and I could actually hurt him was already beyond my expectations. This place is filled with evil chi, so it's inevitable that he was able to escape. Moreover, Lin Xuanji has long expected that we would be unable to kill him. He only said that we should stabilize the North Land first and worry about other matters later, so we don't have to blame ourselves too much. There were great differences in strength, so we could only do our best. Feng Jingyu took a deep breath and looked back at Ling Chigu. His eyes, which were originally burning with flames of anger, softened. "It's truly fun to fight side by side with you." Feng Jingyu smiled. Ling Chigu also smiled, "But I don't actually want to fight side by side with you. I just want to enjoy the flowers and the moon side by side with you." Feng Jingyu's eyes brightened. "I thought that the blood of everyone in your Ling family burned with battle spirit, and you'd rather die on the battlefield than let yourself relax even a little. The blood of heroes indeed courses through the Ling family's veins." Ling Chigu said, "But it's precisely because of this that the Ling family understands better than anyone else how rare and precious a peaceful life is. When Tu Feng is killed, if you and I are still alive by then, we will retire to the mountains and forests, forget about worldly affairs, and live a peaceful life. How about that?" Feng Jingyu nodded. "Okay, you can follow me back to Wudong Mountain. I'll marry you as my empress, and we'll raise a basket of baby phoenixes for fun. What do you think?" Ling Chigu's mouth twitched. "Return to Wudong Mountain." Feng Jingyu blinked, fanned his fan, and replied somewhat guiltily, "It's not like I can just quit my job in disgust, right? Besides, Wudong Mountain is also a secluded forest. It's more or less the same." Ling Chigu immediately turned around and started walking away. To be honest, Feng Jingyu's ability to destroy the atmosphere really made him concede defeat. Feng Jingyu quickly followed him. Just as he wanted to speak, he saw Ling Chigu stop, turn to him, and say, "By the way, your dad and your father emperor have returned." Feng Jingyu, Chapter 753, Madame Jing Shui. In the northernmost part of the North Land, Myriad Dao Academy and the Royal Heavenly Capital worked together to destroy Tu Feng's plot, winning this round. Tu Feng didn't make any moves for a while. Taking advantage of this counterattack, many of Tu Feng's spies were captured and escorted to the Royal Heavenly Capital for centralized interrogation. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan also took this opportunity to go back to the Royal Heavenly Capital to see the situation. The Purple Emperor's heavenly capital was completely controlled by King Yi's forces now. Nobody knew King Zhang's thoughts on the matter. They didn't know whether his lack of resistance to this was because he lost the decisive opportunity or whether he no longer wanted to compete with King Yi for power. Thus, he didn't spend any further effort on the fight for the throne and easily acquiesced to King Yi's rule. When Yan Tianan came to the palace, all the servants knelt on the ground and expressed their obedience as soon as they saw him. Soon, he saw Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming next to the pool. Yu Ming was clearly very excited when he saw Yan Tianan. He rushed over and pinched and hugged him, and even rolled his eyes several times at Lin Xuanji in passing. Lin Xuanji, Yu Ming said, you actually remembered to come back. You really scared your dad to death. Yan Tianan also said, I was almost scared to death too. I thought I was going to be poisoned to death and would never see daddy again. Father and son hugged together and complained to each other again. Lin Xuanji asked Yan Zhonghua, what's the emperor's current situation? Although the earlier news said that he was dying, it turned out that he was still barely hanging on. Yan Tianan wondered what his current situation was now. Yan Zhonghua shook his head. He already died yesterday. Thousands of evil GU were found in his body. After his death, those GU still wanted to do evil and drill into other people's bodies. I ordered them to be burned. Lin Xuanji lamented, it's really a pity. Yu Ming was finally willing to let go of the ravaged Yan Tianan. He said disdainfully, what's so pitiful about that? This is the so-called dying underneath the peony flower. If the emperor didn't take a fancy to Jing Shui and insist on bringing her into the palace, then Jing Shui wouldn't necessarily have treated him like this. Is there a story behind this? Yan Tianan seemed to have smelled gossip. When Jing Shui escaped, Yu Qing didn't leave with her. Only later did Yu Qing tell me that the reason Madame Jing Shui hated the emperor so much was because she had already rejected the emperor's request to bring her back to the royal heavenly capital's palace. Yu Ming couldn't help sighing with emotion. Madame Jing Shui already had a sweetheart at home. They even agreed on a wedding date and were just waiting to get married. However, the emperor intervened. Not only did he take Madame Jing Shui away, but also slaughtered her fiancé's entire family. After Madame Jing Shui found out, I'm afraid she probably went crazy. Yan Tianan's scalp felt numb, and he thought that the emperor really was vicious and cruel. He also felt that the emperor overestimated himself too much, to actually dare to allow such a woman to sleep beside him. Madame Jing Shui was also a pitiful person. She walked to the palace step by step. Although her pace was slow, it also seemed relaxed. Yan Tianan suddenly felt some unspeakable suffocation and discomfort when he saw Madame Jing Shui. However, he was also a little relieved. Madame Jing Shui said, I'm here to see my younger sister. Yan Tianan said, I've already sent someone to invite Princess Yuqing. Madame Jing Shui and Yan Tianan quietly looked at each other. After a moment, she curled her lips into a smile. I still hate your Yan family. Yan Tianan felt very wronged. Actually, I'm not a bad person. Although I've never done anything like robbing the rich to help the poor, I was never someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Many people like me very much. Madame Jing Shui was amused by Yan Tianan's words. Yeah, Ah Qing likes you very much. Yan Tianan, a beauty's favor is the hardest to accept. Ah. Yan Tianan smiled awkwardly, it shows that she has a good eye. Unfortunately, I already have someone else I like. Sister Princess Yuqing ran over quickly. As soon as she saw Madame Jing Shui, she burst into tears and flung herself into Madame Jing Shui's arms, crying, Sister, where were you? I missed you so much. I'm afraid something happened to you. Madame Jing Shui stroked Princess Yuqing's head. I left to send Ming away and hide him. Yan Tianan was stunned. Send him away. In the end, he's still part of the Yan family. No matter what, we'll never harm an innocent baby. Madame Jing Shui said calmly, this child's birth was unnecessary to begin with, he is not blessed. My enemy has already died, and now I have no other lingering attachments. What's more, I don't want my pitiful child to grow up inside a palace full of politics. I'd rather he was born in an ordinary family and live an ordinary and peaceful life. This was probably the last of Madame Jing Shui's tenderness and kindness. Now that the emperor had already died, in fact, Madame Jing Shui didn't really care whose hands the 9 lands might fall into. When she was escaping, she suddenly felt very tired and empty, and she also felt that there was no need to keep on running. Her true love had already died, and her most hated enemy had turned into a corpse. In the end, was there still any need for her to keep living in this world? Once a person accepted death, they would see the world as mountains would look like mountains, and rivers would look like rivers. After Madame Jing Shui settled matters regarding her child, the one last attachment she still couldn't let go of was her younger sister Yuqing, who hadn't left her side ever since she was a child. Let's make a deal. Madame Jing Shui smiled. I'll tell you everything I know about Tu Feng, and you guys will ensure that Yuqing lives a safe and carefree life. Yan Tianan looked at Madame Jing Shui. We won't make life difficult for Yuqing even if you didn't say that. Madame Jing Shui shook her head. I can only feel more at ease if I give something in exchange. In this way, if the Yan family wanted to harm Yuqing in the future, they would still have to consider the information she brought to them today. Princess Yuqing realized something, so she tugged Madame Jing Shui's hand. Sister, what are you saying this for? Don't tell me that you want to leave me. Madame Jing Shui just gently patted Yuqing's head but didn't answer her question. She only said to Yan Tianan, you might as well invite your father and Warong's sword venerable along as well. Speaking of which, Madame Jing Shui could be considered the enemy who killed Yan Zhonghua's father, but they could still sit together and talk calmly. Madame Jing Shui first took out a scroll and placed it on the table. This contains the names of all the hidden spies that Tu Feng buried all over the 9 lands. If you guys don't believe me, you can find anyone on this list. You will surely find the evil GU that is controlling the person from inside their body. Yan Zhonghua opened the scroll and glanced at the names inside it. His expression changed slightly, and he put it away. Yan Tianan took a glance and couldn't help feeling alarmed. The names written in the very front were all people with rather high statuses in the divine clans or major sects. Yan Zhonghua remarked lightly, Tu Feng really trusts you. Madame Jing Shui replied with a smile, after all, I control the 9 lands Supreme Emperor. I do hold some importance in Tu Feng's eyes. Yan Zhonghua asked, do you know Tu Feng's current whereabouts? Madame Jing Shui answered, if my guess isn't wrong, then he should be here in the royal heavenly capital right now. Yan Tianan was stunned. Here, Madame Jing Shui explained, he is a stubborn person. He will naturally want to stand back up in the same place where he fell before. He took the worst fall in the royal heavenly capital, so if he wants to make a move, his first target will naturally be this place. You'd better be vigilant. Perhaps this place will become a hell on earth in a few days. Yan Tianan asked, he's that powerful? After all, the royal heavenly palace was currently defended by 30,000 soldiers whose sole purpose was to guard against Tu Feng coming to destroy the capital. In any case, the royal heavenly capital was the backbone of the 9 lands. Once it collapsed, other parts of the 9 lands would likely panic and fall into disarray. Madame Jing Shui said, you'll know whether he's powerful or not when you meet him for yourselves. Moreover, the most important thing is that I'm afraid you've completely enraged him now. What will happen if we completely enrage him? Yan Tianan asked. Tu Feng's original plan was to kill only a few key figures so that he could control the rightful ruler of the 9 lands from behind the scenes without much bloodshed, then slowly win over the divine clans and major sects. Madame Jing Shui explained calmly, but now, his plan has been completely overturned, and he even suffered heavy losses. His many years of effort has gone up in smoke, so he probably can't wait to completely destroy the 9 lands right now. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. This isn't our fault either. It's not like we could just let him succeed. I know, I didn't say you guys did anything wrong. Madame Jing Shui's smile held deep meaning. I'm just reminding you that people may not be rational when they're furious. It's hard to predict what he'll do. Yan Tianan expressed his agreement. Madame Jing Shui then asked, have you seen the mass of evil qi circling around the scorching sun in the North Land? Yan Tianan said, of course, but not even I know what its purpose is. It's a little strange. Although Yan Tianan had a good understanding of the evil qi cultivators and evil spirits in his last life, he still had many blank areas. For example, how to cultivate one's body with evil qi, and the weaknesses of such evil qi cultivators. He also didn't know the purpose behind the evil qi dragon that circled around the sun and refused to leave. That's an array. Madame Jing Shui's words were like thunder. It can constantly absorb the spiritual qi inside sparrow spirits and convert it into evil qi, which can then be directly absorbed into Tu Feng's body. Moreover, that evil qi dragon is only the first. Tu Feng personally told me that in a short 3 years, all the spiritual qi in the North Land will be absorbed by the evil qi dragon. At that time, the North Land will become a barren wasteland, and the concentration of spiritual qi there will be even thinner than that of mortal worlds. Yan Tianan and the others exchanged gazes. For a moment, no one spoke because the news was too shocking. Chapter 754, Enemy Visit. If Madame Jing Shui's words turned out to be true, then just how high of a cultivation level was needed to refine such a heaven-defying array? No one had ever counted the exact number of sparrow spirits buried in the North Land, but for tens of thousands of years, the sparrow spirits in the North Land continuously supported this region, which was home to tens of thousands of cultivators. No one ever wondered what would happen if the all-sparrow spirits in the North Land suddenly dried up one day. In just 3 years, the sparrow spirits would be completely exhausted. That evil Qi dragon is a little too powerful. Yan Tianan said slowly. The Dragon Emperor told me earlier that his people discovered that a considerable part of the sparrow spirits in their sparrow minds had their spiritual qi sucked dry, but they couldn't find the reason until now. It seems that Tu Feng was the culprit all along. Lin Xuanji frowned. We need to find a way to resolve this situation. Otherwise, if we just let it progress like this, the North Land will soon become the evil spirit's world. It's not just the North Land. Yan Zhonghua remarked. Since Tu Feng can tear open a hole in the North Land, it's very likely that he can also activate the evil dragon array in regions all over the 9 lands. It seems like it'll be imperative for us to find his tracks and take the initiative to strike. Madame Jing Shui smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yan Tianan asked, what do you mean? Madame Jing Shui explained, over the years, Tu Feng has spent the vast majority of his time on creating this array. Tu Feng is a very cautious person. The reason he dared to launch a coup d'état against the Royal Heavenly Palace is simply because he believes that even if he fails, he will still have a safe path of retreat. Thinking in hindsight, his backup plan is probably this devouring heaven array. Yan Tianan asked, to what extent has he mastered the devouring heaven array? Madame Jing Shui replied, he can absorb the entire 9 land sparrow spirits simultaneously now. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see. After she finished speaking, Madame Jing Shui stood up and straightened her clothes. She looked dignified. That's all I know. If you have time, you might as well pay a visit to Myriad Dao Academy's 12 evil spirit temples first. Maybe there will be something you want inside. Yan Tianan also stood up while looking at Madame Jing Shui. Thank you for giving us all this information. Speaking of which, you don't have to look for hiding spots. When all's said and done, the Royal Heavenly Capital is still safer than the outside. You said you were a good person earlier. I didn't believe it. But now I believe you. Madame Jing Shui looked back at Yan Tianan and smiled. However, even if you are willing to let me go, your father will never let me live. And even if I leave the Royal Heavenly Capital alive, I will still die at the hands of Tu Feng's Gu tomorrow. She continued, Tu Feng never trusts anyone, everyone under his control had to swallow his evil Gu. Death is the only outcome for a traitor once discovered. I've already sensed my body gradually rotting, and even worse, I can already smell the smell of rotten corpses. I don't want to die in front of others. I just want to find a place no one else knows about and die alone. In this world, no one will remember me. This was her choice. As a woman, her entire life was a failure. But as an older sister, she was successful. It's a pity that she wouldn't be able to witness her dearest younger sister put on a wedding dress and marry the husband of her dreams. Madame Jing Shui left alone to meet her inevitable death. Yan Tianan didn't try to persuade her to stay anymore. They had no time for lament. There were always more important matters to do in this world than mourning someone's death. Yan Zhonghua looked at Yan Tianan and said lightly, are you really carrying the heavy burden of eliminating the evil spirits alone? Your dad and I are here, and Warong's parents are also here. Myriad Dao Academy's countless elders are also here. Even if you weren't here or Warong wasn't here, this world still wouldn't simply die. Your father is right. Yu Ming nodded in approval. He swept Yan Tianan a glance. It's not like we can put all the heavy burden on you just because you understand evil Qi cultivators the best, right? Exterminating evil spirits is not a responsibility that one person must bear. In the end, we still can't let one person bear everything. You guys. Yan Tianan was stunned and smiled gently. Yushin Lingyu had no father or mother. He'd been all alone ever since childhood, right up until he became a disciple of Spirit Sect, with Dao Zhu as his master. Even with so many senior martial brothers, he still never got to experience a parent's warmth. There were many times when he envied other people. They could go home after cultivation, had parents to support them when they were bullied, and could even spend the new year with their families. He once wondered that if he had parents, then when he was forced to become the enemy of everyone in the world, would there be 2 more people beside him who would unconditionally help him? Yan Tianan said, then let's return to Myriad Dao Academy tomorrow and take a look. Yan Zhonghua said, we can take a look in passing. We should inform the 9 lands as soon as possible about Tu Feng's plot, especially the North Land. They must protect their sparrow spirits in advance. Yan Tianan nodded and suddenly remembered that Duan Yuyong and the others were still in the royal heavenly capital, so he asked with some confusion, since Yuyong Gerger came to the royal heavenly capital, why didn't they come find me? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and said with deep meaning, originally, they wanted to visit you, but they had other scruples, so they decided to meet you again after sending their old friends away. Yan Tianan looked quite baffled. What old friends? Lin Zan replied, Feng Juxiao and Prince Jinghua. Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua's eyes moved slightly. Speaking of which, I've already invited Prince Jinghua and the West Phoenix Monarch to King Yi's palace for a drink. They will arrive in 4 hours. Yan Tianan felt a little guilty. He rubbed his nose and turned around. About that, I still have something to do, so I won't be returning to King Yi's palace tonight. Just when he was ready to run away, he was pulled back by Lin Xuanji. There's no use in hiding. We'll meet them sooner or later. You can't say that. Yan Tianan was full of awkwardness. They'll want to hack me to death when they see me. Lin Xuanji replied, I'll be there too. I won't let them hack you to death. Yan Tianan thought about it but still shook his head in resistance. Feng Juxiao always keeps his word. He's so ruthless that he dares to hack it even himself. I can't take this risk. Lin Xuanji said, if he really wants to hack someone, then let him hack me. Yan Tianan. King Yi's palace was brightly lit. As the 2 heroes who killed 20,000 enemy troops as soon as they arrived at the 9 lands, they were naturally worthy of being received by King Yi himself. Prince Jinghua came with Duan Yuyong, Yuan Tianwen, and the others. Yan Tianan originally wanted to hide. Finally, under the authority of both King Yi and Yu Ming, he had no choice but to personally come out and greet the guests. Prince Jinghua finally returned to the 9 lands for the first time after countless years, and he even returned with Feng Juxiao, whose souls and spirits were finally completely gathered. Naturally, his mood was sunny and bright. Not even the reappearance of evil chi cultivators could ruin his mood at all. King Yi welcomed them at the door. Seeing Prince Jinghua and the others, King Yi greeted them, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I'm grateful for your help that day. Otherwise, it would have been a difficult battle. Prince Jinghua was dressed in white, with white hair and an elegant face. When he heard those words, he just waved his hand and smiled. We just lent a hand in passing. Speaking of which, we also have debts to settle with evil chi cultivators. It's our duty to destroy evil spirits. Yan Tianan, who was standing silently behind Yan Zhonghua, he could only hope that these 2 visitors wouldn't recognize him. Feng Juxiao just cupped his hands. I've heard a lot about you. Yan Zhonghua responded, same to you. Feng Juxiao turned his head slightly and looked at Yan Tianan, who was keeping his head down while trying to have Yan Zhonghua block him entirely from sight. I've heard Lian Hua say that Prince and my son have a good relationship, and Prince even saved my son's life. Yan Zhonghua turned his head back to look at Yan Tianan and pulled Yan Tianan forward by his collar. This child has always been very outgoing before. How come he suddenly became introverted today? He didn't even greet anyone, you know, Yuyong and Tianwen at least, right? Yan Tianan awkwardly raised his head and looked at Duan Yuyong, who had an evil smile on his face. Yuyong Gerger, Tianwen Gerger, long time no see. Duan Yuyong nodded. Indeed, it's been a long time. No wait, how come I recall that we just met a while ago? Yan Tianan gave a soft cough. I actually haven't seen these 2 gentlemen before, but I've heard about your matters. I do have a pretty good relationship with Mao Mao. And, it's already late. If we have something to say, we might as well go inside and talk slowly. My father has prepared a lot of food. Prince Jinghua looked at Yan Tianan, his eyes narrowing slightly. The feeling Prince Yi gives off is somewhat similar to that of an old friend, but I can't think of which friend for the time being. Feng Juxiao's eyes stayed on Yan Tianan and wandered around, studying him for a moment. Prince Yi is really a dragon and phoenix among men, quite like a disciple of the former spirit sect of ancient times. Yan Tianan, shoot, I have a bad feeling about this. Yan Zhonghua, on the other hand, didn't notice the biting edge behind those words. He took the guests into the residence and discussed the matter of evil qi cultivators with Feng Juxiao. Feng Juxiao held Prince Jinghua's hand the entire time and never let go. Yan Tianan deliberately slowed down his pace and secretly tugged on Duan Yuyong's sleeves. Yuan Tianwen, who was behind them, glanced at them but didn't say anything. Yan Tianan asked in a whisper, "What's the situation? Did they recognize me?" Duan Yuyong said, "They probably have their suspicions. However, your appearance has changed a lot. If you keep a low profile, you may be able to hide. But they'll definitely recognize Chong Sheng if they meet him." Yan Tianan, "What?" Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes at Yan Tianan. "Besides Chong Sheng, do you think anyone else can look that beautiful?" Yan Tianan, "Can't refute that." Yan Tianan apprehensively went to the pavilion where the banquet was held, pretending to be calm. Not even he himself knew just how many enemies he had. In any case, as long as they were alive during the ancient era, then they most likely held a grudge against him. Chapter 755, Average Relationship. Today, King Yi set up a private banquet, so there wasn't too much pomp and circumstance, but in reality, the private banquet was the highest hospitality standard in the royal heavenly capital. Lin Xuanji went to meet with Reincarnation Palace to arrange missions and hadn't returned yet, so Prince Jinghua and Feng Juxiao's attention focused on Yan Tianan. It's said that His Highness Prince Yi also cultivated evil qi. Is there a story behind it? Prince Jinghua asked. Yan Tianan looked calm as he replied, "It was definitely an accident. When I went to the tomb of Yushin, I was forced to become a half-evil qi cultivator. However, I also cultivated spiritual qi and demonic qi at the same time, so I'm not a pure evil qi cultivator." Feng Juxiao raised a slender eyebrow slightly. "Then Prince is really incredible. You can be called invincible among those with the same cultivation level." Yan Tianan's heart burst with joy. The apprehension from earlier also disappeared subconsciously during the chat. He grinned and said modestly, "I'm just average. Although I've basically never met an enemy who was a match for me, who knows? Someone like that just might exist." Duan Yuyong, "You are so modest." Yu Ming curled his lips. "What plans do the two of you have?" Prince Jinghua replied, "The current situation in the West Land doesn't seem very good." Yan Tianan nodded and hurriedly added fuel to the fire as he recounted to these two West Land powerhouses how the Yu clan attempted to occupy Wudong Mountain and drive the Phoenix clan out of the West Land. Finally, he said indignantly, "Are the Yu family even human?" Taking advantage of Mao Mao's resurrection and absence, they rebelled and caused chaos, and even colluded with outside clans. Fortunately, there are still a few clear-headed people in the Fu family, or else the West Land would have been more chaotic. Feng Juxiao was a man of few words, but when he heard this, he snorted coldly and placed the cup down on the stone table. "The Yu family has always resisted my Phoenix clan's rule. They merely took advantage of an opportunity this time. However, this venerable has never placed the Yu family in my eyes. It's just that things have been hard for Mao Mao." Prince Jinghua's lips twitched. "Our son's name is Feng Jingyu, not Mao Mao." Yan Tianan blinked a few times. "Mao Mao is his nickname, and he rather likes it." Prince Jinghua showed a melancholy color on his eyes. "I don't know if our son will blame us." Yan Tianan reassured, "Don't worry, he certainly won't blame Emperor. After all, Emperor died for the safety of the Nine Lands. Mao Mao can understand." Prince Jinghua's eyes lit up. "But as for Prince Jinghua, I don't know whether or not Mao Mao will blame you." Yan Tianan blinked with a shrug. "You'll have to ask him yourself." "That hurts." In the moonlight, a man with white clothes and black hair drifted in. His appearance was impeccable, elegant, and handsome. He felt like an immortal, which made people forget the mortal world once they saw him. Prince Jinghua seemed to have seen a ghost. He suddenly stood up with an expression full of disbelief and stared at Lin Xuanji's familiar face and familiar aura. Even Feng Juxiao couldn't help but gasp and ask suspiciously, "Chong Sheng?" Duan Yuyong gave the despairing Yan Tianan an expression that said, "My hands are tied." It couldn't be helped. Chong Sheng's appearance was too obvious. No matter how much he reincarnated, people could still easily recognize him at a glance. Lin Xuanji walked up the steps and came to the pavilion. First, he politely bowed to King Yi and Yu Ming, and then said to Prince Jinghua and Feng Juxiao, "I haven't seen the two of you for a long time. How have you been?" Prince Jinghua was stunned for a while, then replied, "Not bad." Lin Xuanji said, "That's good to hear." After speaking, he sat beside Yan Tianan. Feng Zhuxiao's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After a while, Prince Jinghua realized something, and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. Yan Tianan was sitting on pins and needles, and he constantly wanted to scoot closer to Lin Xuanji. Prince Jinghua stared at Yan Tianan for a while, then smiled slightly. It's rare to see so many old acquaintances. I really want to drink a few more cups. Yan Tianan laughed twice and said, okay, more wine. Yu Ming calmly watched their barbed conversation and didn't expose them. He just acted like he didn't see anything. After the banquet, Yu Ming asked Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji to send the guests away. Yan Tianan could only follow Lin Xuanji and send the group of people to the door. On the way, Yan Tianan leaned towards Duan Yuyong and whispered something. When they were close to the gate of the palace, only then did he hear the voice of Prince Jinghua. Don't we still have some debts that we've yet to settle? We might as well settle it now. Yan Tianan's heart thumped. Here it comes. Yan Tianan looked up and innocently stared at Prince Jinghua, who was standing in front of him like a specter. What debts do I have with you? Do we know each other? Prince Jinghua coldly hooked his lips. Although I couldn't see through your identity at the beginning, if Warong's sword venerable is Chong Sheng, then you must be Yushin Yu. This time, not only Yan Tianan, but also Duan Yuyong was surprised. Duan Yuyong asked, what does Chong Sheng have to do with this? Prince Jinghua said, Yushin Yu is Chong Sheng's lover. Don't tell me you're going to pretend you don't know this. Since when has Chong Sheng ever been so attentive to anyone besides Yushin Yu, that little hussy? Duan Yuyong. Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly lit up. He was originally very nervous, but he had an impulse to smile at this time. So he curled his mouth, stepped forward and said, Prince Jinghua, I was wrong in the past, but I've already changed. I hope you can let me go for the sake of my good relationship with Mao Mao. Ha, Prince Jinghua said coldly, you didn't have this attitude when you took advantage of my family's emperor back then. Take advantage. Lin Xuanji caught the key words and turned to look at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan immediately tucked his tail between his legs. I'm innocent. Feng Zhuxiao rolled his eyes at Yan Tianan. If you're innocent, then why is this venerable still missing 2 tail feathers, even to this day? Towards this venerable, you've always started things foolishly and abandoned it halfway, but forget it. This venerable won't settle the debts with you today, but I will certainly repay you in the future after that. Feng Zhuxiao pulled Prince Jinghua away. It's late at night now. It's not suitable to show your anger now. Besides, this is King Yi's territory. When he goes to the West Land in the future, I will definitely let you vent your anger. Yan Tianan, very good, I will never step into the West Land again in my life. Also, what do you mean by abandoning things halfway? Come back and tell me clearly. Prince Jinghua glared at Yan Tianan fiercely, raised his middle finger at him, then turned around and left with Feng Zhuxiao. Duan Yuyong laughed gleefully and patted Yan Tianan's shoulder. You really were incredible. You even dared to pluck Feng Zhuxiao's tail feathers. Don't you know that phoenixes use their tail feathers for courtship and mating? Yan Tianan's forehead was full of cold sweat. Shut up. Are you on my side or not? Oh wait, that's not right. It seems that Feng Zhuxiao voluntarily gave you his tail feathers as a gift. I remember there was a time when you were hanging out with Feng Zhuxiao all day. Were you two dating? Duan Yuyong seemed to have thought of something. Yan Tianan repeatedly denied, I didn't, I'm not. I don't know him at all. Duan Yuyong looked at Lin Xuanji's expression, cleared his throat, and said, well, my baby is at home alone, so Tianwen and I will go back first. By the way, is the rest of Kang Rong's soul still in your hands? Yan Tianan said angrily, I already threw it away, I can't find it anymore. Duan Yuyong was unconcerned. He smiled and stroked Yan Tianan's head. Good boy, watch it well. I'll ask for it again in the future. Yuan Tianan glanced at him and said nothing. Duan Yuyong had told him everything that happened during the spirit sect period. Although Yuan Tianwen found it hard to believe that he was Kang Rong, he still accepted it calmly. However, since Duan Yuyong wanted to play, then he would play with him. After Duan Yuyong finished screwing Yan Tianan over, he took Yuan Tianwen back to nurse the child. The moonlight was desolate and the cold wind was fierce. Dage, I really didn't intend to enter a courtship with him. I just pulled out 2 of his tail feathers in passing too. Refine magic tools. There's no other meaning. Prince Jinghua just misunderstood me. Feng Zhuxiao is really not my type. Okay, fine. Although I took 2 of his tail feathers, I really didn't date him. Alright, Alright, we were together for a while, but that's all in the past, and we broke up in less than 10 days. It's really nothing at all, right? Lin Xuanji finally opened his mouth. He said coldly, we're together for a while. Hey, I never knew that your relationship with Feng Juxiao was actually so good. Yan Tianan pretended to be calm. In fact, our relationship is just average. Lin Xuanji smiled. Your relationship was average, but he could still stand on your side when you cultivated evil qi and fight the entire world for you. Lin Xuanji raised one eyebrow and remarked, then he let down Prince Jinghua. Yan Tianan sighed slightly. That was indeed out of morality. Who let Feng Juxiao be the only person who saw through everything back then? Moreover, none of the people who helped me back then met a good end. Prince Jinghua took a blow from the Tao of Heaven for Feng Juxiao and entered reincarnation. He had to go through the suffering of 81 lifetimes in order to remember what happened in his first life, finally becoming a true cultivator and evening the endless cycle of suffering. He and Feng Juxiao were always on the road of looking for each other. First, Feng Juxiao looked for him for 10,000 years, and then he looked for Feng Juxiao for thousands of years. They just barely missed each other many times and really went through too much suffering. Lin Xuanji took a tough attitude and said, in short, in the future, you should stay away from Feng Juxiao. Yan Tianan still had some lingering fear in his heart. That's for sure. I don't want to make trouble for myself. Nothing good will happen if Feng Juxiao and I get together. He wasn't actually afraid of Feng Juxiao. Instead, he was afraid of Prince Jinghua finding trouble for him. Chapter 756. Nine Lands Disaster. Yushin Lingyu had indeed pulled those feathers from Feng Juxiao's tail when he was still young and wet behind the ears. According to principle, he really should return them, but who let him refine the phoenix feathers into magic treasures and then lose the magic treasures? He wanted to return the feathers, but he'd at least need to know where they were. Yan Tianan was melancholy. However, it was not long before his melancholy days were destroyed by Tu Feng's big movements. What changed at first was that many demonic beasts died inexplicably. In the past, these demonic beasts would trample on spiritual plants and hurt livestock, but now their corpses were stacked on the thick soil in the wilderness, with no trace of vitality left in them. This deeply pleased many villagers who had been suffering from frequent demonic beast disturbances. Every family went up the mountain to cut open the corpses of these demon beasts, take the demon cores in their bodies, and sell them at the market. However, they soon realized that these demon beasts' cores couldn't be found everywhere. This was true regardless of their level, size, and ferocity before death. Experienced hunters originally thought that these demonic cores had already been dug out by other people, but a few days later, when they saw the corpses of dead demonic beasts stacked continuously, they realized that things were not as simple as they thought. Although these demon beasts are dead, there are no wounds on their skin and flesh. The old village leader's voice was calm. He touched the goatee on his chin and continued, what's more, although it's a good thing that these monsters died, we won't be able to endure it. Hundreds, or maybe even 1,000, die every day. Those corpses are rotting in the mountains and forests. The smell can really come day and night, and it's getting stronger and stronger. People can't sleep. This looks suspicious, no matter how you look at it, so I can only invite you to investigate. Because this place belonged to a small village under the jurisdiction of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan came to investigate in person after receiving the strange news. Yan Tianan suggested, let's go up the mountain first to see what happened. The village head said, I'll send someone to go with you too. Then the village head called his son and asked him to follow Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan into the mountain road. The village head's son said, in fact, it's not only these demonic beasts, but also the spiritual plants we planted. These days, they are also withering, but it's just that it's not obvious yet. Yan Tianan raised his eyes. When did the spiritual plants start to have problems? The village head's son thought about it. It started when we found out that the demonic beasts died suddenly and inexplicably. When they reached the mountain, Yan Tianan saw the thick evil qi that permeated the mountains and forests. His eyes couldn't help sinking as they scanned over the place with the densest evil qi. A long whip suddenly appeared in his hand. He lifted his feet and walked towards the place where the evil qi was gathered. Most of the villagers in this village had a low cultivation level. In addition, someone deliberately hid the evil qi, so it was normal that they couldn't see anything wrong. But for Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, this simple disguise could be seen through at a glance. A rhinoceros was lying on the ground silently, lifeless. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. The village head's son was so scared that he sat on the ground and cried out. He seemed as though he wanted to flee as fast as possible. An evil Gu crawled out. Yan Tianan quickly clamped his fingers in the air from a distance and pinched it with a little force. Evil Qi cultivator. Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes and turned to Lin Xuanji. Dage, it looks like this place is no longer suitable to live on. We have to find a place for them to move to first. Since it was polluted by evil Qi, the villagers naturally couldn't continue living here anymore. Otherwise, these people would be the ones swallowed up by evil Qi next. Lin Xuanji said, the demonic cores in the demonic beasts have all been melted by evil Qi. Yan Tianan said, my worst fear now is that the situation in this village is not a coincidence, but just a beginning. A sign that heralded the beginning of the evil Qi cultivators, official declaration of war on the Nine Lands. Reality proved that Yan Tianan's concerns were not unreasonable. Just 3 days later, the same thing happened in all regions of the Nine Lands. First the demonic beasts and spiritual plants died, and then the evil Qi's contamination spread to the land under their feet. Most of the demonic beasts with low cultivations had their demonic cores melted. They didn't even know how they died. Some demonic beasts with high cultivations could still resist for a while, but the entire Southwest Land's beast clans had already fallen into chaos. Deranged demonic beasts could be seen everywhere launching indiscriminate attacks on their companions. Heaven's wail has already spread to the Southwest Land. Fu Li wrote in a message, although I can temporarily delay the influence of evil Qi on the beast clans when I cast magic in the Divine Palace, I won't be able to hold it off for long. Ah Bai and Hu Po have not been affected. They have gone through the baptism of the Tiger clan. Now their cultivation levels have risen sharply, which is enough to protect themselves. However, the plight of the Southwest Land is imminent. If it goes on like this, within a month, the Southwest Land will fall at the hands of its own people. The beast clans were indeed the most affected. Fu Li's fears weren't unfounded. Not long after that, the South Land and the Northeast Land also experienced problems. Shuiyan Nishang sent someone to report, the GU in the South Land are inexplicably dying in droves, and the water channels have become wider and wider. More and more purple evil Qi is overflowing from the gaps. I don't know what's happening. I was summoned back to the family. Rong Zishui also sent a message to Yan Tianan, and said in some frustration, many spiritual plants have died, and the trees have also been polluted. You can't even see green plants anymore on many mountains, it's all black. Let alone trees, even insects have been killed. What can we do? Overnight, the Nine Lands were attacked by evil Qi everywhere. However, this was not the most frightening development. On the morning of the 7th day, when people opened their eyes and woke up from their sleep but didn't see the sun, they realized that the world seemed to be different from before. There were 9 purplish-black dragons circling in the air, covering the sky and blocking the sun. They looked ferocious, emitting purple auras around them, and their black eyes were like huge black holes, staring down at all sentient beings from the sky. Whenever someone looked up and looked at them, they felt like they were stared at by a vicious gaze. These dragons completely surrounded the sun. The whole world became dark. From then on, daylight ended and night began. Yan Tianan was at the top of the imperial palace. Looking at the terrifying sky, his eyes were gloomy. It's terrible, it's terrible. A bodyguard rushed to their location quickly and knelt down on the ground, out of breath. When checking the sparrow spirits in the treasury today, I found that 1/3 of the sparrow spirits had turned into normal stones overnight, and there was no spiritual Qi in them at all. The official guarding the warehouse was sweating so hard that he couldn't stand straight. He knelt on the ground and said in horror, reporting to Your Highness, I'm definitely not neglecting my duty. I checked them myself before leaving the warehouse last night. This morning, it turned into this. I beg Your Highness to spare my life. Yan Tianan was deeply worried. It's not your fault. Pay close attention to the consumption of sparrow spirits every other hour. He's afraid the 9 dragons were probably the grand arrays that Madame Jing Shui mentioned. However, Yan Tianan didn't have an intuitive concept of how many sparrow spirits there were in the treasury, and precisely because of this, Yan Tianan could better understand the destructive power of these 9 dragons. Tu Feng's methods were on a much higher level than his methods back then. Yushin Lingyu only directly attacked people, but Tu Feng's move was akin to cutting away the very ground from under people's feet. Once all of the 9 land sparrow spirits are sucked dry and reduced to evil Qi, Then Orthodox Taoism will officially come to an end and the Nine Lands will completely, and it will become the world of evil cultivators. Yan Tianan waved fiercely and flung some evil chi towards the 9 evil dragons in the sky. As a result, in a moment, the evil dragon facing the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The smoke and dust rolled, and evil chi rushed into Yan Tianan's body, making his evil chi suddenly overflow and have a tendency to overwhelm the other 2 kinds of chi in his body. Yan Tianan's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately severed the connection. He took 2 steps back before managing to stabilize himself. "How are you?" Lin Xuanji landed on the platform and held Yan Tianan's waist. "Those dragons are full of evil chi that can be absorbed directly." Yan Tianan's eyebrows and eyes were more gloomy than the sky. He said, "But with my current cultivation level, I can't fully absorb them directly, otherwise the balance of the 3 chi in my body will be disrupted, and it will be easy to suffer a chi deviation. However, for a pure evil chi cultivator, it's a great opportunity." Lin Xuanji looked at the evil dragon in the sky and asked, "What realm can he reach with this much evil chi?" Yan Tianan answered, "If he was still alive, then Tu Feng would be able to directly ascend after absorbing this much evil chi." Lin Xuanji said, "Even if he is not here, if he destroys all 9 pillars of heaven, the sky will collapse and the earth will sink. At that time, he'll be able to open a door in space and leave this place, step into the void, and go to a larger world." Yan Tianan took a deep breath and paused. Suddenly, he thought of a vital person and looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, Kangdi Fenglang can also absorb this evil chi. If he's willing to help us, we can stall Tu Feng for a while. Besides this, what else can we do to defeat these 9 evil dragons?" Lin Xuanji frowned as he stared at the evil dragon that looked like visitors from hell. The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Yan Tianan shook his head. "Heaven's whale still needs me to draw all the evil chi into my body and then lose my life in order to repair heaven and earth. But I've never heard of or seen these 9 evil dragons before, so I don't know how to deal with them." Lin Xuanji, "Even you can't do anything. Then this matter really is hard to handle." The sky was getting darker and darker, and so were the 9 lands. It was like the end of the world. Ghosts and demons were rampant. "Your Highness," someone sent a letter. The chief steward ran over, holding an envelope filled with evil chi in his hand. Yan Tianan lifted it up with evil chi and scanned the words. Purple words flickered in the air one by one, and in the air, a man's voice echoed in Yan Tianan's ears.